The Orphans, Origins, Volume 1, written by Mike Evans, narrated by Jack Wallen Jr. Prologue. Dying words are common, and final words can be advice, sympathy, love, apologies, or regrets. The most popular is trying to reconcile with a never-believed-in God. In some realities, though, the end isn't always the end. It's only the dark beginning. Day, plus 1,460, May 28, 2021. World population, 1,985,110,986. 4 years since X-74 was unleashed on American soil. The teens were lined up in prone positions across the edge of the roof, stationed on top of the abandoned government building in Virginia. Everyone had a job to do. The trusted were in charge of picking off the turned, while newbies were handling clips and refilling them as quickly as they could. The bullets were flying out of the rifles and dancing on the ground. In another time, on another day, these teens would have been nodding off in a class somewhere, worried about whether a girl liked them or if they would be asked to the prom. Pulling triggers as fast as they could, in their sights a group of day ones they could tell weren't freshly turned. They had worn clothes and sunken cheekbones, even the signs of frostbite which, being close to nightfall, were hard to see. They still had the hunger for flesh, as bad as the day they had turned. The ground was covered with bodies. The heads looked like bombs had gone off in them, and the marksmen were aiming only for the skull. The turned were trying to get through the wreckage. They weren't trying to take the building. They only wanted to eat every living person, then move on to find more. The leader of the group showed no emotion or excitement. He merely selected another target. His shot exploded the creature's head, going in the back and blowing apart the chin. The girl beside him tapped him on the shoulder and shouted above the noise. "Sean, you've been at it for hours. You need to take a break. There are plenty of people here willing and able." Sean never took his eyes off his prey, sighting them through his scope. "There's plenty of room for them to slide in, Ellie. Go tell someone else to take a break." Ellie looked down at the row of teens. She watched through the blasts as the turned fell at an unbelievable rate. It gave her the slightest shred of hope. "You need to take a break or you won't be any good when we really need you." A group of turned were clumsily climbing up the side of the wall. Sean, who had seen thousands upon thousands of these things, had never seen them do this. He reached and grabbed Ellie's arm, pulling her to the edge. He pointed and argued. "Look, they're learning. They're climbing and they've never done anything like that before. Hell, the only reason they get through doors is eventually they figure out to rip them off. We're going to need to clear the turned on the ground so we can make it to a different spot." Sean waited for one to jump to a new ledge, grabbing hard. He drew his backup gun, a 12-gauge shotgun, and blew its face off. Only its skull and the skin peeled back from the sides remained. Its bloody tongue hung out as its body spun, scraping and bouncing off the brick on the way down. Ellie watched, realizing she couldn't change his mind. "Can't you trust me to keep the wall safe?" Sean laughed. "Remember, you have to earn trust." Ellie kicked him in the leg. "You don't trust me. Are you effing kidding me? And you can't kill them all yourself, Sean. It's impossible. You need help. We need help." Sean fired one more shot, rolled to his back, and looked up at Ellie. The sun was setting over her shoulder, and his eyes couldn't feel more tired. "Of course I do," he chuckled. "You've been with me longer than X-74's been around. But can you point out anyone who's been here a year? Hell, even 6 months?" He pushed up off the ground, "You! You!" he shouted, pointing at a couple of the newbies. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and carried his shotgun. "You two sit on my spot. If it moves, you kill it. Nothing gets close. Do you understand me?" They nodded assent and quickly took his place. Sean heard them talking and shook his head. He didn't care what people thought. He just wanted a moment's worth of peace and quiet. Even when it was quiet, he was tortured with the echoes of growling, screaming people in pain and gun blasts. He went into the building and found an office. He stripped off his gear and stretched out on a couch of little comfort. Thinking back to how it all started, he brought out an old journal and a pen. It was as simple as standing up for a girl and setting the fate of the world on fire. Chapter 1. Day -216. October 26, 2016. World population 7,324,473,285. The bell for class was chiming as it echoed through the halls of the 33-year-old brick school. The building still had the original bells from when the teenagers' parents had attended. But like most things in life, when push came to shove, the modern-day computer had won. The chiming meant one thing. The students had 3 minutes to get to class. If not then, they would be participants of the Raccoon Valley High After-School Detention Club. It was guaranteed to be filled with the young minds of varying social groups like the slackers, stoners, and skaters. Watching over the school was Mr. Peterson, the principal, still trying to hang on to what little hair he had left, and what was left was highly polished. He wore his best brown slacks and checkered brown suit coat to match the mannequin at the department store he'd bought it from. To help with kids getting where they needed to be, he thought screaming at the top of his lungs would help. "People, everyone knows where to go and when to be there. You'd best get there quickly unless you want to join me after school. It's not the first day of the school year." He turned his attention to his particular targets. "Mr. Walker, Mr. Taylor, can I expect you to be joining me for obstruction of school policy? Ms. Lopez, Mr. Daniels, did you know PDA is one of my favorite things to send people to detention for?" Sean ducked underneath the principal's flailing arms. At only 5'1", his short frame didn't take too much ducking and diving to do so. He offset his stature with a muscular build, which was courtesy of his wrestling coach, Mr. Armstrong. Sean had every intention of being a state wrestler in a few years. This was a great trade, considering the freedom he enjoyed so much during the off-season, like the ability to eat as much food as he wanted. He hiked up his backpack over his Raccoon Valley Wrestling Squad hoodie and hitched up his somewhat baggy tan cargo pants. He looked around until he saw Ellie, the girl of his dreams. Her beautiful, slightly maturing body wasn't the only thing that made Sean drool. Her almond-shaped hazel eyes and her perfectly sculpted face, surrounded by her dark, curly hair, got him tingling inside as well. Sean would rather have died than let her know any of these thoughts existed. He admired her from afar until his view was blocked by a sneering Lucas Bunning. Lucas was a standard freshman football jock, an oversized boy with lots of zits and greasy black hair. He walked like he was God's gift to 13-year-old teenage girls, but after scowling at Sean, he stopped in front of Ellie. He and his friends had her circled in front of a group of lockers. Sean, walking in that direction, was close enough to hear the much larger junior varsity lineman say, "So, Ellie, you think that maybe you and I could go out sometime?" Sean could see Ellie was clearly uncomfortable by the way she shrank back. Lucas slapped his friends on the arms, laughing out loud, enticing his equally hulking companions to follow suit. Sean came up behind him and tapped him on his shoulder. When he turned around, Sean felt knocked down a step because the jock had to look down at him. Sean puffed up his chest anyway and asked, "Ellie, you okay?" Ellie smiled, glad of an escape route. "Oh, just peachy. Can I walk to class with you, Sean?" Sean nodded and held out his hand to help her through the group of dumbasses. When he turned his back, he felt momentum like an amusement park spin ride. However, this ride was propelled by the grip on his backpack, and he swung around in the air and slammed into the locker's face first. Sean was able to catch some of the impact by putting his hands up. The ass clowns were all laughing behind him, and Ellie screamed, "Sean, are you okay?" Sean turned around, wiping a drop of blood from a small cut on his forehead. His insides boiled as the boys laughed at his expense. Ellie was worried that maybe he had broken his nose on the locker. Sean paused for a second, letting his backpack slide off his shoulder, and gripped the nylon strap in his hand. He spun in a quick circle, holding tight to the heavy bag filled with books. It connected hard with Lucas's gut. The fat teen exhaled air and tried to gasp it back in while dropping to his knees. Sean dropped the bag and was walking towards Lucas with a fist raised when one of his friends gripped Sean's hood, pulling him back and off balance. Sean quickly righted himself, stepped back, and used his weight to do a hip throw that his coach had shown him. The boy flew into the air and slammed down with a heavy thud on the cheap, white-tiled floor. A crowd had started to gather, not caring about being late. A fight during school was priceless, and could not with a clear conscience be missed. The fear that they might miss bloodshed was too great a threat for any teenager. Lucas, not about to be undone but still fighting to catch his breath, pushed himself up off the ground and headed straight for Sean. As he closed the distance, a small pink tennis shoe delivered a devastating kick to his privates. He shrank back to his knees, dry heaving. Sean smiled and shook his head at Ellie, loving her that much more. She had a rocking body and fought at his side. What else could he ask for in a girl? Ellie caught his gaze, shrugged, and gave a playful smile. As he picked up his backpack, she held a pretend skirt to the side and did a curtsy for her knight. She then grabbed him by the arm to start the short walk to class. "You know you're insane, right?" she began. "I could have gotten out of that by myself. It's junior high. What were they going to do?" Sean shrugged, returning his backpack to his shoulder. "I'll consider this your way of saying thank you," he replied. Then, trying to be witty, he continued, "Don't jump my bones or anything. Mr. Peterson hates PDA in the hallway." A large, firm hand landed on Sean's shoulder. "Guess what else is against school policy, Mr. Fox?" He put his other hand on the back of Ellie's backpack and continued. "And Ms. Randall, apparently you wish to attend detention today." Ellie, who could care less about the man, remarked, "Mr. Peterson, you know that Ms. Randall is my mother. My name's Ellie." Mr. Peterson laughed, amusing only himself. "Well, don't worry, Ellie. I'll make sure I check the school computer and give Ms. Randall a call so she can come back and pick you up after you spend the day at in-school detention. Don't worry, Sean. You'll be there too. And Dr. Fox will be getting the same call." Sean pointed at the boys. "They started it. Isn't harassment against school policy?" Mr. Peterson shook his head. "You know, some people know when to be quiet. Didn't your mother teach you to be seen and not heard?" Sean's ears got bright red, and he defiantly looked the principal in the eyes. You mean my mother who died of cancer when I was 4? Sorry, but she didn't have time to knock that one off the list, so please excuse my horrible manners, sir." Mr. Peterson knew some battles were better left alone, and that he had dived into waters he dared not tread. "That's more than enough out of you, Mr. Fox." He pointed to the boys getting to their feet. "What do you 3 have to say for yourselves? Mr. Bunning, is it really that difficult to just walk to class and stay out of trouble?" Lucas held his bulging sore stomach and shrugged at the principal. "Sir, I can't help it if the ladies won't leave me alone." He smiled at Ellie. "I told her I wasn't interested, and then the 2 of them tried to beat up me and my friends." Mr. Peterson crossed his arms, looked at the 3 of them, and focused on the white varsity letters on their jackets. "Just make sure we don't have any more of these problems. We can't afford to lose games because you 3 are in detention. Now, stay off my radar and get to class. Is that clear?" He marched Sean and Ellie through the halls, preaching about morals and how as young men and women the 2 of them should be striving to grow as people. He spoke to Sean about how someone on the wrestling team who was a direct representative of the school should treat others with more respect. He led them to the in-school detention room, which was an office with 6 desks. He left them there to think about what they had done, which neither felt in any way bad about, and instructed them to write 1,000 words about respect, a paper which, over their dead bodies, would never be written. Ellie stretched back in her chair, looking around. "Look," she purred. "You hang with me, Sean, and you're going to go places in life." Sean smirked at her. "Oh, yeah? I'm going places all right, like the morgue in about 4 hours when Dr. Fox gets called away from work and royally kicks my ass. How are things going to go with your mom?" "Oh, there's definitely a grounding coming my way, and I'll lose my cell until my mom realizes she can't ever get a hold of me and gives it back. It could be worse, right?" Sean had a visual of himself on a mortuary table with a tag dangling from his big toe. "How, per se, could it be worse?" "Now that is easy. One of those guys could have kissed me or kicked the crap out of you." Sean nodded. "Yeah, or one of them could be in here, too." After a brief thought, he continued hopefully. "I know Mr. Peterson's going to give us Saturday school. We could ride in together, hit up Casey's mom for donuts in the morning. Maybe we'll get lucky and have the place to ourselves." "Well, I guess that really wouldn't be much different than being home by ourselves all day except for having the freedom to leave if we choose to. It's not like our parents would be there. The mighty corporation would have a meltdown if their employees tried to enjoy a full weekend," she joked. Sean nodded, thinking about his dad and how infrequently he was home. "Hey, think of the valuable skills we're learning like self-reliance, cooking, and making sure we go to bed before 3 in the morning. Kids who have their parents' attention don't learn those things. It's a shame, really." Ellie punched him lightly in the shoulder. "Hey, your dad does things with you. What about your annual hunting trips?" Sean sighed. "Nothing says I love you like teaching your son to walk into the woods, kill an innocent animal, and then cut the meat off its dead carcass. I think if my mom was still around, maybe he wouldn't feel so compelled to try to save the world. I'm pretty sure that's why he works trying to design drugs. I think he's got some delusional hang-up that he could be the one person in the world to cure cancer. He feels guilty about not being there for me and Mom." Ellie nodded slowly and let out a big breath. "Dude, you just went from deer hunting to cutting apart venison to your father's career and then to your mother dying. That's an impressive progression. At least you have a reason for your mother to be gone. My dad's been gone for years, and it's only because my mom says he couldn't keep his lips off his favorite guy." Sean shivered a little at the thought of 2 men kissing. "Ellie, you never told me that your dad was gay?" Ellie laughed. Oh, he couldn't keep his mouth off Jack Daniels bottles. He loved the ladies so much he couldn't stay home. Or, for that matter, stay faithful to my mom. It's why my mom went back to school and to work at E&T Corp. The door opened, and Mr. Peterson leaned in. He looked disappointed, shaking his head at the two. You do know that if you'd like to actually write the essay, it will require the use of a pen and a piece of paper, right? Ellie smacked her forehead. Crap! I totally forgot about that, Mr. Peterson. Thank you. You see, this is really our pre-planning stage. We want to make sure we write the absolute best essays we can for you. Mr. Peterson nodded. I can't wait to fill your mother in on how delightfully witty her daughter is, Miss Randall. I hope neither of you have plans, because you'll be spending Saturday together with a few of your fellow classmates here. At 3 p.m., the school secretary accompanied them to the main detention hall with the other kids. The 7th graders looked like they were on the verge of crying. It was somewhat like a Scared Straight program, since all in attendance in Adele between the grades of 7 to 12 had to share one school and one detention room. It was, in no way, 100% effective method, but it did tend to keep the kids who weren't sure what path they felt they should take going down the straight and narrow. They signed the clipboard with Mr. Smith, the teacher on detention duty. He was the freshman math teacher, and both of them were current students of his. He looked a little surprised to see them. Just between us jailbirds, what are you in for? Did you shank someone? Sean held back a grin and shook his head. Assault with a loaded backpack, hip throw, and not yet being a member of the varsity sports program, sir. Ellie jumped in before her teacher could ask, by cupping her hand up by her mouth to keep it secret from everyone else, and whispered, Sir, I got harassed by a bunch of boys, and I kicked a kid in the testicles very, very hard. I'm not sure why I'm here, though. I actually thought Mr. Peterson was checking into the school harassment code, but he hasn't gotten back to me. Mr. Smith stared speechlessly at both of them. Uh-huh. Go ahead and find a seat. Oh, and try not to hurt anyone, please. Ellie turned on her heel. We can't promise miracles, sir. Sean looked around and pointed at a few seats in the middle of the room. Hey, let's sit in the middle. The kids in the back are here too often, and earning detention while in detention is just stupid. Ellie picked out a seat next to an older boy named Greg Thompson. He was 5'7", easy on the eyes with his flowing black hair, and had natural muscles unlike the boys who made the weight room their lives. He was also one of the bigger troublemakers. He didn't seem to look for trouble, but it always had its way of finding him. Sean put it down to some kind of curse with being a cop's kid. He took his desk and looked at Greg, instantly regretting his seating choice. He was pretty sure Ellie had sat there because of him. Sean looked at who was sitting next to Greg and realized it was Lucas's sister Tina. He shrank down in his seat a little. Tina, unlike her brother, had been blessed with blonde hair and a slim, curvy body. She also wore the tightest jeans a teenage girl could buy. She was staring Ellie down with a cat-like expression. It was obvious the story of the day was the fight, and all the details had probably been exaggerated throughout the final periods. She stared directly at Ellie, whom she felt had no business sitting next to Greg, then looked around the room, taking it in one more time. Tina, being a cocky sophomore, finally spat out, Hey, why the hell did you kick my brother in the balls? Sean's face went a little red as he realized Ellie's chances of earning additional detention were increasing greatly by the moment. He was baffled by her seat choice and thought she really couldn't have chosen anywhere worse. Ellie barely missed a beat, smiled widely, and replied, "Well, your asshole of a brother tried to assault me in the hallway between class, and Sean beat up 2 of his friends. I kicked Lucas in the balls because I couldn't let the stud here have all the fun." Sean went even redder. Tina sat back, not expecting such an honest answer. "He's such a loser. I can only assume he got off because he's in football." Sean looked at Tina and Greg awkwardly, instantly embarrassed, and smiled weakly. "Well, it was kind of a misunderstanding, but they got what was coming to them." Greg smirked. "A misunderstanding, huh?" Sean didn't know Greg at all other than hearing the rumors about him, and was fairly confident he really hadn't stabbed a teacher with a fork last year. Nonetheless, he had a tendency to not trust anyone who wasn't a fellow freshman. All upperclassmen seemed to think that they had the right to pick on the underclassmen. So Sean decided it safest to sit to the side of Ellie exactly where he could keep Greg in his peripheral vision. Ellie leaned over and whispered, "We're kind of like rock stars at this point. How many kids get to serve detention in 2 separate places in one day, and then tell their story to the victim's sister?" "Who needs Christmas after today?" he managed. Ellie looked behind her, trying not to check out Greg all at once, and instead gazed at some of the students sitting in the back. "You know, come to think of it, I'm probably right. How many people get escorts to detention?" Sean shrugged. "Out of all the kids here, I might be the only one counting down the minutes he has left to live. My dad's kind of good with chemicals." Greg let out a laugh, one that sounded much more mature than Sean's. "I really doubt your dad's going to off you when you get home. What kind of chemicals would he have? Is he some kind of meth cooker?" Ellie stepped in before Sean could answer. "Worse, he could give Sean an overdose of vitamins." She smiled more flirtatiously than Sean would have preferred, and continued. "His dad's a biochemist. I don't know how dangerous he really is, but I think Sean has a chance of pulling through if he just doesn't eat at home for the next few days." Knowing how dangerous his dad could be, Sean smirked cockily. "Yeah, well, when your dad's an ex-army paratrooper, he can kill you with just about anything. I probably have a half hour, maybe 45 minutes left to live. It just depends on how long it takes him speeding and driving like a madman to get here." Greg looked Sean over, judging the credibility of his story and knowing that if he was truly worried about his demise, he would not be waiting around in a detention room. Greg liked his sense of humor and commented, "Better pray for rush hour, kid." Tina didn't have any interest in Greg or Sean, but wasn't happy being anything less than the center of attention. "Your dad was a paratrooper? That is so, awesome. Does that mean he drove tanks or something?" Sean thought it out, and came to the conclusion she knew diddly about the military. He shook his head. "It means he can jump out of airplanes, land within a few miles of his destination, go into a camp, kill someone with a bomb, knife, or gun, and then hike it back out of there with his team and not get caught." Tina bit her lip. "So, is your dad really hot too?" "Where do you think I get my good looks from?" Ellie laughed. "I've been trying to figure out what happened to you for years." All 3 of them laughed at Sean's expense, but he wasn't expecting compliments to come from a loaded question like that. Ellie, unfortunately, was caught in a fit of laughter. She had been trying to play it cool in front of the upperclassmen, but was incapable of stopping the laughs from coming. The more she thought about it, the harder it was to stop. Mr. Smith stared at them, but was unable to see everything going on. He stood up just as she got it under control and shouted, "Who is it back there making all that racket? Do you want me to tack on time?" Ellie opened her mouth to take the blame for it, but Greg spoke first. Sorry, sir. I was just thinking about something and it made me laugh out loud. Mr. Smith trusted Greg no further than he could throw him. Yeah? And what's so funny, Mr. Thompson? Well, sir, I'm working on being a respectable young man, and I don't think Mr. Peterson would appreciate me repeating something like this in front of all these fragile minds. Mr. Smith shook his head. I don't know if there are any impressionable minds at this age. Greg smiled and pointed to Ellie. I don't know, sir. I kind of have a feeling about this one. He gave a quick wink at Ellie, which made Sean's stomach turn just a little with jealousy. Mr. Smith shook his head but sat back down, deciding it was better to leave things alone and not encourage them. Sean and Ellie looked at each other and then back at Greg. He might be a little cocky, and he might have a little crush which was probably mutual with Ellie, but he did help keep them out of further trouble. Just as Sean thought of something clever to say, Mr. Peterson appeared in the door, smiling and pointing at the two of them. Mr. Fox, Ms. Randall, come with me. I didn't want you leaving after dismissal from detention. Greg couldn't resist, and with overplayed conviction gripped Ellie's hand, making her blush. Ellie, I'm broken-hearted. I had no idea you were married. When did this happen? Mr. Peterson shook his head at Greg. What a surprise! Mr. Thompson is in detention. You have such conviction. You should use it for something useful instead of wasting your youth in here. Is it possible that you might want to continue your stay at our little Saturday detention club? Greg stood up, saluting the principal. Sir, I wouldn't have it any other way. Every moment with you was something special to me. Mr. Peterson's eyes went dark. Well then, maybe we should make it 2 in a row. How does that sound? Greg gripped his chest, smiling even wider. Now, Mr. Peterson, that would be a dream. But only if you're going to be joining. The principal was achieving new levels of aggravation. His face was growing red, and it was easy to see the frustration was getting to an unmanageable and possibly unhealthy point. Mr. Peterson left the doorway he was leaning against and started slowly walking towards Greg. He was a troublemaker, but not an idiot. Greg took his seat, sitting tall and obedient. Mr. Peterson leaned over him and seethed. Did you want 3, Thompson? Just say one word. Greg thought about it while looking at Ellie. What do you think? I mean, you're already hitched, so what plans could I have the next 3 weekends? Let's make it 4 just to be on the safe side. It's a nice even number, you know. Mr. Peterson pulled out a pocket notebook and looked at Ellie, sizing the young woman up and then back at Greg. He smiled while writing down his new detention. I hope it worked, Thompson. She's a troublemaker, so you two should get along famously. Ellie stood up and retorted. I resent that. I am not a troublemaker. But as she turned to walk out of the room, she called back to Greg. I'll bring you a donut Saturday. Mr. Peterson marched back to the door and curled his finger in a follow-me motion at the duo. They walked silently as they headed down the hallway to meet their further punishment. As Sean and Ellie waited outside the office, Mr. Peterson slid open the tan filing cabinet filled with student information and figured he'd start with the Fox kid. How hard could a biochemist be to deal with? He felt the chances of a doctor getting to leave the minute he called was probably less than good. As he didn't want to be stuck here all night waiting, he picked out the phone number and punched it into the desktop phone meticulously and with force. He'll see how funny he thinks he is once his father arrives. An automated woman's voice answered the phone. Hello, and thank you for calling. You have reached E&T Pharmaceuticals Corporation. Please press 1 to continue this call in English, or para español presione dos. He wrinkled his nose at having to choose an option for English, but the machine could care less about his personal feelings. He swore at the automated voice and pushed 2 by accident, then cursed himself for the error. He slammed the phone down, picked it back up, and angrily restarted the process. He punched the right number the second time, and then had to choose from a vast array of options that came on before he finally made it to a receptionist who obviously hated life and everyone who called to bother her. Good afternoon, and thank you for calling E&T Pharmaceuticals Corporation. It's a wonderful day to start a healthy new you. This is Deborah. How may I direct your call, please?
Good afternoon. I would like to speak with Dr. Fox, please.
One moment.
There was a lot of typing and tapping, and she came back on the line.
Can you tell me in a bit more specific detail which Dr. Fox you are trying to contact, please?
Well, I am trying to reach... Well, do you have more than one Dr. Fox, sir? Ma'am? He stumbled.
Sir, I am not at liberty to disclose confidential information to you. It's against the Privacy Act.
Mr. Peterson was getting irritable. Well, I will let you know that I am the principal here at Raccoon Valley High.
She didn't let him finish. Congratulations on being principal, sir. Now, as I stated earlier, could you be more specific on the Dr. Fox you'd like to speak to, please?
He started fumbling with the file, growing more and more agitated by the second. He found the Parents and Emergency Contacts block, Dr. Francis Fox. Next to it, there was a scribbled note, triple underlined, which advised to call him Frank, not Francis. Yes, I'd like to speak to Dr. Frank Fox.
Transferring. Please hold.
Deborah droned, with the tone of the dead in her voice. The phone rang, echoing in a laboratory filled to capacity with enough technology to cure the worst of diseases. There were workbenches filled with test tubes, DNA sequencers, computers, chromatographs, microscopes. Anything that could be thought of, someone had already furnished it. In it was a man buried over his head with data results, test experiments, and dry erase boards filled with formulas and hypotheses, some that worked and some that failed. The phone rang 5 times before the ringing penetrated the scientist's concentration. Frank Fox pushed himself up off the lab stool he'd been sitting at for hours and stretched his lean, muscular frame. He rubbed at eyes that never got the amount of sleep they wanted and picked up the phone, annoyed and thinking there wouldn't be so many interruptions if a secretary could be put in his budget. He cursed the young research assistant that was nowhere to be found. This is Biochem Lab 562. Frank came from the military, and patience was not a virtue he had been blessed with. He didn't believe in unnecessary questions like, "How are you? How can I help you? Is there a problem? Why are you calling?" In Frank's eyes, if you didn't know why you were calling, then you shouldn't have picked up the phone in the first place. He started tapping his fingers on the counter, looking at the clock, waiting impatiently for whoever was calling to speak. Mr. Peterson was contemplating if it would have been less trouble to place Lucas and the other 2 in detention after all. Sitting down, he cleared his throat and tried, "Hello? Good afternoon. This is Mr. Peterson, the principal at Raccoon Valley High School." Sean's dad grew concerned. "Is there a problem at the school?" "Well, there was an issue with Sean today, sir." "Is Sean okay?" "Sean and his friend Ellie had an altercation earlier today with a few other boys. He is in mandatory school detention and, per school policy, will only be released when a parent or guardian is able to pick him up, sir." Frank shook his head in disgust, trying to stay level-headed but unsure how to approach this. Wait, he got into a fight earlier, and he got into a fight with a girl? You have got to be kidding. Sean knows better than that. He would never hit a girl. Are you sure you are talking about the right student?" "Yes, I'm confident the boy in my detention hall is Sean Fox. You misunderstood me, though. He didn't get into a fight with a girl. Your son and another female student got in a fight with 3 other boys that he claims were harassing the young woman." Frank was pacing back and forth between the rows of equipment. Wait just one goddamn minute. My son got into a fight with 3 boys and was fighting with a girl?" Mr. Peterson was starting to think the situation out and, possibly seeing the error in his ways, he nervously continued. "Well, you see, the 3 boys might have been keeping the young lady from heading to class, but I'm sure you will agree that—" Frank was approaching a meltdown, and he cut the principal off. "What are you talking about? Agree? You have got to be kidding." As quickly as he could, he locked up his research and backed up all of his projects while stripping off his white lab research coat and switching it for a black bomber jacket with worn patches on it. He transferred the call to his cell phone and headed out the door. "My son stuck up for a girl, and you pull him from class, and I have to come there before you'll release him? What exactly do you hope to accomplish from this?" The principal was squirming in his seat, unsure of what he should even try to articulate. "Well, actually, fighting in any manner at a school, even if the student, as you put it, felt justified for the reason, is still against the school's policy." Frank was flaming mad by this point, and not worried about who saw him on a rant as he walked down the hallways, waving his free hand in the air. "Principal Peterson, I tell you what, I'm going to be down to the school as soon as I can physically get there. It would be in your best interest to have something more intelligent to say to me by the time I get there. And if I hear anything that varies from what my son tells me, we are going to have the most in-depth conversation of your freaking career." Mr. Peterson sat up straight in his chair, pointing a finger at no one. "I'll have you know that I have a very distinguished teaching career, sir, hence the title of principal. You and I can talk until we come to an agreement about his punishment, but—" Frank cut him off, spitting out the words, "Punishment? I'd say he's pardoned for time served. If you are under the delusional impression that he's going to spend one more minute in that school being detained for no intelligent reason, then you're sadly mistaken. This had better not show up on his school record or keep him from wrestling next month. It sure as hell won't affect the writing he does for the school paper. My son's going places, and it's ignorant people like you that detain him from reaching his full potential in life." He ended the call and cursed under his breath until he got to the front door, waving goodbye to Pat, the silver-haired security guard. In the parking lot, he climbed up to a red full-sized pickup truck. He slammed both fists against the steering wheel to regain his composure before he tried to drive. Mr. Peterson looked around his office nervously. The man was on his way and was pissed. With a trembling hand, he placed the phone back in its cradle. He thought about it for a moment and decided a trip to the parking lot for a quick smoke in his car was probably for the best, and disappeared to his less than discreet smoking spot. 10 minutes later, he returned to his desk, waving to the secretary, checking the time, and feeling confident enough to call Ms. Randall. He looked at Ellie's file and dialed the number. He quivered when the familiar automated voice started. "Hello, and thank you for calling. You have reached E&T Pharmaceuticals Corporation. Please press 1 to continue this call in English, or para español, presino dos." Mr. Peterson sank back in his seat, pushed 1, and muttered, "Christ help me." After 4 rings, the phone was answered. "Good afternoon, and thank you for calling E&T Pharmaceuticals Corporation. It's a wonderful day to start a healthy new life. This is Deborah. How may I direct your call, please?" He decided not to bother filling her in. He had already called. "Good afternoon. Can you please transfer me to Ms. Randall's office, please?" Deja vu was on the verge of striking. "One moment, please." There was a lot of typing and tapping, and she came back on the line. "Can you tell me in a bit more specific detail which Ms. Randall you are trying to contact, please?" He was ready this time, and had a huge grin. "Yes, I'd like to speak with Ms. Karen Randall, please." "Transferring. Please hold." Deborah droned with the same amount of disinterest in her voice. The phone rang again, and eventually was picked up. Karen Randall answered. "Accounting department. This is Karen. How may I help you?" Mr. Peterson let out a premature sigh of relief, assuming this would be a cakewalk and that this parent would be more rationally sound than Dr. Fox had been. "Yes, I'm actually calling in regards to your daughter Ellie. She was in a minor altercation at school today." "She had a what? Who did you say this was?" Karen was still trying to get a row of numbers to sum up to what she needed, and was only half listening to the man. He cleared his throat and spoke in a calm manner. "This is Principal Peterson at Ellie's school, Ms. Randall. She kicked a young man in his, she kicked him in his privates." Karen stood up at her desk, shaking her head, and began pacing back and forth in the small cubicle. "Wait, she kicked a boy in his privates. Is there a reason why she might have done something like this, Principal Peterson?" "Well, we are still looking into that, Ms. Randall." "Oh, well, can you at least say if Ellie was injured in this altercation? Do I need to take her to a doctor?" Mr. Peterson jumped in immediately. No. She doesn't need any medical attention. She had an issue somehow with 3 boys, and she and a friend decided to take it upon themselves to settle the matter on their own." Karen's skepticism was growing with every word that came out of his mouth. "So why exactly was there an altercation? I don't understand what is going on, and I also don't understand why there's such a lack of detail except she and a friend of hers got in trouble. I'd like to know who this friend with her was. Are you trying to tell me that there were 2 girls beating up 3 boys? Mr. Peterson began perspiring slightly. Maybe he should have waited for that smoke until after this phone call. If he'd had known how this day would turn out, then he would have kept his happy ass home. "Well, to tell you the truth, she claims that the boys were harassing her. Sean Fox stepped in to try and get her out of it, and that's when the older boy stepped in and threw Sean up against a set of lockers. From there, the fight was really over before it could begin." "So you're saying that she's claiming to be harassed? Because I am sure you studied her school record to see she's always telling people she's being harassed and assaulting fellow students, right? You also say that a boy stepped in. Who is this boy we're speaking of? I mean, how does he fit into all of this?" "I am in no way meaning for this to get blown out of proportion. I just wanted to let you know that you need to come to the school to collect Ellie before we can release her, due to school policies." "You can believe I'm coming. It's beyond me how 2 kids defending themselves are being detained at all. I'm absolutely dumbfounded at what logic you used to come up with your rhyme and reasoning. You can bet your sweet ass that I am on my way down to that school where you and I will be having one enlightening conversation on why I have to collect my daughter. You better pray she was not the only one punished for this. And I'm not talking about the boy who came to her rescue, because God forbid a young man has some moral fiber nowadays." She slammed the phone down, swearing words no one should hear. She had grown furious by the time she got to her car. There would be more than one very pissed-off parent approaching the school today. Mr. Peterson lowered the phone handset slowly, placing it back in its cradle with a soft click. He looked at the clock, figuring E&T was less than a half hour away, and Dr. Fox had a head start on Ms. Randall. If he hurried, he could run outside and grab one last smoke before the storm of consequences from the horrible decisions he'd made that day began. He ran out to his car. As he chain-smoked, he watched the clock, hoping that rush hour would hit and he'd be able to sneak away when the final bell rang.
The principal ran outside to where Sean and Ellie had been sitting for the better part of a half hour. The sudden change in his demeanor blew their minds, as he explained they would not be required to go to Saturday school, and that he had been in error earlier. He apologized profusely, and let them know further that Lucas Bunning and his 2 friends would be spending tomorrow in detention. They would be apologizing to Ellie in person, and would be attendants at the Saturday school program for the next 2 weeks. Both teenagers could not have been happier or more surprised. Sean asked, "What exactly did we do to have all the accusations dropped against us, sir? We haven't had anything to say in our defense." Mr. Peterson cleared his throat and straightened his tie. "Well, it was all because of you, Sean. I just couldn't see how we could possibly punish you for stepping in and helping a friend. I think I might have overreacted and thought it best to set things straight before your parents arrived." Sean actually laughed out loud, thinking what a great article this would make, even though it'd never make it to the newspaper stands at school. He knew instantly that his dad had already spoken to Peterson. "So, sir, just curious. Did you have a chance to talk to Francis?" Mr. Peterson did a double take. "You speak to your father by his first name? That's a bit peculiar." Sean looked up at the principal. "So, he's on his way here then? I bet he is. Strange. He must not have physically threatened you. Good for you, Principal Peterson, that he must be in a good mood." Mr. Peterson looked down at him. "Sean, does your father have anger management issues? Do you need to confide in someone?" "He doesn't threaten me, sir, but if you tick him off, then watch out. Did you know he was a paratrooper in the Army? He left to go to med school. I can't believe you got him to leave work early. Oh, man." Sean shook his head way more animatedly than he needed to. Ellie was smiling ear to ear. "Did you say my mom was on her way too? I can't believe that. She works more hours than anyone there, except maybe Sean's dad. So, you're letting us out of Saturday school because your judgment was wrong, and it has nothing to do with our parents coming here now?" Mr. Peterson realized the questions would have no end, and he didn't want to answer any more, especially to 2 kids that he held partially responsible for taking his day right down the crapper. "I just want you 2 to please wait here outside my office so I can discuss things with your parents. I just wanted to let you know that this day wasn't intentional and we're not going to have any more issues in the future. I hope." Sean felt the balance of power leaning towards him. "Well, we can hope in the future we won't have a reason to take matters into our own hands, knowing that you're here to protect us, sir." Mr. Peterson shook his head as he disappeared into his office and shut the door. Cheap halogen lights silhouetted his frame through the smoked glass. They continued waiting quietly, looking at each other, sharing a moment of triumph. Ellie punched Sean in the shoulder. "You do know that the best thing for Mr. Peterson right now would be a pair of adult diapers. He is going to need them once our parents talk to him." Sean started laughing, and it spread to Ellie. They couldn't help themselves. From around the corner, Frank came marching towards them, the look on his face stern and fixed on his destination. Sean choked on a laugh and stared straight at his dad. Frank came up in front of them and looked Sean over. He saw the small cut on his forehead and then crouched in front of him. "Sean, are you okay? What the hell happened today? Seemed like a good day for a fight? I don't care what you were doing. You've got goals. You know what happens if you make trouble." Sean could feel nothing but contempt for his dad. "Sorry, Francis," he taunted. "I just couldn't sit back and let my friend get harassed by a group of pricks. You'd rather me let her get picked on while she was just trying to get to her next class?" Ellie smiled at his dad. "Hi, isn't this awkward? I'm Sean's partner in crime, Ellie. I just want to say he didn't start it.
He tried getting me out of there without any incident, but they threw him into a locker, hence the battle scar."
Frank nodded. "Nice to finally meet you, Ellie. Thank you for explaining." He looked back at Sean. "I'll talk to the principal, and then I'll drop you off at home."
Sean shrugged. "I know how to get home. Don't you need to get back to work?" His dad leaned in close to whisper in his ear.
"She's cute. I get it. Watch your mouth, young man, unless you want your ass handed to you. I had to leave work to be here to bail you out of this mess." Frank stood up, knocked on the door once loudly, barely giving it time to echo, and twisted the knob. Both teens instantly leaned an ear up against the smoked glass. The silhouette of his dad joined Mr. Peterson's in the office, and Sean had a feeling there wouldn't be a lot of principal-parent interaction going forward. Their eavesdropping wasn't rewarded with much understandable conversation, but it was easy to see flailing arms, and every so often they were confident they could hear some words that might have been classified in the school handbook as words you can't say ever. Sean glanced down the hallway and saw a very attractive woman power-walking with a purpose down the hallway towards them, her brown, slimming business skirt suit and her long hair swaying from side to side with every step. She shared the same dark blonde hair that Ellie had obviously inherited, and similar but more mature facial features. Ellie knew that her mom was above heated.
"Oh, crap! That's my mom, and she's on a warpath. Mr. Peterson's day is not going to improve any."
Sean nodded, and realized he didn't really feel that bad about it. All of this could have been avoided if the principal had been slower to judge and been more concerned about the entire student body. The man should worry less about ticking off some alumni by having a few varsity players ineligible to play 1 or 2 games because they were forced to learn lessons from bad decisions. Frank was shaking his head as he walked back and forth in front of the principal's cheap oak effect desk. "Altercation. Really. Let's just call it what it is, okay? The kids got in a fight that Sean didn't start, but he and Ellie finished it. Does that about sum it up, Peterson?" "Well, let me just start off by saying—" A knock stopped both of them from speaking further, and, as the door swung open, Frank took in the sight of a beautiful woman entering the office uninvited, just as he had. Mr. Peterson went to stand up, but when he saw Karen's fiery eyes, decided to sit back. He produced a sickly-looking smile.
Hello, Ms. Randall."
Karen glared at him, but briefly lost her train of thought when she looked at Frank, pausing a moment to take his looks in.
"I'm sorry," she managed, "but I'm going to have to interrupt."
Frank nodded, motioning with both hands that Peterson was all hers. Barely losing a beat, she continued.
"Please enlighten me why it is wrong for my daughter to defend herself. How in God's name does that call for detention?"
Frank took her in for a second, looking over the whole package again, and noticed her E&T work badge. He looked at the principal, wiggling anxiously in his seat. "Well, I guess we're both here to talk to you about that, Peterson." It did not take any thought process at all for the principal. He immediately recoiled, now fully regretting that he hadn't put more thought into his actions earlier in the day. He began apologizing profusely for Frank and Karen having to come to school. Frank continued. "I don't understand why it took you an entire day to see the error of your ways. You should have known immediately what to do in this case. You're the goddamn principal. I'm sure this type of behavior has happened previously during your years of experience." Karen just shook her head, listening to this man speak with such passion. She wondered if there was a Greek god in Adel, Iowa, and thought maybe he was standing in front of her own eyes. Turning her attention back to the matter at hand, she interjected.
"So, what are you going to do here? I need an answer. I'm sure there's a lawsuit just around the corner for harassment."
Frank hadn't even gotten that far and did a double take. Impressed, he joined in. "Well, Peterson, what are we going to do about this then?" Mr. Peterson felt like he was in a corner with two lions slowly pacing towards him. "It is up to my discretion to make hundreds of decisions every day, but not every one of them will be without some misjudgment, which is not in any way that I am admitting to, but I can assure you that I have already apologized to both students. I have told them that they will be able to make up any assignments with no grade loss, and those responsible will be thoroughly punished." Frank nodded. "So, additionally, you understand that neither of us would like to be bothered at work unless there is actually an issue? Am I making myself clear?" Mr. Peterson took a large, deep breath, clenching his teeth and smiling. "Yes, and again, let me convey to you that this will not be an issue going forward. I appreciate you both leaving E&T to come down here to speak to me." Karen looked at Frank and saw his E&T badge. "Well, what a small world." She stood, straightened her suit, and headed for the door. Frank followed quickly behind, and they both departed. Mr. Peterson collapsed back in his seat, wishing there was a back door to his office. The kids had given up trying to overhear and were making small chat until both parents exited. Unsure if they were in trouble, they did the perfect thing for teens to do. They sat up, shut up, and waited to be spoken to. As the office door finally clicked closed, Ellie tried to wait, but it wasn't in her DNA. "So, Mom, are we at least going to get to make any last requests, or is it straight to the firing squad?" Karen fought back a smile. Frank stared at Ellie, then at Karen, and just kept staring at Karen, waiting for a response. It wasn't his kid being a smartass, so he kept his mouth shut. Karen looked at Ellie. "Well, honey, believe it or not, he came to a very quick conclusion and decided that you two weren't to blame." Sean laughed before thinking about it and spat out, "Yeah, it was really quick. We spent all day in detention thinking we'd be in Saturday school." Ellie looked shocked as Frank lifted Sean to his feet by his sweatshirt. He flicked him lightly behind the ear and smiled at Karen. "Excuse my son. He is occasionally unfiltered. It's a work in progress, I assure you." Sean fought back a comment. "Sorry, Ms. Randall. I didn't mean anything by it." Ellie pushed up off the chair and slid on her backpack. "So, are we free to go, Mom?" Frank, thinking quickly that he wasn't done talking to this beauty, tried a delaying tactic. "Do you two kids have all the stuff you need?" Sean thought about it. "How? We've been in detention all day." Ellie nodded in agreement. "So, I'm going to take that as a no then." Frank checked his large silver watch. "Why don't you two run and get what you need? I have to get back to the office and finish a few things up before I can call it a night." They scurried off towards their lockers, and Sean pulled at Ellie's sleeve. "Breaking news! More work! What a shocker! Why not head right back? There's still daylight left." As they headed down the corridor, and just before they disappeared around the corner, Sean looked over his shoulder to see his dad leaning in towards Karen, his arm outstretched like a man on the prowl. Karen was smiling back, and Sean was wondering to himself if his dad could make things any more awkward with Ellie. Nothing like kicking a guy when he's down after being stuck in detention all day. He was in absolutely no rush to get a new mom, and really hoped Ms. Randall wasn't a candidate. Frank was flashing his largest smile as he asked what he already knew. "So, you work at E&T, Ms. Randall?" Karen smiled, brushing the hair from the side of her face. "Well, Dr. Fox, I work in accounting, and please call me Karen." She patted his shoulder playfully. Frank smiled bigger at the touch. "I work in the research and development department. We're always trying to do something new for the company. And if I have to call you Karen, you need to call me Frank." Karen read Frank's signs loud and clear. "Well, Frank, What are the chances of us meeting up for coffee later? You said you still had some work to do. I'm going back myself after I drop Ellie off. I think your chances are pretty good. I'm in the West Wing, Lab 562. I'm almost always there, so I'm due for a break, right? Karen pulled out a notebook from her purse, then pulled a pen out of Frank's shirt pocket, making him suck in a deep breath and sending chills down his spine. Well, when you're ready for that cup of joe, you can call me at one of these numbers, Frank. Frank smiled, looking down at his feet and then back up. You'll be hearing from me soon, Karen. Sean and Ellie walked through the empty school halls, enjoying their freedom. Sean was contemplating the role of a dad in a teenager's life and was sure they were put on Earth to make a kid's life hell. He couldn't just continue to be a mediocre workaholic dad who was never around. No, he also had to be trying to make the girl he was crushing on his new stepsister. I'll meet you back in a few minutes, Ellie. I just need to grab a couple books and journals from my locker. Ellie smiled. She knew he kept a journal and thought it was romantic in a way that he kept track of his thoughts and wasn't afraid to put them down on paper. She was thinking about starting one herself and was giving some thought about how maybe Greg Thompson would get a few pages devoted in it. She hurried with her stuff, knowing her mom would be waiting, and came up quickly behind Sean at his locker. What other kinds of trouble do you think we could get into in an empty school? Sean just looked around, up and down, and side to side. If we get our parents called back to school any time soon, my dad will decapitate me. I wish I was kidding. Well, I guess we better get back to our parents. God knows what trouble they're getting themselves into. Sean rolled his eyes, imagining the things his dad was doing, and hoped, no, prayed, that maybe his dad would let this one pass. Of course, only time would tell. They went back to the office, where Sean saw his dad still leaning in on Ellie's mother, and, to make matters worse, he'd bet money there was a phone number on the pink piece of paper his dad was currently pushing into his khaki pants pocket. Frank saw them approaching and backed up a foot. He looked as if they'd been caught with their hands in a cookie jar. They both smiled at each other and, as the teens approached, he said, "Well, hey, it was great getting to meet you, Karen, and what a wonderful circumstance to do so in." Karen looked taken back for a second. Frank realized his wit had gone completely unnoticed. "I was being ironic. Sorry. Not a strong suit." Sean snorted and laughed as he walked down the hall. He called over his shoulder, "It was nice meeting you, Ms. Randall. Ellie, text me later." Frank jogged to catch up to him. "So, do you know anything about Ellie's mom?" "Well, I know if you decide to date her, my overall feeling about you might reach new levels." Frank grabbed Sean and spun him by the shoulders to stare down at him. "Really, Sean? You know, maybe when you're older you might realize I didn't plan for life to turn out like this. Making plans to move here was something that was meant to make our lives all easier. It's why I took this job and left the service. I'm sorry I wasn't here when your mom got sick. I was called back to active duty, and I was working on soldiers wounded in war. It wasn't like they could release me to come home right away. They had to replace people. The doctors I spoke with told me she would make it through the chemo just fine. What do you want me to say that I haven't already?" Sean fought back tears, thinking of his mother, and pushed his dad's hands off his shoulders. "That's the problem, Dad. It's been 9 years. What exactly do you think you can do? You don't get it, do you? There aren't do-overs and epic parenting failures. You can fall in love again. You can get married. What in the hell do you think I can do? Do you think she'll be my fill-in mommy? You can't rewind time, Francis. When things are broke, what do you think repeating the same old apologies can do? I know you get called back to the army. I get it. But try being in my shoes and explaining to a 4-year-old who can barely spell chemo, let alone deal with his mother having to go through it by herself. She was like a walking corpse with her hair falling out,
puking all the time. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't eat. She just laid around crying, waiting for her next session and the taxi to come get us and take us down to the hospital. For years when I sleep, that's all I've been haunted with. What's the fix for that, Francis?" He turned and marched off through the car park. Frank was getting pissed off all over again. He'd had every intention of being back before the final days of chemo, thinking that there would be plenty of time to take care of his career and his sick wife. When you're young, you always have one more day available. It's the reason his 20s flew by. He started walking quicker, yelling, "Sean, you wait for me. God damn it, boy. Stop, I said." He grabbed Sean by the shoulder, spinning him around to face him again, and almost spun him off his feet. "Sean, don't call me Francis. I'm Dad, got it? You know that I'd never try to replace your mother. It's not possible, but you can't think that the two of us in that empty house can be healthy. It isn't easy for me either, but you need more than just me in your life." Sean broke free, swiping away a single tear, then dodged Frank's next attempt at grabbing him. He screamed in a rage at him. "The house wouldn't be empty if you were ever at home. I wouldn't be by myself all the time if you weren't always in that stupid lab. I wouldn't be by myself if you were there for me. I don't need you to marry some new woman so that you can pawn me off on her, damn it. Don't think that our annual father-son trips where you teach me to kill things with guns and then gut them are something that is going to make up for the other 51 weeks a year I'm by myself." He wiped his face with his sleeve and ran for the doors, pushing through them and out into the school grounds. Frank rubbed his hands through his hair and shook his head. He looked up at the ceiling. "Do you see what you've left me with? Jesus, this would be easier with you here, Marie. Two thick-headed people in the same house without a mediator is dangerous." He smudged away a tear of his own and slowly followed after his son. Ellie and her mother were walking towards Karen's green sedan. Unsure how to say it, Karen just told her the truth. "Ellie, I think you should know. Men can be assholes. They think with what's in their pants, and most of the time it doesn't make for the greatest choices." Ellie looked at her mom, completely confused. "You, Mom? Are you talking about Sean? He's just a friend. Sure, he's cute, but—" Karen started laughing. No, not Sean. I was saying this won't be the only time you have boys harassing you. Unfortunately, a girl who's going to turn into a knockout is going to have more than one boy hitting on her." "Those boys weren't hitting on me. They were just being stupid. I don't even know if they knew what they were talking about." "Well, those boys either didn't know any better or were never taught how to talk to a young woman in the first place. There's nothing wrong with Sean. I didn't mean anything at all about him. Although, what do you know about his dad, honey?" Ellie rolled her eyes. "Mom, seriously! There's 16,000 people in this town. Is there a reason that you need to hit on my friend's dad? Yes, I know about him. He's some sort of scientist. He used to be a doctor or something in the army, but left to work at E&T. He is single, he is a widower, or whatever you call it. His wife passed away like years ago when Sean was only 4 or 5. Karen thought about it and smiled. She was thinking about Frank. Doctor, ex-army, good-looking. She'd have to make sure she took him up on that coffee. They got in the car and started the short drive home. "You know I could walk home, Mom. I'm sure you need to get back to work." Karen shook her head. "Let's just get you home for the night. I need to run back and finish up a couple of things at the office, and then I'll be home later. Is that okay with you?" "Do I have a choice?" Karen gave her a non-committal look. "We'll try to do some mother-daughter stuff this weekend. Maybe we could go get a pedicure and lunch. How does that sound?" Ellie smiled, holding out her rainbow-tipped fingers. Like a deal?" She looked out the window as they exited the parking lot and saw Sean halfway across the grounds, running hard. She bent her neck back around further towards the school doors and saw Sean's dad walking slowly, looking defeated. She pulled out her cell phone and texted Sean, "If you need to talk, shoot me a text later. XOXOX." Later that evening, as Frank was wrapping up his experiments, he looked around and saw how empty everything looked. After thinking about Sean all night, he'd barely been able to get anything productive done. He was really feeling alone at that moment, and felt even worse about Sean being by himself at home. What was he thinking about his father? Frank put some notes away and backed up his research for the day, locked everything, and stuffed his wallet and keys into his pocket. He felt a slip of paper in there and immediately thought about Karen. He knew he should get home, but at the same time, he knew there were only so many opportunities in life. After losing Marie, he knew you shouldn't waste one day without being with the girl you love. Not that he was in love with Karen, but there was no point in being alone. He used his computer to search the employee directory for Randall and then narrowed it down to Karen. She was located in the middle of the building towards the entrance. He was on his way out anyway, and thought he might as well take a gamble. If she wanted to hit a cafe on the way home, he'd be happy to treat her, and it would be harder for her to decline if he asked in person. He hadn't dated regularly in years, and this was out of his comfort zone. He found what looked like an empty accounting department, except for the tap-tap-tap of different keys, sounding like they were being hit with machine gun rapidity. As he poked his head around the corner, Karen stopped typing abruptly and screamed. This was not the reaction Frank was shooting for. His eyes grew wide, and he held his palms open. "I'm sorry. So sorry. I just... Coffee. Yes, coffee. That's why I'm here. To drink or offer to go get some." Her chest was rising and falling, definitely accenting the lines of her breasts under her cream-colored silk blouse. Her suit coat was hanging on a coat hanger by a filing cabinet. She took a few heavy, deep breaths before speaking. "Yes, coffee is good. Hell, you scared me. You were like a ninja, Dr. Fox." He smiled and waved his arms about, doing a very cheesy impersonation of what he thought a ninja move would be. "I am so sorry. And remember, it's Frank." She nodded. "Let me save my work and get a few things put away, and we can maybe go to a coffee shop. My treat." He shook his head. "I just scared you half to death, so it's on me. I'll even buy you a cookie if you play your cards right. You take your time. I'll go wait in the lobby. I'm in no rush." As soon as he rounded the corner, she quickly shoved everything in a frantic mess into her desk. She hit the lights while sliding on her suit coat and ran to the bathroom, where she made sure her hair was in place. She pulled out some essentials and did a quick update on her makeup, putting on fresh lipstick and mascara, then sent a text to Ellie telling her not to wait up, as she was probably going to be out for just a little while. She checked her ensemble one more time and headed down to the lobby to meet Frank. She tapped him on the shoulder, surprised that he didn't have his nose buried in a cell phone. He looked up at her with that gorgeous smile. "Ready to get that coffee, Karen?" She nodded, and they headed to the front entrance, passing the night security guard with a wave. They talked out to the parking lot. "How about you ride with me?" Frank suggested. "No reason for us to both drive, right?" She agreed, and he opened the truck door for her, waited for her to get situated, and shut the door. He trotted back to the driver's side, got in, and turned the key. The radio came on, blazing over the speakers. For the second time tonight, Frank scared the ever-loving hell out of her. She jumped, and he fumbled for the power button to the radio. having scared the crap out of himself as well. She laughed. "Rocking out on the way here, Frank," she managed when he finally switched it off. He smiled. "Oh, you know it. Sean and I didn't see eye to eye back at the school, and I lost myself in music for the drive back. I don't want to bore you with it. So, how long have you worked at E&T? Have you lived in Adele for a while?" "I've been in accounting for the last 6 years. I got my degree to be a CPA, and have been thankful for such a good job ever since I graduated the night course program. We've been in Adele forever. My dad lived here, and his dad before him."
"Did you work right out of high school then?"
Frank asked as he drove down to Main Street, where the coffee shop was located. She looked curiously at him. "Okay, Mr. 20 Questions, but after this, you're all mine, and I do have questions for you." "No, I didn't work right out of high school. I became a young mother by having Ellie at the age of 19, and then, after she was 2, I went back and got my high school diploma so I wouldn't have a dead-end job. It took me twice as long as it should have due to working part-time and taking care of Ellie. When I was able to graduate, I did so with honors."
"Well, that kind of makes you mom of the decade."
"No, Frank, that makes me done answering your questions," she finished with a smile.
Frank held up his hands. "Well, I'm just a little terrified now."
He pulled into a parking spot and went into the shop.
Karen and Frank each ordered espresso before they found a quiet booth to wait for the barista to call their numbers. After they were served, Karen lifted the coffee up to her mouth to give it a test, but judged that it would burn her and put it back down. She stirred it slowly with the little plastic spoon.
"So, walk me through how someone becomes a biochemist at E&T.
Frank looked at his coffee for a long moment and then back up at her and told her the story of how he'd joined the Army after getting his bachelor's degree. With his science background, he'd started in paratrooper school. After his application was accepted to train as a biochemist in the Army, he'd enjoyed the next step of his life. He explained how he'd fallen in love, married Sean's mother, became a reservist, and, just as he was to start his job in Adele, he got called back to duty. He'd been taken back to work for a few years in the Army's Special Bio Team. He explained how he had received orders at the most inopportune time. His wife was dealing with chemo, and his son was too young to take care of himself, while he and a team of 9 other scientists had all been working endlessly day and night, miles away from Iowa. Chapter 2. Day -3164, September 30th, 2008. World population 6,696,637,725. A much younger Dr. Fox punched the keypad to enter an airtight, heavily secured lab room. He passed 2 rows of 4 young Marines wearing Kevlar vests, gas masks, all holding firmly onto gleaming black assault rifles. If anything went wrong here, or anyone tried to get in, he felt he was in good hands. He saluted them and, much like the guards of the British Royal Army, they did not even acknowledge his existence. Dr. Fox glanced around his laboratory. Anyone who walked in here could tell he and the other 8 doctors had been hard at it for days. They all had one goal, and they all wanted to be the first to say they had solved the problem at hand. The soldiers of the Iraqi army were using illegal chemical warfare. The Iraqi government, it would seem, felt that the rifles, tanks, planes, and the 100 other ways they had of killing and maiming someone were not good enough. The number of casualties the chemical weapons were causing were catastrophic. It was incurable, currently, with no hope. Morphine and a quick death was all that could be promised to soldiers who had inhaled the gas. The chemical suits the army had weren't able to keep the dangerous substance out of their lungs. It was the most painful way a soldier could die. They were trying to cure the effects of the gases, which would eat tissue and muscle from the inside. Dr. Fox was the only one who wasn't worried about a Nobel Peace Prize or the Medal of Honor. He was solely doing it for the soldiers. He had an added incentive that if he could get the preventative cure to work, he could go home. But he was in it for the long haul, if need be. He couldn't be there for his wife or young son, but he couldn't possibly be so selfish that he could allow thousands upon thousands of soldiers to die for his own peace of mind. The team of scientists put together had been hand-selected from the brightest, most talented people that the military had to choose from. Their goal, to design a vapor drug that would act as a rejuvenation drug, a drug to reproduce cells and tissue while counteracting all of the horrid side effects. Taking care of the toxins was very important. Once inhaled, the men would be dead in a short time. The vaccine also had to keep the soldiers in fighting shape. If they were lying there helplessly fighting the effects, they'd be shot by the enemy soldiers on sight. A well-educated Eastern-toned voice shouted, "Dr. Fox, I think we made a breakthrough last night. Take a look at this sample and tell me what you think. We're finally close. We just have a few issues to work out. I think your vitamin supplement you infused with the strands was the key." Dr. Christopher was clearly excited. Dr. Michaels came up and patted Frank on the shoulder and shook his hand enthusiastically. "It's true. Look at the blood samples where you infused your vitamins with the other part we came up with." He pointed to a chart with a graph showing how well it worked. He showed how the two fused together the 74th strand, the latest attempt at getting it to work. Mixing the vitamin with the X-74 vapor could be the breakthrough they had been fighting so hard to find. The doctors all patted each other on the back, smiling because they had made a marvelous discovery. They were already scheduling test subjects, the white, furry kind. They made a massive first batch to distribute if everything worked out. Frank made the final notes in his personal medical journal, knowing the next week would be the longest of his young life. Just then, a telecom message came into the research lab advising Dr. Fox to come to the Major of Science's office. Dr. Fox promptly reported to the Major's office and saluted. The Major looked up, motioning for him to come in, and snapped back a quick salute. "Please, have a seat, Dr. Fox. We need to talk." Frank got a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. "Is something wrong, sir? Did something happen?" The Major motioned again for him to sit, his eyes tired. He said, "You are what happened. You and the other scientists potentially came up with a way to finally fight the deadliest ground chemical agent we have ever had to deal with. The results look promising if we can keep the initial dose from slowing down the heart. They should be able to perfect it in a few weeks when they finish things." Frank stared. "Sir, what exactly do you mean, when they finish things? I've been here the whole time, even while my wife is fighting for her life. The reason I agreed to stay was for the long-term goal of saving lives. Maybe we can introduce this to the civilian sector medicine to try and save lives of sick individuals. I wouldn't be here without my wife's blessing. And now you tell me I'm off the team?" The Major nodded, ran his hand through his graying, short, stubbled hair, and gave him a look that said it all. "Frank, you know I would keep you on the staff forever, but unfortunately your wife's chemo didn't take. It made her body shut down faster. They think it's possible that the cancer was further along than they thought. She passed away yesterday,
and word just made it here an hour ago. You have my deepest sympathy, and arrangements have been made for you to be on the next plane back to the States. You have a son that needs to be taken care of. Before the sun had even set, Dr. Frank Fox was on the first of many flights needed to cover the saddest journey home of his life. Chapter 3. Day -216. October 26, 2016. World population 7,324,473,285. Sean worked his way through the city. The town was shutting down for the night, all but the coffee shops and restaurants. He didn't have anywhere he wanted to go, but didn't want to be home by himself. He wasn't afraid of running into his dad, because he'd have to be home for that to be a possibility. He knew that there would be no worry about that for hours. There were too many memories and personal ghosts to deal with when he was by himself. He could never get over losing his mother, but over the years he'd learned to cope with it somewhat. He replaced how much he missed his mother with the blame he put on his dad. He'd never got over the fact that his dad wasn't in his life when he'd truly needed him the most. Sean hated that. With each passing day, the short and precious time he had had with his mother before she passed was getting more and more difficult to remember. Meanwhile, Ellie was doing her homework while picking at a plate of spaghetti. She thought about playing it dumb for the next day and skipping her homework, but she figured that teachers would ask why it wasn't completed when she had a perfectly good syllabus with all the coursework and daily assignments outlined. She was only half focused on her assignment. In the back of her mind was Greg smiling at her, and the memory of him making a scene in the detention room. Her delicate finger lingered over the mouse on her desk, unsure what she should do. Greg Thompson's profile picture was smiling at her on the screen. She was contemplating hitting either the friend or message button, telling herself that it would only be polite if she thanked him for helping them with Principal Peterson earlier. She couldn't ignore the fact that being gorgeous was a deciding factor why she wanted to talk with him. Just as she was applying pressure to the mouse, a light knock on the window startled her, making her heart skip. She moved to the corner of her room and, gazing out the shade, saw someone was there. She slowly made her way to the window, pulled back the shade quickly, and screamed at the figure outside. The look on Ellie's face and the volume she was capable of screaming at caused Sean to stumble backwards, landing on his back and knocking some of the air out of his lungs. He looked up in bewilderment at her and smiled nervously. "Hi, Ellie. Bad time?" Ellie reached up, unlocked the window, and slid it open. She leaned out and started scolding him. "You effing scared the hell out of me. It's a good thing that my mom isn't home right now. Anyway, I figured the way you were running from the school, you were already home." Sean pushed himself up off the leaf-covered ground. "I haven't been home yet. My dad and I had an argument at the school earlier." Ellie looked worried. "What was it about? Was it because you stuck up for me? I'm so sorry if you got in trouble with your dad." Sean shook his head. "It's not your fault, Ellie. I could have pissed him off all on my own. I don't think that he really cared about that. He and I have some long-term issues that we've been working on for a while." "Like you've been trying to fix something between you guys?" "The tension between us has been more like a balloon that's on the verge of exploding. Well, that last bit of air must have been today, because the whole damn thing exploded. Usually it's my job to be sick of him, and he tries to do the fatherly thing just often enough to try and make me think he really cares. Why don't you climb in? You look kind of creepy sitting outside a teenage girl's window in the dark. She tossed a wink as she took his backpack and stood back while he awkwardly climbed through the opening. Sean came in and sat down. Chills ran up his spine as he looked around the room at the bed, the dresser, and the garments in a dirty laundry bin. He was pretty confident that the lacy bits were underwear. Sometimes it doesn't take much to make a teen male happy. "Okay," Ellie continued. "Now that we don't have to worry about the cops being called, spill your beans. I don't want you blowing up either." Sean stared around the room for a while, trying to think how to explain his story. He took a long breath. "You already knew that when I was 4 or 5 my mom got sick. Your mom had breast cancer, right? That can't be easy for a family to go through." He looked at her, remembering she wasn't really in his life at that time. "Well, actually it wasn't a sickness where everyone in the family was there to help deal with the stress. I didn't know what was really happening at the time. I understood getting sick, but to that depth I had no clue. I'd never dealt with a death in the family before. She had her right breast removed, and the prognosis was good. My dad left a week afterwards, while she was still healing and getting strong enough for chemotherapy." Ellie looked concerned. "What do you mean your dad left? Like my dear beloved father who couldn't put the bottle down and left? Or did he have a valid reason for leaving?" "He got recalled to his old unit in the army and basically disappeared in the middle of the night." Ellie smiled for a second. "Is your dad a spy? Hot guys are always spies. I bet he was like 007. Sean shook his head. "My dad's a bio nerd. He's not cool enough to be a spy. Nobody named Francis is a spy. And God, please quit calling him cute. You see, when I ask him now and back then what he was working on, all he told me was that sometimes we have to put the good of others before the good of yourself. I asked him why he couldn't have used that back then and picked my mom instead of his job, but he told me it was for the greater good. Try explaining that to a 4-year-old, though. But I still don't understand today." "Wait, who was taking care of you and your mother during that time? There's no way she could manage that on her own." Sean nodded as he sat down on the bed and took in a big breath. "Yeah, no way for her to handle that. With Dad gone, we were forced to move in with her parents, my grandma and Grandpa Thomas. If you thought that my distaste for my dad left a bad flavor in my mouth, then you should have seen my grandpa. He'd say on more than one occasion, 'How in the hell does a young man with a family go play with test tubes all day in some godforsaken desert?' Mom stuck up for him when she wasn't too exhausted from treatments. All I remember is her saying how Dad needed to do it, that it was part of a bigger picture, and not to blame him." "So the treatments didn't go on forever? Did it come back? Or did it just not work?" "Well, it worked, but the cancer cells can regenerate like any other cell. I don't know what else they could have done for her, but I'd like to think that there was something they could have done to save her." He fought back a tear as he thought about the last time he got to see his mother. Chapter 4. Day, minus 3,165. September 29, 2008. World population, 6,696,637,725. His mother took his hand and stared deep into his young, tired eyes, trying to think of what she could say to tell him it was okay. This was only a small part of his life, and she didn't want him to be traumatized forever because of one horrible time. She didn't want him to hate his father for not being there.
She knew very well what Frank was trying to do, and if it could save tens of thousands of lives, maybe what he was working on was more important as part of the bigger picture. But trying to explain that to a 4-year-old was all but impossible. She rubbed his hair gently and pulled him in for the last hug she would possibly ever give. The problem with cancer was its unpredictability. It put doctors in optimistic positions to say that it looked like she was going to pull through, or sometimes they'd say she was only looking at 1 to 3 months, and she'd live another year. A precious year filled with memories, pain, and sorrow. Marie spoke softly.
"Sean, how are you feeling, baby?"
Sean looked up.
"I don't mind staying with Grandma and Grandpa, but why can't we just stay at home? I miss my room, my toys, and my friends."
Marie shed a little tear as she brushed an IV-filled hand across Sean's.
"Well, honey, if your dad could be here, then you wouldn't be staying at your grandparents'. It's not that bad, is it?"
Sean shook his head.
"It's not that bad. I miss everyone. I miss Dad, too. You keep saying he's doing something too important, but then Grandpa calls him a bum who ran out on us, and then Grandma agrees. What does that mean when he calls him a bum, Mom?"
Marie looked down at her son.
"Your dad told me that sometimes you have to put others before yourself and your own happiness. It was something your dad was forced to do. He is too good a man to leave us in distress and pain, but the job he is doing is going to help so many, honey, that he had to go. He loves you and me very much, and would never leave if he had a choice. He's going to be gone a while longer, but by the time I finish the therapy, he'll be home. Try not to blame him. If he could be here, he would be, honey. I promise."
Sean nodded his head and rested it on his mother's bedside, but the promise she made faded away after he realized his mother had just said her dying words, and they were about how it was okay his father wasn't there, and that he was going to have to go through all of this on his own. Yeah, he'd try and not blame his dad too much. Chapter 5. Day -126. January 24, 2017. World population 7,343,640,585. Over the last few months, there had been a lot of rough waters. Frank and Karen had been seeing more than their fair share of each other. Sean was at a point where he couldn't take it any longer. Having a big get-together with the Fox men and the Randall girls over Thanksgiving had been really awkward. It was fun spending an entire day with Ellie during break, but it wasn't as much fun having to watch her mom and his dad pretend they didn't want to be all over each other. He couldn't talk to many people about it. His friend Greg had been more of a staple at the Fox household, and lately seemed to be the only one he could talk to about the changes. And he wouldn't complain to Ellie how he'd like to be dating her, and how, instead, their parents were the ones hooking up and making them closer and closer to being related every day. Ellie didn't seem too worried about her mom and Francis falling for each other. Instead, by the end of November, it was clear that her once-in-a-while random thoughts about Greg were becoming more regular. It was beginning to get on Sean's nerves that she was falling for Greg, and she was hoping Sean would help play Cupid. He didn't have the heart to tell her that Greg was interested in a special somebody too. Unfortunately, that someone was Tina Bunning. It was not uncommon for Greg to describe in detail the acts he intended on doing with Tina, given she had aspirations of being an adult movie star. Sean stared at the ceiling,
tapping his pencil on his journal, thinking about his relationship with his dad and how best to put his thoughts down on paper. It wasn't that he hated his dad, but he'd never forgive him for not being there for Sean after his mom passed away. And now, his dad was ruining things with Ellie for him. A sharp knock on his door startled him from his thoughts. He looked up to meet his dad's eyes, rejected the smart-ass urge to call his dad Francis, and simply sighed. "What's up, Dad?" Frank was thinking hard about the coming day and the knockdown, drag-out verbal war which was sure to come up about their annual hunting trip. He'd thought about canceling it this year, something he was pretty sure that Sean would not be worried about. He decided not to, because it was a family tradition going back to when he'd been a young man. The lessons he'd learned about wilderness survival and using a firearm were invaluable, and Sean benefited from them as well. Being cut off from all the damn technical advances such as cell phones, music players, and video games wouldn't hurt Sean a bit either. He looked around Sean's room at the game console, a laptop sitting opened, and a cell phone next to it making weird noises. "So, are you all set for Saturday morning? We need to get up bright and early to get on the road." Sean sighed. The tensions between them had been boiling at the brim lately. The thought of sitting with dear old Dad in a hunting cabin made him squirm, and if he decided to chat about Karen, then things would get heated fast. His dad seemed to think that if he kept inviting the girls over, they would just be one big, happy family. Did his dad think he was a baby and went to sleep at 9 p.m. every night, and that he couldn't hear Karen arriving a few times a week? Did he think he didn't notice his dad leaving a few times a week for overnight stays? Sean looked around the room. There were clothes everywhere, but the camouflage fatigues, which should have been laid out along with his sleeping bag and his extra clothes for the next few days, just weren't put together yet. It wasn't a current priority. "I'll pack later and be ready for tomorrow." Frank had been ready for 2 days, already pre-packed with all his gear ready to go, sitting in the living room for an easy carry outside in the morning. He ran his hands through his hair. It was a nervous trait. He thought about when he was Sean's age. He would be so excited and pumped up with adrenaline about going hunting with his own dad that he could barely sleep the night before. His dad didn't have to worry about him being ready. On the night of deer hunting eve, he'd be oiling his shotgun and double-checking to make sure everything was ready. It annoyed the hell out of him how nonchalant his own son was about going. He thought the trait would have rubbed off. "It's all about the finish work, you know. A successful hunt is because of good preparation, Sean. Don't forget, the cabin is a few hours away, and most of that is on foot, so whatever you think you need, be ready to carry it up in your pack." Sean thought about this. "This is just our annual deer trip, right? We're not going to become survivalists in the mountains, right? Or I guess it'd be the hills of Iowa." Frank shook his head and smiled. "No, smartass. Just make sure your stuff's ready to go. I already made sure that the guns, ammo, and hunting tags were taken care of. I packed up some new 2 3/4-inch steel slugs guaranteed to punch a hole right through them. They're good to go. Wheels on the road at 0400, so make sure you're up. I'm going to turn in soon, so make sure you don't stay up too late. You might need to drive." "Right, a 13-year-old driving. That'd be legal. Anyways, it's only 20 minutes away. I'll get packed once my riding is finished." Sean finished putting his thoughts down on paper and then dug out the hunting clothes his dad had picked up for him. He packed the extra set in his hunting backpack, along with the other clothes he'd need to stay warm at night when he wasn't trying to blend in with the deer. He stuffed essentials in there like his journal, pens, and a few modern-day items that he'd not be able to live without. He packed his knife that his grandpa had made for him from a deer antler, and he took out his wallet. He opened it to make sure the picture of his mother was there, kissed it, closed it, and stuck his wallet into a watertight compartment in his backpack. His dad always joked that no one was crazy enough to try and drive a vehicle up there, so everything that you wanted had to be taken in by pack. If his grandpa hadn't had horses and a sled, the place would have never been built in the first place. Chapter 6. Day -125. January 25, 2017. World population 7,343,853,555. Morning came too soon, and as Sean followed his nose towards the kitchen, he remembered the only good thing about the hunting trip was the giant breakfast his dad would cook once a year. He squinted at the bright lights of the kitchen and took in the deep smells of coffee brewing, eggs being scrambled, and bacon sizzling in the pan. He rubbed his eyes and saw his dad bouncing back and forth from skillet to skillet. His dad was already decked out in camo pants and a black, short-sleeved t-shirt. He wouldn't put everything else on until they arrived, or he'd be sweating in no time. Frank noticed his son standing there in flannel pajama pants and nothing else. "Are you all set to get a monster buck, Sean?" Sean, who was anything but a morning person, shrugged and let out a non-committal grunt. His dad laughed and took a long pull from his black coffee as he kept stirring the food around so it wouldn't burn. "Don't get too excited all at once. I don't want you to pull anything." Sean stretched and walked over to look at the food. He closed his eyes as he remembered this kind of treat happening weekly with his mother, as opposed to yearly, the morning of deer season. He peered around his dad and managed, "Smells good. Is it ready yet?" Frank shook his head. "Tell you what, why don't you get dressed and brush your teeth? We can eat these on the road." "That works for me, but are you going to be able to eat these on the road?" Frank opened the oven up, pulled out a large round pan of steaming hot fresh tortillas, and set it on the counter. Then he laid one of the tortillas on one of the two pre-cut aluminum foil wrappers on the counter. "Who needs to waste time sitting around eating when we can make the world's fastest-to-go breakfast burrito?" Frank scooped up the eggs, then got busy with the green chili sauce, the bacon, potatoes, and spicy pepper jack cheese. By the time he was done with the creations and had wrapped them with another layer of foil, they were as thick as a man's forearm. He secured them in an insulated lunchbox, topped off his coffee, and grabbed a couple of sports drinks for Sean. After thinking about it a while, he brushed his teeth and dropped off the Browns at the Super Bowl. Sean went into the medicine cabinet to grab a couple of packages of antacid for his dad. He figured he'd save himself and his dad some pain over the next few hours. The cabin was 20 miles from home. It only took a half hour to get to the outskirts of the property, which was abundantly thick with heavy oak and pine trees. But after that, it was an hour-and-a-half walk up a steep graveled road with full packs and guns. Halfway up the gravel road, it turned into a worn path. The cabin was safely secluded from everything else made by man. His grandpa had built the place and a shelter underneath it when the Cuban Missile Crisis was going on in the 60s, and he had brought most of the heavy equipment up here during the winter by himself, with a home-built wood sled and a horse. As for Frank and Sean, they just wanted the opportunity to fill their freezer with deer meat that they always ate happily throughout the year. Frank stopped at the outside of the cabin and set his pack down in the snow. He was the cautious type, so he spent a few minutes with a flashlight, walking the perimeter of the cabin. He checked that all the window padlocks were in place. Each one had a shutter that locked tight in the middle. The door had 3 separate padlocks,
and a bar that went through the door, which wouldn't budge until they were all removed. Between Frank and his dad, their ingenuity took care of any thieves, unless they were really destructive. After Frank deemed it was safe and removed all the locks around the house, they stomped the snow off of their feet and went into the dusty, musty cabin. Sean walked around, taking it all in. If Ellie, Greg, or Tina could have seen him all decked out in his camouflage and carrying a gun around, they wouldn't know he was the same guy. He took a deep breath in, the scents triggering all the memories of this place. He used to come up here when he was a kid, long before his mom had passed, and things were still good. His grandpa, a giant of a man, would carry him halfway up the hill on his shoulders and the rest of the way on a sled. Sean looked at the wood-burning stove, thinking of his grandpa lugging it up the hill with a horse so they could have hot food. There were long chats about the good old days, which Sean couldn't relate to, but always enjoyed listening to. His grandpa would go off about any topic, and his dad would just nod his head and smile, knowing there wasn't a damn thing in the world he could do. His grandpa would always toss Tootsie Rolls to Sean, knowing his son, Frank, would do nothing about it. Sean unfolded his cot and laid his pack next to it. He unzipped his camouflage coat, slid it off, and looked around. The frigidly cool air drifting through the open door felt good on his sweat-soaked back. After walking up that hill, it was all he could do to still breathe. He smiled, thinking about the other guys on his wrestling team. If they had attempted to walk up that hill with no free hands and a pack full of food, drinks, and clothes, the coach wouldn't have any issues at all with getting them to meet their weight goals. Frank knelt down by the wood-burning stove, grabbing some of the wood he kept stocked and some newspapers. Every year before they came up to hunt, Frank would make a special trip with some of the canned goods, drinks, and things like matches. The cabin had a stockpile because he always brought up extra with him. The canned goods lasted so long that Frank figured it wouldn't hurt to have a place with fresh, safe food, water, and anything else one might need. Plus, there was all the protein you could eat just running around the woods. He never told Sean there was always more than enough food, and that he didn't really need to pack his own backpack tight with supplies. Frank took some of the vegetables and frozen stew meat he had brought and set it in an old cast-iron pot, which just got better cooking over time. He looked at Sean, who was staring around, and said, "That's supper on the go. Let's get set up and go see if we can fill our tags early and relax the rest of the weekend." Sean laid his leather shotgun case on the bed and unzipped it. His gun had the classic wood stock and the blued barrel he'd gotten so used to. He loaded the gun and then checked the remaining ammunition while his dad watched and verified the safety was on. Sean found his hunting gloves and beanie and put the heavy camo coat on over everything and zipped it up. He knew that in a few hours he'd be happy to be dressed in so many layers. Finally, he smiled, getting a little excited at the prospect of hunting. "I'm all ready to go. Let's bag 'em and tag 'em, Dad." Frank took a deep breath, relaxing a little and feeling good that maybe Sean was finally getting into it. "I'm ready to go if you are." He knew he needed to talk to Sean soon, but thought maybe he'd do it later tonight while they were sitting around the cabin. There would be plenty of time to talk things out then. He didn't want to wait too long in case things didn't go well. He threw an extra log on the fire to make sure the stew had plenty of heat to keep it cooking, and they headed out. He breathed in the cold, hoping the sun would soon help heat up the day to 30 degrees. He showed Sean a spot where they anticipated pretty high traffic, and found himself a spot
50 yards down, with plenty of trees to cover his place. Frank knew it would be all or nothing for them on the deer, because that's how it always was. Lots of movement or not. But typically, where there are tracks, there are deer. The day was relaxing, and he needed it. He watched and waited for the first hour for something to come, but nothing did. He unlatched his pack and took out his medical journal, the one which he had kept since the beginning. He looked through it until he saw his notes from working with the soldiers and lost himself in thought for the rest of the afternoon. Sean lost interest in holding his gun and staring at the woods in a little less than half an hour, so he took out his journal, a pen, and his music player. He leaned up against the tree and went to work on his thoughts, though his writing ability was handicapped with the thick thermal gloves. He stayed warm with Ellie on his mind. He figured even if his dad decided to start dating Karen, more than maybe it wouldn't be that bad. If he could spend more time with Ellie, she would forget about Greg. He had other plans, and he thought maybe if he told her about Greg's intentions with Tina, then maybe he'd increase his chances. He didn't want to screw up Greg's life. He looked up to him, and wouldn't want him to think anything less of him. At the same time, as much as he thought he would be the perfect guy for Ellie, he also knew if he told her about Tina, then maybe he would be breaking her heart. He shook his head. It was hard to be a teenager. Adults had it easy. They got to work and didn't have anyone telling them what to do. They had lots of money and got to be with a girl they liked, and probably got laid every night. He couldn't wait until he had his own place and didn't have anyone telling him what to do. He was pretty sure that he'd be a journalist, if there was still such a thing as paper publications, by the time he becomes an adult. He checked his phone and looked at his signal. It was weak, but hopefully just enough to get a message to the outside world. He pulled up his contact list until he found Ellie's picture, where she was giving him the finger. He hit the envelope icon to send her a text. He typed out, "Help. Trapped in woods. Dad has a gun. No deer. Worried we'll be eaten by the old man. SOS. LOL." He sat there for a while, until a new message popped in from Ellie saying, "Hey, better save some of that battery for the rest of the weekend, or you're going to be off the grid completely. Hope you guys are having fun. I'm out with Tina and Greg. Wish you were here." He heard in the distance the loud weekly city tornado sirens going off. It must be noon. He laughed because it was the most excitement that ever happened on Saturdays. He read his phone again, and the "wish you were here" made his day. He sat back smiling and shot one last message out saying, "Hey, maybe we can hang out Sunday evening, depending on when we get out of the woods." After listening to nearly all his music, Sean looked down at his watch. It had been hours. The time was 5 p.m. He peeked around the corner of the tree, being sure to be quick about it. He didn't want a deer running his way and having his dad blow it to kingdom come. Of course, he knew Sharpshooter Fox wasn't going to miss and hit his only son, but he didn't want to take a chance. He decided to wait. After a while, Frank's thoughts had turned to his late wife. He wiped away a few tears, convinced that if Marie knew he had a chance to be happy, and he could help Sean by having a mother, that she would be fine with him moving on. Frank looked at the sun getting ready to set for the evening. It would be dark by the time they got back to the cabin. There were mountain lions rumored to roam the hills here. He knew the shotgun would take one out, but didn't want to think about what would happen if one came up from behind or jumped out of a tree. There'd be no way for Sean to be ready for something like that. He walked up the path and called out, "Hey, killer, you ready to go get something to eat? I'm starved. I should have thrown some snacks in my pack for lunch. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I was just too excited to get out here." Sean looked up at the movement in his peripheral vision and saw his dad's mouth moving. He pulled out his earbuds. "Huh?" His dad couldn't give him a hard time. He'd spent all day trying to decide how to let Sean know exactly what he was thinking of doing, since they needed to talk about the changes which were going to be coming soon. He repeated, "You ready to go get something to eat? We better get back before it gets dark. No reason to break out flashlights for a mile walk back if we can avoid it." Sean pushed up, grabbed his gun from where it rested against the tree, and they started their walk back. "I didn't see anything but squirrels and birds all day." His dad smiled at how observant his son was, even though he pretended how little he really cared. "Well, I saw this deer highway, but I didn't see any actual deer. But where there are tracks, you know there's deer. We just need to be patient. We still have Sunday, and I'm feeling a little ill. So if we need to, then maybe we should stick it out for Monday." "Wait," Sean managed, startled. "You're purposely going to miss work? Wouldn't that go against, like, your professional honor code or something?" Frank shook his head. "I'll find a way to sleep at night, I'm pretty sure. I've put some overtime in." Sean nodded and sarcastically added, "I have a feeling the principal would say that you're full of it, and there's a good chance they'd have a heart attack if you mentioned a teenager was using a firearm. Then something about, didn't you know that guns kill?" "Yes, guns kill every day, but it's at the hands of the untrained or those too weak to handle life's issues without one." "Geez, Frank, settle down. I was just pulling your chain." "I know you're kidding, boy, but there are some things a man should know how to do. Being able to hunt for your own food shouldn't be something that those ignorant teachers are able to complain about or think less of you for. If the world went to hell in a handbag, anyone who couldn't fend for themselves would be dead. No one's going to support a society full of people who can't contribute or are unwilling to take care of themselves." They arrived back at the cabin just as the sun was going down and brought inside their solar-powered lanterns that had been charging in the sunlight. They hit the power switches, lighting up the 10 by 15-foot space. There was plenty of room for 2 guys, with 2 cots, a table, and a stove to cook on and heat the building. If needed, there was a lavatory outside anywhere you chose. Sean went over and laid out his gear next to the cot, and found a nice big fat log to stuff into the hot embers, which were left from burning all day. He grabbed a hot pad and looked at the stew concoction that his dad had made before they left. It was more like a steak mush at this point. It had cooked and boiled and stewed all day long. "How is the stew looking? I could eat a pig's asshole right now, I'm so damn hungry." Sean looked at his dad. "Please tell me this is our regular stew meat and not the alternative." Frank, taking a minute to enjoy this, tapped a finger on his chin. "You know, I can't remember. Did I pack pig assholes or beef? I guess we'll have to find out. Better grab a small bowl for your first round of supper, Sean." Sean shrugged. "Well, at least you brought a loaf of bread and some fruit cocktail cans." Frank grabbed the cast-iron pot and carried it over to the table. He laid out a couple of bowls and filled them to the top. Steam poured out of them, along with delicious smells. "Come eat some beef stew, Sean. Your being hungry, cold, and in the wilderness is no fun. We'll save the pig for Sunday breakfast." Sean took a big inhale of the steaming stew in front of them and went to take a giant bite of it. His dad stared at him, smiling. "That's some hot food, son. Might want to let it cool off." Sean attempted to juggle the food in his mouth to find a spot the scalding hot stew wasn't going to blister, and he finally decided the only thing he could do to save himself was to take a giant drink of water. He chugged a few gulps out of his bottle and made some panting noises. He picked up a piece of bread, tore off a chunk, and started snacking on it, waiting a bit more patiently now for the stew to cool. Frank took a piece of bread and passed it back and forth in his hands. "Sean, I've been meaning to talk to you, but I figured I'd wait until we got to go on our trip this weekend." Sean looked up. Questions he kept to himself were betrayed in his eyes, like, "Why did you wait? Was it because you were worried about what I'd do if I was home? Would I leave if I was home? Would I hide in my room?" He nodded and just stared. If he wanted to talk, they would talk. Frank thought maybe Sean would say something, and after a minute of awkward silence he managed, "So, you're aware that Karen and I have been seeing each other the last few months, right?" "Yeah, I know you two are dating. I've seen her leaving in the morning, and you coming home in the morning. I can put two and two together. I'm not a kid anymore, Dad." Frank looked at his son seriously. "You haven't been a kid for a long time, bud. I know you see her leaving, and me leaving at different times of the night. And I want you to know that isn't the only reason we date. We truly love each other's company. I haven't been this happy since your mother was in my life, son. But since she isn't, I think she would have wanted me to find someone new." Sean scowled. "Well, I wouldn't know what she'd want, but she wouldn't want you to replace her." "Sean, that's impossible. There's no replacing someone you loved and lost, but there is finding someone that you love again. I'd say only by God's good grace that I was able to find someone this wonderful again." Sean didn't want to make his dad feel bad, but he countered, "Don't tell me that you don't know how much I like Ellie. You're putting me in such a messed up situation, Dad." "Sean, you're going to have girls come in and out of your life. I want to spend the rest of my life with one that I think will be a great mother for you and a wonderful wife for me. Ellie and her mom are two wonderful women. I need you, or I at least want you, to tell me that you're going to be on board, that you're going to be able to handle this, son. I can't make a decision this big on my own. Unfortunately, life sometimes has big decisions. When life goes normally, and you don't lose the ones you love, then you don't ever have to ask your son for their permission to marry someone." Sean just stared at his dad. "Married? You're going to ask her to marry you already? I just thought... Well, hell, I don't know what I thought you were going to say. I can't believe you're going to marry her. Jesus, Dad. And how dare you tell me I will have all these girls in my life? Ellie is wonderful. She won't have anything to do with me as a boyfriend because your intentions are to make her my freaking sister." Frank hadn't realized, of course, how deeply his son felt for her. "Sean, I had no idea this is what was going through your head. Why didn't you say something before now?" Sean threw up his hands in disgust. "When would I tell you? With all the hours you put in at the lab and all the time you spend with Karen? Well, hell, this is probably the first time we've spent together since the principal's office or Thanksgiving when they both came over. But I wouldn't really call that father-son time." Frank slammed his hand down on the table hard. "Look, you need to relax. I'm sorry you have a crush on a girl you think you want to date. Life isn't about what-ifs. It's about what you do, not what you daydream about. Life is too short. You need to grab what you want in life and take it by both hands. It's not likely that I'm going to stop seeing Karen, so I don't really have an answer for you with Ellie. but you're a smart kid, and I'm sure you'll figure something out." Sean put his head down and started eating his stew and bread. His dad just stared at him. He felt like he was stabbing his own son in the back, but at the same time he knew he didn't have that many opportunities in life, and this was one that he was going to take. He thought about continuing the conversation and trying to resolve some issues, but knew there was a good chance he'd just be adding gas to an inferno. They ate the rest of their food in silence and went to their own cots afterward. Sean wrote furiously in his journal, trying to think of what Ellie would say when she heard the news. Sadly, he didn't think she would have the same reaction. She liked his dad more than the memory she had of her own, and he didn't think she was faced with the dating conflict issue. Sunday, the two woke early. Sean stayed in the cabin until his dad left to go hunt. He wrote the entire morning and packed up all of his gear. He was half tempted to walk down the snow-covered hill by himself and wait by the truck. He thought about it and realized, even though he was upset with his dad, that not getting a deer this season wouldn't make him feel any better. Frank went into the woods by himself after trying to wake an unresponsive son. He couldn't have felt guiltier about saying anything before they got home, unsure why he thought taking him up into the woods was a good idea to break the news. He hoped if they talked it out, then maybe Sean could see it from his point of view. By having a mom in the house, they could feel like a real family, and he didn't take into account how much Sean cared for Ellie, even if it might just be a teenage crush. Sean left a note on the table for his dad. It said he would meet him at the cabin at 3 to head down. He went a mile in the other direction and found a new set of tracks. He was optimistic he was on a deer highway close to here. He thought about it and sat down, triumphant he'd found his own spot and didn't need to have his dad tell him where to sit this time. When he had a son of his own one day, they wouldn't be fighting like this, because he wasn't going to date his son's friends' moms. MILFs wouldn't be allowed in his book. He sat in his spot, watching the woods and listening. He didn't pull out his journal or music player today, and, for the first time, wasn't bothered by the silence. It was something his dad said would happen over time as he developed into a man. He understood what his dad meant now, how the stress of daily life could be silenced when sitting in the woods. He didn't lay his gun down today, but kept it steady in his hands. He listened intently and heard a deer grunting in the distance. He remained perfectly still and silent. He moved slowly and peered around the side of the large oak tree and saw a giant buck coming towards him. Sean brought his right knee up slowly, placed the butt of the gun inside his right shoulder, and rested the end of the barrel on his right knee in a sniper sitting prone position that his dad had taught him to use with rifles. Sean took a deep breath, flicking off the safety next to the trigger, and waited for the deer to enter his sights. It strutted around and ate some grass or plants, which weren't covered with snow, about 20 yards down. He lined up his sight on the heart and pulled the trigger, letting out a breath as he did. The report of the gun's blast echoed through the hills as the slug tore through the animal. The deer collapsed. Sean was reminded instantly he didn't have his earplugs in as his ears began ringing. He watched as a line of smoke drifted from the gunshot. He still had a lot of daylight left. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He got up from his spot, his ears ringing immensely. He still couldn't hear anything but saw movement off to his right. It was his dad, and he was running for everything he was worth. He looked like a crazed man. Sean spun around, looking behind him, making sure there wasn't something coming. Frank stopped at Sean and was moving his lips, but Sean could barely understand anything that he was saying. He put up his hand to stop for a second and pressed in on his ears, trying to get them to pop enough to hear his dad. "Sean, are you okay? What the hell were you doing?" Sean, utterly confused, looked at his dad and pointed to the dead deer up the hill. Frank looked back at Sean with a white face. "What did you think would be happening, Dad, when you heard a gun blast?" Frank shook his head. I thought you were still in the cabin. I don't know what I was thinking. Just forget about it, okay? Let's go check out your buck." Sean caught up to his dad and passed him. He wanted to see his trophy, although it had lost a bit of its flair after his dad's stupid reaction. It wasn't moving, and Sean went up to it as he had been taught by his grandpa and by his own dad. He poked at it with his rifle barrel and stepped back quickly. The snow around the animal was peppered with red spots. "Oh, that deer is gone, son. Look at the blood loss from its chest." Sean left his dad with the deer and ran to get the sled so they could take it down the hill. The plastic sled did better downhill than trying to balance all the weight of gear and dead game. As long as you didn't twist an ankle, the path back down the hill was the easiest part of the trip. At the cabin, they left all the food there that wasn't perishable and packed the rest back into backpacks. The two didn't want to leave leftovers out for wild animals. They got the cabin secured again and then locked up the padlocks. The walk down to the truck and the ride back to town was uneventful and quiet. Sean helped his dad carry in the packs, cleaned his gun, and replaced it in the gun cabinet. The cabinet was filled with rifles of small and large caliber, with plenty of ammo, enough for a small army. He looked at the compound bows hanging in the closet, wishing he could shoot one more often. Frank had already taken the deer to a meat locker to have it processed, so Sean retired to his room after a hot shower. A few minutes later, Ellie tapped on the window. She tapped again, but Sean was oblivious. She finally took out her cell phone and sent him a message. "Hey, loser, turn around. Your music is too loud. Are you deaf?" She waited for another second. The phone buzzed, and Sean read it. He turned around slowly, smiling, and waved. She pointed to the window, and Sean realized she was freezing and wanted in. He grinned and opened the window. "Is there a reason you're not coming to the front door?" "Mom thought I should stay in. I thought I should come see you." Sean nodded slowly. "So it would appear you had a difference of opinion? I think you made the right choice." Ellie climbed through the window after hitting her shoes together to get the snow off. "Yes, we disagreed." "So you're saying maybe your mom would kill you if she knew you left?" Ellie shrugged. Details, Mr. Fox. I'll get back soon. She'll never know I was gone." Frank knocked on the door, and they both jumped a foot. Sean knew he wasn't allowed to have girls in his room. Not that he'd had too many opportunities to do so at 13. "You better get in the closet. If my dad finds you in here, he'll tell your mom on their date this weekend." Frank knocked again, and Sean looked at the door, seeing it was locked. "Stay out, I'm changing." "Really? Well, you do know avoiding me isn't the easiest way for us to work this out." Sean bit his lip, hoping his dad would just go away and not say anything stupid that he'd have to explain later. Frank tried the handle. "Sean, can you please unlock the door? I just want a minute. We need to get this figured out. I think we can make this work. I can't help it if you're in love with a girl that you're not able to be with. I'm sorry, but we only live once, and I'm not passing this up for a teenage crush." Sean slapped his head. His dad had just completely spilled his guts for him about Ellie. "Dad, That's not the problem. You really think after 5 months you know she's the one for you?
I haven't felt this way about anyone since your mom. It's not a feeling you get. You just know she's the one. I wouldn't do this if I didn't think it was the right thing to do. I know you like Ellie, and you like her more than a friend, and I know that's putting you in an awkward position, and I'm sorry. Sean stared at the closet and started strangling a pillow, picturing his dad and his thick neck. Dad, really, just do what you think you need to do. I know there's no talking you out of it. I have homework to get done. I'm behind after going hunting. Do you think we can do this some other time, please? Frank said, Okay. You've got something more important than what I want to talk about. Thanks, Bud. I can respect that. I just really was hoping you would be okay on this. Sean listened to his dad's footsteps fade away down the hall. He had a hard time understanding how his dad was incapable of really comprehending this. Ellie poked her head out, looking a bit awkward. So, that was weird. Sean sat down on his bed and rubbed his head. He'd planned on telling Ellie how he felt and thought about doing it soon, but he hadn't realized that his dad was going to do the goddamn thing for him. Apparently his dad needed to do all he could to ruin his chances with Ellie. She sat down next to him and spoke in a really calm, low tone. I didn't know you thought of me like that. I figured you knew I was thinking about Greg lately. Sean shrugged. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean you'd like him forever. I figured you'd figure out he's not really the type of guy you want to date, and maybe you'd start noticing me at some point. Ellie smiled. I just thought we were friends, Sean. What are we going to do about our parents? It's a pretty sure thing that he's going to ask your mom to marry him this weekend. Ellie sucked in a deep breath and hit Sean in the shoulder. She put her hands up to her mouth and then dropped them back down slowly. Really? He's going to ask her? Oh my God! I can't believe this is already happening. Sean stared at her blankly. You know, if you tell your mom, there's a good chance my dad will murder me. Hey, don't worry. I won't say anything. And don't let anything get weird between us, okay? Sean nodded. Yeah, I won't get weird. Besides, if I don't have you around, who am I going to talk to? Ellie looked at her watch. You know what? I better get going. Eventually my mom will come check on me. Call me if you need any help. I could come and cause a commotion out front. You couldn't just hit her car for me, could you? A good car alarm would draw her attention away. Sean laughed. I don't want to help that much. Ellie disappeared out the window with a jaunty wave. Sean walked back to his bed and laid down, lacing his hands behind his head. He took a deep, depressed breath and started listing what exactly had made this a horrible weekend. How Ellie said she wasn't into him. Ellie seemed somewhat excited for her mom. Ellie verified she was still into Greg. And his dad wasn't changing his mind. Could this weekend get any worse? Frank thought about Sean again, then called Karen. He had missed her since they left and waited as long as he could. These feelings were the exact proof he needed to know he had made the right choice. He knew very well that he couldn't live without her. The phone rang. Karen put down the paper she had been reading, picked up the phone on the third ring, and answered in a sexy voice, purring, Hello, big bad hunter man. Did you get a deer? Frank smiled on the other end and collapsed into his chair. Well, it's a good thing that one of the Fox men could fend for themselves in the woods. Karen laughed with a snort. Oh my. Actually, Ellie told me all about it after she had a text from Sean. I bet he gave you crap about that on the ride home.
Frank frowned and thought better than to open that can of worms. He just casually replied, "Oh, it was one insult after another. He couldn't give his old man a break to save his life. Don't worry, I can take it. I wanted to take you out to eat this weekend. Do you think you can handle that?"
"You know what? I could use some wining and dining. Where did you want to go? Luther's Pizza?"
"Oh, honey, we're going to the big city, Des Moines, Iowa, the best place we can go. I thought we could get steaks and wine. Maybe I can pick you up at 6:30. We could pick the kids up some movies and pizza, and you and I can make the big drive." Karen knew the restaurant he meant.
"Can your ego handle not feeding me venison from your kill?"
Frank laughed this time. "If it means I don't have to do the dishes and I get to have you all to myself, then yes, let's eat beef."
"I'm looking forward to it. I have a busy week, so I won't have a chance to see you until this Friday. I'll make sure I get off early so I can look spectacular for you."
They said their goodbyes, and she hung up the phone. Karen picked up the papers and read them over again for the 10th time. Friday would easily be the best day in her week. Chapter 7. Day -120, January 31, 2017. World population 7,345,131,375. Friday night took forever to arrive, and it had taken Frank 3 different nights of hitting every jewelry store in Adel and Des Moines until he was satisfied he had found the perfect ring. He'd searched for a 1-carat diamond set onto a simple plain gold band. He knew when he saw it that it was perfect. He spent the rest of his time during the week with work, and more work. He also spent quite a bit of time avoiding Sean, as he didn't really want him putting a damper on what was already a stressful week. There was nothing like asking the woman you loved to marry you and start a new life together. He had all kinds of reminders set at work to make sure he didn't forget to go home early on Friday. Harry Rogers, his personal lab assistant, was a short, prematurely bald man in his 20s with a pudgy gut. He had been asking questions all week.
"Sir, if you don't mind me asking, what exactly is going on Friday night? You're not really the go-home-early type."
Frank shot a finger at him. "I don't mind if you ask a personal question, but that falls under the none-of-your-business category. Are you done with the vitamin project results?"
"No, not yet. I've been waiting for the results to see how strong it stays while they attempt to make a large batch of it downstairs."
"Wait. You asked them to make a large batch? Why would you ask that? They make tankers full of that, and it's not going to be any good if it doesn't come back as correct. We can't have medicine being made when we don't know if it's going to be successful. That could be disastrous."
"You know as well as I do, sir, that it's E&T protocol. Something works, they get it on the shelf. They know it's vitamins, and no one's going to die, are they, from what we make here? It's designer vitamins, for God's sake."
Frank, thinking back to his army days, got lost for a minute. Rogers was probably correct. Yes, there was no realistic chance that anyone would die from having a little too much vitamin C in their diet. He had a quick realization that what he was making here wasn't something like Project X-74. On Friday, at 4:30, he hit the save icon for his current project, then powered down and backed up his machines in the large lab. "Rogers, make sure you get everything backed up and saved. Got it?"
"Rogers. Get it?"
he joked.
"Have a good weekend, Dr. Fox."
"Rogers, yes, I get it. Get everything backed up." Frank hated the joke Rogers used weekly. Frank arrived at home at 5 o'clock. His arms were full with pizzas, pop, and movies. The films had PG-13 ratings and, to make himself feel old, they were full of a cast of actors he hadn't heard of. He thought Sean would be pleased, or would be at the very least full. Frank made his way to the kitchen where he laid the treasure on the counter. Sean appeared from nowhere like a ninja. He took a big whiff as he stared at both pizzas, smiling. "Pepperoni?" Frank nodded, surprised he could make it as far as the kitchen with the food before his son was on top of it. "You think you can find someone to help you eat and drink all this, and maybe watch a couple of movies?" Sean looked at it all and clicked. His dad was being nice. He was going to be left at home by himself. He realized one thing. He would rather spend the night with Ellie. He smiled. "You know, there's a good chance that I can find 1 or 2 people to help me with this, Dad." Frank nodded. "Just don't invite the entire school over, and keep the night's excitement and troublemaking to misdemeanors only." Sean rubbed his hands together. "Oh, but Father, just think of the debauchery I could get into without you here. The videos could be online before you ever get home." "Do you need a babysitter? Isn't Ellie older than you? Maybe she'll make sure you stay out of trouble."
"Not sure if Ellie should be your best choice. She's a little bit of a hellraiser, Francis."
Frank snapped his fingers. "Watch your mouth. I'm Dad, not Francis. Anyway, I trust Ellie, but don't go raising too much trouble. I'll probably be home later tonight." Sean saluted his dad and pulled out his cell phone with his skinny young fingers, tapping at speeds which Frank couldn't comprehend. Frank checked his watch and saw it was nearly 5:30 already. He took a steaming hot shower. He had planned out what he wanted to say for a while now, and was thinking that, as the time got closer, he was going to completely forget all of it. He laughed at himself in the shower. There were very few times he'd been so nervous. Frank took the dry cleaning bag off the hook. He slipped on a pair of black dress slacks and a gray and black pinstriped button-up shirt. He checked himself in the mirror, rubbed some aftershave on, and got on his suit coat. Ellie stared around the room and completely spaced off what her mother had just said, thinking about what surprise was entailed for her tonight. She put her cell phone down and looked up at her mother.
"Huh? Sorry, Mom. I was just reading a message from Sean. What'd you say?"
Karen was motioning for Ellie to come and zip up the dark green revealing dress. "Are you and Master Fox going to stay out of trouble tonight?" Ellie zipped up her mom's dress and smoothed out the back for her.
"Dressed like that, I'd have to ask you the same question."
"Young lady, we are just going out for dinner." In a poor English accent, Ellie mocked.
"Well, I hope you and Dr. Fox are able to enjoy a wonderful evening."
Giving up the accent, she continued.
"It would seem Sean and I will be eating some pizza and watching vampire movies."
"Don't watch too many scary movies. I don't want to have you curled up with me later." Ellie rolled her eyes.
"Please, Mother, there are no such thing as monsters. If I get too scared, I'm sure Sean will take care of me."
"You watch that Sean. I'm pretty sure he has a thing for you."
"Mom, he knows I don't have feelings for him like that."
Karen gave a knowing smile to her daughter. "Things sometimes change, honey."
"Well, if you and Dr. Fox end up for the long haul, then what do you expect me to do? Date my brother? Wouldn't that be kind of weird?"
"So, if I wasn't dating his father, you might be interested." Ellie threw up her hands in frustration.
"Why do parents have to be so difficult? I just got a text from Sean asking if I can come over for pizza and movies tonight. Do you care if I go?"
"We could drop you off on the way to Des Moines if you want."
"Really? You, me, your lover boy in a car ride?" I don't think so. No, thank you.
When I checked the weather earlier, it said that it was supposed to be below 0 and to expect a few inches of snow and 50-mile-per-hour winds. But if you want to walk, I can see the intelligence in that.
Ellie thought about her thin winter coat she'd insisted on getting and her light beanie cap. She texted Sean she'd be there after a while.
I would love a ride, Mother,
she conceded as she left the room. Frank yelled goodbye from the door and told Sean to stay out of trouble and not to raise too much hell. He smiled as he thought of Karen and enjoyed the ride over to her house. He was floating on a cloud as he anticipated a wonderful dinner, great company, and the beginning of a new chapter in his life. He pulled into the long driveway, leaving the truck running and the heater blasting. He got up to the front door and hit the doorbell, hoping he wouldn't be left out here too long. Ellie opened the door with a mischievous smile. "Hi, Ellie," he told her.
"Won't you please come in, Dr. Fox?"
"Ellie, please call me Frank. I feel so old when you call me that." Ellie stood aside so he could enter. Music was blaring in the background, something romantic and poignant, clearly intended for him. Frank entered the doorway looking a little surprised, and Karen screamed at Ellie from upstairs in a very authoritative voice to turn that damn song off unless she wanted to be grounded for the entire weekend. Ellie and Frank were each trying to keep a straight face, and, after a moment, he realized the teen had quite the personality. They both started laughing hard. "You'd probably better turn that thing off," he finally managed, "or your mother might hurt you." She pulled a remote from the pocket of her purple hoodie and turned it off, then shrugged.
"I'm pretty sure that was funny enough that she'll find it in her heart to forgive me."
Frank winked. "Better not risk it. What are your plans for this evening?" He didn't want to invite her to the house if Sean didn't want her there. He knew his son wasn't the happiest about this situation and wanted to put as little extra stress on him as possible right now. Ellie looked at him as if maybe a third eyeball had popped out of his forehead.
"I thought Mom said the three of us were going out to eat. Pizza and a movie or something like that, right?"
Karen hollered again at Ellie from around the corner. "Ellie Jean, would you please quit screwing with Frank, honey? It's not fair. He doesn't understand your twisted personality." Frank looked embarrassed and yelled, "I am a very quick study, dear. I believe this might be her being sarcastic." Ellie yelled back down the hall to her mother.
"See, Mom, he likes it."
She lightly punched him on the shoulder.
"Tell Mom to let me know when we're ready to leave."
Frank nodded and, after she departed, whispered under his breath, "I'm going to have a stepdaughter. How am I going to handle her daily?" Karen came around the corner, wiggling into a black stiletto heel. Smiling at Frank, she walked up to him, wrapped her arms around his head, and pressed her lips to his. Frank finally broke the embrace while still holding a firm grip around her waist. "Wow, I missed you too." Karen smiled as she rubbed up against him and whispered in his ear, "Are you sure you're hungry? That money might just be better spent if we went to a suite downtown, don't you think?" Frank smiled at the thought, but managed, "You know, we need to have this dinner. We deserve it." "Yes, you do deserve it. We can always do the rest later." Frank smiled. "Lucky for us, we have all the time in the world." Karen yelled down the hall, "Honey, let's get out of here. I have a hot date waiting and a young lady who needs to be dropped off before that can happen." They left the house together. Frank walked around to the passenger door and opened the rear door for Ellie
and the front door for Karen, then waited until they both were in the truck and comfortable before he shut the doors. He hustled around to the driver's door. Karen had already pulled the handle for him and was waiting to meet him with another hot kiss. Ellie made a gagging sound that made both of them kiss longer, but they laughed the rest of the way through it. They looked back at Ellie, who was smiling and sticking a finger in her mouth. They drove back to Ellie's house in a comfortable silence, where Ellie hopped out and disappeared into the heavy snow.
"Stay out of trouble, you two," she yelled, "or Sean and I might have to ground you."
She walked up to the house and rang the doorbell, thinking about how important tonight was. She was amazed at how well she had been able to keep quiet about what was going to happen this evening. Sean opened the door, and Ellie turned around and waved at her mom and Frank. Sean waved as well as Ellie disappeared into the house. Frank shifted into reverse and backed up the truck slowly. Karen teasingly leaned over.
"Just so you know, we just dropped off the only other person that lives at my house. So, if you're not all that hungry, maybe we could stop back home and make sure we didn't leave any lights on."
Frank gripped the wheel tightly. "Well, until we give her a ride home tonight, your house will still be empty."
"Frank, what are you up to? I didn't know men were able to change the subject once sex became involved. Is there something wrong?"
"Things couldn't be better. Don't worry about it. We're just going to go out for a nice dinner. I feel like once in a while I need to spoil the lady I love. We work too hard, and we need to be able to enjoy life once in a while."
"Well, I can't think of any reason that good company and food can't be in our stars."
They arrived downtown 35 minutes later and found a parking spot after a few laps around the block. Frank parked and opened the door for his soon-to-be fiancée, given the stars aligned the way he wanted. Frank escorted Karen through the door of the restaurant and approached the hostess to give his name. After Karen excused herself to go to the powder room, Frank handed the maitre d' a small blue box with a note and a $50 bill. Soon they were seated in a dark corner booth. She snuggled into him, resting her head on his shoulder and thinking about the week, trying hard to let it all go and just enjoy the evening. A young, thin waiter introduced himself as Roberto and asked for their order. Karen, usually a lightweight at the bar, decided that she'd have something a bit more fun. She ordered a vodka tonic, and, not to be outdone, Frank put in an order for a whiskey and cola. He couldn't see anything wrong with having a shot of whiskey before something so momentous took place. From what he saw of the other diners, all dressed to the nines, there wasn't a beer drinker among them. Karen smiled at Frank, and then took in the restaurant. The atmosphere was quiet and elegant. It had all the signs of a landmark that was built to last. The old, dark oak wood on all the walls had intricate stenciling made from a lighter wood, making frames around squares. It was quite eye-catching. Later on, they found themselves gazing at each other, paying little attention to the wonderful prime rib and mussels in a white wine sauce. Roberto stopped by once to see if their drinks needed to be refilled, but withdrew discreetly. Eventually, Karen put down her fork and looked over at Frank, who was finishing his meal as well.
"I couldn't possibly eat another bite. That was delicious. Thank you so much."
Frank caught the maitre d's eye and nodded, then let out a long breath. "Here goes. All or nothing." A beaming Roberto brought the elegant wooden dessert cart over promptly and gestured at the selection. Karen's eyes got big at the massive array of dessert.
"Oh, would you look at everything? I couldn't even pick. Frank, what looks good to you?"
Frank peered over the cart, took the blue box from it, and held it out for Karen's approval, his face serious. The waiter backed away and left the couple to themselves. "Karen, you with me for the rest of our lives sounds like the greatest thing in the world. Will you be my wife?" Karen brought her hands up to her face and looked in awe for a minute as everything hit her all at once. Frank stared at her with a hopeful smile, which melted away as the first of many tears started to flow freely down her cheeks. She pushed the box down and closed it.
"I can't, Frank. I've been thinking of a way to break this to you all week. I didn't want to do it tonight. It has been killing me, Frank, keeping this from you this long."
Frank shook his head, staring at Karen, unsure exactly how to react. He set the box on the table, thought about it, and slid it in his breast pocket. "I don't understand. Please, did I do something? What have you been keeping from me?" Karen shook her head.
"You didn't do anything, Frank. The week you went hunting, I had a doctor's appointment. Nothing serious, but I had to get an annual checkup for work. I'd told my regular doctor about a pain in my legs and arms, but I just thought it was because I was trying to get back in shape. I had these weird pains, and he had to do some blood work for my physical. He said not to worry about it, and he'd just run a couple of extra tests. It probably was from the exercise and to just cut back a little, so he looked at my CBC test. Do you know what that is?"
Frank nodded slowly, knowing all too well. His heart stuttered in his chest. "Yes, it's your complete blood count. Mary, yes, I know. What did he say? What were the results?" Karen shook her head.
"Frank, I can't put you or Sean through this. You've been through it before. Once is enough. Nobody should have to deal with that, and to deal with it twice. I couldn't. I just couldn't do that."
"I can handle anything. What did they say?"
"Probably 3 to 6 months. They couldn't be sure. They said it was bone cancer."
Frank took a long drink of his whiskey. He was staring at her, trying to choke back the tears and all of the painful memories he had. 6 months isn't bad. You and Ellie can live with me while your treatment is underway. She squeezed his arm.
"No, Frank, you're not getting it, dear. I don't have 3 to 6 months to get through treatment. I have 3 to 6 months to live. It's terminal. That's why I can't marry you."
Frank didn't say anything for the next 20 minutes. Or maybe he did. It was all a blur, and he wasn't sure what happened. He signaled for the waiter again, charged his meal, and helped a very somber Karen to the truck, hand in hand. He thought through everything on the way home. It was still early, and the traffic was just starting to pick up for the night crowd. The windshield wipers were going at full blast, and Frank's demons, regrets, and nightmares were coming back to him. He thought of Sean's black suit, red roses, coffins, all their friends and family, and then thought of Karen. He decided she was right. He couldn't go through with this again. And he wouldn't lose again. God only gave so many chances. He slammed on the brakes. The truck fishtailed along the snow-covered highway until it slid to a stop on the side of the road, with Karen screaming at the top of her lungs. Frank peeled his hands off the wheel and put the truck into park, then turned his head to Karen. He was unsure if he could make a difference, but he knew that not trying might haunt him forever. It would be even harder to try and explain this to her without sounding like an insane man.
"What the hell are you doing, Frank?"
"You know that I was a soldier, and then a scientist in the army, right? I left to start a family, to have some peace in my life." Karen caught her breath and looked around.
"What's that got to do with us stopping in the middle of the highway? Are you insane?"
Frank's adrenaline was pumping now with enthusiasm. "You don't understand. I know I must look crazy, and I know this will sound insane. But what if you had longer? What if I could save you?"
"Save me? How? I've never been the religious type."
Frank laughed. "God and I don't get along either, but science and I do. In the army, right before Marie died, we'd come up with a formula while working on a vapor to give the soldiers. It was a classified project. I was sworn to secrecy, signed my life away basically. But I've still got all my original notes. We all worked together, each doing a part, but I understand all of it. If we alter some of the increments, then I might have something we could use to start with. I will work on it until it's done."
"I'm sorry. Are you saying the government can cure cancer and they just don't?"
"No. During Iraq, we were trying to come up with something to help soldiers who were exposed to chemical gas warfare. Their blood would break down, and then their bones, much like what you're going through, but very quickly. We were trying to retro the effects and save them. I just realized that this could reverse the effects of cancer." Karen grabbed Frank and gave him a hug, the tears she'd been holding in since telling him beginning to flow.
"Do you really think it's possible?"
Frank put the truck back in gear and started to head home. "I'll get to work on it tonight. I'm going to need blood samples first, and we can get those tonight if we stop by the lab." Karen reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the blue box. She opened it and slid the ring on, smiling at Frank.
"Take me home, Frank. Tonight we celebrate our engagement, and tomorrow you start working on the cure."
Chapter 8. Day, minus 3,157. October 7, 2008. World population, 6,698,128,515. Dr. Michaels sat and stared in disbelief, but took notes as quickly as he could. Dr. Christophers sat across from him watching and recording information. In a million years, neither of them thought they'd have to deal with something like this, especially in the U.S. Army. Just 4 days ago, Sergeant Daniels had been in a comatose state. If the breathing tube had been removed, he wouldn't have lasted over an hour. They had unanimously agreed he would be the perfect test subject. They had seen patients like this before. After being exposed to the deadly chemical attacks, the lucky ones died quickly. Others suffered a slow, painful death. Unfortunately, those seemed the best test subjects. It would give them the time they needed to study them and hopefully effect a cure. In times of war, sometimes rules were bent. They had just received the green flag from their superiors to start human trials immediately. Sergeant Daniels had been on the brink of death and had just days or hours left to live before the effects of the chemicals from the gas bombs took him. He was the only survivor from the most recent gruesome attack by the Taliban. He had come back from his deathbed to become the thriving, violence-filled man in front of them. Dr. Michaels noted a large increase in energy, bleeding of the eyes, and abnormally large amounts of aggression. He also had Dr. Moffenberg, pinned to the floor with his knee, and was punching and clawing at his face, while the young pudgy doctor kicked and screamed, trying to push him off unsuccessfully. The previously injured soldier had the strength of a man under the effects of PCP. 2 young, strong, fit military police were trying to pull him off of the beleaguered doctor. They might as well have been 2 rag dolls hanging from the soldier's arms. One was using the butt of the rifle to repeatedly strike the man in the back of his head. Dr. Michaels called over the PA for more police and orderlies to assist with the injections, which they hoped would put the man out. 10 minutes later, and after more injections than anyone would willingly admit they had given him, the soldier finally succumbed to the drugs and passed out. The orderlies quickly chained him to the bed by his arms, legs, waist, and ankles. They rushed the doctor to the infirmary, wasting no time. He was barely holding on. Afterwards, the breathless soldiers filed out of the front door to see who could smoke the most cigarettes. They were all in shock at the strength of the man. 4 hours later, the head of the Science Research Department, Major Stevenson, sat across from Dr. Michaels and Dr. Christophers, who were typing their findings and reports vigorously while keeping a watchful eye on their associate and friend, Dr. Moffenberg.
"Major," Dr. Michaels began, "I don't know what happened. This was our first test, and from initial findings his adrenaline gland must have been pulling double duty to keep up with the testosterone his body was putting out. I've never seen such spikes in aggressiveness either. His muscle tissues seemed inflamed and are probably to blame for the tightened appearance of his body. If he'd have had a bigger dose, then I don't know if any amount of drugs or 10 men would have been able to contain him."
The major looked at the beaten scientist and smiled at the 2 doctors. "Let's get another batch of sick recruits. Cut the dosage to 1/4 this time, and see what comes of it. I can't see telling my superiors that a strong and aggressive soldier is something we don't want to further investigate. And if it can hold up against the elements of chemical warfare, I'd say it's a winner, boys." Dr. Christophers scowled.
"But what do you want me to do with Sergeant Daniels?"
The major had already stood. "Who the hell is that?" he barked impatiently.
"He's Patient A, sir."
"Oh, yes, him. Well, we won't know the answers to what you 2 came up with until after we receive the autopsy results."
"But, sir, he's still alive. What do you want us to do with him?"
"Well, how about we wait for him to wake up and see if we can't have one of our board ranger boys misplace one of their .45 caliber hollow points in the back of Patient A's skull. Good work, you 2. Keep it up. It's too bad about Moffenberg." It was clear the major was already counting him for dead. He turned on his heel and walked briskly out of the small hospital ER unit. Dr. Michaels finished typing up his notes and peered over at Christophers.
"You think we'll get a promotion?" "I think we'll go to hell. Would you look at him? He has all but about 10% of his bones broken."
Chapter 9. Day -120. January 31, 2017. World population 7,345,131,375. Sean followed Ellie in and closed the door behind them. He hustled off to the kitchen as Ellie looked at the array of red movie boxes and reviewed the selection.
"Sean, this is awesome! How'd you get so many good ones on a Friday?"
Sean came back in with the pizza boxes and 2 giant cups filled to the brim with pop. He was losing confidence with his balancing skills and murmured, "Pop, pop, get the pop, gonna lose the pop." Ellie tapped her chin and let Sean sweat a second longer before helping him.
"Which one did you spike, young Mr. Fox?"
Sean winked without missing a beat.
Spike them? What are you talking about?
I spiked them both, of course. Ellie grabbed both drinks and set them down. She set up the Blu-ray player, disappeared into the kitchen, and returned with napkins and plates. Sean grinned abashedly, as he hadn't for a second considered getting those while he was in there. As Ellie busied herself doling out the pizza, she looked over at Sean.
Do you think tonight's the night?
Sean shook his head.
I hope not. I could eat like this every weekend. Maybe he'll chicken out tonight. He doesn't really seem like the chickening out type.
He isn't. It's not in his DNA.
So is that why your dad beat you to telling me about how you feel about me? Or are you lacking that gene?
Sean just about choked on his pizza, then carefully wiped his face and lips with his napkin, stalling for time.
He just didn't know I had you stowed away in my room. I was waiting till the right time. Besides, you do remember that you weren't interested, right?
Ellie took a deep breath and a drink of her pop. She met Sean's eye.
You expect me to know what I want at all times? It's not like I can't change my mind.
Sean's stomach got as tight as a knot. He couldn't believe this might actually be happening. He wanted to grab the words back after he let them slip from his lips.
What about my dad and your mom? They're intending on making the two of us related.
Ellie shrugged and scooted closer to Sean, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck.
Well, he hasn't done it yet.
With that said, she leaned into him, giving him the first soft, wet kiss of his young life. Sean's eyes grew large, and then he closed them and let his worries melt away. He rested his hands on her sides because he wasn't sure what else he was allowed to do with them. She broke away, smiling and looking down, a little embarrassed.
Well, Mr. Fox, what did you put in that drink?
Sean smiled widely, turning red.
I think you came here this evening to seduce me. We'd best watch some of these movies in case your dad quizzes you later.
Sean smiled again as he picked up his dinner. This could end up being the best year of his life. Chapter 10. Day -118. February 1, 2017. World population 7,345,344,345. The next morning, Karen rolled over and rubbed her hand up Frank's smooth chest. Frank reached for her hand. "Good morning," he whispered. She sat up on her elbow, brushing her hair from her face. "How'd you sleep?" She looked at the alarm clock on the nightstand. "I can't believe we slept till 9. Frank's eyes popped open, and he sat up straight in a panic. "We never picked up Ellie. I hadn't meant for us to fall asleep." Karen sighed and slipped out of bed, knowing just as well they were in it deep. She slid on a pair of jeans and started looking for a shirt. Frank redressed in his clothes from the night before. Everything that was crisp was now full of wrinkles, having been thrown on the floor in the heat of the moment. Karen checked her phone and blushed. "We are so busted. Listen to this message from Ellie."
"Hi, Mom. Thank you for picking me up last night. Oh, wait, you went home without me and never picked me up. Hugs and kisses. Don't worry. We have plenty of movies, food, and drink to keep us entertained and out of trouble for the rest of the night."
Frank was fumbling with buttons on his shirt. "You don't think they got into any trouble, do you, Karen?"
"I don't know. Do you trust two teenagers in the same house overnight with no adult supervision?"
Frank quit fumbling with the buttons and collected the items that had fallen onto the floor. If it wasn't for how his son felt about Ellie, he wouldn't have been worried in the least. Karen, who had nothing to pack, was almost ready. She hit the remote start on Frank's pickup to get the snow-covered windshield thawed. He got his last shoe on, and they loaded into the truck.
"What will we tell the kids?"
Frank replied. "You really think they'll ask?" Karen's face went red as she thought of Ellie and her missing Jean, which made her modesty filter sometimes very hard to control.
"Well, I hope you aren't the shy type. She's only 13, and I'm sure she'll only get worse."
Frank frowned as they came up to a stop sign. "How is that supposed to make me feel better?" Karen shrugged.
"Hell, it was more of a statement than anything. To tell you the truth, it didn't really make me feel much better either."
Frank fishtailed, and then skidded into the driveway just waiting to be shoveled. Karen, for the life of her, wasn't sure what she was so nervous about. Ellie had told her that dating Frank wasn't an issue, but Karen knew that teenage girls were anything but decisive about what and who they liked. Who knew how she'd take the news of their engagement? Frank and Karen exited the truck and tried as quietly as possible to enter the house without waking up the teens. Their attempts ensured they hit every creak the old house had in it. They heard the television and peered around the corner at the living room, where they saw Ellie's and Sean's heads poking out over the top of the couch, a random action movie blaring away. Ellie shouted above the film,
"We'd better get dressed and put your dad's booze away before they get home."
Karen, in a tone only a mother could possess, yelled,
"Ellie Jean Randall, you had better, for the sake of your own life, be kidding, or so help me, I will—"
Both teens leapt to their feet, dancing around and pointing at their parents.
"Francis," Sean mocked, "do you have any idea what time it is? You missed curfew by about 9 hours, young man. Why, Ellie and I have been worried sick about you two. Don't you know how to use a phone? It's why we let you have one, for the love of God."
Frank and Karen just stared at the overly dramatic and completely dressed, flailing teens. Shaking their heads, they walked to the kitchen, where the echoes of teen laughter followed them. Frank pulled out the coffee and a fresh filter and started brewing a strong pot. Karen saw how strong he was making it and inquired,
"Apparently, you're hoping that you don't blink the rest of the weekend, huh?"
Frank looked up. "If people thought I was a workaholic before, I'm going to give it a new definition. I'm going to have Rogers, my assistant, help me with this. The research will be too much to do on my own, too important. If you need me, I'll be there in a heartbeat, but I'll be working non-stop. I'm going to find my journals and get a plan together to modify the experiment to work. The basic structure that we had in Iraq is the key. It's the key to everything. I need you to stop in today. It will be less strange having you in there on a Saturday, and I'll make sure Rogers isn't around."
"What do you need me to do? And why is it that Rogers can't be there?"
"I need blood samples. It's what we need to fix. If we can get your CBC back up to what it should be, then we will know it's working." Karen came up behind and hugged him.
"Good. For a second I thought you wanted my help. I was going to remind you I'm in accounting, not research and development."
Sean entered the kitchen, rubbing his hair.
"Developing what, Dad? Did they give you a new assignment at work?"
Frank stammered and nodded. "Yes, Sean. I need to get to work on it right away. They have a real tight timeline they're pushing me on. Supposedly, our company isn't the only one that wants to get this out on the market before summer." Sean shrugged, disinterested already.
"So you're saying it's the same as usual, huh?"
Frank grabbed his thermos, filling it to the brim while he thought about what Sean said. "This one is pretty important, son. I need you to give me a little leeway on this one, okay?"
"Sean,"
Karen interjected.
"He told me about it last night, and this is the kind of thing that E&T should have been working on for years."
Ellie saw this was going to get ugly quick if Sean and his dad started fighting about Frank being gone all the time. She looked around for a topic changer, and was practically hit in the face by the new diamond and gold ring on her mom's hand. She screamed and pointed at it, drawing everyone's attention. Sean saw it, and his shoulders sank. Something Frank didn't miss. Ellie hugged her mom exuberantly.
"Apparently you had a reason to go out last night and celebrate."
Karen smiled, hugging her back. "Thanks, honey. It would seem that we're going to be one big happy family." "We're not rushing anything," Frank added. "We wanted to make sure to give you two time to adjust." Sean grunted non-committally as his face turned 3 shades of red. He felt sick to his stomach as he realized that his start to things getting better was short-lived. He wandered back out to the living room, looked at the mess from the night before, and decided it was probably best to get things picked up. Frank called out that he was going to take the girls home. He took his box from the attic, which had his military medical journals with detailed notes in it, with him, along with the coffee, and they bustled out the front door. As he pulled up to Karen's house, Ellie grinned.
"Now don't you kids sit out here kissing all day. Karen has got a ton of chores and homework to do if she wants to go to the sock hop tonight."
Karen turned around and peered at her daughter. "You aren't even close to the right decade, smartass. Get inside, and I'm not that old." Frank gave her a long, passionate kiss and an even longer hug and whispered, "I love you more than anything." He took a deep breath and continued, "And I'm going to save you. I know it." Karen squeezed his arm gently. "I know you will." Frank smiled again. "Why don't you catch a shower and get something to eat, and meet me at the lab as soon as you can? I need blood work to be able to start, but take your time. I have hours of reading ahead of me. I'm going to have to bring Rogers completely up to speed as well." "Do you really think that he'll help you?" Frank shook his head. "The greedy little bastard will never need to work again when we're done." "You think the cure to cancer would catch on?" Karen smiled primly. "Are you kidding? It would make Bill Gates look like a hobo. I'm just sorry I didn't keep pursuing it years ago. Maybe I'd have saved millions of people by now." He kissed her again and then playfully ushered her out of the truck and pulled away. Karen showered and made scrambled cheesy eggs with ham as Ellie hit the shower next. When breakfast was ready, Ellie sat down and opened a can of cola to match her mother's mug of coffee.
"So, how was it last night, Mom? I want all of the details."
Her mom stared at her. "You know, sometimes you're so weird. You're aware that you're 13, not 30, right?"
"You love me for it. And did you want to explain to me what being a 30-year-old is like, Mother?"
Karen smiled. "I love you more and more every day." She proceeded to tell Ellie about the romantic fancy restaurant, the delicious meal, and about the dessert tray. She mentioned how wonderful everything was, and how happy she'd been when Frank proposed. She had decided she would withhold some of the details from Ellie until needs be. She couldn't bring herself to tell her daughter she had cancer, even after Frank mentioned he thought he could save her. She had to tweak her engagement story, or Ellie would have known. Ellie clapped her hands.
"Oh, that sounds so romantic, Mom. I can only imagine how happy you must be."
Karen wiped her lips. "You know, I can honestly say that I feel a new hope for life and the future, Ellie." Ellie had a little smile.
"Wow, you must have had a really great time. No wonder you didn't pick me up last night."
"Ellie Randall, we aren't supposed to have conversations like this until you're at least 20. 30 would be better."
"Oh, the talks we will get to have. It'll be awesome."
Karen stood up, grabbed her keys and coffee, walked around the table to Ellie's side, and gave her a kiss on the forehead. "Have a good day, honey. Don't rush growing up, baby. Be good, please." Ellie shrugged non-committally. "It's too early in the day to make a decision like that. Are you going to be home today, or is tonight your turn to sleep at the Fox household?" "Frank is starting that new project today, so there probably won't be too many episodes like last night." Ellie heard the garage door going up and noticed that her mom's purse was lying on the counter. She grabbed it and ran for the garage, but the door had just finished going down as she got to it. She sighed, hoping her mom wouldn't need the purse. She sent a text letting her know she'd forgotten it, but heard a phone buzzing after she sent the text. Her mother had also left her cell at home. Ellie shook her head and smiled. Her normally sensible mother seemed to have her head in the clouds lately. She put the plates in the sink and cleaned up the leftover mess. The Saturday sirens started blaring. The fire department made sure every week that the tornado sirens were up and in working order, regardless of the time of year. She grabbed her phone and texted Sean. "Adele's being invaded. Russians?" Sean sent back a winking, smiley face. "I'm pretty sure it's just Saturday. You want to go see a movie today if the Ruskies don't take control?" Ellie flirted back. "I don't know. You and I seem to get into all kinds of trouble when we watch movies together." "Only the good kind of trouble. I'll be a perfect gentleman." "Well, in that case, forget it." Sean returned. "Meet you in an hour at your place." Ellie replied. "Don't take too long making yourself handsome." "LOL, I'm handsome all day long." Ellie sat the phone down on the counter and looked at her mom's purse sitting there, lying sideways and open. A large envelope had fallen partially out, and she noticed big red letters that said, "Confidential Medical Report." She didn't usually snoop through her mom's stuff, but her mom never kept anything from her, and she had an hour to kill. For a minute, while opening it, she actually thought maybe her mom was pregnant. That would be freaking insane. She didn't really have any intentions of being a big sister, but wouldn't look down on the idea. She looked through the papers, and every line made her a bit more curious. Most of it made absolutely no sense to her, and used unfamiliar terms. She scanned over the paper, and only one thing really stuck out. Bone cancer, level 5. The word cancer hit her like a sledgehammer. She put the paper back down with shaking hands and looked around the empty house. She couldn't help but think about Sean and his late mother. The tears flowed freely, and she called ENT, but couldn't get a hold of her mom. She couldn't believe her mom was going through this alone and hadn't told her yet. At the same time, she couldn't see her getting engaged to Frank last night if her mom thought the illness was serious. There was no way she would put someone through that. But sometimes love is blind. Even worse, she couldn't think of a way to bring this up without telling her mom how she completely invaded her personal privacy. She didn't think her mom would get mad, but she didn't want to instigate the conversation either. She wished she hadn't made plans with Sean now. Karen headed straight up to the office. She went to check her cell and realized she'd forgotten it along with her purse. She was hoping Frank wouldn't need to see any of the medical papers, but knew she could scan them when she got home and send them directly by email. She didn't have any idea how he was going to make this happen, but knew he would try anything. She loved him so much, it really did seem like this was a match made in heaven. The fact he might have the ability to save her felt like she had a guardian angel looking out for her. She kept thinking about Ellie, worried she might go through her purse if she needed money for anything. She couldn't imagine how upset her daughter would be if she saw the medical papers. She made a decision right there and then to make sure to talk to her soon. She didn't want it to be more awkward than it needed to be. She came up behind Frank and gave him a kiss on the back of his head. There were 3 empty foam cups sitting side by side on the desk and a half-eaten bag of donuts lying on its side. Karen said, "You must be good, because I've heard only the sloppiest scientists ever discover anything. Please, don't tell me you keep that sexy body so finely tuned, eating like this." Frank looked up, smiling, and took off his black reading glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He stood and grabbed a cup. "Let's walk down to the coffee machine. I have a double bag brewing, and I'm ready for a refill. I try to eat healthy, usually, but when a vending machine is going to be breakfast, lunch, and supper, one tends not to be too picky. The cafeteria isn't open on the weekends." "Well, as long as I'm feeling among the living, I'll make sure to bring you meals every so often. I've got to keep my man strong so you don't get sick. We need to take care of ourselves." Frank nodded. "Home-cooked food would be great. I'd be even more grateful to know that Sean would have some warm meals every so often. He is pretty self-reliant, but he would never ask you for help. To tell you the truth, I hate being gone all the time from the house, but it just seems like we can't get along to save our lives sometimes." Karen frowned. "Is it me?" "No, it's not you, personally. It's Ellie. He likes her, and he thinks I'm ruining his chances." "It's always money or love, right?" Frank nodded, leaning in to kiss her. "I told him already that there wouldn't be any discussion about it. A teenage crush comes and goes, but true love can't be passed on." "Well, how did he take that?" "Poorly, but he's young, and I think that he's going to come around eventually. He isn't really the type to talk about how he feels." Frank, forgetting his coffee, pointed to the seat next to a row of syringes and other blood-collecting materials. "What I need to do is take a half a pint, and then every 7 days we'll take your CBC results. It's all we need to verify that the cancer's not getting worse. I want you to get on a heavy vitamin regimen. You can take these." He continued, pointing at some small bottles. "I've marked them all, showing what dosage you need and how often. It won't stop the cancer, but should take care of anything else you could possibly get." Karen nodded as he inserted a needle into a vein. "Is it all coming back to you?" "It's just the formula. I wanted to do some research on cancer to see what I could do to maybe bulk up the formula a bit. I'll need to drastically change what we had, but with the basic structure, I hope we can start something. If I can keep your CBC going, then I think that will be a good stepping stone." "You know, for the most part, you're speaking Greek to me, right?" He grinned. "I just wanted to make sure you appreciated how difficult this is going to be before I get too far into it." He finished the blood draw and carefully put a Band-Aid on the crook of her arm. Karen slid off the stool. "When is Rogers heading in to start working with you?" Frank laughed. "He's flying here right now. You better get out of here, or he's going to have more and more questions. I'm going to tell him these are samples from a cancer treatment center that's retaining me to come up with something to help. I have to tell him I already have all of the building blocks I need, but I'm not sure how to do that. I'm thinking of making him some hard copies that he checks in and out with me for the research." After looking at the blood samples and the research strewn across the table, Karen kissed Frank softly on the lips. Frank finally broke the kiss, almost dizzy from a lack of oxygen. "Well, If you keep doing that, I'm not going to be able to concentrate." She smiled. "Well, once you come up with a cure, then I'll be able to do that all day, every day, won't I?" Frank walked her to the door, gave her bottom a quick pat as she turned away, and leaned into the doorway to watch her walk down to the quadruple set of elevator doors. He called, "Love you," then turned around and headed back into the lab. Rogers came out of the cafeteria with a large tray of different drinks and waited outside the one elevator working on Saturdays. As the doors opened, he was greeted by an amazingly beautiful woman. Rogers smiled, trying to balance the assortment of treats on the tray, and crooned, "Well, good afternoon. I didn't think anyone but the science geeks would be in today." Karen smiled. Frank was anything but your typical science geek. "Well, I'm just on my way out, actually, but the accounting bean counters also tend to put in an hour or two on the weekend, believe it or not." Rogers tried to lean against the elevator door. "Well, do you think maybe you'd be interested in catching a drink with me later?" Karen looked as uncomfortable as a woman could. "Sorry, I'm already taken." She showed off her new sparkling ring. "Do you know Dr. Fox? He's one of those science geeks."
"Oh, shit. I mean, congratulations. Do you think maybe we could keep this little conversation between just the two of us? I'd hate for him to think I'm hitting on every girl I see in the office."
"Well, so far, Rogers," she soothed, flicking his name badge up to read it more clearly. "You're batting 1,000. Don't sweat it, though." Rogers looked relieved.
"Wait, you said you're in accounting, right? So don't you work in the business wing of the company? What are you doing over here, then?"
Karen shrugged.
"Frank's been at work all morning, and I wanted to make sure he got something to eat. I thought I'd hit the cafeteria, but I forgot they aren't open on Saturdays for hot food, so I was just on my way to see if I could find something in town for him."
Rogers lifted his tray up, almost dropping all of his items.
"Oh, don't worry about it. I have everything he'll need right here. Lots of sugar, chocolate, and cold coffee drinks. We should be able to hammer away at whatever he's got in mind for hours on end."
As she left, Karen made a note to keep an eye on Frank's diet over the next few months. She wanted to be sure he was healthy because the two of them being sick at the same time didn't seem like a good idea. Rogers prayed she wouldn't say anything to Dr. Fox, although it wasn't a huge worry for him. He was really thankful that he'd lucked into his job. Frank could have had anyone working for him. In 5 years, Frank would probably be strictly a professor teaching his theories and methods to students. The way he could dissect a problem and use science to fix it was remarkable and brought a fresh breath of life to things. Rogers entered the laboratory.
"Hey, boss," he called out. "How are you doing today? Is everything all right? I think this is the first time that you've called me in on a weekend."
Frank was looking through a stack of papers and didn't say anything for a few minutes. He knew very well that he wanted Rogers' help, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to give him the whole formula up front. He didn't want to disclose that he'd had this just lying around in his attic, let alone the confidentiality and privacy laws with the Army he would be breaking. Frank held up an index finger, letting Rogers know he wanted to finish his thought before being interrupted. Rogers had learned early on that when Frank was doing his work, he needed to leave him be. He remembered how his first day was almost his last. He had walked in with 50 questions and a very go-get-'em attitude. This particular day, Frank had come in with a very big chip on his shoulder. Someone had warned Rogers that Frank and his son didn't always get along, and when that was going on, it was best to pretend he knew nothing of the situation. However, When he had come in that day and started introducing himself, Frank had advised that he'd be with him in a few minutes. Instead of waiting, Rogers started asking Frank about his time in the army and the kind of research he had taken part in. Frank was trying to record some very important research, and Rogers wasn't at a loss of words. Frank had found him extremely annoying, and advised if he'd like to continue his employment, he had better damn well appreciate the importance of listening. The finger he was holding up now was all Rogers needed. He sat down his tray and walked over to his computer terminal. He started it up and sat there patiently waiting. Rogers looked over at the box filled with books and the large amount of papers everywhere, not sure what he'd been called in for. Frank hit the save icon on his computer, jotted a few last notes down, and looked at Rogers as if he'd been unaware he had entered the room. "Good morning, Rogers. Thank you for coming in on a Saturday. I have a life-saving research project I would like to discuss with you today." Rogers nodded.
"How can I help you? Do you have some files you'd like me to have a look at? Did you email them to me already?"
Frank shook his head and slid over the stack of papers he'd started with. "Everything we do from here on out stays in this room. It's not the usual company protocol, do you understand? No giant batches."
"You haven't actually told me anything other than we need to keep this on the down low, but I haven't been here long enough to get away with not having results. I know you're held in godlike status, but what about me?"
"When we have the formula figured out and tested, you will never need to worry about producing results again. I have what I think will be the building blocks of this already."
"So what is the end result of this supposed to be?"
Frank paused. As he looked out the window, he thought about Sean and all the suffering he'd been through without a mother. He thought about Karen and how he was not going to again lose the woman he loved. "We are going to cure cancer." Rogers sat silently for a moment, agape. The ticking of the clock chiseled away precious seconds.
"Well,"
he finally managed.
"You don't shoot for the stars, do you?"
He frowned skeptically.
"So you just happen to have the cure for cancer sitting in your lap and you haven't done continual research on it?"
"So what you're telling me is that you'd like to pass on this? You're not interested in curing a disease that kills more than 500,000 people a year? You don't think you need the recognition of fixing one of God's worst mistakes? Suit yourself. I'm sure it's going to be a real bitch finding someone else to help me with this." He reached for the papers to pull them away from Rogers. Rogers did not let go of them. He realized this was a huge opportunity and immediately jumped halfway onto the counter, grabbing back the papers.
"I think you misunderstood me. I'd love to help."
When Karen got home, Ellie was sitting on the couch writing in her journal. Karen noticed the TV was off and there wasn't a cell phone within 10 feet of her. "Honey, is everything all right with you?" Ellie shrugged, unsure how to approach the subject of her mother's cancer, having already wept out all the tears she thought her body possessed for the day.
"Well, to tell you the truth, I wanted to talk to you, Mom. I'm really happy about you and Frank, and I couldn't be happier that you found somebody. I went to get you your purse as you were leaving this afternoon, and an envelope fell out. I wasn't sure what to do. Out of no disrespect for you, I opened it. I couldn't believe that you would keep something like that from me. It said that you have bone cancer and blood disease. I don't understand how this could happen when you're so healthy."
Karen held her hand to her mouth, trying to think of what to say. Finally, she sat down and told her daughter everything. How she'd gone for her yearly checkup, and if it hadn't been for her blood work, she still wouldn't know anything about the cancer. She tried to remain optimistic for her daughter's peace of mind. She told her she should be able to have it treated within 6 months, and that she was volunteering to try some new radical treatments Frank knew about. She also told her Frank had suggested they all move in together so he could help and monitor the disease better. Ellie came up off the couch and gave her a hug, burying her head into Karen's shoulder.
I can't believe this is happening. But are they sure? Do we need a second opinion? I can't believe this.
Karen ran her hands through Ellie's hair.
Don't worry. We have an angel looking out for us.
Ellie's thoughts were in turmoil. She didn't know what she'd do without her mom, never getting to have those talks she'd always loved. Her mom not being there when she went to prom, when she went off to college, when she got married, had kids, basically everything a girl needs a mother for. And there was a chance she wouldn't be there. Ellie started crying uncontrollably. Karen had a hard time settling her back down. Ellie finally shut off the tears and went to the bathroom to wash her face. Karen felt like a brick house had fallen on her emotionally. She knocked on the door.
We're going to be okay, she called through the door. I'm going to take a nap.
Mom, go ahead. You take as long as you need.
Knocking echoed through the house. Ellie sighed, remembering teasing Sean about how he was going to look his best for her. She didn't have the heart to tell him that what they'd started, something she really enjoyed the idea of, would have to be put on hold. She didn't know if she had anything left in her for another discussion, but figured if she didn't tell Sean, then his dad would tell him soon enough. When she opened the door, Sean noticed her cheerful demeanor was absent and she looked like she'd been crying for hours. Ellie was touched to see that he'd actually dressed up for her. He was wearing his cargo pants, a button-up, long-sleeved striped shirt with a wool peacoat on over it. Under his beanie, his face was bright red from the cold, and he was looking at her oddly. She pulled him in.
You look great. What were you thinking walking here in January, for God's sakes?
Sean smiled.
Don't worry about it. I'm okay. I thought about you the whole way here. I can barely tell it's on the verge of negative degrees out.
Ellie closed the door.
I don't know if I'm up for a movie today after all. I'm really tired after last night.
Sean shrugged.
That's fine if you don't want to go. But why don't you tell me what happened? You were all happy as could be before, but I show up and you're acting like someone just shot your cat.
Puppy!
Wait, you don't have a puppy.
Ellie smiled weakly and pushed him.
I don't have a cat either, but if you feel the need to use an expression, use it correctly.
Come on, let's go do something. We can just talk if you need to.
Well, if that doesn't help, at least the chocolate strawberry shake you're going to buy me will.
Ellie changed her clothes and put her hair in a ponytail. Sean waited for her to change, and then they walked down to the sandwich and shake shop. It was packed to the brim with teenagers who had no intention of staying home on a Saturday. They found a corner booth, and Sean ordered shakes and a giant red basket of fries. After their food arrived, Sean took a drink of the shake.
Spill it. What's up?
Ellie frowned.
After I got done making plans with you, my mom left to see your dad at work, I think. She forgot her purse, and when I ran to give it to her, she was already gone. When I tossed her purse back on the counter, an envelope slid out of it.
Sean nodded, seeing by the look on her face this conversation was going nowhere but to crap.
What was in it?
It was a report saying she had bone cancer.
Sean's eyes glazed. He shook his head slowly and looked down at the table. After a moment, he looked back up at her, amazed at the calm in her face.
Ellie, I am so sorry.
I can't believe that. Did she tell my dad?
Ellie nodded and went on to explain how Frank was helping her mom with the drugs that were supposed to cure her of the cancer. Sean looked at her.
So there's this new research that can cure cancer, and your mom, right after getting diagnosed, is going to get to take it, huh? That is great news, right?
He found it a little too convenient, but if it was helping Ellie cope with the news, he wasn't going to ruin it for her. He thought to himself, what did he know? He wasn't a doctor.
Yeah, she continued. It's kind of a miracle, isn't it? She doesn't even need chemotherapy if this drug works the way that it's supposed to.
She twiddled her fingers together, looking at Sean.
You know, I really enjoyed last night, but I don't think we can do that again for a while.
You had a great time, but we can't do it again? I'm confused.
I want to, but I think that until I really see what's going on with my mom, I'm going to need you as a friend. The way I felt when I thought I was going to lose her when I read those papers this afternoon was the worst feeling I've ever had. I don't think I'm going to be any good for anyone until I know for a fact that she's going to be okay.
I understand, Sean admitted. I've been there. I wouldn't expect you to need to worry about anyone beside yourself and your mom. She's going to need help in ways she doesn't even know yet. And I think you're making the right decision. But when she gets better again, we're going to be taking advantage of those date nights when our parents go out together. Ellie looked into his eyes, squeezing his hand.
That sounds wonderful, Sean.
They still had a good afternoon once they got the hard talk out of the way. Sean thought things went well, or as well as they could when the girl you love tells you that she isn't interested in dating right now. The reason behind it made it impossible to be upset. Later that night, he wrote it all down in his journal, detail by detail, reliving the day and trying to come to terms with it. He couldn't believe his dad, of all places, was at work and not over at Karen's talking to her about this, trying to plan out what he could do to help, or doing something for Ellie. He didn't know what his dad should be doing, but knew there had to be some reason why he wouldn't be over there, or even here. Sean sat up straight when he heard the keys rattle and the lock click in the door. He rolled over on his side to see what time it was.
12:30? Wow! I can't believe he even came home at all.
He just had a side lamp on, so his dad wouldn't know he was still awake if he didn't say anything.
You're home kind of late,
he shouted. His dad poked his head in the door. Oh, hey, bud. I didn't know if you'd still be up or not. How was your day today? Did you stay out of trouble?
I went out with Ellie. She wasn't having such a great day, you know. She needed someone to talk to.
Frank wasn't sure if Sean knew or not. What was the problem?
She told me that her mom has cancer. It kind of knocked her on her ass, to tell you the truth. She was really freaking out until she got a chance to talk to her mom.
It wasn't easy for Karen to tell me either. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you about it. The next few months are going to be rough ones.
I'm confused. If you knew she was getting sick, then why did you accept a new project at work? You did get engaged, right? I don't understand how you're going to pull double duty for her and be at work. You are going to be there, right? Or are you going to be too busy at work again?
Watch it, son. I'm sure you don't have all the details. You're not a doctor yet, are you? Maybe Ellie didn't describe everything she knew.
You don't have to be a doctor to use the internet, Dad. I'm confused as to why she thinks she doesn't need chemo.
Well, The cancer isn't that serious. Sean looked at him hard.
What do you mean it's not that serious? It's cancer.
Like I said, it's not that serious. She's going to take some new drugs they've cleared for human trials. I talked to a cancer clinic, and these test drugs are supposed to make the use of chemo almost obsolete in the future. I was able to pull some strings for Karen's case. Sean nodded.
So they're distributing it to a select number of cancer patients who seem to have a non-serious strain of cancer?
He knew something was wrong with what his dad was saying, but he was biding his time, letting his dad presume how little he knew. Yeah, like I said.
Then how did she qualify as not serious when she has stage 5 cancer? Ellie gave me all the details, but with the hope that she had in her eyes today, I didn't have the heart to tell her that stage 5 meant it was terminal. I'm lost as to why she couldn't tell her own daughter what was happening. If she's that sick, she's going to lose eventually. There's no recovery from terminal cancer. If there was, there wouldn't be a reason to have stages. Do you think I'm an idiot?
Frank didn't really have anything intelligent to say. He wasn't sure if he could tell a 13-year-old that he might very well have the cure to cancer, and at this very time he was working on the details to ensure the woman he planned to marry would be around for many years to come. No, Sean, I don't think you're an idiot. I just don't know how many details I can discuss with you. We didn't think that Ellie needed to know the final details. We are hopeful that some alternative medicine might help make things better for Karen. We just don't know enough to be able to tell. We didn't want her to be worried unnecessarily.
So the fact that you took a truckload worth of dusty papers to your office has absolutely nothing to do with Karen or her cancer, right? It's probably just a coincidence that you took them the day after you found out. You probably don't have any false hopes that modern-day medicine can't do exactly what it's supposed to do. I mean, hell, Dad, it worked wonders for Mom, right?
Frank slammed his hand on the door in disgust at Sean. He shook his head, amazed his son would have the balls to accuse him, although he wasn't really sure what he was trying to accuse him of. That's enough. I don't know what answer you're looking for, Sean, but if you're just looking for a fight, you picked the wrong guy. It's been a long, goddamn day, and I'm going to bed. I suggest that you do the same. Sean didn't say anything. He reached up, turned his lamp off, and sat in silence, watching his dad fade away down the dark hallway. For Karen's sake, he hoped whatever drugs she was going to be taking worked. Chapter 11. Day minus 3,156. October 8, 2008. World population 6,698,341,485. Dr. Michaels and Dr. Christophers stared at each other in disbelief across the operating table. Horror and complete confusion painted their faces. Both doctors had over a decade of medical experience under their belts, but neither man had ever seen anything like this. Lying between the two scientists was the deceased patient A, formerly known as Sergeant Daniels. Running down the middle of his chest was the open Y incision, which started just below his navel and ended at the top of his chest. Everything was there that should be, including a very bloody heart, the central component to a body. Michaels used a surgical tool to prod at it and move it around to further examine it. It still had the faintest of beats 6 hours after the .45 caliber that killed him went through the rear of his brain cavity and exited through his front left lobe, immediately dropping the young soldier. Holy Mother of God! How can it still be beating? It probably has something to do with the drug. I mean, we've seen a patient once in a while gets twitches after they're dead, right? Christophers looked Michaels in the eye, pointing directly to the heart.
"Are you being serious right now? There is no explanation for this at all. Absolutely none. Can you show me one, not two, just one documented case where a patient whose heart exploded was still on his feet? The only things that put him down was the bullet through his skull. If the ranger hadn't shot him, he would have gone after them like he did Mr. Muffenberg."
"So, what do we tell Major Stevenson about the autopsy?" Christopher's looked around the empty room, shaking his head. They had ordered a complete lockdown before they started the autopsy. Shooting test subjects who had not volunteered for medical testing and then went insane was not a popular practice. The Major had made sure they understood. This was going to be as clean as possible with no knowledge about it leaving here. Christopher's mumbled.
"What exactly do you want to tell him first? The fact that this drug we helped design blows up patients' hearts? The fact that they, for some reason, have no problem eating their flesh and anyone else's that stands in their way? Or that we disobeyed direct orders to do the autopsy and report the findings before moving on with the testing?"
Michaels wiped the drops of sweat from his forehead onto the sleeve of his white lab coat and started shaking his head. "Do you think he's going to court-martial us?"
"Well, we sure as hell aren't going to get a medal for disobeying him and giving out the wonder drug that puts people in a zombie-like state, are we? Jesus, Michaels. We gave it to 25 men. It would seem the only intelligent thing to do would be to take an AR-15 in the ward and pump rounds into them until we have every last one of them on a slab."
"Well, couldn't we put a spin on this?"
"What the hell do you mean?"
Michaels smiled. "We didn't expect this to happen, but if you put this formula in the enemy system, we could go in like fish in a barrel and pop them off with no worries." Christopher's held up his hands, palms out.
"Wait a minute. Can you imagine what urban warfare would be with these things jumping out of the windows and off the sides of buildings without feeling anything or having any fear? Tearing the flesh off of our soldiers' faces? Look at Muffenberg, for God's sake. He's going to take months to recover, and the skin grafts he'll have to endure to get back to looking somewhat like he did before will take even longer."
The intercom buzzed, scaring the hell out of both of them. A nurse's voice inquired.
"Dr. Michaels and Christophers, are you available?"
Michaels hit the button and responded. "What is it? Do you need something? We're in the middle of something."
"Sir, you asked to be notified if Dr. Muffenberg showed any signs of change. Well, he's been stirring in his bed for the last 10 minutes. I don't know if he's having bad dreams or whether he's coming out of it, sir, but he had quite a heavy sedative, so we would be able to stabilize him. We didn't expect him to come around for days."
Christopher's barked.
"Well, find out what's going on. What video feed is his room on? We'd like to observe as much as possible. He shouldn't be coming out of it. He could be in terrible pain if he makes any effort to move."
The nurse responded.
"I'll send one of the senior nurses we have to care for him. I think Nurse Pearson is available, if I can tear her away from the internet slots for a minute. Check feed 7379. That should be it."
"We all have to make sacrifices," Michaels argued. "Just tell her he's high priority. Christophers, switch on that computer so we can see what is going on with him. I don't understand the damn thing." Christophers flicked on the computer and tapped a couple of keys, doing his magic and bringing the machine to life. Michaels took a seat as Christophers finished typing in the final commands. They peered at the screen, taking a moment to realize what they were seeing. Christophers pointed a trembling finger.
"Would you look at this? I can't believe the man is standing. What the hell's he doing?"
They watched as Muffenberg stood up, unassisted, and began walking lethargically around the empty room. He looked at his arm and started tearing at the bandages, and he didn't stop until he reached skin, ripping the flesh from his arm with his teeth.
"What the hell is wrong with him?" Michaels shouted. "Call the nurse and warn them to hold off going in there. He's showing the same signs as Daniels."
Christophers picked up the phone to dial even as they watched a nurse enter the room with a tray of instruments.
"He didn't even get the dosage. Do you think it's viral? Oh, God help us. She's going in there."
Like a bell had gone off, Moffenberg looked over at the intrusion and locked eyes with the nurse.
"Hello, Doctor," she inquired. "Are you okay? We didn't think you would be up this quickly, sir."
He gaped at her, bloody saliva running from his mouth and blood seeping from his eyes. She took stock of him and saw the bleeding eyes and the fresh wound on his arm.
"Oh, my God! What happened to your arm? Did someone hurt you?"
She ran up to him, trying to guide him to his bed.
"Please, sit down before you injure yourself further."
That was the last sentence Nurse Pearson would ever speak. The injured doctor lunged for her outstretched helping arms, grabbed her by the scrub shirt, and pulled her in while making some sort of groan or growl. She screamed at the top of her lungs. He buried his teeth deep into her jugular, ripping through her skin and viciously tearing away at it and everything that was beneath it. He dropped her to the ground, threw back his head, and screamed. The nurse went into a spasm on the floor, losing dangerous amounts of blood while the two doctors watched in horror. Then Moffenberg dropped to his knees and hunched over the nurse's body. Christophers bent over from his seat, puking on the floor, coughing and gagging. Everything he'd eaten that day was violently expelled from his stomach.
"Oh, shit!" Michaels yelled. "Would you look at him? Do you see that? Do you goddamn see that?"
Christophers wiped his face on his lab coat, pulled himself up to the table, and stared at the image.
"What is he doing?"
Michaels was already picking up the phone with trembling hands to dial a new number.
"Are you calling the nurse's station?" "I'm calling Major Stevenson, and then I'm calling the Rangers. He's chewing. He's eating her." "Oh, my God. You're right. What are we calling the Rangers for? Call the military police to come arrest this crazy bastard. He's lost it." "You don't get it. I'm not calling for Moffenberg. I'm calling for the 25 men we've injected with this. They're resting in an unguarded room with other soldiers. What have we done?"
Michaels dialed the office of Major Stevenson and put him on the speaker.
"Sir, there's something horribly wrong with the vapor we designed. Things we couldn't possibly have expected to happen are happening, sir."
"Could you possibly be any more vague, Doctor? What exactly are you talking about, son? We have to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, right?"
Christophers chimed in. "Sir, this is the Holy Mother Mary of omelets. The doctor who was attacked earlier is awake."
The major considered this.
"How is that a bad thing?" Christophers shouted. "Sir, he's eating a nurse."
"Did I hear you right, son? What the hell did you do to that man?"
Michaels answered. "He didn't have any exposure, sir. He was bitten. Oh, my God! It spreads, sir. The antidote Daniels had was the root of this, I think. It's the only explanation for any of this. We need to evacuate the healthy off the base."
"That's out of the question. I'm going to assemble the Rangers and we'll get this taken care of. You two try not to do anything stupid in the meantime." They both watched the monitor and saw that Moffenberg had eaten all the way through Nurse Pearson's neck. Her head, no longer connected, had rolled under the bed. Moffenberg was now pulling intestines out by the handful, gorging himself. Michaels managed.
"I think I'm going to be sick."
He turned and grabbed a trash can and leaned over it, his face pale and sweaty. Christopher's looked on in awe, adjusting the security camera lens in the lab, calibrating for the perfect image, whizzing and zooming. Moffenberg was squatting over the dead nurse, his hands moving quickly from her abdomen to his mouth. The back and sides of his hospital gown were soaked through with blood, making it appear black. Michaels continued.
"That's disgusting! What's wrong with him? Why are you trying to get a better picture?"
Just then, Moffenberg stopped eating, raised his head, and straightened his shoulders a little, and slowly bent his back up straight.
"He hears it. Would you look? He hears the lens adjusting in the room."
Moffenberg turned his head slowly, tilting it to the side. His mouth was open, full, and filled with bloody pieces of Nurse Pearson's intestines. He still had one hand buried deep in her torso. He roared at the lens, making both doctors jump a foot in the air. Moffenberg got to his feet slowly and walked to the door, a handful of guts dragging behind him. Michaels was breathing heavily at this point, panic taking over his every move. Suddenly he gasped.
"He thinks he can get out the door. Look at him. What's he thinking?"
Christophers pointed at the screen.
"Look at the handle. All he has to do is—"
The two doctors read the word on the handle in unison.
"Push."
Moffenberg made his way out, not by pushing with his hand like a normal person. He walked into the door with his face and chest. They watched in horror as the door shut behind him, blood and guts smeared against it and down the side. Moffenberg no longer in the room or camera's view.
"Where is he going?"
Michaels managed. Christophers smacked him on the shoulder hard.
"How in the hell should I know? From the look of the nurse, I'd say he's looking for food."
They looked at the bloody disaster of a room, a life ruined in a matter of seconds.
"He's in the hallway with the staff and patients,"
Christophers thought aloud.
"We have to warn them. We have to warn everybody."
Without hesitation, Michaels ran to the wall and pulled the red security alarm. It was the highest alarm that could be pulled on the base, and the loudspeaker announced a code red after he pulled it. Christophers looked up the second he'd found the hallway channel on the video feed to see the alarm switch being pulled down.
"Don't pull the alarm,"
he screamed.
"You'll kill us all."
But it was too late. The room went black when the lights cut off and started to glow red when the emergency bulbs came to life.
"We have to warn them," Michaels told him. "They don't deserve this. They're just doing their job." "Agreed, but you just locked all the innocent people in the building with 25 of those ravenous freaks." "But they're sleeping still."
The siren screamed through the building and across the base. Michaels held up his hands awkwardly towards Christophers.
"I know. Don't say it. If I could take it back, I would. But for right now, let's get out of here."
Christophers moaned as he looked at the screen. A young, thin, unsuspecting orderly never even had time to process what he was faced with. Moffenberg jumped up and landed on the man's chest, knocking him to the ground. With both arms gripping the man's head, he smashed it repeatedly on the white tile floor, blood spattering everywhere. He tore the man's left arm away from his body, leaving ligaments dangling out of the socket, then ripped the man's shirt from his chest and ravenously started tearing the flesh away. He clearly had a hunger that could not be filled. He stood back up, leaving the twitching orderly on the ground, and picked up the arm. Eating it like a turkey leg, he staggered on to find his next victim. The two doctors stared at the video feed. The hallway outside their doors seemed to be clear. They were hoping that, if they could get out of the secured building, they might have a chance. Otherwise, Unless a full army brigade saved them, there was no hope. Christopher's and Michael's pushed the door open quietly and walked slowly through the hallways. Trying to listen for sounds was pointless until the siren finally died down. A recorded voice came over the loudspeakers. "Please do not be alarmed. Unless otherwise directed, this is only a drill. Please head to your designated spot in the wards. You will be escorted in a timely fashion to a safety bunker. Again, this is only a drill." The lights continued to flash. Michaels pulled on Christopher's sleeve. They tried to melt into the beige walls as a military police team of 2 headed their way. Both men were over 6 feet tall and had assault rifles slung over their back. They were holding pistols in their hands and had the sights of their pistols locked on the 2 doctors. The ranking officer barked. "Doctors, this is not a warning. Please move to your designated areas." From nowhere, a bloody, bony hand crashed through an interior window, clasped onto the officer's shirt, and pulled all 220 pounds of the officer through it. His pistol caught on the frame, falling to the floor and discharging as the gun struck the concrete. The bullet from the pistol ricocheted off of the wall and ended up in the second officer's skull, spraying his blood all across the back of the wall and dropping him instantly. A blood-curdling shriek followed by the cries of agony came from the officer that had been pulled through the window. Then they stopped, followed by the sounds of feeding. The doctors looked quickly into the ward from a safe distance to see what was happening, and realized that if ever there was a human smorgasbord, this was it. There were hundreds of men stacked on bunks from a recent battle, trapped men, stuck in their beds, unable to move, praying for death, but praying for a miracle more. The men who had received the vapor injection were putting those poor soldiers, young and old, out of their misery. Or at least, that was what it looked like.
"Would you look at that?"
Michaels whimpered.
"For the love of all that's holy, I cannot believe this. This is the most horrible thing I have ever seen. What are we going to do? We have to do something. We have to."
Christopher's smacked him across the face.
"We have to get out of here. We're the only ones left on the team that knows anything about what's going on. If we don't survive, then the country could be lost. What happens if it made it to the States? That could be horrific."
"Are you kidding me? If this got out back home, there'd be nowhere to go. These things would hunt every last person down."
They could hear a bullhorn from outside, the major's voice screaming loudly over it. "We are going to quarantine the building, and no one will be allowed to leave. If you are not infected, please find a safe place to hide. Soldiers will be entering the building as soon as they can get their forces put together to clear out the ill." Christopher's frowned.
"I don't buy that for 1 minute. They're going to clean everything out, and anyone left will be put in a cage or a glass bottle, whatever they fit into best. There's no winning situation here, is there?"
"Don't worry about it,"
Michaels assured him.
"We're going out the front door. Once he sees that it's us, he'll open a path so we can escape. We're the ones who can help with this."
"You know, I love your optimism sometimes. You're completely wrong. But what do we have to lose? Stay in here and become a meal, or risk letting a group of soldiers blow us to pieces with heavy military?"
They headed to the main doors, looking behind them once to see a bloody pack of men following them. There was a far greater number than 25. They recognized the one-armed orderly, his guts falling from his stomach, walking step for step with Moffenberg. There had to be 100 of these things moving towards them. Michaels broke out into a run, not waiting for Christopher's. The giant mob gained on them and caught Christopher's, dragging him to the ground. A mound of men crowded on top of him, tearing and pulling at his skin. his face distorted in agony as he experienced pain he'd never felt before. Tears filled his eyes as he prayed just to pass out. He screamed, his arm outstretched for Michaels to come and save him. Michaels looked back, but refused to stop. Stopping was death. Or, from what he'd seen, it could be worse. Much worse. He made it to the front doors and slammed on the bar to open the door to the front entrance. It didn't give an inch, and Michaels merely rammed into it, his head cracking open on the wired windows. A stream of blood dripped down his face. Major Stevenson and his team of rangers were keeping the doors shut so that they couldn't be forced open and the people inside couldn't push their way out. Michaels pounded his fist on the door. "I can help! I can help! Let me out of here! I know how to fix this! Please let me out!" Major Stevenson looked in at the man. He had tears falling from his face and was pleading, begging, clawing at the doors to be let out, pounding until his fists bled. A bloody hand came into view. It clutched his skull and slammed it into the mesh-wired glass, breaking it. Then pressure was applied to Michael's face, as if it was on a cheese grater. Layers of cheek and forehead were being flayed into the wire. The monsters began pulling at Michaels until he sank from view. Christopher's, or what was left of him, came up and started licking the window with a bloody tongue, snacking on what was left from Michael's face. Major Stevenson watched in terror, wishing he had never asked these men to start this project in the first place. He signaled the head ranger to come over to light the building ablaze. Death by fire would be more humane than forcing these savages to live in this state any longer. He couldn't let something like this get out, not on his watch. The research could be looked at later, but for right now, there was nothing useful in keeping these things alive. Chapter 12. Day -1. May 29, 2017. World population 7,370,261,835. Frank couldn't have anticipated it taking this long. He felt things should have gone quicker, since he'd already had a formula to start with. He'd been wrong, and it seemed like the further he got away from the original formula, the worse things got. He had even tried to contact some of the original team he had worked with, but to no avail. They had either dropped off the edge of the earth or had passed away. Watching the woman he loved get sicker and weaker over the last 4 months had done little for his optimism. Seeing the confidence she had in him to save her life and the hope in her eyes took a little piece of his heart each day. She never once complained, but periodically in their late-night conversations, when he'd take a break from the lab, she would ask him how the conversion from the original formula to the new version was going. "It's hard to say, Karen. I promise I'm trying, with every ounce of will I have, to make it work. I just can't test it on you until it's right. In your state, I don't think your body would handle it if it didn't work, or God forbid, if it somehow sped up the cancer." Karen lay next to him quietly. "I just feel like we're beginning to run out of time, Frank. I'd rather try the drug and have it fail than never have tried anything. The end result will be the same. The doctors tell me I have a few months at best left." Frank sat up and slid his clothes back on. "Oh, Frank, I'm sorry. I know it's all we talk about, but it's just so scary. Don't leave, baby. I didn't mean to upset you. We can just rest for a while longer. It's fine." "You're not upsetting me, but you're right about time. If I don't get it figured out soon, we'll have to tell Ellie and Sean. Although Sean knows that your papers said terminal. He bent down and kissed her lips, and then kissed her forehead as she laid back on the pillow.
"You will take care of Ellie if something—"
she began. Frank reached down and put his finger to his lips. "Don't, Karen. You know I will. But please don't start these conversations yet. I'm going back to the lab. I'm going to call Rogers back in to check this last batch of data. It doesn't need to wait until morning. The results should be ready to analyze by now, I'd think. I made some drastic changes and want to see how the rats are doing with it."
"God, I hope so, Frank. More than anything, it's hard to have to worry about my mortality on a daily basis. To tell you the truth, I'm more worried about Ellie than I am myself. Is that strange?"
Frank shook his head. "It's not weird at all. It's just instinct. I won't stop until I have it, baby. I won't quit."
"I love you, Frank. I think that I need some rest."
Frank smiled, pulling the blankets up over her now thin, bony shoulders, and knew she wasn't just tired. She was dying. They both knew it, and Frank couldn't make the drug any faster. The cancer was winning, but he was about to change things if he had his way. He walked out to his truck, his eyes overflowing, thinking harder and harder. Thinking was all he did these days, besides worrying. Ellie looked out the window. The clock on her bedside cabinet showed it was 11:30. She looked at Tina.
"Well, he didn't stay long."
Tina sat her phone down and looked up, smiling.
"Maybe he was just getting a quickie, you know, refreshing the batteries."
Ellie laughed.
"That look on my face just then was a little puke in my mouth."
"Do you want to go check on your mom and make sure everything's okay?"
Ellie shook her head, sat back in her bed, and watched Tina. She wanted to change the subject to something besides cancer. It had been the only subject in the house for months.
"Who are you chatting with tonight?"
Tina smiled.
"The boys, of course."
Ellie leaned up on the bed, trying to take a look at Tina's phone.
"Well, that narrows it down to about half the people on Earth."
"Well, if you must know, dear, I'm talking to the deliciously attractive Sean and Greg. They're hanging out at Sean's house tonight, unsupervised."
Ellie got uncomfortable hearing her talk that way about Sean. She was still very interested in him, but didn't think it fair with her mom being so sick. She also didn't want to tell him to wait, because she didn't know who she'd be inside when this was finally over.
"What do you mean, the deliciously attractive Sean? I thought you liked that kid from Dallas Center from Sean's wrestling camp tournament last month."
Tina sank into the beanbag chair, typing away.
"Well, I did like him until I saw Sean with his tight uniform painted on. Besides, he's like one of the only boys I can talk to who doesn't sit and stare at my boobs the entire conversation. He isn't gay, is he?"
Ellie sat up.
"That uniform's called a singlet, and he isn't gay."
Tina smiled at her.
"I don't care what you call it. I think he looked amazing in it. What are you getting so uptight about?"
Ellie rolled her eyes and sat up.
"Sean's free to date whoever he wants. I've been too busy with my mom to worry about anyone else."
"I just wanted to make sure you're cool if we ended up dating. I don't even know if he's interested in me. Although I'm hoping maybe that little outfit I bought for tomorrow's volleyball homecoming rally will be enough to grab his attention for once."
"Yeah? I don't know if I'll be able to go. My mom needs me close by. If the three of you want to go, send me a picture from the rally."
"It's been 4 months. I don't understand how she isn't looking any better yet. Do her doctors suck?"
Ellie wiped at fresh tears.
"I have no idea. Frank found the doctors. He's engaged to my mom now. He wouldn't get the woman he loves crappy doctors.
She said she doesn't know, since it's a trial drug, how long it will take. But I don't know how much more she can handle, Tina. Really, what's the point of taking all that crap if it doesn't do anything?
Tina got up from the chair and set her phone down, then sat next to Ellie and put an arm around her.
Hey, she'll be okay. She's engaged to a doctor, and he won't let anything bad happen.
Sean looked over at Greg.
Dude, I'm telling you, the internet is fine. My dad has a block on that kind of stuff. He set it up last week.
Greg leaned back in the computer chair. Doesn't your dad trust you?
Yes, but he doesn't trust you. Remember I told you last week he picked up my phone by accident and saw a string of text messages from you? Believe it or not, he found it less than funny.
Greg looked around the room. He doesn't have much of a sense of humor these days, does he?
I'm not sure he ever did. He lives in that lab trying to get a cure for her.
Really? Your dad thinks he's going to be the guy who finds the cure for cancer? Sean shrugged.
Well, they keep saying they don't know how long before the medicine she's on will start working, but I think maybe the reason for it is because she isn't taking anything more than vitamins. She's getting worse because she's dying.
Why isn't she taking any real drugs? Sean sat up on his elbow.
If I tell you something, you have to promise me you'll keep your mouth shut.
Sure.
No, I mean it. Like I'll break your damn head open if you tell Ellie or Tina. I don't care if they threaten you with your life.
You mean like you're doing to me right now?
Exactly.
I get it. Don't tell anyone. Sean looked over him before responding.
The papers Ellie found about her mom mention she has stage 5 cancer.
Greg nodded slowly.
You have no idea what I'm saying, do you, Greg?
Greg shook his head.
It means she's dying. In the cancer world, stage 5 means terminal. It means death. There is no cure. That's why she isn't taking drugs.
So, your dad is doing everything he can to cure her. That's kind of cool, isn't it? I mean, you have to respect that, don't you? Sean thought of his mom, and how he would have felt about his dad had he saved her.
Yeah, I guess. I just don't want to have to face Ellie if he doesn't come through. What she's going through now is minor compared to really losing someone.
Hey, if your dad cures cancer and whatever, think about it. You'd never have to work in your entire life. Think of the first car he'd buy you. Oh my God, the girls you'd have lined up. Tina would go crazy. Sean smiled, loving how Greg could find a positive for every negative and somehow relate it to sex.
I don't know if I'm ready to date someone. I still like Ellie, but she's kind of busy right now.
Greg slapped him on the chest.
Dude, Tina's totally into you. You told me yourself Ellie and you had that one night, and then Lady Luck shot your puppy. You're 14 now. How can't you be ready to date? Your heart's beating, right?
Sean lay back on his bed.
Don't remind me, Greg. I'm perfectly aware of what Tina looks like.
Rogers had been going round and round about his plan all week. If things worked out, he and Frank would be deemed biochemist gods with appreciation from all, and he was more than happy to share the awards and fame and endless money with his boss. Until someone cured AIDS, there would be no one who could hold a candle to their achievement. He felt cancer was a bigger threat anyways. It was only 8 in the evening. He knew Dr. Fox had left for the night because he could see that he'd backed up his work online. He intended to put his plan into action on a Saturday or Sunday when the building would be least occupied. Saturday night was either a church night, a family night, or, on a wonderful warm night like tonight, everyone would be sitting out by their backyard fires. Being so close to summer, everyone wanted to enjoy the cool spring weather while they could. He powered down the laptop he'd used to check if the boss was still there, and set off to make history. One day, everyone would thank him for his insight, his initiative, and for being a risk-taker. He wasn't scared to break a few eggs. The building would be almost empty at this time of night. Rogers tried not to speed on the way, but his excitement got the better of him. He listened to the radio, tapping his hands on the steering wheel and doing a wonderful job at singing off-key karaoke. Once he arrived, he found a spot up front and hurried to the entrance of the building. He entered a 9-digit key code for late-night access and opened the large glass door. He went by the security guard's desk and swiped his badge across the reader, nodding to Chuck, the night security guard. Chuck was looking at a guns and ammo magazine and set it down to observe the short, pudgy man currently disturbing him. Chuck was a tall man in his early 60s, counting the days until he could retire at his weekend camper home by the lake with his wife, Evelyn. He was a retired infantry soldier without enough money to live day to day on his military pension. He rubbed his thick gray handlebar mustache, watching to ensure that Rogers followed security protocol to a T. He finally acknowledged Rogers once his face popped up on his large, flat-screen monitor. In a raspy smoker's voice, he asked, "You burning the candle at both ends tonight, Doc?" Rogers stopped.
Yes, well, we won't get ahead if we don't put one foot in front of the other, will we?
He smiled a bright, toothy grin full of confidence and saluted the guard with the wrong hand. It did about as much good as a smack in the face would have. He marched on to the elevator quickly, never looking back. Chuck picked up a copy of his gun magazine, shaking his head at Rogers and muttering under his breath, "Pussy." Rogers entered the lab and looked around to make sure Frank was gone. His actions here tonight could not easily be explained. He walked around, flicking on the different terminals and powering up all the computers. He was going to have hours of work to do in a short matter of time. He knew Frank was unpredictable, never staying away from the lab for long. He seemed more committed to this project than any assignment they had been tasked with before. It was a shame he hadn't found a way to make the cure he'd longed for before now. Rogers had seen Frank's original notes last week when he'd been looking for some other documentation, including the original formula for X-74 and the handwritten notes describing a trial cure for soldiers suffering the effects of biowarfare. He'd discreetly photocopied them. Next, Rogers had taken the X-74 and added a strong dose of Zometa, an aggressive cancer drug the company had created. On its own, it was not something that would cure terminal patients. He then added an additional calcium fortifying agent. He was sure testing this would be easy, and hoped the results would be immediate. Up to that point, they had been experimenting with different strains mixed with a much tamer version of what Frank called X-74, mostly the vitamin strand of the drug. He'd sent a request down to the mixing lab to have a batch of the new samples put together. If all went well, he'd be up in the CEO's office explaining exactly what they had been doing by the end of this week and smoking a celebratory cigar. At the medical plant, they tested on rats per federal health regulations. They were required to prove a drug worked before clinical tests on humans could take place. He knew if he didn't have the research to back up his work, he could be banned from the medical field for the rest of his life. But he was willing to take the risk. Rogers had always been taught to use injections into the bloodstream, but, as he had learned after working with Frank, a vapor vaccination method could inoculate many people with the same distribution tool. Coming from a military background, it made perfect sense why Frank would consider this a good method. He had given the samples to 15 rats exposed to bone cancer-causing pesticides to prove the serum worked. He had labeled them with a different name and a different chemical makeup, as Frank would know immediately something was off with the strain he had asked him to give to the first set of rats. Now, it was time to see whether his experiment had worked. He turned on the lights to the animal cage room and went in to check out his specimens. He picked one up and was immediately bitten. He had never been bitten this hard by one before, and could not believe the chunk of skin it had taken out of his finger. He dropped it back in its cage.
"Oh, you little bastard! That hurt! Good Lord!"
He stumbled back out of the room, wrapping his hand with a handkerchief from his back pocket, and went to the first aid center. He doused his finger with a disinfectant foam and rinsed it with hot water, then examined it closely, thinking about that rat. He was actually glad he had been bitten. Only a few days ago the rat could barely lift its head to eat, let alone run up and take a giant bite out of his damn hand. The serum must have worked. He must be on the right path. He hurried to bandage it and then began to create the fake reports which would prove that all the necessary results had been submitted properly and filed with the Federal Board of Drug Approvals. As he was finishing up the last of the data, falling in love with the idea of X74 and the little tweak that he had added to it, his cell phone rang.
"Hello? This is Rogers."
"Rogers, this is Frank. I need you to come to the lab. Are you available tonight?"
Rogers got a little nervous.
"Well, I am available. You do realize it's after 1 in the morning, right?" "Actually, I'm already at the lab. I couldn't wait to check the results, and I have to tell you that the strain we tested on the 15 rats is working impressively. I've done blood workups and the data research on them. There is a massive improvement."
Frank said nothing as he stopped his truck on the side of the road. He wanted to call Karen immediately and tell her. He wanted to tell Sean he had succeeded. He wanted to kiss Rogers. He wanted his body to stop trembling so that he could relax from the adrenaline rush that his body was going through.
"I'll be there in 20 minutes, Rogers. Do we have any samples of it left?"
"I do have 2 batches left. Do you want me to see if I can get a giant batch made so we could mass test the drug on a group of 100 rats? Or are you going to distribute the drug to the cancer society you're dealing with? I'm sure if someone is terminally ill, they wouldn't feel that they have too much to lose, right?"
Frank smiled. The terminally ill person was Karen, and she would no longer be dying. He was going to be the reason she lived. They could finally move on with their lives. They could get married, move in together, do everything that a couple in love wanted to do. There would be mornings and nights spent together with nothing but peaceful slumber. The worries of the last 4 months would be put behind them. Frank snapped back to reality.
"Simple question, Rogers. Do you have more of my drug, or do we need to create one? If we need to make one, I will take care of ordering it myself."
Rogers cringed a bit, thinking he would be finished at the plant if Frank saw what was in it.
"Don't worry about it. I already ordered a batch of 10 to further distribute it for your project."
"Pack one of the kits into a vapor container and get it locked into a cooling locker so that we can package it to be shipped. They are going to want this right away."
Rogers smiled with relief, wiping his wrinkled brow.
"Okay."
Hanging up the phone, he ignored the direct order. Punching the enter key on his keyboard, he ordered a batch large enough to take care of every Knicks fan at a sold-out arena. The sister company in Chicago would receive the drug ingredients after the Adele branch made the initial batch. Rogers smiled, thinking of all the good he was doing.
millions of people would get a new lease on life. Frank arrived at the laboratory shortly after speaking to Rogers. It took everything in him not to sprint into the building at this time in the morning. He did not want to cause any commotion or make the security guards think anything might be wrong. He walked briskly in past Chuck and nodded. "Anything good coming out on the market, Chuck?" Chuck laughed. He knew that Fox was ex-military. He had the posture of a trained soldier.
"Yeah, they have some new 45s, but good luck getting anything to shoot out of them."
"Better to have the guns and be ready when bullets are in stock, than be able to buy ammo and not have something to put it in." Chuck nodded.
"Amen to that. Have a good night, Dr. Fox."
Frank gave a two-fingered salute to Chuck and went to the elevators. Rogers was waiting for Frank when he arrived.
"Can you believe we did it, Frank? I mean, Dr. Fox? Isn't it incredible, after all these months, all the failures?"
Frank nodded, squeezing Rogers' shoulder and trying to hold it together. "We are going to save a lot of people unnecessary heartache. This is God in a bottle. Do you know that?"
"Yes. We are going to be known by everyone worldwide when this comes out."
Frank asked for the research papers and documentation and started combing through them.
"Well,"
Rogers started nervously,
"if you don't need any help on this, I think I'm going to get going. I'm not really feeling all that well tonight. I think I've been burning the candle at both ends for too long. Just think, we can finally get some sleep. I think I'm going to take a short nap in the break room. I'm too damn tired to drive."
Frank already was looking at blood samples under a microscope, absolutely amazed at what he was seeing, and waved at Rogers to go. He was speechless. The rat was cured of cancer. What he didn't know was it was now a monster. Frank murmured lightly under his breath. "The TBC count is through the roof. No cancer." He turned around as Rogers was leaving and shouted, "Where did you put the working formulas at, Rogers?" Rogers turned and pointed to the freezer.
"It's on the top shelf labeled working in red ink. There's a vapor injector next to it. When are we going to talk to the CEO?"
Frank shrugged. "I hadn't really thought about mass distribution and how to best go about it. We're going to have a hell of a lot of explaining to do. How a couple of vitamin biochemists came up with the cure for cancer. Once we have some proven results to show, all will be forgiven."
"If not, I think that Rogers and Fox Enterprises has a wonderful tone to it."
"Have a good night, Rogers. I'll see you on Monday. Enjoy Sunday. Take the day off. You earned it." Frank double and triple checked everything the other doctor had entered for dates, times, and information, not realizing most of it was forgery. He was still shocked this was really happening, but feeling an absolute, unbeatable high that he was about to save the woman he loved. He packed the case with one of the 10 vials and a vapor injection kit, thinking cheerfully to himself that he was going to need a vacation after this was all said and done. He saved everything on his computer, only then noticing that it was already 6 in the morning. It would be good to get breakfast and head over to Karen's. The day was going to be as stressful as possible, and some food would not hurt anything. Frank stopped by a gas station to pick up donuts and coffee. He smiled at the greeter, who told him to have a good day. Frank nodded, unworried about that being an issue. Reaching Karen's, he pulled into the quiet driveway. He entered the house, set his spare key down on the living room table, and walked around, taking stock of the house. He saw Ellie's room was open, and heard the faint sound of some television show. He laughed. Sean always fell asleep with the television on as well. He checked the kitchen. It was left clean from the night before when he'd stopped by a little early for rest and a nice dinner with the girls. He set the donuts down and poured himself a cup of coffee. He wanted to run in screaming to Karen, but didn't want to give the poor woman a heart attack after finally achieving his goal. He went to her bedroom to crawl into bed and wake her with the news that was about to happen. He was in shock at what he saw. Frank was met with a room filled with all the signs of an emergency. The blankets had all been thrown from the bed. There were unused strips of medical tape hanging from the nightstand. He walked to the bed, looking for something that would make this scene make a little more sense to him. He'd only been gone 5 hours. He wondered what could have happened in such a short time. A crackling noise made him notice the plastic beneath his right foot. He bent down and picked up a familiar bag with the word laryngoscope on it. Medical personnel used it for intubation. It cleared the airway so the patient could breathe with the assistance of a machine or a pump attached to it. Frank dropped the bag and ran to Ellie's room, bursting in without knocking. No one was there. He yelled Karen's and Ellie's names, praying for a response. He was in an empty, quiet house, alone. His heart was pounding and his breathing was getting short. For a moment he was worried that he was about to have a heart attack. He sat down for a second and took a few deep breaths, knowing if he didn't calm down, he wasn't going to do anyone any good. He thought for a moment, finding it more difficult than normal to keep his head on straight. He reached for his pocket and pulled out his cell phone. He hit the power button without result, realizing it had most likely been dead for hours. He plugged it in and saw Karen's matching model on the counter. She was the one who had made him buy the smartphone in the first place, trying to help him get with the times. He hit the power button on her phone. There were no missed calls or texts. Her battery was showing at 75%, which was more than enough. He swapped batteries, getting his phone powered back on. He knew there was a very small chance Ellie would not have her phone on her. He waited for what seemed like forever as the phone turned on and loaded up, taking its sweet goddamn time. Frank slammed his hand down on the counter. "Hurry up, you stupid-ass phone!" At the peak of his anger, the phone finally started buzzing on the counter. He looked at it and saw 20 missed calls and 6 new voicemails, 4 from Sean and 2 from Ellie. He took the charger off of the wall and pocketed it in case he needed it. He ran to his truck, plugged the phone into his jack, and hit the telephone icon on his steering column. He listened in horror to the 5 messages that followed. Message 1, 3:45 a.m. Dad, it's Sean. You need to call me ASAP, please. Message 2, 3:50 a.m. Dad, why aren't you answering your phone? Pick up your damn phone. Message 3, 3:54 a.m. Dad, Ellie is scared to death. They're on their way to the hospital. Message 4, 4:15 a.m. Frank, it's Ellie. Please call my phone when you get this. Mom's not doing good. Message 5, 5:45 a.m. Dad, I'm on my way to Mercy Hospital. I'm just so glad you can't show up a second time. Don't worry, Greg's dad is giving me a ride to Des Moines. Message 6, 6:15 a.m. Frank, it's Ellie. Call me if you get this. They don't know if Mom's going to wake up again. It was a little difficult to make out what Ellie was saying in the last message through her stifled sobbing. Frank
was flying down the highway. There were no cars on the road in town since it was so early, and no one was on the highway that led him to the interstate, which would take him to Mercy Hospital in less than 20 minutes. He made it in 15, doing 90 on every straight stretch of road he could hit. He tried calling both kids back, but couldn't get a hold of either of them. He kept looking in his rear view and was blessed with no sirens, although the thought of stopping for a speeding ticket didn't seem likely. He kept saying under his breath, "Please, God, don't take her from me. Don't take another one. Don't let me be too late. I'm not strong enough for this again. If you ever do anything for me, let this be it. Just please don't let her pass. I just need a few more hours, a few more days, and I will have her cured." He slammed his hands down on the steering wheel. "You can't take her. I promised her I'd save her. We are so close." Frank took the off-ramp at the hospital and a right turn toward the emergency department, fishtailing the truck and almost taking it up on two wheels. A security guard was waving a frantic arm at him to slow down. Frank slid to a stop in front of the building, grabbed the vapor and his phone, and sprinted into the admitting office. A receptionist looked at him in alarm. He'd been up for the last 24 hours and was dripping with sweat from the stress. Thoughts of the good and bad were flying through his head. A million what-ifs, and why was Karen here? The worst was not knowing. The receptionist smiled nervously at Frank as he arrived breathlessly at her desk.
"Sir, are you all right?"
Frank shook his head. "No. Yes, I'm fine. I'm here for a patient. I believe she was brought in a few hours ago. My fiancée, and my son and her daughter."
"I'm sorry, sir. Your entire family was admitted? I don't believe we've had anything like that. Are you sure you're at the right hospital, sir? Lutheran Hospital is just down the—"
Frank slammed his open palm down on the counter, startling the receptionist and making the armed security guard rise. Frank held up the hand for him to stop and took a long, deep breath, composing himself. "Please, let me try again." He was breathing unevenly and still sweating. He wiped his brow with a handkerchief. "I'm sorry for this. My name is Dr. Frank Cox. My fiancée was brought in. She is sick with cancer, and her name is Karen Randall. She was probably accompanied by her 14-year-old daughter, Ellie. My son Sean came later, I believe. I haven't been able to reach anyone on the telephone, though." The nurse nodded slowly, looking down at her keyboard and pecking away, not saying anything. Finally, she looked up at him.
"Yes, I do have a Karen Randall admitted. It doesn't say if her daughter is with her, of course. She's on the 9th floor, room 540. Take the second set of elevators up there and turn left. Do you need an escort, sir?"
Frank shook his head, stammering out, "Thank you. I appreciate it." He was feeling sick from the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The one fact which made him calm down was that Karen was still alive. Corpses weren't admitted to a hospital room. He jogged to the bank of elevators, trying not to cause too much commotion among the staff. People get nervous when a crazy-looking man comes ranting. Frank thought about how elevators are much like traffic lights. The bigger a hurry you are in, the harder it is to get a green. The elevator stopped at every floor on the way up. He was cursing and waving his arms, telling people to hurry up. He had an entire side of an elevator to himself. The other occupants huddled closely and tried to keep their eyes from meeting Frank's. When Frank finally got to the 9th floor, he stepped out and heard a large collective sigh from the passengers behind him. He hustled down to Karen's room and entered abruptly. He did not like what he saw. Karen appeared to be in a deep coma. He then took in the whole picture. She had a breathing tube coming out of her mouth, taped in place to her cheeks, and different IVs coming out of her arms and wrists. Frank sank to his knees as he looked at the disheveled woman he was madly in love with. He stood up again, feeling like all the energy had been sucked out of him, but walked to her bedside, tears freely falling. He laid his head on her chest, feeling her shallow heartbeat on his forehead.
"I'm so sorry," he whispered. "I can't believe that I let you get to this point. There just wasn't enough time. Will you forgive me? I need you, Karen."
His son's voice startled him. "Better late than never, I guess." Sean was standing near a couch where Ellie was resting. He had removed his varsity jacket and covered her with it. He walked to his dad and, filled with rage, he whispered,
"Where the hell were you? I can't believe this. She has been sick for months, and Ellie tells me you're never there. I know that you're never at home. Do you really think that you can cure everything with your old books? Is anything important to you, Dad? Anything at all?"
Frank tried to put a hand on his shoulder, but Sean smacked it hard. He pushed his dad and began shoving him and punching at his chest, yelling, "You don't get to explain yourself, Dad. I'm past it. There isn't anything you can say that I'm sure you haven't said before. You knew I wasn't big on the two of you ending up together, but this isn't how I wanted it to end. She didn't do anything to deserve this." He did nothing to retaliate to his son's anger.
"No one deserves it, Sean. You want to know where I have been? Why I haven't been around? I haven't been working on a drug at work. I've been working on a cure for Karen. I was in my lab when you called, and I didn't know my phone was dead. Yes, I think I can cure her. I think I have it."
Sean stopped hitting him and looked him dead in the eyes. "You can't cure terminal cancer, Dad. Do you think you're a god?"
"It's the devil's work, son. God wouldn't put people and their families through the pain of cancer. It's just too bad he can't step in and save the good ones."
Sean laughed, pointing at Karen. "Wow, Dad, hell of a cure. Is that why Karen's lying in the hospital bed? Do you have any idea what she's going through right now?" Frank looked at his son curiously.
"She's in a coma, son. She can't feel anything."
"Not Karen, Dad. Christ, I know she's gone. I was talking about Ellie. She was the one that found Karen. She was passed out and unresponsive, lying on the bedroom floor. Ellie had to call 911 and ride down in the ambulance watching the medics do all the work on her."
"I don't know what you want me to say, Sean. It wasn't on purpose. I need you to understand that."
Sean started backing up from his dad. "I don't have to understand anything. I was there for Mom, and now I'm here for Karen and Ellie." He checked on Ellie one more time. She was fast asleep from exhaustion. Sean grabbed his wallet out of his jacket, then looked back at his dad. "I'm going to go buy some breakfast for Ellie. Do you think you can stay here long enough so if she wakes up she doesn't have to be here alone?" Frank nodded and took a seat. He was going round and round about what to do. He still couldn't believe the original results from this new batch. He'd hoped for something good, but never anything this wonderful. He couldn't believe he was going to give a trial drug to the woman he adored, but he didn't think he had a choice. Frank pulled out the nasal inhaler, looked at it for a few minutes, moving it around in his hands. Finally, he pulled out the safety stop, gently removed Karen's air mask, and put the nasal injector in her nostrils. He pulled the switch, emitting a double dose into her nasal cavity, then kissed her forehead and sat back down. He pulled out some sheets of paper he'd grabbed from the lab when he'd left. He was trying to figure out how often he could distribute the drug to her in case it was going to take more than one batch. He looked at the dosage results, and they were identical to his calculations. He knew that in 4 hours he could give her a second dose. First, he needed to monitor her vital signs by the half hour following the initial dose. Ideally, he would have liked to have given the drug out to others as well, but knew no doctor in his right mind would give this drug to a patient until it had been proven, tested, and cleared by the Drug Administration. The first 2 hours passed, and her heart rate began steadily increasing and becoming stronger. Her blood pressure was rising to a good level. 3 hours later, Ellie woke up and saw Frank sitting there. She had a look of contempt on her face. She had never been rude to him before, but today was a day of change. She sat up.
"Frank, when did you get here?"
Frank was sitting in a trance. He was delirious from exhaustion and stress. Ellie stared at him and snapped.
"Frank!"
She blinked and looked over, smiling tiredly. "How did you sleep, Ellie?" She stared in disbelief.
"How did I sleep? Oh, I don't know. How about crappy? I had nightmares that I was stuck in a room watching my mother getting sicker and sicker, and the man she loved wasn't there to help or do anything useful. I had to ride in an ambulance while they did God knows what to my mom, and then, to top it off, I had to call my best friend and ask him where his dad was."
"That sounds like a horrible dream."
"No, I just had to relive last night all over again, which wasn't any better the second time. How could you not be there for her? She told me you were going to be reliable, that you'd be better than my dad. She told me I could trust you to be there, and you weren't. You don't get second chances like these, Frank. The doctors told me that they don't expect her to wake."
"I'm sorry. I was—" Ellie cut him off.
"At work, Frank. Yeah, I gathered that since you weren't at home when I called. Instead, I got Sean, who was there for me. My mom could barely get out of bed last night, and you weren't there. It was amazing you didn't stay there overnight."
Sean was leaning in the doorway. He had been in and out of the room all morning, unwilling to be around Frank any more than necessary. Frank noticed the breakfast Sean had gone for was sitting in a little plastic bag on the table nearby.
"Hey, Ellie,"
Sean interrupted.
"Come on. Greg's dad said that he would come get us and give us a ride home if we wanted. We get to go for a cruise in his police car. Maybe we can get him to run some red lights for us."
He was trying to get Ellie out of this awkward conversation. Ellie shook her head.
"I don't want to leave. She wouldn't leave me."
Sean nodded, understanding completely.
"I just thought we could go get cleaned up and you could get an overnight bag for the two of you for when she comes around. She'll want some things from home, right?"
Sean had heard what the doctors had said, but knew Ellie wasn't taking the news well. She hadn't had 6 months to deal with the idea that her mother was going to die. She had gone through 5 months thinking that her mother's drugs weren't working and was still waiting for the results to take effect. He knew what she was going through. Frank looked at both of them. "Don't bother calling Greg. Getting an overnight bag together isn't a bad idea at all. I need to grab something from my office. I can drop you two off and then swing back by after an hour to get you." Ellie looked at Sean and then back at Frank.
"What if Mom wakes up while we're gone?"
"Then we'll have a pleasant surprise when we get back, won't we? Grab your stuff and let's head out." Ellie shrugged and grabbed Sean's varsity jacket, sliding it on. She walked by him, bumping him with her shoulder.
"You might not get this jacket back, you know that, right?"
"Oh, really?" The three of them were quiet on the way back to town. Frank dropped Ellie off first and told her he would call her after he got back to his place and had showered. She squeezed Sean's arm and slid out of the back seat of the truck where the two of them had been sitting, leaving Frank to his own thoughts in the front. Frank put the truck in gear and headed home. He looked back at Sean and saw he was staring directly back at him.
"Something on your mind, Sean?"
Sean stared a moment longer and then looked out the truck window.
"Is that a serious question?" "Yeah, something's on my mind. Lots of things are running through it, all fighting for attention."
"Which one's winning?"
Sean waited a long time, then finally asked,
"Well, did you come up with anything?"
"Did I come up with anything?"
Sean threw his hands up.
"God, you can be dense! Did you come up with something for Karen? Did you figure out anything during this time? Do you have anything at all you can give her that might work? At this point, what does she have to lose?"
Frank lied, not sure if and how much he should tell his son.
"I think I'm close. That's why I wanted to run back to the lab. If the results look good, maybe in a few days we might be able to give her a sample and see how it reacts with her body."
Sean waited and finally commented,
"So, as of now, you don't have it. Let's hope she has a few more days. Those doctors didn't sound like they had a lot of hope."
Frank smiled and looked in the mirror.
"Doctors don't know a thing. She could last a day, or she could last a month. They can't tell us when she will pass, or if she will at all."
They pulled up to the house and Sean hopped out of the truck. Frank rolled down the window to say goodbye as Sean turned around and called,
"Don't forget to come back for us."
Frank backed out of the driveway, shaking his head sadly. He'd never thought his own flesh and blood would have such contempt and anger for him. He drove straight to E&T, entering and doing his normal security pass check. He nodded to the daytime security guard, Pat, who was a full-time, silver-haired retiree in charge of watching the place. Frank had a good idea from Karen what kind of profits the company earned annually, and it amazed him that they chose to skimp on company security. When Frank entered his lab, he was surprised to see Rogers there.
"Hey, Rogers. I thought I told you to take the rest of the weekend off. What are you doing in here today? It's time you got to relax a little."
Rogers didn't respond. He went into the rat facility for a minute and then came back out. Frank didn't like being ignored.
"Rogers, what are you doing here? Why aren't you catching up on sleep?"
When Rogers finally looked over at him, Frank noticed immediately that he was 10 sheets of pale, and his facial expression was blank. Frank walked over to him slowly and put his hand on his arm. Rogers seemed completely unresponsive. Frank gave him the space he thought he needed and picked up the desk phone and called security. Frank waited, and on the second ring he was greeted with an answer from Pat.
"Security office, sir. How may I help you?"
Frank spoke quietly.
"Hey, Pat. It's Frank up in the Research and Development Lab. I wanted to check. Do we happen to have anyone in Emergency Health Services today? I know it's Sunday, but I was hoping that maybe someone was in."
"Are you okay? Is there an emergency, Dr. Fox?"
Frank shrugged his shoulders, unsure really at this point what was wrong with Rogers.
"Yeah, I'm fine. I wanted to talk to emergency services. My assistant was here when I came in, and he doesn't look all that great. I figured someone could take a quick peek at him. I think he's just exhausted."
"Give me just a minute, Dr. Fox. I'll call up to health."
He hit the hold on Frank's line and hit a second transfer line that rang directly up to the company's health department. The phone was answered on the second ring.
"Health, this is Kylie. Can I help you?"
"Hey, Kylie. It's Pat down in security. You bored? Can I transfer someone over to you, please?"
"It depends. Is he going to be trouble?"
Pat laughed.
"Yeah, he sounds like he's going to be a real killer."
"Well, if he's any trouble, I'm going to hold you personally responsible, Pat."
Pat hit the transfer button and patched Frank through to the on-site nurse. Kylie announced herself again and where she worked for the second time in 3 minutes.
"How is it that I can help you, Dr. Fox?"
Frank had gotten Rogers to sit down and was doing an initial assessment of him. "Oh, good. I'm glad you're here. I'm up in my research lab. I just showed up and saw that my assistant was here. He was walking around and is completely unresponsive. To tell you the truth, from a medical standpoint, I'm even a bit surprised that he's up and walking still. His heartbeat is irregular and a bit fast at the same time. He won't answer me when I ask him questions. He seems to have some light bleeding coming from his eyes, but I don't see any injury to them or any broken blood vessels. I know he's been sleep-deprived for quite a while. Both of us have. But I didn't think he'd gotten this bad already." Kylie was tapping away on his keyboard.
"Do you have some medical background, sir? You seem to know what you're talking about. You took care of all my initial assessment questions for me."
"I've been in the medical field for most of my adult life. I did time in the Army where I cut my teeth. Do you think you'd be able to bring a wheelchair and a medical kit if he needs anything? I think he needs some rest, and if he doesn't look better in a few hours, I'll call a doctor."
"I can bring my gear. Can you help me get him situated in his chair? I don't want to worry about hurting him if he won't allow me to assist him walking."
Frank hung up and observed Rogers. Some drool was coming out of the side of his mouth, and he had a bandage on his hand. Frank slowly unwrapped it. He found a dark bruise, but not much else. He remembered Rogers saying something about being bitten by a rat the night before. Frank shrugged, thinking how Rogers had been fine just 12 hours ago, and rebandaged the hand. 10 minutes later, there was a polite knock on the door as Kylie entered the lab. She called out to anyone listening.
"Good morning. Hello, Dr. Fox. Are you in here, sir? I brought the wheelchair, sir. Can you help me get him loaded up? Will you be escorting us back to the health department?"
Frank shook his head. "I'm actually in a hurry, but we'll be more than happy to help get him in the chair. I have my own family emergency to tend to, but I wanted to make sure that he didn't stay in the lab like this all day long. This can't be good for him."
"I understand. Thank you for your help. I can see you're worried about your friend. It's always some of the worst accidents when you're tired. They say it's more dangerous to operate a vehicle when you're tired than when you're intoxicated."
Together, they got Rogers seated in the wheelchair, and Kylie headed down the hallway. Frank watched for a moment, thought it over, and jogged after the young nurse. "Nurse, I'm so sorry, but can I leave this with you, please? I won't feel right if I don't know that he's doing better. He's really been burning the candle from both ends for me for the last few months, and I have to say that I feel a bit responsible for it. If he isn't doing better, can you ring my personal cell phone, please?" He held out his card.
"Well, not many doctors are so worried about their assistants. It's nice to see a boss actually care about his employees. We've been seeing a flu bug that's been just horrible. From what you say, he's been working here a lot, and it might sum up his list of symptoms if he caught that. I'm not worried at all. You shouldn't need to be either."
Frank nodded. "Isn't that the truth?" She walked out of the room, and Frank went to shut the place down and lock it up. He was trying to hurry. He'd originally planned on being here for 2 minutes to simply pick up the second and third doses for Karen. He really wanted to make sure that he didn't have any other reasons to leave her today. He went to the fridge where they kept the extra 8 vials of medicine. He grabbed what he wanted, but noticed a giant yellow hard-shell case. It was from the sister branch where they made small quantities of the serum. It had an order number, shipping date, and the chemicals included in the batch as well as the amounts which were used. He noticed it had the same name as the chemical he was giving Karen, but when he looked at the ingredients list, he was bewildered.
What the hell did that little bastard do? I swear if he did what I think he did. He read the list of ingredients again frantically. He had given no directions to make this much of the drug. He looked at a second piece of paper on the case, which stated the drug was scheduled to begin manufacturing next week, depending on results. Frank could only shake his head in disbelief. He had had every intention for this to all be destroyed if it wasn't the right batch. If Rogers had done anything to endanger Karen, he would consider himself a dead man. Frank felt betrayed by Rogers. He couldn't believe it, after all these months. He held his head in his hands, thinking for a second, and heard one of the worst squealing noises he'd ever heard in his life. He went to the rat room, noticing most of the cage's occupants seemed fine. But there was a group of cages which looked like someone had used a spray gun to paint the rats red. He flicked on the light to get a better view. He saw a rat gnawing away at another rat's carcass. Upon closer inspection, the rat appeared to be bleeding lightly from the eyes, and it had eaten through the other rat's stomach lining, and it was working on its interior parts. Frank felt queasy as the rat glared up at him, bloody shreds of meat hanging from its mouth, its claws wet with blood. Frank backed into another set of cages, the clatter making him jump. He turned to run for the exit, knowing he needed to get back to the hospital. Oh, dear God. God, no. What have I done? I should never have asked for help. His phone rang, bringing him back to the reality of what he was looking at. Pieces were starting to fall into place. He looked down at his cell phone and sighed. He didn't want to answer it, but he knew he should with Karen in the hospital. He answered it. Yes, hello? This is Dr. Fox. Can I help you? A man's voice with a thick Indian accent caught him off guard.
Hello, this is Dr. Sanjay. Did you say that this was Dr. Fox?
Yes. Is this in regards to Karen Randall?
Yes. I'm calling today for Mercy Medical Cancer Clinic, Dr. Fox. Karen Randall had you listed as an emergency contact. There's been a situation at the hospital, sir. I can honestly say in 25 years, I've never seen anything like this.
Chapter 13. Day minus 3,156. October 8, 2008. World population 6,698,341,485. It had been 10 minutes since Major Stevenson had ordered a lockdown on Echo Building and the entire base. Lock, stock, and barrel. He did it without the offer of an explanation. He had any and all available soldiers guarding the perimeter with assault rifles. None were sure of the threat to come, or why they'd been put on post. The men guarding the building were wound tight. They didn't know what the hell was going on or what was trying to get out of the medical facility. They had been instructed to shoot anything that came out. Major Stevenson knew long before Christophers and Michaels had called him to alert everyone that things were going terribly wrong. He'd had the men's quarters closely monitored ever since the patients had been given the second round of the vaccine. He had been in his office on the lower level of the building, near the exit. He'd been busy writing reports, trying to get some work out of the way, when motion on the monitors to his right caught his attention. The shock to come was immeasurable. He saw soldiers who had been written off for dead who were now beginning to awaken. His optimism for the drug quickly grew by leaps and bounds. There had been botched initial trials for the drugs before, but now wasn't the time to tiptoe. He didn't have time to waste when there was a need for this drug now. He stared at the young, battered men on the screen, men
who had been robbed of their privilege to grow old. What he was looking at now could be the start of a new lease on life for these soldiers. He had already begun writing a report on the effects of the drug and how quickly it was working. Not even a day ago these men had been in a deep coma state. He monitored the once hopeless soldiers who had begun to stir in their sleep. It seemed like every few hours he could see the improvements. He had been watching them since the vapor spray had taken place. Even seeing them stir in their sleep was worth making notes about. What he saw next was completely atypical of human behavior. He zoomed in on one of the soldiers and noticed his eyes were dripping blood. The man sat up in bed, sniffing, then lifted his arm up to his mouth and put his lips against it. Stevenson could tell what he was looking at for sure, but realized at once when the patient lifted his head away from his arm. The soldier had been tearing away a piece of flesh and appeared to be eating it. Stevenson saw the dark blood make its way down his chin, coming to rest in a small pool on his white medical gown. His arm poured fresh blood in his lap. The major quickly jotted notes, his hand jittery with nerves. The man didn't seem to enjoy what he was eating, as he had only taken a few pieces from each arm. Stevenson was about to call the nurse's station to get someone in there and help the poor man, who was obviously having a horrid reaction to the drugs. He stopped dialing. With his mouth wide open, he watched the screen in horror. He saw the man stagger slowly down the ward, past every patient who had been administered the drug. The deranged thing finally stopped and stood, swaying from side to side in front of a bed. As he swayed slower, drool began to form and fell from his mouth, dripping from his chin onto the floor. Major Stevenson gasped. "Oh, my God. No, no. What in God's name did we create?" The soldier, who only moments ago could barely stand and keep his own balance, leapt onto the unconscious soldier's bed. He immediately lunged for him and tore through the man's hospital gown. Stevenson zoomed in the camera and hit the volume button on his keyboard to hear what was going on. He listened closely to the noise coming from the man. What he heard made him make the most important and stressful decision of his military medical career, one that he prayed was going to be the right one in the end. He hung up the phone to the nurse's station, knowing he'd more than likely be signing her death warrant. A growling sound, like a dog or wolf fighting for food, emanated from the speakers. The creature was crouching on its toes and hands, its entire head buried in the man's entrails. Major Stevenson bent over his garbage can and filled the lower part of it up with his previous meal. He sat up, wiping his face with his handkerchief, staring at the screen and ready to lose whatever was still left of his lunch in the can. He had a truck full of reality hit him in the face when 10 other soldiers stood, all who had been given the same drug. The men swayed slowly in place, just as their predecessor had, sniffing and lifting their arms to get a taste for flesh. Stevenson immediately picked up his phone to call his superior. He punched in the number. He had never before called the private number, which was for emergencies only, and connected to a phone in Washington, D.C. His main director, Colonel Weber, answered on the 4th ring. "This is Dr. Weber. This had better be an emergency, son." Stevenson nodded to himself, knowing he was justified in calling, but, in the long run, felt it better to lie. "Colonel Weber, I can't help but place this call. God knows that if I had the choice, I would take back the actions of others from today.
helping them to make better choices. But unfortunately, it's too late." The colonel was not one for dramatics. "Spit it out, Doctor. I don't have all day. What did you do?" "No, sir. It wasn't me. It was 2 of my doctors. They ran a clinical trial on a group of men. We were trying to cure the regeneration issue with men who'd suffered from biochemical warfare." Weber sat up a bit, excited. "Did you do it? Do you have a working cure?" "Sorry to report, sir, but these men have had some sort of horrible reaction. They are, they're eating each other, and themselves, sir." Weber was silent for a moment, trying to wrap his brain around what he'd just heard. "What do you mean, eating each other? Are we talking biting, nibbling?" "It's an all-you-can-eat chow fest, sir, and human is the special." "How do we, and by we, I really mean you, because I'm thousands of miles from there, plan to take care of this? Do you have any protocol for this?" Stevenson got down on his knees to open his office safe. He pulled out protocol tabs, which were to be broken open in an emergency. He looked through the list and returned to the phone. "Colonel, can you please tell me what I'm to do? Because there isn't a card for what's going on here tonight. I'm worried if we wait too long, we're not going to be able to contain this." "If this isn't containable, and they've already made their way through the facility, then I suggest you lock it down, and then burn it to the ground. And Major, you make goddamn sure that nothing, and I mean nothing, gets out of there. I don't want bodies, papers, files, or anything that could possibly bite you or myself in the ass later to make it out of there. Do I make myself clear, son?" "Crystal clear. I'll get everyone on the base to help with this, and give no instructions other than to shoot to kill." The colonel looked around his office, calculating the congressional hearings he would have to deal with if this wasn't contained. "Don't screw this up. Do you understand?" He hit the end button on his phone, leaving the major to do the dirty work. Stevenson hit the speed dial for the security office. Reaching the sergeant's secretary, he spoke in a harsh, hurried tone. "Put on Sergeant Smith," he demanded. The secretary typed away, not missing a beat in her work. "Sir, is this an emergency? Because I'm only allowed to interrupt him if it is." Stevenson snapped. "Look, ma'am, this is a major you're speaking to, and you had better damn well know I don't need your permission, of all things, to speak to a damn sergeant." He sat there for a second, breathing heavily, watching the monitor, seeing the creatures there, making the row of beds filled with dying men, a soldier smorgasbord. He bit on his knuckle, trying to keep it together while on the phone, but unable to stop looking at the spectacle in front of him. They all had blood coming from their eyes, and walked straight past the other test subjects, just like the first soldier had done. The white tile floor was flooded with a tide of dark red as flesh and intestines were torn from the bodies. He opened his desk drawer, pulled out his .45 caliber pistol, and clipped his holster to his side. He watched as men with their guts falling out now began to stand. It had been less than 10 minutes, and these men were already suffering the same traits and hunger of the original selected soldiers. He saw that some were starting to stray for the doors as they ran out of fresh, living food. He looked around his desk, gathered up all the notes he'd jotted down, put them in the puke-filled garbage can, and lit a match to set them ablaze. He went to his computer and filled in the necessary codes to dump all data and all video images the base was storing. By the time today was over, this
would just be a horrible accident that no one could have expected or would be able to explain. He transferred the call to his cellular satellite phone, then grabbed his keys, ID badges, and a picture of his mother. Anything left behind wouldn't look the same later. He headed for the front door at a brisk pace, passing 2 men coming back in from their lunch. He felt guilty enough already about what would be happening today. If he could save anyone, he should, as this might be the only just thing that he was able to do for anyone today. "Boys, why don't you run to the supplies depot on base and pick up some extra syringes, please?" He waited for them to leave, knowing he'd probably saved their lives, and swiped the key card, which would make the fortified bomb-proof building almost impossible to exit from the front. It was plated with bulletproof glass and 2-foot-thick brickwork, as it wasn't designed originally to be a medical center. He locked up the door with keys as well, just as he heard his first of many screams. He noticed there was no hold music. He wasn't on hold. He could just hear the secretary saying under her breath,
"Be an army of one. See the world, Margaret. Great advice, Dad."
She shook it off.
"Please hold, sir. I will get Sergeant Smith on the line ASAP for you."
She tapped the hold button and rang the sergeant. Sergeant Smith was looking over reports and pacing in his office when the telephone rang. He sighed, hating his telephone and, most of the time, a good majority of the people on it. He took a last look at the papers and tossed them on his desk, trading them for a stogie he'd been chewing on more than smoking the last few hours. "Hello, Margaret."
"Sergeant, there is a situation, it seems. Major Stevenson is on the line and insists he urgently needs to talk to you."
He laughed. It takes just one prick parked in a major's or captain's parking bay, and they'll insist it was a crime against humanity, or at least themselves. "Margaret, when isn't it a situation?"
"He called a moment ago. He's on hold. From his tone, he seems worked up and nervous. He told me that it was an emergency."
"Put him through, Margaret." Margaret, in a fluid moment, swapped the lines.
"Sir, Sergeant Smith will take your call now."
She didn't wait for a response and sent him through to her boss. Smith answered, already feeling the aggravation. What had started off as a normal day might possibly get screwed up by this little pecker. "Major Stevenson, what can I do for you, sir?" Stevenson cleared his throat, tried to think of a lie, and came up with nothing. "That's classified, Sergeant. I need you to lock down the perimeter ASAP. I don't want anyone in or out." Sergeant Smith shook his head. He couldn't believe he was good enough to save the major's life, but not good enough to be given a single detail. He thought to himself savagely, God bless the United States Army. "What else needs done, Major?" "What kind of artillery do you have quickly available in the armory?" Smith didn't like where this seemed to be going. "We are well stocked, sir. Small arms, assault rifles, sniper rifles. Sir, if you would permit me a question, could you tell me why you want a level 5 lockdown and are asking about our weapons stock?" "Get it." He offered no answer. "Get what, sir? I seem to be missing something." "All of it. Get a rifle and sidearm in every goddamn soldier's hand and enough ammo to take down a herd of buffalo." Smith was getting more nervous by the minute and was pissed the brass wouldn't tell him what was happening. "Sir, I can give out ARs and pistols until I run out of soldiers, but I'm going to need some sort of directive as to what the men should do once they have the weapons, sir, or they won't do a hell of a lot of good to themselves or anyone else for that matter. We need to know if we have to shoot out of the gates or if this is internal." Stevenson, knowing his rank meant not having to answer to sergeants, had gotten his orders from higher up than anyone on this base could match. The targets are in Echo Building. The soldiers we brought in last week that was suffering from the Taliban's biowarfare. They've developed something new, Sergeant. Something that turns the men into cannibals or something worse. Smith knew bullshit when he heard it, but the Major appeared to be deadly serious. He sat down and shook his head, absent-mindedly making the sign of the cross.
Are you telling me these men in Echo Ward are eating each other, sir?
Affirmative, Sergeant. I need you to lock down the grounds and get this base completely secured and tightened down. Now, these things appear to be contagious.
These things? Do you mean these soldiers, sir?
Thinking back to what he'd seen on the monitor from his office, Stevenson shook his head. Smith, if you could see what I saw, you wouldn't call them men. Monsters would be more fitting. But the men in these bodies are gone, replaced with something worse, something evil.
I can get ground level and the tunnel secure, sir. How do you want to proceed with Echo Building itself?
I want it burned to the ground, and anyone that makes it out is to be shot dead. These orders come from higher-ranking officers than myself, and are above being questioned. I want enough firepower on that building that those guns will melt before they run out of ammo.
God help us for what we're about to do, sir. I'll make sure we get secured and ready, and call to the tunnels to get lockdown procedures in place. I need 20 minutes, sir. I'll meet you in front of Echo.
The Major was silent. He hadn't taken into account that, when he ordered a lockdown, it would keep him here as well. He knew if he left, he couldn't give accurate details to his boss that things were going the way they were supposed to.
Sir?
If something comes out of that building, I want you to cut it into pieces. Do you understand me? I don't care how normal it looks, or if it appears injured.
Yes, sir. I will pass it on to the soldiers.
He hit the phone for a new line and dialed for the barracks, where he had some men from the 3rd Eagle Company. He was put through to the company leader.
Hill Piper, this is Smith from security. Are you and your men good to go?
Hill Piper and Smith were regular drinking and target shooting buddies when Hill Piper's men weren't off blowing something up or taking on an assignment of a classified nature. Hill Piper knew damn well Smith was straight to the point, and wasn't one for small talk. Mobile, I haven't had any updates about leaving.
I've got sky-high orders to get the base locked down and secure Echo Building.
Hill Piper laughed. You want my men to fill in as MPs? I'm not sure I understand. Smith sighed.
Echo Building is where the sick men are kept, right?
Hill Piper sighed back. Affirmative. I've had to visit too many sick men there for comfort. What's going on?
The head of the science program on base just called here and ordered that we have to burn it to the ground and take care of anything that comes out.
What exactly is going to come out? What about the occupants? Smith was quiet a second, failing to think of a good answer.
Sergeant, we are wasting valuable time. If there's something that comes out, it gets shot. Get your men together. They're going to need to lead this thing from the ground.
Right.
And I want your best snipers on rooftops. And I want your team around the perimeter. If anything escapes the building, it isn't to make it a foot past the doors.
Hill Piper paused. He wasn't one to question orders, but if it hadn't been coming from his friend, he wouldn't have believed it. Are these our boys or the towelheads coming out of there? Smith cringed for a moment, not feeling any better about having to explain this to someone than he had felt when he had heard it for himself.
They were for us, but they got hit with some sort of chemical, and it turned them into, for lack of a better word, monsters.
Monsters? They can't be put down with drugs?
We have our orders. Get moving.
He hung up the phone, unwilling to give any more details or chances to respond. Hillpiper hollered at his men to drop what they were doing and ready themselves for a long night. When asked what they needed to do, he ordered them to get into place before they lost the light of day and to double up on ammo. The only details he gave them were shoot to kill and take absolutely no prisoners. Everyone coming out of Echo Building was to be considered hostile. Sergeant Smith showed up at the Echo Building, skidding his big 4x4 in the dust as he stopped. Major Stevenson hadn't beaten him there because he'd never left the front of the building. He had to be absolutely sure that no one attempted to enter or be permitted to leave. Sergeant Smith went up to the major and snapped off a textbook salute. "Where the hell are all the men, Sergeant Smith?"
"Sir, I just got off the phone with you 5 minutes ago. It takes time."
Stevenson barked at him. "Time is something we don't have. We don't have any goddamn time. We need them here, and we need them now. Do I make myself absolutely crystal clear?" Smith nodded, slowly peering around the major, and really started to wonder what the hell was such a threat in that building. He picked up his walkie-talkie and hit different channels, instructing the convoy of military transport trucks to step it up a notch. He was met with the same answer he'd just given the major. Most of the men were sitting in front of their barracks, grilling supper and drinking a cold one.
"Just tell 'em it's not a drill,"
he shouted at each. Giant trucks rumbled to life and went to each of the on-base living quarters and different buildings, which might still have an evening crew. Working men jumped down, bullhorns in hand, and began screaming at soldiers to get their fatigues on and to exit the trucks ASAP. This was not a drill, and this was not optional. Within minutes, men ran out, carrying boots and jackets in their hands, yelling at each other. The men climbed into the giant dark green transport trucks, filling in and sitting tight together. These were made for capacity, not quality of ride. Once a truck was full, it headed directly to the Echo Building. The major's eyes lit up when he saw a stream of green trucks coming towards him on the horizon. "This might be enough people to contain this thing," he thought. Smith ran to meet the trucks coming in, yelling to each driver to line up 200 yards from the building and to wait to be called forward before allowing the men to disembark. Smith saw the 4 trucks that he'd been waiting for. He had called them as soon as he'd gotten off the telephone with the major and Hillpiper, having hit the armory's number on speed dial. He'd told them to bring everything they had. These trucks would be loaded with rifles, pistols, and rocket launchers. What he saw was hell on wheels coming straight to him. He directed the 4 trucks to line up in a row. Each had a team of men sitting in the back with the cargo, awaiting orders, who would take charge of distribution. Smith ran over to the trucks and jumped up to each one, giving specific directions.
"You make sure everyone gets enough ammo that they'll run out of targets before bullets. If they don't know how to use them, have a man standing next to the truck to give a quick explanation."
He signaled for the first truck to come around with the first 50 men. He noticed that the major was standing there holding only a 1911 .45 caliber pistol. He signaled to a soldier.
"Get an AR and ammo and run it over to the major. He'd love to have something to use in case of the worst."
A soldier did as asked, but the major refused. There would be plenty of soldiers better versed in the use of an assault rifle. Smith stood back, waiting patiently, letting each truck get into place and then giving orders to the men to jump out, form up, and get all the goodies from the armory trucks. Rushing a situation did nothing to improve upon it. He knew it was a good idea to take that extra second to give instructions to those who had never done anything more than turn a wrench on an engine or figure out how much lasagna to cook for a battalion of 1,000 men. The 2 weeks' weapons training these type of soldiers would have had was not enough to get them through a day like today. Once all of the men were armed and as ready as they could be to fight, he called over the mobile radio to Hill Piper to get all of his men front and center, minus the snipers.
I want you to get all your boys. We have approximately 500 armed soldiers. I want each one of your 10 men to take 50 men. We're going to set a perimeter so nothing gets out of that building. Remember, if it comes out, it dies. You make sure your men know that, and they give direct orders to the men under them, and leave nothing to the imagination. Tell them, if anything gets close to them, they could die. It's that black and white. Is that affirmative?
Hill Piper looked at each of his men. All of their eyes showed they were hungry to neutralize the threat. Men, we might have some ugly coming out of that building. You make goddamn sure if it touches the outside of the building, you take care of 'em. Remember everything you've learned over the years, and you'll be okay. You take control and lead by example for the men under you, and they will step up and help take care of business. They nodded slowly, knowing the information they'd just been given was actually nothing new. They hadn't learned anything further about the building nor the threat within it, but they knew blowing it up would be the safest way to take care of it. They also knew that if they bombed it to Kingdom Come, the men who were currently securing the tunnels would be dead with no chance of survival. Sergeant Smith called down to the tunnel to talk to the 2 men who were in a good position versus the 2 who were screwed but just didn't know it yet.
Who's on duty down there tonight, son?
A soft voice came back, the soldier used to being ignored down there during their long, boring shifts.
Sergeant, Private Phillips here. Private Gibson and I are holding down the doors. Sergeant.
Smith nodded, doubting whether the security down there had any chance. The doors were secured by electric keypads that required a key card and a 10-digit access code. Phillips, being a higher-ranking private, was in control of the button which allowed access into the tunnels.
Okay, you ought to make sure it is locked down, and you don't let anything through your doors, you got it? I don't care what you have to do. That's an order, Private.
Phillips was nervously wondering why Smith had said anything rather than anyone.
Sarge, what exactly is going on, if you don't mind me asking, sir?
Son, if I had time for your questions, then you wouldn't be wasting my time. You just make goddamn sure that door stays tight, and you don't open it for anything.
Phillips, a short, squat man, stared through the glass at his friend. If something horrible was about to happen, then he thanked God for the opportunity to be on this side of the security door versus the side Gibson was on. He hammered on the window at Gibson, who had been scrolling through something on his phone and not paying attention to the tunnel. Gibson pocketed the phone and looked at him in annoyance, lifting his hands in a what of it gesture, unsure why his normal 8-hour day of sitting, staring, and no one, and I mean no one, coming down that damn tunnel ever, was being interrupted. He picked up the communication phone between the outside tunnel door and the inside. "Yeah, buddy, what can I do for you?" Phillips hit the intercom button for the phone on this side of the door.
I just got off the radio with Sergeant Smith. There is some big shit going down above us. He told us to go on high alert.
Gibson picked up his AR-15 and slung it over his shoulder. He looked down the tunnel, not seeing anything out of the norm. He walked to the monitors and hid his video cam, which viewed 10 different locations along the 1/8 of a mile tunnel leading up from the hospital to his post.
"It looks clear to me. What's going on up there? They need us to get up topside?" Did you explain that there's only 2 of us down here?"
Phillips looked a little sick, thinking the words and then having to say them.
"Gibson, the sergeant told me that this door is to stay shut no matter what. I'd be surprised if my ability to make any of the buttons work was still a possibility."
Gibson, ever an optimist, shrugged.
"Hey, don't worry about it, man. You know they run them drills all the time to try and make sure we're gonna be on our A-game, right? What do you think is going on up there? We're in the middle of nowhere. There ain't no one within 100 miles of us, and it's not like them Taliban are gonna just sneak up on this base. I'll bet you a steak and a beer they're just screwing with us so's they can make sure we follow protocol down here to the last detail."
Phillips was nodding while listening to him. He was not filled with the same optimism his young friend was.
"Well then, just to be clear, he told me this door stays shut. You want to go up that tunnel and see if anything sounds out of place? It's amazing these damn cameras don't have audio on them."
Gibson sat down and shook his head.
"They were lucky to get this old base for medical work and stuff. You know it weren't built for training, support, or to learn how to make some poor bastard die quicker. I'm not gonna get all worked up and worried over this, just 'cause Brass ain't got nothing better to do. It don't make it my problem. By my count, we got 3 hours left on shift. Then we can go wrap our lips around a bottle of beer and a greasy cheeseburger."
Phillips smiled.
"You know, if you're right, I'll buy the first round."
Gibson laughed.
"Reckon I had the exact same thought."
"What, you were going to buy the first round?"
Gibson smiled, trying to get his friend's blood pressure back to normal.
"No, I was just saying I had the same thought that you should buy the first round, too."
He hung up the phone and started humming to help pass the time. Still, he was keeping a closer eye on the cameras to make sure no one came down there trying to find the only other way to ground level. Sergeant Wayne was an 18-year lifer, counting off the days until retirement. He was in Echo Building with Private First Class Parker and Private Jacobson. They had both been in for 4 years and were on 2-day leave, visiting a soldier from their squadron who had met with a roadside bomb. The doctors had told them he was going to make it, but there was a good chance he'd have to relearn everything over again. His soldiering days were over. They had been up in a cafeteria on the 2nd floor when the sirens started blaring outside. Wayne jumped to his feet, staring around. He walked to the windows and saw nothing out of the ordinary. "Get up, privates," he told the others. "Let's see what's going on here."
Parker, who would follow Wayne to hell and back, got up, slammed his coffee back, and walked to the window. As the giant convoy of trucks came into view, they headed out of the cafeteria, Jacobson joining them. Screaming was coming from the stairway. They ran there and saw something that made Parker physically ill. A patient, covered in blood from his face to his feet, was feasting on a young brunette nurse. Wayne had no idea what the hell was going on, but knew something was obviously not right. She was still screaming as the man was yanking and tearing at her bloody, mutilated flesh, but then her body went limp and the screaming ceased. Jacobson yelled, "Soldier, stop now! What the hell are you doing?" He looked at the 2 men with him. "We need to stop him, or whatever the hell that thing is."
Wayne nodded. "She's dead, son. Let's take this nice and easy, okay?" The man focused on him as Jacobson started slowly walking down the steps. He held his hands up as if it might help. "Just take it easy. We need to get you back to your padded room, dude." He looked back at his companions. "Would you look at his eyes? Christ, they're bleeding." The creature just sat back on his haunches, chewing and watching 3 potential meals walk cautiously down the steps. The one in front had his hands out in front of him in a non-threatening manner. As they approached, the blood-soaked man stood up, taking another bite of the liver that was in his hand. Jacobson whispered.
"What should I do, Sarge?"
In 18 years, Wayne had never seen anything so gruesome.
"What do you mean, what should you do? Look at him! Shoot the son of a bitch!"
Both men stared at Wayne, who had already taken the strap off of his holster, pulled his pistol, and slid the safety off as he raised it.
"There's no saving this guy. Something's seriously wrong with him."
The two young soldiers followed suit, and Jacobson, being in front, took lead position. He fired 2 shots directly into the man's chest, as he had been trained. They went through his heart, landing with an explosion of concrete into the wall behind. The creature looked down at its chest, and the small amount of its own blood oozing out. It put a finger to it and licked it off. It refocused back on the 3 soldiers and, to their dismay, continued walking towards them. It took 1 pace onto the step and jumped up 4 at a time, clearing them much quicker than they had expected, largely due to the fact that any other man they'd seen shot in the chest had died. This thing had only seemed to increase in anger. It leapt again into the air, jumping off the railing for added height, and landed on Jacobson's shoulders with his feet, then bent down and tore through his jugular as a spray of blood painted the walls.
"Oh, God! No!"
Wayne screamed. Jacobson's body went limp as he gurgled, choking on his own blood, and fell to the floor. He reached for the railing as he fell, and the 2 men rolled in a blood-spraying spiral down the steps, the creature never letting go of his neck. They hit the ground with a thud, and the thing began tearing and ripping into his fatigues in a frenzy to get to the meaty flesh beneath. Parker stared in horror at them and then at Wayne.
"Bullets don't stop it, Sarge. What the hell are we going to do?"
"Shoot the goddamn thing in the head."
He didn't wait for Parker, who was closer. He aimed directly at the front of the thing's skull, squeezed the trigger, and watched its head snap back. The back of its head exploded and coated the wall behind it with blood and bits of brain, which slowly began dripping down. They stood there in shock for a minute, fingers on the triggers, waiting for it to get back up. When it didn't rise, Parker asked shakily,
"Where the hell did that thing come from? What happened to him?"
"How the hell should I know? Shooting it in the head worked, though. Tell you what, anyone else we see on the way to the front door gets shot square in the fucking head."
Parker nodded, wishing he was armed with a machine gun and a few thousand bullets. They walked down the steps slowly and carefully, stepping over Jacobson's twitching body. Wayne grumbled,
"Just keep going. There's nothing we can do for him."
As they made their way quickly down the second set of steps, they heard another gut-clenching, ear-curdling scream. Wayne poked his head around the corner of the hallway and saw the same scene, but this time it was an orderly being torn apart. He showed a number of fingers for how many of these things there were. Parker placed a hand on Wayne's shoulder, and the two became one as they went around the corner. They saw 10 men, all hunched over hospital staff. Parker dry-heaved twice, and Wayne smacked him on the shoulder.
"Suck it up, Private, or we're both screwed. Shoot the son of a bitches in the head and get to the front door. We can call security once we get out. Got it?"
"I don't understand. What happened to these things?"
Wayne snapped at him.
"When you're dead, tell me. Does it matter?"
They both raised their pistols, knowing how to take care of them now. They walked up the hallway, making quick work of them, shooting each creature twice in the head. They all fell over their prey, and the 2 soldiers now began walking backwards towards the front doors.
"Sarge, we made it! This is worse than combat."
"At least these things don't have guns or mortars. Quit screwing around and open that door. Let's get out of here."
Parker pushed on the door, but nothing happened. He gaped at it, thinking maybe he had not pushed the bar correctly. He tried again. It didn't budge. He stared at the seams, realizing that it was an electronic door. Signs advised that there were magnets in use, and people with pacemakers should refrain from using this door for long periods of time. Wayne turned around and saw Parker messing with the door. "Good Lord, boy, do you need to go back to school? Can't you open a damn door?" Parker pointed to the sign and looked back at Wayne.
"Locked. What do you want me to do?"
"This can't be the only way out." He looked at the wall by the entrance, which was guaranteed to have what he was looking for. He slid a knife behind a panel and pried it until it popped off the wall. He did a quick search for the "You Are Here" sign and located their position. "There's a tunnel beneath us. Let's get the hell out of here." They reversed their path back down the hallway to a stairwell leading down to the tunnel, which could get them out of the facility to safety. As they passed the stairwell, they heard footsteps coming down. They looked at each other, both thinking the same thing, that the man they'd shot in the head was back again. It was worse than that. Simply unexplainable to someone who hadn't been around to see the events of the past day and the happenings behind closed doors. Only the medical doctors like Michaels, Christophers, and Major Stevenson really knew what they were facing. The soldiers stood back to back, watching the hallway, making sure no one came from their front or rear. They waited an extra moment because knowledge was good to have in times of distress. They needed to know if these things were going to come back from the dead, or whatever the hell they were coming back from, no matter what force was used against them. What they saw was even more horrifying. A foot appeared first from around the corner of the steps, clad in a black military combat boot. The rest of the figure came into view, dragging its other leg behind it.
"Hey, Jacobson! Holy hell, you made it! What the hell, man?"
Parker made to head up the stairs to his comrade, but Wayne grabbed him by the shoulder, pulling him back.
"Look at him, will you? He's missing chunks out of his arms, chunks that the other guy hadn't ripped off of him. He's chewing. Oh God, this thing spreads. If one of those things gets me, do me a favor, put a bullet in my damn head."
Wayne was already raising his gun.
"I already made that decision, Private. Just don't let anything touch you."
Without hesitating, Wayne pulled the trigger twice consecutively into what had once been a young man he had trained himself. The figure dropped to the ground, unmoving. Wayne nodded after the confirmation. "Don't waste your bullets on anything but the brain. It's the only thing that stops them."
"Why do you think the damn door was locked, Sarge?"
Wayne wasted no time running up the steps to Jacobson's lifeless body, stripping him of his knife, extra magazines, and his pistol. "They either screwed up something, or maybe they already know and figured that anyone on the inside is already infected, or it's just easier to write us off for dead."
"Would they do that?"
"You see anything to prove otherwise?" They found the stairwell leading to the basement entry for the tunnel. They looked before they entered and saw a string of men and women all soaked with blood, soldiers, patients, and nurses. Once they noticed the two men, the look of hunger in their eyes intensified. They sprinted for them, snarling and growling, pushing and trying to shove past one another to be first.
"Move! Move! Move! We've got to get down there! Let's go! Go, Parker, go!"
The two soldiers stormed down the steps, taking them as quickly as they could. They knew if everyone they had seen so far was either a meal or a monster, then soon the victims would become whatever these things were as well. They didn't have enough bullets to go around, and neither man wanted to become one of these things. They could hear their pursuers following down the stairs, gaining with every flight. They were 5 flights down and could see the tunnel entrance. Wayne was breathing heavily now and gasped to the younger, faster soldier.
"You run for everything you're worth. Do you understand? You don't wait for me once we get into that stretch, and that's an order."
Parker could hear them gaining, and could see the sergeant was slowing down. He was running the best he could, but he was used to transport in a Hummer and not having to run at all. One of the benefits, and apparently one of the pitfalls, of being senior in the Army. There wasn't anything they could do about their limitations right now. They had to work with whatever was available. They made it into the hallway that led to the security entrance, where the two unsuspecting soldiers were standing guard. There was only an eighth of a mile between them and the two soldiers, but with a mob of flesh-hungry monsters behind them in hot pursuit. They pushed through the double doors, and Wayne knew in his heart and gut he wasn't going to make it. He pulled out his pistol and the extra he'd stripped off of Jacobson and screamed at Parker. "You make it, goddammit! Run, damn you, run!" Parker jogged sideways for a second, watching as Wayne bent over to catch a large breath. Watching for only a moment as he saw the bastards entering the hallway, spilling out, falling over each other. Then he began sprinting for safety. An explosion of gunfire blew up from behind him. He looked back at Wayne, who was screaming at the top of his lungs, meticulously picking off as many as he could, trying his hardest to give the young private the biggest head start he could. He fired, blowing through the skulls of 1, 2, 3, 5, 9. And then there were too many to engage. One leaped into the air and landed on his side, grabbing his arm, breaking it in half and ripping it off. Others bounded and jumped, landing next to him and pulling at his limbs, his neck, anywhere they could reach, each grabbing and tearing at his skin and flesh, pulling and leaping as they attacked. Parker heard only the screaming and growling of what was following him. He no longer heard the war cry of his sergeant. Private Gibson thought he'd heard the echo of the door opening, but it was so far away it was easy for his ears to play tricks on him. Down in this tunnel, silence was really all he can hear. Sometimes it was loud enough to drive him crazy. He thought about it for a second, and, after the warning from Phillips a moment ago, wondered whether it was really a test. He hid his security cameras, checking the furthest away. Chills shot up his spine. One lone soldier with 2 pistols was firing one after another at an array of men and women running towards him. He saw the people, one after the other, falling to the ground, but others quickly took their place. He hammered on the door and frantically picked up the phone.
"Phillips, are you seeing this shit? Do you see this? There's a madman on the loose."
He stopped talking as he watched some thing jump unnaturally into the air and land next to the shooter. It savagely ripped a chunk of meat from the man's arm, but the soldier quickly jammed his gun under the thing's chin and blew away the top of its head.
"Something's coming down the tunnel! Coming quick! Get ready!"
He hopped to his feet and tightly gripped his machine gun. He was going to cut whatever was coming at him in half if it threatened him for 1 second. The soldier on the monitor screamed as he came into view.
"We've got to get out of here! Open the door! Come on! Open the goddamn door!"
The man was alternating between firing his pistol into the darkness behind him and running toward the final door, clutching the gaping hole in his arm. Blood spurted through his fingers. Gibson, still on the phone, started screaming.
"Hey, Phillips! Something's going on and those things are coming quick! Open this freaking door!"
Phillips punched in the code, but the door remained bolted shut.
"I can't. It's orders from up top. I can't open this door for anyone or anything." "Are you kidding me? Open the damn door or these things are gonna rip us in half!"
Parker made it to the heavy steel door.
"Get the door open!" he screamed. "You don't understand what's coming!"
He sank to his knees, blood loss making him dizzy. Gibson was pounding on it as well.
"Get the door open, you son of a bitch! Open it now!"
Phillips dropped the line and radioed Sergeant Smith. "Sarge," he shouted, panic in his voice. "They're in the tunnel, but the door won't open. I can't get 'em through, Sarge. What should I do?" There was a pause before Smith hit his radio.
"Keep it locked down, son. You're saving lives right now."
Phillips turned back to the door and the soldiers staring at him through the window. He shrugged helplessly. Gibson pointed to the phone in his hand, and Phillips picked his back up.
"You're not going to let me in,"
Gibson started.
"I know how these damn things work. I'll let myself in."
He aimed his rifle at the keypad that electronically kept the door shut. He flicked the safety on the gun and unleashed a half-dozen shots. Parker was staring down the dark tunnel, not seeing anything, but he could hear the snarls and growls of his pursuers. The light on the door turned green, and Phillips held up his arms as a plea not to shoot.
"Don't worry, asshole. I'm not going to shoot you."
Gibson sneered at him. Phillips watched in shock as the two men ran through the opening and sprinted out of sight. He hurried over to the door, intending to shut it and try to manually lock it down. As he reached the door, it slammed open, crushing his skull between the heavy metal door and the concrete wall. His brains began oozing out. The creatures continued in pursuit. Only a few stayed around for the easy feast before them. On ground level, all the soldiers had been delegated out to the men from Eagle Company. After 20 minutes of no action, everyone began asking each other why, in the hell, somebody had given them a gun and all the other battlefield-ready gear they could use. Smith was walking around, barking orders and telling the men to stay focused. Then he yelled at the light operators. Unless they wanted to be running one of those things in Alaska, they'd best train those damn lights on the building and keep it lit up from all angles. Finally, satisfied they were ready, he settled back to wait, although no one knew what they were waiting for. One young private still hadn't fallen into rank. Earl was a mechanic who was only in the Army because he'd had to move out of his home at 18. An Army school recruiter had gone over the fine points of how he could get $800 a month, a sign-on bonus if he enlisted for 4 years instead of 2, and his own place with a shared kitchen. Earl had thought this sounded absolutely amazing, but he'd never been any good at taking orders. His commanding officers had let him get by with being a little insubordinate because he showed up on time and worked as hard as any 2 men in his crew. Earl laughed to himself as he stared around at the others. How can we be ready when we don't even know why in the hell we're here? He started walking little by little towards Echo Building, keeping in the cover of the shadows, careful to hide the embers glowing at the end of the cigarette he wasn't permitted to smoke while on duty. From his point of view, he figured his shift had ended 4 hours ago, and he deserved it. He checked behind him, making sure no one was watching him, and walked up to the window. He peered in through the wire mesh that was implanted inside of it. He could see a group of men, seemingly covered with blood, chasing 2 doctors who were running flat out. The men chasing them seemed to be running with superhuman speed and were rapidly gaining. One jumped in the air, bounced off the side of a wall, and launched, sailing through the air with arms outstretched and mouth wide open. He landed on his feet behind the larger doctor, whose face was beet red with exertion. The creature reached out and grabbed him, then locked its jaw onto the doctor's neck and tore out a chunk of it, chewing happily. The doctor screamed at the top of his lungs, dropping to a knee and fighting desperately to get out from under the beast. Earl looked behind him. A few mechanics from his group had come up silently, curious as well to see what was going on. They stood next to him in the dark, staring through the window in horror. Earl whispered to them.
"Did you know this shit was going on here? What are those guys?"
"Know what was going on?" one whispered back. "Hell, I don't even know what those things are. They look like zombies."
"You dumbass," Earl retorted. "Zombies aren't real. They're something someone dreamed up to scare little kids."
"They're not real? Try telling that to the doctor those things are making a damn meal out of." Earl dropped his cigarette and looked at the three men.
"This is why we're here tonight," he began. "Something must have gone wrong. We need to kill these damn things."
He brought up his newly acquired automatic rifle and flicked the safety switch off, ignoring everything he'd been told that night about not shooting until they received specific orders. He unleashed a string of bullets through the window and directly into the group of men hunched over the heavyweight doctor. The noise and light from the muzzle erupted into the night, gaining everyone's attention. The Eagle Company soldier who'd been put in charge of him came running in a panic, knowing he'd be left to answer for this little pissant who'd broken rank and disobeyed orders. Sergeant Smith came running, enraged. Sergeant Hillpiper, the head of Eagle Company and Earl's battalion leader for the night, made it before Smith.
"Cease fire! What the hell are you shooting at?"
After he let go with a second string of bullets, Earl looked behind him, startled at hearing his angry commander. He could barely hear anything. His ears were ringing from bursts of gunfire, but he could see he was pissed. At this point, everyone was focused in on the commotion Earl had caused. Hillpiper screamed at him again, and Earl was finally able to pop his ears and hear bits and pieces.
"What in God's name are you shooting at? It's a damn hospital!"
Earl, with large, terrified eyes, pointed inside. Saying nothing, Hillpiper pushed past him and the others to look for himself. It looked like a slaughterhouse. The people inside were all moving about, sniffing like dogs on the hunt. Most of them sported horrific wounds. One, a large doctor, started to rise off of the floor, tear huge chunks out of his own arm with his teeth. He was oblivious to the fact that his neck was gushing blood. Hillpiper watched aghast as the doctor made his way down the hallway towards a lone man who was pinned up against the front door, screaming shrilly through the mesh. Hillpiper looked at Smith, who was also watching this in dismay. Something horrible had happened here tonight. Hillpiper figured the Major probably had everything to do with it and knew more than he would ever tell. Smith's chest was rising and falling as he tried to rationalize what he was seeing.
"We need to kill whatever these things are and get that building secured."
He hit his radio.
"Phillips, is that door still secure? Do you have control of it?"
Silence. He looked down at the radio to make sure the device was still on and held it up to his ear. He looked through the window, then turned toward the group of bystanders behind him as a look of complete terror and fear spread across his face. Earl whispered,
"What is it, Sarge?"
Smith couldn't speak. He just raised a quivering finger at the mass of blood-covered bodies that were appearing from the shadows inside Echo Building. They had slipped out of the tunnel entrances and were now part of the killing squad looking for fresh, living meat.
How did they get out?"
Smith bellowed.
"The tunnel! Oh, dear God! They got out through the tunnel! Fire at will!"
He spat at the soldiers.
"Spare no one! Fire now! Open fire!"
He brought up his own rifle, taking shots at creatures left and right. The others followed suit. The bullets found their targets, center mass in the creatures' chests as the soldiers had been trained. Earl yelled,
"They aren't stopping! They aren't stopping! What should we do?"
Smith shook his head. Thinking quickly, he removed a hand grenade from his belt and pulled the pin. Throwing it as hard as he could, he lobbed it into the approaching mob. It exploded, sending bodies and limbs everywhere. When the smoke cleared, they saw the monsters were still closing the distance. The ones who had been hit were down, gripping at the ground and pulling themselves closer, never letting up. There were other men running full out, who were missing an arm or had gaping wounds in their chests. One even had his neck broken and was staggering towards them with his head dangling to the side. Smith had barely made a dent with the explosion. He made a sign of the cross while shaking his head. Screaming, he shot the rifle freely into the crowd of killers. Bullets were all but useless. Smith looked over and saw Major Stevenson standing near the front door just as it exploded open, smashing him in the face and sending his .45 flying in the air. The Major had been knocked to the ground. The doctor he'd been speaking to through the door was now one of them. It leapt on top of him, tearing at his throat and licking the blood. The larger doctor joined him, ripping off fingers and chewing on a meaty thigh. Smith went into survival mode, and just as he was ready to fight his way to the gates to leave the base, a creature came out of nowhere, grabbing him and throwing him into the air. He landed hard, sliding to a stop in the desert sand. The thing jumped on top of him, resting a leg and foot on him to keep his prey still. As it opened his mouth wide, its head exploded into pieces, blood and brain matter going everywhere. The body went limp and fell to the side. Looking up, Smith saw a light flash from a building hundreds of yards away. A sniper had taken this monster out. Over the full company channel for anyone to hear, he screamed, "Shoot these bastards in the head! Shoot him in the head!" It was too late. He stared around in a daze. The air was hazy and full of smoke. He could see men being eaten alive. They were trying to fight back, but there were too few of them and too many of the beasts. And they were growing in numbers. Victims who had been a snack a minute ago were up and looking for their own prey to feed upon. From nowhere, one of them jumped through the air and pounced on Sergeant Smith. He felt teeth rip into his flesh. The pain was excruciating, like nothing he'd ever endured in his life. As he faded gratefully into unconsciousness, he could hear screams and the sounds of jet engines making their way through the cool desert night. The call came from the pilot over his radio to his commanding officers. "Sir, it's affirmative. Whatever's going on down there is taking control of the base. The video from the telephoto zoom on this bad boy shows everything. They're eating each other, sir. What in God's name is going on down there? Do you want us to proceed with the orders, sir?" Colonel Weber looked at the other commanding officers in the room. "What choice do we have? God have mercy on our souls." He punched the radio button. "Unleash hell, son." "Affirmative, sir. Unleashing hell. Gentlemen, let's light her up." The jet soared high into the air to release its payload. Sergeant Smith was drifting in and out of consciousness as the creature ripped through parts of his flesh. He was losing blood fast. He could just make out the plane as it released the missile. He knew it would be better to be dead than to be one of these monsters. As the blinding white flash of the nuclear bomb detonated, he whispered, "Thank you, God." The shockwave hit, and everything in a wide radius was turned to dust as the base was wiped from the face of the earth. "Sir, stand by for confirmation." "It's a direct hit, sir." The colonel replied, "Good job, son. Do a loop and make sure we don't need to hit it again." They would have to find a way to blame this on the Taliban, a group
with neither the resources nor education to produce such devastation. The plane circled for the next few minutes, taking thermal images as well as using the lens to zoom in on the surroundings. "Sir, it appears to be all clear. The mission is a success." Weber looked at the group. "We take their word on this, then?" A general nodded.
"Yeah. Now let's tie up the rest of the loose ends here. Your science boys made one hell of a mess this week."
He typed in a code on his computer terminal. The monitor in the jet went to static as the plane blew to pieces across the desert. Chapter 14. Day 1, May 30, 2017. World population 7,370,474,805. Ben, a 40-something, pot-bellied, chain-smoking trucker, was sitting tall behind the wheel of his big rig as he came around the corner. The clock on his dash showed it was 9:30 in the morning. He was flipping gears and making good time to the E&T plant. He picked up shipments regularly to transport between the Adele and Chicago facilities. He was rocking out, radio blaring with the windows down enough to keep the cab from filling with smoke, crooning about how he was on the road again. Approaching the plant, he brought the rig in slow until he was sitting still in front of the gate, truck idling in neutral. He leaned out and hit the button for the guard's office. He waited impatiently, sucking down a cigarette and coughing his way through most of it.
"Man, I gotta quit these things. Good Lord."
The speaker crackled to life as Pat gave Ben a wave.
"You're here early today, Ben."
Ben leaned out the window, the smoke from his cigarette floating out of the cab and into the air.
"Yep. We gotta get loaded up so I can get this rig's big ass back on the road. Traffic's gonna suck something fierce today."
Pat was never shy for small talk.
"You know today's Sunday, right? Interstate traffic ought to be as dead as can be for you to speed right out of the state on God's day of rest."
"Rest my butt. They got the nation's biggest damn volleyball tournament going on, and it finishes up later today. Everyone'll be hitting the road in a few hours. It's called the 80-35 Spike Tourney. All those teams and parents are either going to be on Interstate 80 or the 235, driving like morons in giant SUVs and mini convoys, swerving to get every minute off their time they can." Pat smiled as he thought of his beloved granddaughter.
"Yeah, I knew all about it. My grandkid, Christy, was playing in it along with every other teenage girl in the nation." "Well, how about you punch me in so I can get a fighting chance at beating traffic out to Chicago by the end of the day today?" Laughing at his own joke, he said, just as he told every security guard every time they saw him, no matter how often, "You know, I think maybe I need to switch companies from this gig to beer. Hell, I've already got 30-plus years of transporting their product."
Pat hit the button to let him enter and pick up the preloaded freight.
"Ben, I don't think that stomach transportation counts. Have a safe trip."
Ben pulled through the gates and got his rig set up. The trailer was filled with the week's experiments and a giant batch of X-74. He was back on the interstate within a matter of minutes. Back at the lab, Frank was still on the phone, talking to Karen's doctor and getting more and more angry at Rogers. He couldn't believe what he'd done, how he had betrayed him, and it was probably why he was sick now. The dead, mutilated rats were not a good sign, and he wasn't sure what it meant for Rogers, or the love of his life either.
He was heartsick at the idea that he could have given her something which would make her like Rogers, catatonic or flesh-hungry. Whatever was wrong with the rats. He wouldn't know until he had a chance to dissect one and see what really was going on. Unfortunately, he was now listening to a foreign doctor who was more in love with medicine than speaking in clear English.
Dr. Sanji, please repeat what you said. I'm confused. What haven't you seen before, and what is wrong with Karen?
The doctor stammered.
I have never seen anyone eat themselves.
Sanji's phone dropped to the floor with a clatter. Frank heard the doctor yelp.
Mrs. Randall, stay back. Stay back, Karen, please. No.
Then the doctor screamed shrilly, and there was the sound of growling. Frank stood still in shock, listening intently. His testicles tried to crawl up inside his belly. Finally, he yelled,
Is anyone there?
He heard an even bigger thud. It sounded like a body hit the floor. He heard what sounded like clothes being torn, and then the phone went silent. He looked down numbly at the phone in his hand. The call had been disconnected. He cursed harshly and, as he was about to unleash another string of vulgarisms, he heard another scream. This one was much closer. It was coming from down the hall. He tossed his phone on the counter. The nurse yelled again for Rogers to stop. Frank bolted for the door, knowing he needed to get back to Des Moines. But first, he had to try to save the woman who was now his responsibility. He was already regretting that he hadn't left those notes in that foreign country. There would be less pain and suffering here today. He ran down the hallway and tore around the corner, doing something he usually didn't. He went into a situation completely unprepared. What he saw was nothing he would or could have ever expected. The nurse was flailing and kicking her legs. Rogers was straddling her, ripping at the thin blouse she was wearing and gnawing into her exposed breast, ripping, chewing, and clawing. He was growling fiercely, and blood dripped off of his chin and back onto her shirt. Frank stopped dead in his tracks.
Rogers! God, get off her! Did you lose it, man?
Rogers, who had been completely unaware that anyone else was near him, stared up at Frank. Tilting his head to the side, he continued to chew on the meaty flesh with his mouth open, swallowing what he could as fast as he could and letting the rest fall from his mouth. Frank barely recognized the man he'd spent 7 days a week with over the last few months. Rogers was blinking rapidly. His eyes were dripping with blood, and he had chunks ripped from his arm. Frank looked around desperately, wanting to find a way out of this situation. The nurse had stopped moving. Blood was pooling on the floor and spreading wider, creating a dark, red lake. Frank hugged the wall and took a few steps down the hallway, hoping he could get to the stairs. His movement and the sound of his footsteps made Rogers rise off of the nurse. Then he sprang into action, jumping and running towards Frank in spurts. Frank thought this was probably the first time Rogers had run in his adult life. He waited until Rogers got close and lunged for him. He dodged, ducking down and quickly sprinted toward the nurse, leaping over her and landing next to a red box labeled "Break Only in Case of an Emergency." He didn't hesitate, sending his elbow through the glass, ignoring the tiny hammer, and reaching in and grabbing a wood-handled axe. It had a silver chopping blade with a pointed end on the opposite side. He also hit the emergency alarm to alert the guard's desk. He held the axe with a baseball grip. He knew from his time spent at war that those who exercised mercy went home in a body bag. He waited for Rogers to make his move. Rogers came running, and, as he was going too fast, he stumbled but never stopped moving. He ran like an animal on all fours, jumping into the air every 3 steps. When he was within 5 feet of Frank, he leapt for him. Frank swung the axe with every ounce of force he had, hitting Rogers squarely in the heart. Frank stumbled backwards. Blood from Rogers' chest covered the wall and Frank as he let go of the handle. Rogers grabbed at it and fell to the ground, then laid there, shaking and spasming. Frank wiped the blood from his face with his shirt to try and clear his vision. "Good God! What the hell is wrong with you?" He ran to the nurse to feel her pulse. As he knelt next to her, he knew that she was gone. A growling from behind startled him. Frank turned slowly, staring at Rogers, who was sitting up. How could this be happening? Frank ran towards Rogers, bringing his knee up and kicking him square in the face with the heel of his boot. It snapped Rogers' head back, laying him out flat on the ground again. Frank gripped the axe handle and yanked upwards. The handle snapped off, leaving the blade stuck firmly in Rogers' chest. Frank stared at his weapon in disbelief. It was now nothing more than a short stick. And he couldn't believe Rogers was still moving after he had landed the blade perfectly into his heart. He backed slowly away from Rogers, and knew the questions behind this event were going to be unlimited, the backlash immeasurable, and his life forever changed because of it. He knew the Adele police would not understand, and he didn't have the time needed to stay and explain himself to anyone. He didn't feel right leaving Rogers to attack again, and he hoped the alarm would alert someone so they could send the police. He couldn't leave Karen at the hospital any longer without knowing for himself what was really going on. He saw an opening, and he sprinted for the stairwell. Obviously feeling no pain, Rogers didn't hesitate. He snarled and jumped in front of Frank, blood oozing from his mouth. Frank gripped the jagged piece of wood tight in his hand and, swinging it upward, jammed it through Rogers' chin, the tip of the wooden shaft bursting out through the top of his skull. Rogers fell to the ground instantly. Frank could see that he wasn't getting up again. His terror had been put to rest. He pushed through the emergency doors and entered the stairway that had been inaccessible just moments before. He took the steps 2 at a time, jogging quickly down the 3 flights, leaving bloody hand and shoe prints the entire way. Frank knew there was no chance he would step back into this building, except for one more time to destroy all of the X-74. His mind raced as he thought of Karen, Sean, Ellie, Rogers, and the poor nurse who'd died an undeserved death. As he flew down the stairs, he contemplated what might happen if a widespread outbreak occurred. He truly hoped Rogers was its only victim. This was worse than the cancer he'd been fighting so hard to cure. He prayed that the serum he'd given Karen was one of the other test drugs by some miracle, but deep down he was sickly confident that he'd given her exactly what had turned Rogers into a monster, into a creature of unspeakable horror. Knowing that the drug he had worked on for so long had turned Rogers into this. He had never in his life seen a man take a hit like that and keep going. He knew it had been directly to his heart. He shouldn't have been able to take another step. Frank bolted out of the emergency side doors and ran to his pickup, picking up pace as he got closer, feeling an urgency to get out of there. He dumped a half-full water bottle on a towel he kept in the back seat and scrubbed his face and hair until it was barely evident he'd just been bathed in blood. He threw on an extra shirt he kept in the truck and figured most people wouldn't notice his stained pants, which were already dark. Sean got out of the shower and dried off quickly. It was 10:30 by the clock on his cell phone, and he read a text message from Ellie.
Tell your dad I'm ready to go. I already have a bag of Mom's stuff put together for her. X.
Sean messaged back.
I just got out myself, but he isn't back yet. I'm not sure what's taking so long.
The phone rang and Sean picked it up.
What's up, Ellie? Are you okay? Yeah, technically speaking, I'm good. Minus the fact that I'm by myself, Mom's in the hospital, and of course I'm trapped here, pacing around, waiting to be picked up.
Sean was digging through his closet, looking for clothes. He finally picked out a gray hoodie and tan cargo shorts. The brisk May mornings were still around, and there was a good chance, if his dad came back, that he would be in the cool atmosphere of the hospital for the rest of the day.
I know it's not ideal, and I'm sure he'll pick us up. There's no way he'd have forgotten about us a second time. He probably just got stuck at work. I'm sure he's on his way here now. I hope you're right, but if he isn't here soon, maybe you could talk to Greg's dad again about another ride. I'd ask Tina's dad, but he would send Lucas to take us, and that would be a scary ride. He's a horrible driver, and he still kind of has mixed feelings about me ever since the incident.
Sean jumped into his shorts, recalling the day perfectly and laughing.
By incident, Ellie, do you mean when you kicked him square in the balls? No, I wouldn't expect you'd want a ride from him either. I can call Greg's dad. I'm sure he'd give us another ride to town. He's a good guy.
Ellie laughed, thinking about it. A laugh she much needed.
Yeah, what happened to Greg? It's one of science's greatest mysteries, but if I had to guess, I'd start the blame with cable. I'll call you back. I'm going to give Dad a call and see if he's on his way or if we need to just go without him. Try to remember he's going through some stuff too, so don't give him too much of a hard time, please.
Yeah, poor guy. I'll do my best to handle him with kid gloves. He immediately called his dad. Waiting patiently, he shook his head with disgust when the call went to voicemail yet again. Sean knew this was going to happen. He'd have to call Greg. He was going to have to explain that his father was forgetting about him again. He was going to have to tell Ellie that his dad had let them down again. Sean spoke after the beep.
Hey, Dad, where are you? We're ready to go back to Des Moines. Can you call me back? Ellie really wants to get back to her mom.
He paced around for 20 minutes, waiting for his dad, watching his phone. He shook his head and moaned.
Typical. Amazing how someone so gifted in science can be so useless in everything else.
He scrolled back through his phone again and found Greg's number, feeling guilty about using his dad for a lift again. He dialed and waited for Greg to answer.
"Good morning, Princess," Greg chimed.
Sean looked at the clock on his wall. It was almost 11.
"Sleep-in day today, Buttercup? Hey, is your dad around by any chance?
"You need a ride back from the hospital.
How's Ellie's mom doing, man? Are there any sexy nurses walking around naked?" Funny enough, I already got a ride back from the hospital with Ellie and my dad. But then Dad went back to the office and's gone MIA. Karen's still sleeping, and we aren't sure if she'll come back out of it. And yes, Greg, they're all walking around naked.
Greg dropped his phone and picked it up quickly, fumbling with it.
"Are you shitting me? Are they hot?"
"There's help for you. I'm sure of it, Greg."
"You're so immature, Sean. Really, there's a time to joke. Nurse nudity isn't the time or the place. Anyway, hold on, and I'll go see if the captain of arms is around."
Sean felt good about that comment and waited patiently. He heard Greg yelling for his dad, but didn't hear a response. He heard Greg yell loudly in the distance.
"You've got to be kidding me! Really? In town?"
He came back on the line.
"Dude, there was a double murder."
Sean smirked, thinking he was being duped.
"Yeah, whatever, man. You know and I know nothing ever happens here. Seriously, is your dad home or not?" I swear to God. He's just gone out the door. He's working the murder scene with the detectives. He said he's on his way to E&T. Some guy called Rogers, I think.
Sean's face went white.
What did you say? Rogers. My dad has a guy named Rogers on his team. The only guy on his team. Yeah, something horrible happened. He didn't leave any other details than that. Maybe we'll make the news. That would be awesome.
Sean was thinking about his dad and started to get worried.
Thanks for checking if your dad was there. I need to call Ellie back and let her know what's going on. Can you text me your dad's number, please? I'll talk to you later.
He called Ellie back. She answered right away.
Hey, did you hear back from your dad? I've been going crazy here.
Sean flinched. He hated letting her down.
I can't get a hold of my dad, and Greg's dad is busy at work. Greg said there was a double murder at E&T, and I'm pretty sure it's my dad's lab partner. Oh my God, I hope your dad's okay. Do you think something happened to him? No, I don't think there's any cause for alarm. I just think he isn't answering his damn phone. I'm sure someone would have called it if there was an issue. He's probably at the hospital already. Have you tried calling the nurses' station at the hospital? Yeah, and you'd think with all the people that work there that maybe one person could answer the phone. Of course you'd be wrong. I can't get anyone.
Sean sat down frustrated.
Hold tight. I'll see if I can find anyone to give us a ride, okay? What choice do I have? Just hold tight. I'll try my best.
Pat watched the parking lot dully. He was getting bored. He grabbed his cell phone and tried to remember how to look at the text messages. His granddaughter had taught him last month, but he'd be damned if he could remember how she did it so effortlessly. She said she would send him a message with the results once they got through with the tournament. He never thought he could love someone as much as he did his own daughter, until his baby had one of her own. Just then, a flashing light on the security console caught his attention, and he checked his cheat sheet to see which security camera to bring up. It was coming from outside one of the labs on the research and development floor. Pat typed in the list of commands to bring the security camera to view. What he saw immediately made him sick to his stomach. He hadn't felt guilt like this since Vietnam, where men were forced to do things that men would never speak of again. He saw the nurse he had called earlier, the one he had requested to go to the doctor's aid. She was lying in a pool of what he thought could only be her own blood. He felt like he was seeing the end of a horror movie right now. Dr. Fox ran into view, holding an axe and looking like a wild man. A second man, whom he could only assume was the assistant, supposedly catatonic, leaped after the doctor on all fours, like an animal. Fox swung the axe quickly, burying the blade in the young man's chest. Pat gasped.
"Oh my God in heaven!"
He looked around wildly, but there was no one else there to tell. The other guard kept himself down in the delivery dock most of the time. Pat hit his speaker.
"Gutenberg, we got an incident. Code Red going on up in the R&D wing. 2 doctors going at it. One just used an axe on the other. Get out front and meet the police. I'm going to call them now."
Pat let go of the speaker button and called the police. It rang quite a few times before he received an answer. A young man came online and said, "This is Joe. What is your emergency?" Pat sat up.
"Sir, this is Pat Hamilton from E&T in Adel, Iowa. We need help now."
"Sir, could you tell me exactly what you need so we can get the proper assistance for you?"
"A man got assaulted with an axe, sir, and we have a woman in need of medical assistance."
"What type of assault, sir? Do you know if the woman is conscious?"
"No, I don't know her condition, but the man was assaulted with an axe. The axe is stuck in his chest. The man that did it was Dr. Fox from our science department. He left and headed out to his truck in the parking lot. I'm pretty sure I just saw him heading east on Highway 5 out of our parking lot. I think he might have assaulted the nurse."
"Please wait, sir, while I connect you with the police department. Units are already on their way to you." Ben thought he'd get ahead of the traffic, but the tournament had ended early, and he was faced with all the people making their way home. He hit the heaviest traffic, and was trying his hardest to remain calm under the pressure of having the shipment there on time. He looked around at all the minivans and oversized SUVs passing him wildly. They were cutting in and out of the space between his semi and the cars in front of him, making his job twice as hard. He needed that space to slow the big rig down, and when someone slid their car in between, they turned his semi into a death trap on wheels. He hated the drivers and the dirty looks they gave him, as if he was a disease on the road. He was 25 minutes into his drive, chain-smoking and trying to stay calm by listening to the radio. As he neared the exit for Chicago, he jammed on his brakes, attempting to stop hard as a minivan cut him off and then slammed on its brakes in front of him. His brake pedal hit the floor, and he was madly grinding gears while downshifting. The tires screeched as he lost control of his rig, and he went barreling down the sharp, curved incline. He looked into the rearview mirror and saw the container behind him sliding sideways until it came to such an angle that it tore free from the trailer. It tipped over on its side and slid straight towards him, leaving a trail of sparks flying, finally coming to a rest in the middle of the lane. The container was now blocking traffic both ways. Cars slid and slammed into each other, causing a huge volleyball mom pileup. The burst containers were polluting the air with X-74 toxin with every second that passed. Cars became backed up for miles, the wreckage from the pileup of cars making lanes in either direction impassable. The tournament traffic filled in behind Ben. His truck cab had received a giant dose of vapor, being the closest, and it filled the small cabin with enough X-74 to gas a small army. He crawled feebly out of his truck and collapsed onto the grass. The combination of the X-74 and the blood loss he'd suffered from a head injury had him looking around in a daze. He stared up at the blue skies until his eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he passed out. His driver's license had slid out of his shirt pocket and was lying on his chest, along with some spilled cigarettes. Charlie, a young college student who had skidded to a crashing stop into the trailer, gradually came around. He looked around, taking in his surroundings, realizing he'd been knocked unconscious by the airbag. He forced open his door, kicking it with everything he had, and clambered out. Looking around, he saw massive amounts of wreckage and cars as far as the eye could see. Just about every other car had dark smoke or steam floating out from under their hoods and into the sky. People were standing outside their cars or wandering around, unsure what they should be doing. Charlie looked at his reflection in his window, examining himself. His white shirt had drops of blood on it, but his blue jeans were spotless. The only damage he could see was a scrape on his face. He wiped at it with his hand as more drivers slowly got out of their cars and looked around in confusion. He noticed the injured, bloody trucker lying on his back on the ground and ran to his aid. He checked his pulse. He was alive. It didn't take a doctor to realize that he was unconscious, perhaps seriously injured. Charlie removed the trucker's ball cap, which identified his favorite brand of beer, and saw a lot of blood coming from a deep cut on the man's head. Charlie pulled off his fleece jacket and applied pressure to the wound. He noticed the driver's license and read it aloud, then pulled out his phone and called for an ambulance. He was advised they would send help immediately, and Charlie gave all of the man's information. Before he ended the call, he could hear the sirens. He looked back at his wrecked car, praying it would still start. He just needed to finish the short drive to Des Moines' South Side, knowing most likely he'd be cutting it close to still get to the airport. Studying abroad in Italy was a dream of his, seeing the lands of his ancestors and getting to enjoy the relaxed lifestyle while studying for his medical degree. Bystanders had started to wander into the wreckage area and were blaming the trucker, who had only been doing his job. 10 minutes went by, and Charlie heard the thud-thud-thud of a helicopter coming in. Charlie yelled to a bystander, "I think help is coming. I hear a helicopter coming in." The man, in his late 50s, was more concerned with the damage on his car than what was going on with the trucker. He shrugged at Charlie. "Our mighty tax dollars at work. Wonder what that's costing me. Why the hell does it smell so bad? What is that stench? Did someone hit a skunk?" Charlie shrugged and looked back down at the man lying on the ground. He felt his pulse again. It was still beating like a clock, as fast as could be. The wind whipped up as the red and white medical helicopter reached them. It hovered around the semi and gracefully landed in a clear space on the side of the interstate. Charlie walked back up the hill, waited for the doors to open, and watched as 2 women and a man stepped out. He waved his arms frantically to gain their attention. When they got close, he screamed over the sound of the rotors that were powering down. "Hi, I'm Charlie. I'm the one who called. You guys are quick." The senior staff member looked around. "Hell of a mess you guys have here, Charlie. I'm Ralph. Can you show me who's hurt?" Charlie pointed to Ben lying on the ground. "He isn't conscious, but his heart's racing like a son of a bitch. It doesn't match anything in my medical textbooks from school. I'm pre-med. I saw his license. His name's Ben." Ralph rolled his eyes. "Every college student with a science book is pre-med, for God's sake. The world's going to be filled with doctors." He made his way awkwardly down the steep, grassy slope. He tripped, going down the hill, cutting his forearm on a broken beer bottle in the grass. He slid awkwardly, landing on his back and messing that up at the same time. Ralph cursed out loud, unable to believe the medic would now need assistance. He quickly opened up his case and did the best that he could until one of his 2 assistants could come down the hill. He hobbled to Ben and checked him, beginning with his ribs, legs, and arms, and then listened to his heart with his stethoscope. Ben started going into convulsions and spitting blood onto Ralph, who held him down while trying to keep his face away from the blood that mixed with his own in the flesh wound on his arm. He lifted each of Ben's eyelids and noticed each was severely bloodshot. It looked like he'd been given something to make his eyes dilate. He wiped Ben's face with a cleaning pad, trying to narrow down where the bleeding was worst. He noticed, after cleaning his face and forehead, that his eyes were not bloodshot. They were bleeding. He looked at the 2 women who'd flown in with him and were waiting for directions. "Melissa, Bridget, get up to the helicopter. I want the stretcher. This guy needs to be moved." He watched the 2 skinny women climbing the hill and looked down at the much bigger truck driver. "There's no way this guy's getting carried up by those 2. He looked up the hill, racking his memory for a minute, snapping his fingers until he remembered the kid's name. He yelled, "Hey, Charlie! Charlie!" Charlie looked behind him and saw the man from the helicopter signaling to him. He came jogging down to him with a smile on his face, leaving the bystanders he'd been loitering with.
"Do you need help? Is he going to be okay?"
"Yeah, you can do something for me. I threw something out in my back when I fell down that damned hill. Do you think you can help carry this big guy up to the helicopter?" Charlie made to open his mouth, but Ralph cut him off. "Hey, don't sweat it. You see those two very skinny girls with me? They're supposed to help me get this big-ass guy up to the helicopter. With the three of us, we could do it, but this guy outweighs the two of them. You and I know that isn't going to be possible. If you could help out, you'd be doing me a huge favor, kid." Charlie nodded.
"Yeah, no problem. I can help them get him up there. Do you think you'll be able to make your way back up yourself?"
"I can get up there. Did you get hurt in the wreck, or did you avoid it?" Charlie shook his head.
"I took a pretty good hit from the airbag, but I'm all right. I was more worried about my car. I needed to get to the airport. I'm supposed to leave in a few hours for Italy."
Ralph whistled, thinking of the beautiful dark-haired and tanned women and food, which wouldn't do anything for his waistline. "Enjoy it, kid. These are the best years of your life." Once they fastened Ben to the stretcher, they made their way up the hill, awkwardly carrying the hurt trucker. Ben started trying to lift his head and pulled a bit against the straps restraining him. "Whoa, Ben," Ralph said. "Can you hear me? Do you know where you are?" Ben just laid there, not saying anything. A little pool of mixed blood and drool slid down his face onto the board. He kept trying to lift himself, but the straps kept him in place. When they got to the top of the hill, Ralph leaned into the helicopter and shouted, "Hey, Henry, could you have picked a bigger damn hill to land on?" Henry, a 20-year veteran pilot, leaned back. "Depends. Did you want to land or crash? Get him loaded up. It sounds like Mercy could use our help back home. There's been code reds going off like crazy over the radio. Sounds like they're all losing their minds. Must be something in the air." They lifted Ben into the helicopter, and Ralph tugged at Charlie's sleeve to follow him. Ralph went up to a state trooper he knew and spoke to him. "Hey, Mitchell, this kid saved a man's life and helped us get him up the hill. Do you think there's any way you could help get this young man to the airport? His car crashed into the back of the semi and it's shot. He has less than 2 hours to get to the airport and get through the security checkpoints." Mitchell stared at the young kid and shrugged. "I'll try to get him there, but I can't make any promises." Ralph nodded knowingly, wiping the sweat from his forehead and shivering a little as the cool breeze came across the interstate pass. "Just do what you can to get him there. He's a good guy." Charlie smiled and shook Ralph's hand. "Man, if you can get me there, then you're a lifesaver, you know that? This is one of those life-changing trips." Ralph nodded. "Listen to Mitchell here, and don't be a pain in the ass, kid. Now get your bags and get moving. You might just make it there on time." The two men shook hands again, and Ralph hobbled back to get ready for takeoff, holding the sore spot on his injured back. He made sure all were secured and locked in before taking care of himself. He sat back, rubbing his face, and noticed some blood on his fingertips. He pulled a mirror from his gear bag, putting it up to his eyes, and noticed a small trickle of blood. Had he gotten anything into his eyes? The more he tried to think about it, the foggier it got, until he couldn't think at all, and focusing was all but impossible. Melissa was watching Ralph, an odd look on her face. She got distracted when she saw their patient begin moving. His eyes were now open, and he was struggling. She thought he might be trying to speak. She unbuckled her belt and moved toward him. Steering clear of the open door, she knelt down beside him.
Sir, can you hear me?
Bridget noticed this and pointed at him.
Loosen the straps. Give him some air.
Melissa let the length out as Bridget unstrapped her belt as well. Ben lunged for Melissa with his open hand, gripping her neck. She screamed as he pulled her in and tore into her shoulder, gripping hard with his teeth. Bridget looked to Ralph for help, but he was completely catatonic, his mouth agape and drool dripping to the floor. She punched his leg, trying to snap him out of it, then hit his buckle to free him. She gasped as he looked up. His eyes were bleeding. He bolted up, pinning her to the ceiling with one arm and gnawing and ripping the flesh from her thin thigh. Henry looked back to see what the commotion was about, and did a wide turn when he saw the deranged and disturbing acts going on behind him. The change in momentum loosened Ralph's grip on Bridget. She dropped to the ground, screaming and sobbing, the blood from her thigh making the floor slick. As she crawled to her feet, grabbing at her seat for balance, the helicopter lurched, and she fell through the door. Henry screamed.
No! Bridget!
He tried spinning the helicopter in the other direction to keep her from falling, but it was too late. The tail rotor came around fast, chopping through her face and neck and into her sternum. Her arms flailed wildly until she was decapitated, and a red mist of blood and guts and bones, finally chopped by the blades, left a red trail in the sky. Her hip bone lodged into the rotor, and the helicopter became impossible to control. Henry knew there was no recovery from this and tried his hardest to steer it away from downtown Des Moines, but the helicopter spiraled out of control toward the Capitol building. He screamed as the helicopter spun madly. Ben had chewed all the way through Melissa's neck by now. As if he were gnawing away at a turkey leg, he held her head in one hand and her neck with the other and went to lunch on her face, ripping her nose off and chewing on it happily. Henry unsuccessfully tried to maintain the helicopter's path at an angle so they wouldn't blow up when the inevitable happened and they finally crashed. Ralph came from behind, stepped over Melissa's corpse, and grabbed Henry. He ripped into Henry's neck and tore the meaty flesh away quickly, moaning with pleasure as the blood filled his mouth. Henry was losing blood at an alarming rate, and he knew it. He needed to get Ralph off him. He had clearly lost his freaking mind. He held the cyclic steering stick with one hand and reached for any weapon he could grab with his free hand. He grasped his lightweight fire extinguisher. Pulling it from its cradle, he swung it in an arc into Ralph's head 3 times, smashing it with a crack, crack, crack. Ralph finally released his hold and felt his head in confusion. There was a giant dent in his skull. He growled loudly at Henry, but nonetheless let go of his prize. Henry reached for his pilot's bag, grabbed for a towel that he could use to try and slow the bleeding, and felt a blessing. He let go of the towel and gripped the knife he kept in the bag. This was one of those times immediate survival needed to be a higher priority than staunching a wound. He pulled the knife out of his bag and ripped the blade from its sheath with his teeth, spitting the leather across the cockpit. He felt like he was going to black out, the feeling growing stronger and more intense with every second. When he saw Ralph charging back at him, he waited until he was close enough to smell him. He leaned to the side and towards the windshield of the cockpit, grabbing Ralph by the collar and trying to stop some of his momentum. He lost his grip on the steering cyclic stick as he stabbed the knife through Ralph's eyeball and into his brain, and Ralph fell to the floor of the cockpit. Henry immediately let out a long-held breath through a scream of pain of his own and grabbed the towel, quickly applying pressure to his neck while he grabbed for the cyclic. He looked through the windshield frantically, seeing he was on a one-way path to crashing. He screamed, "No! Please, no!" as the helicopter fell out of the sky. He missed the Capitol building out of pure luck as the helicopter smashed into a busy downtown street. When the helicopter crashed into the ground, everyone in the small space flew around like pinballs. Melissa's head bounced wildly from the front to the back. Ben, still strapped to the gurney, reached for it as it bounced just out of reach and out through the door. It slid diagonally across the street as the nose of the helicopter buried itself into the pavement. The blade snapped off at impact, sending sparks flying. A young couple in their 20s had been walking hand in hand, him dressed in his best blue suit, and her in her nicest cream-colored dress. The helicopter crashed too quickly for them to react or run to safety. One of the 3 main blades snapped off, spinning vertically through the air, and skipped across the ground. It went directly through the man, starting at his skull and ending at his crotch, leaving his girlfriend holding one hand as the other half of his body flew away. Her left side and the street around them now painted crimson. The second and third blade held strong together, slicing another couple in their late 80s into horizontal halves. The spinning blade did not rest until it had cut through a cell phone tower, taking out almost all mobile communications in Des Moines and the surrounding area. The people who had time to run did so, taking cover as they watched the helicopter slide to a stop, sparks still flying. Once it came to a standstill, a few brave heroes jumped up and ran for the downed machine. Pat and his security assistant waited impatiently for the police to arrive, Pat replaying the video footage from moments before. He shuddered and swallowed queasily. Was his mind playing tricks on him? The nurse, who had lost enough blood to entirely cover the white linoleum, had gotten to her feet. It was easy to tell she was not the woman she'd been when she was attacked such a short time ago. Pat sat there agape as he zoomed in the camera. He could see the torn flesh, her broken ribs sticking out through the gruesome wounds. Blood had soaked her white nurse's uniform. He watched the footage twice, biting hard on his knuckles, gasping as he saw the unimaginable. She was tearing at her own flesh. Pat knew this day would be with him until the end of his years. He just didn't know how much longer that would be. Pat looked at Gutenberg.
How the hell did she get up with that much blood loss? And what about the guy with the axe in his chest? No one gets up and walks away from that. What is going on here?
Gutenberg watched the front of the driveway restlessly. He was on the waiting list for the police academy and was anxious to see them in action. He was sure, if he seemed competent, maybe someone in the Adele police force would be happy to write him a letter of recommendation. He turned around and saw the look of horror and disgust on the old man's face. He was sure Pat was going to vomit. He'd seen the footage of the dead nurse and the man with the axe sticking out of him, and hadn't gotten so much as an upset stomach.
Hey, Pat, you doing okay over there? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Pat stumbled over his words.
I've never seen anything like this before. The nurse just got up.
Gutenberg ran over and watched in awe.
Wow, I can't believe she's up. She looked like she was a goner for sure. How was she moving? How was she alive?
Pat blinked, shaking his head in confusion.
I don't know, but there's no way she survived that attack. For God's sake, look at her. She's completely torn to shreds. God, I hope the police get here soon.
If she needs help, we can't wait around here. We need to get up there. Someone needs to help her immediately.
Son, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think she's what you think she is. There is no way she's alive. We need to wait for the police to show up.
Gutenberg grabbed a walkie-talkie from the charging rack.
It's not like she's a zombie, Pat. What kind of place do you think this is? Christ, we make vitamins. I'm going up there. If she needs help, she could bleed out by the time they get here.
Son, I have a feeling you're going to regret your actions today.
Pat shook his head, but didn't try to stop him. Gutenberg ran for the elevator, intent on saving the nurse, unaware she had already turned into something out of his worst nightmares. He hit the elevator button, sure that what he was doing was right and justified. He'd be considered a hero, and maybe even get his picture in the paper. It sure wouldn't hurt his chances with the police department. Pat had an idea of his own. He grabbed his car keys, walked quickly out to the parking lot, opened the trunk, and grabbed his revolver. He clipped the holster to his belt, letting his jacket fall back over it. He shut the trunk, forgetting his extra ammo. Gutenberg waited impatiently inside the elevator, ready to help, but unsure how the poor nurse must be feeling right now. When the doors slid open, he ran out and immediately stopped. The blood-soaked floor had pieces of guts strewn everywhere. He saw Rogers on the floor with the axe handle impaling him from chin to skull.
"Nurse?" he called nervously. "Nurse Kylie? It's Security Officer Gutenberg. Are you there, ma'am? I'm here to help."
He walked slowly down the side of the hall to avoid the drying, sticky blood. Hitting his radio, he whispered,
"Hey, Pat, I'm on the 3rd floor, and I don't see anyone. Do you see her anywhere?"
Pat was watching the monitors.
I don't see anything, kid. You sure she's there?
"Well, I thought she'd be easy to find with all the blood, but her footprints dried up halfway down the hall. I don't know where she is. Let me know when the police get here, will you?"
Gutenberg poked his head into the lab that Dr. Fox worked out of and screamed as he was yanked into the room. Pat watched the monitor helplessly as the nurse grabbed the man by his head, gripping his hair, and launched him through the air at the lab table covered with glass beakers. Gutenberg screamed again as he landed hard, shattering glass stabbing him in the back and sides. He shook his head, feeling like he was going to pass out, then looked to his left in time to see the bloody nurse sprinting towards him. He scrambled off the table and ran for the door of the lab. What used to be a girl named Kylie chased him, growling and drooling at the mouth, hungry for a bite of his flesh. Gutenberg ran for everything his pudgy body was worth, leaving a trail of blood dripping from the back of his blue security uniform. Pat hit the intercom button to his radio.
Run, kid! Run, she's coming!
He glanced over his shoulder to see the nurse sprinting and leaping after him. She was gaining quickly. He tried to jump over the blood pool in the hallway, but his feet slipped out from under him, quickly going higher than his head. As his head came down hard on the floor, everything went dark and hazy for a moment. As he came to, he saw Nurse Kylie jumping high in the air before landing on his stomach, pinning him down and sniffing his fresh wounds. With tears in his eyes, he mumbled fearfully,
"Please don't hurt me. I'm here to help you."
It growled loudly at him, gripped his head, and smashed it repeatedly into the floor. It reached down and ripped his throat out and chewed wantonly at the gory handful, loving the taste more with each bite. His warm, wet blood sprayed into the air like a geyser, dripping off of the ceiling into his eyes and face as he lay there twitching, dying underneath her mouth. Pat watched this, biting his knuckles until they bled. He saw the police and EMT pulling up and ran out, waving frantically. Pat screamed at them.
"You gotta get up here now! You gotta get in there and stop that thing!"
They saw the urgency on his face, but read it completely wrong. Martin, a 30-something crime scene investigator, nodded at him.
"From the sound of it, there isn't a hell of a lot left to stop. We already sent Detective Lennon to the hospital to see if Dr. Fox went to see his fiancée, and Thompson's sitting on the Fox house in case he goes home."
"Damn it, you're not listening! There's everything to stop. Gutenberg, the other security worker, is in the building, and he's being eaten alive, for God's sake!"
Martin stared at Pat blankly.
"Are you feeling all right, sir?"
"My name's Pat. I'm fine, goddammit!"
Gonzalez, the paramedic, had stepped out of his truck by now.
"Sir, are you feeling all right? Can I get you to come over here and sit down for a minute, please?"
Pat was pacing back and forth impatiently.
"Oh, God fucking damn it! Would you fucking listen to me? I'm telling you that woman is eating him. She's ripped his fucking neck out and was chewing on it. I've never seen anything so horrible and wrong in my fucking life. Quit looking at me like I'm fucking insane and get over here for God's sakes and look!"
Martin stared at Gonzalez with the same look of confusion.
"Okay then, Pat," he began again. "How about you show us what it is you're talking about, will you?"
Pat grabbed him by the collar.
"Now get the fuck in there, and I'll show you what I'm talking about."
He turned and went jogging for the door. Martin pointed to Gonzalez and whispered,
"Hey, go get your medical bag. Sounds like we're going to need it. I think this guy may have lost it."
Gonzalez wasn't so sure.
"He looks really scared. Must really be something wrong."
Pat waited in the office for them, jiggling from foot to foot. Martin had his cell phone to his ear, cursing as he walked in, unsure why he couldn't get a signal when he was only 5 miles from town.
"Okay, Pat, can you tell me where this emergency is?"
Pat pointed over to the monitors, ready to prove he wasn't crazy.
"Here, take a look. Then you'll see exactly what I'm talking about."
He hit the monitor to the hallway where Kylie had been eating Gutenberg, and his mouth dropped. It was empty. The blood was hard to see on the black and white monitors if he hadn't seen it pooling himself. Martin looked closely at the screen, unsure what was freaking the old man out.
"Look at what, Pat?"
Pat knew he was looking and sounding like a complete and utter fool. He should have known any sane man who hadn't been offered any evidence would think he was senile. He threw up his hands in frustration.
"They were up on the 3rd floor, but I think you should call more people in. I know there's something there. I don't think any of us should go up there."
He frowned, suddenly having another thought.
"I can show you the backup video."
Martin cut him off, quickly getting short on patience. He figured Lennon was probably picking up Dr. Fox if Thompson hadn't already gotten him at his house. He completely ignored the old man's warnings.
"That's fine. Don't worry about the video, sir. We believe you. Let's just go up there so we can get the crime scene started. This is going to take all day, from what your initial report said."
"Martin," Gonzalez began, and pulled the officer aside.
"Are you sure we want to go up there? Don't you want to wait for backup or maybe take a minute to watch the video? What's the harm? Is there anyone else that could come help you out? Just in case he's right. I'm of no use to you unless they need a medic. What are we going to do with just the 2 of us? I don't even have a gun."
"He's wrong, simple as that. Old people always see things different than they really happened. For all I know, the nurse got a bite on the wrist or something, and Dr. Rogers is down getting a cup of coffee. Anyway, I did try to call, but my cell won't work. And when I got through on the radio, every available officer not on this already was sent to help with some huge traffic pileup between Ankeny and Des Moines.
All we have to do is go up there and make sure the nurse is okay, and then start doing our job. It is a crime scene up there, you know."
Pat overheard the men and went to the stairwell, figuring he would take them up there to prove it. He had old Bessie on his side and knew if they just saw the blood, then maybe they'd believe him.
"Hey, why don't we take the elevator?"
Martin suggested. Pat shrugged and sternly retorted,
"Be my guest, but I'm taking the stairs. I want to know what's ahead of me when I go through those doors."
Since neither believed him, they weren't worried about it.
"Tell you what, Pat, you take your time getting up those 3 flights of stairs, and by the time you get there, we should have this entire thing wrapped up."
Martin gestured at the stairs. When he hit the up button for the elevator, Gonzalez sealed their fate. They entered, and, as the elevator began going up, Pat's earlier behavior began to make Martin double-guess himself and wonder why he hadn't taken the extra minute to watch the video. He was definitely worried that maybe the old man wasn't completely loony, after all. Pat might be old, but he was a trusted security guard. Martin touched his pistol just to make himself feel a little more at ease. Gonzalez had nothing to protect himself with beyond his medical kit. Before the doors opened, Gonzalez saw Martin checking his pistol, which did nothing to ease the rising tension.
"Why are you checking your pistol if this old guy's crazy? Do you think he could be right?"
Martin tried smiling, not wanting to let on that maybe something was wrong here.
"No, don't worry about it. We're going to be just fine. Just standard procedure."
The elevator doors parted and, to their surprise, they saw a floor stained red with drying blood they had not been able to see on the monitors. They also found Rogers.
"What in good God's name happened?"
Martin asked aloud.
"How did this place get like this? It looks like a freaking massacre. Do you know how much blood it takes to make a mess like this?"
They cautiously walked out and took a look down the hallway. Martin peered around, quickly concentrating on one thing, trying to figure out exactly what or who had done this to the doctor. He figured there was no way Dr. Fox could have been responsible for the atrocities Pat had been blathering about. Pat had told them himself that Fox had left the property, which led Martin to believe there must still be a killer here because Gutenberg clearly didn't kill himself. Gonzalez looked at Martin's raised pistol.
"You keep bullets in that thing, Martin."
Martin nodded his head, slowly looking left and right, aiming where he was looking, but not sure what he was supposed to be looking for. He was afraid that maybe they should have gone with Pat up the stairs. Martin had the gun in front of him, ready for anything that looked like it was out of place. They gasped when they saw Rogers on the floor. Gonzalez started to say something, but Martin smacked him on the chest and raised a finger to his mouth to be quiet. The two men walked around the gory mess slowly, staying alert but seeing and hearing nothing. They moved in unison, not sure which direction was the safe one to go in. Martin motioned for Gonzalez to stay back as he quickly passed by a doorway, checking left and right, trying his best to keep calm. Gonzalez let Martin walk past one more doorway before he followed. The last noise Martin never heard Gonzalez make was an agonizing scream. He turned just in time to see the medic's feet up in the air as his body flew back into the open doorway. His medical case crashed to the floor, spilling instruments everywhere. Martin yelled,
"Freeze! It's the police! Come out with your hands up!"
The only sound he received was the gurgling of blood coming from the throat of his friend. Martin ran in, sweeping his pistol around the laboratory room. He saw the nurse Pat had been so afraid of. Now he thought he had a good fucking reason to be. The creature was down on its knees, eating away at Gonzalez's bloody, trembling body. Martin's prolonged scream reverberated through the maze of corridors.
"No!"
The ravenous monster, which used to be a nurse, was focused only on the feast in front of it.
"Stop! In the name of all things holy, I will goddamn shoot!"
This time it heard him. It lifted its head up, blood dripping from its chin, still chewing at chunks of Gonzalez's bloody chest. Its face was smeared with crimson and gore, and it growled ferociously at him, the echo running through the open room. Rising to its feet, it prepared to attack. Martin fired off 2 shots, knocking her back over Gonzalez. Martin let out a big breath, trying to calm himself. He had shot her squarely in the chest. But then he blinked as the monster rolled to its side and pushed itself upward. It was now looking at him with even more hunger in its eyes, and then opened its mouth and screamed in defiance. The former security guard came from nowhere. Martin never had a chance. Gutenberg tackled him from the side, knocking him off of his feet. Martin screamed as the second creature began devouring his body, this time leaving very little left to turn. Pat, who'd originally been in a big hurry to get up the stairs to prove the men wrong, was now thinking maybe he was not in such a hurry after all. He wasn't even sure he wanted to continue walking up the steps. More than likely, what he thought he had to prove might end up getting him killed. As he got to the top level of stairs, he heard the screams of one man, and then the other one, followed by a few seconds of silence, and then gunfire. Then he heard the second man shriek in agony. The sounds ended abruptly, leaving the hall and stairwell silent again. In the moments following, he was sure he had just heard someone's final breaths. Pat pulled Bessie from his holster, knowing there was a better-than-good chance he was going to need her today. If anyone on that floor was still alive, he felt a responsibility to save them. He refused the thought of abandoning anyone. He had never thought himself a coward, nor would he be one today. He pushed through to open the door, quickly swinging Bessie wildly from left to right to left, trying to see if there was anything there which would need to be quickly taken care of. Though he could see the blood and gore covering just about everything, he could find Bessie no target. He stood there for a moment, looking down the side hallway before steeling himself to make a move. He walked slowly, gingerly giving Roger's body a wide berth, until he heard horrible noises coming from one of the laboratories, a sound not made by humans, the sound of animals ripping and tearing at flesh. Pat had just taken another step when Gutenberg stumbled out of a door farther down, slowly bumping off of the doorway. They immediately locked eyes. Pat's gaze then dropped to the kid's chest, which looked like shrapnel had taken its toll on it. But these were fresh and unhealed wounds. Pat knew these had been caused by the nurse.
"Hey, Gutenberg! Buddy, are you okay? Did you see the other officer come up here? The medic?"
Gutenberg looked at him curiously for a moment before charging across the long distance between them. Wildly unsure of what he should do, Pat knew if he was wrong, he'd be put in jail for manslaughter. But if he was right, how could he prove it? Deep down, he knew there was no winning choice here. Gutenberg got within 15 feet, and Pat drilled 3 bullets straight into his chest. The creature went down hard. Pat let out a deep breath, thinking he had taken the man out. He glanced around, hoping to see the other 2 men, when he noticed Gutenberg jumping to his feet. Pat aimed true one more time and fired a bullet directly into the creature's skull. The force of the bullet knocked its head back, splattering curly blonde hair and brains across the once white wall. This thing, which used to be his colleague, collapsed into a heap and was still, a wisp of smoke curling up from the hole in its forehead. Pat sat down on the floor and took a deep breath, massaging his heart and praying it would hold tight until this day was over. He was confident he would absolutely never come back to this building again for any reason. He holstered the pistol and was trying to remain calm when Kylie came out of the laboratory, snarling and growling. Its bloody hair looked as red as smashed cherries. The face was a grisly mess, and its stomach appeared distended from whatever it had been gorging on. Since its abdomen had been partially eaten through, the things it had eaten were falling out as it walked. Pat slowly pulled out his pistol, not thinking for a moment maybe he should see if Kylie needed help. She was way past help, and he was past being worried about it. He was tired, and his arms felt heavy. He aimed and fired, missing and hitting the wall next to her. The bullet blew shards of tile into the nurse's face, cutting it open. It screamed in rage and went into attack mode, charging down the hallway towards him. He waited until the bounding monster was within 5 feet and pulled the trigger. The bullet unleashed hell on her face and blew half of her skull off. It dropped and convulsed on the ground. Fresh blood from its skull spilled out and covered what was possibly the last clean tile where it had landed. Pat sat there a moment longer, shaking his head, unsure how in the hell an honest, God-fearing man like himself could ever end up in a situation such as this. What an easy job this was supposed to be. Just something to get him by until he was eligible for Medicare. He set Bessie down, counting his blessings he'd had the intelligence to go out and get her from his car. He opened his eyes to see Gonzalez and Martin coming toward him, both covered in blood. Pat gasped as he saw Martin's neck was at an awkward angle. Under the shirt and tie, there was very little still holding the head to the body. Pat was past the squeamish stage. Instinctively having counted his shots, he hit the switch to open the cylinder, freeing it from the frame of the six-shooter, and hit the bullet release to empty the spent shells. They rattled on the floor as he reached for his speed loader, instantly cursing himself that he hadn't grabbed the extra ammo. The two men came running at Pat, and he pushed to his feet as quickly as his old, arthritic body would allow. He stumbled to the doorway and opened the emergency door. He got through it, turning the handle and slamming the door in their faces, thinking how they'd be helping him right now instead of trying to kill him, if they had just taken the damn stairs not more than 15 minutes ago. Pat went down the stairs as quickly as he could and left through the front doors. He was thanking God for another day on this earth as he locked the front doors behind him, hoping to protect the world from whoever or whatever was in there now. A few hours earlier, Dr. Sanji came into Karen's hospital room, checking his chart and not paying any attention to the patient. In his experience, comatose patients were the easiest and least likely to be found in the complaints department. He wrote his final notes from the previous patient and looked up. The clipboard he was carrying rattled on the floor, dropped from suddenly nerveless fingers.
"Miss Randall, you're up? This is most wonderful. How are we feeling?"
Dr. Sanji asked in his thick Indian accent. He picked up the chart and stared at her, watching her closely, looking for any signs that she understood what he was saying. He knew it was common that when patients' hearts stopped, they lost oxygen, leaving them brain damaged. He knew this couldn't be the case here, because once they get to that point, they certainly didn't sit up again. He shook her shoulder to get a response. She looked at him, and then at her arm, and put it up to her mouth. He started jotting notes on her chart, but looked up when something red splattered on his page and dribbled slowly down his clipboard. He touched it.
"Blood? But where did this—"
He stopped talking as he looked up. A small, oval flap of skin was hanging from Karen's mouth, and fresh blood was dripping on her blue and white polka-dotted hospital gown. On the intercom by the door, he hit the emergency button for the nurse's station. A nurse came rushing in.
"Get me some sedatives, please. Miss Randall woke up, and there's something seriously wrong with her. She's come back from the coma, but I'm going to need a needle and thread. She ripped her own skin off."
He pointed to the bloody spot on her arm. The nurse stared.
"Yes, doctor. I will get something immediately. Would you like me to call some orderlies, sir?"
The doctor shook his head.
"No, I think we are okay. But she came back too fast from the coma. There is something wrong with her. I need to talk to the medics and see if anything was out of the norm with her when they picked her up last night."
He quickly looked at her chart for her personal information and dialed the phone number. The nurse nodded, and Dr. Sanji made a quick call to her immediate emergency contact, a Dr. Fox.
"Hello, this is Dr. Sanji. Did you say that this was Dr. Fox?"
After a moment, he continued.
"Yes, I'm calling today from Mercy Medical Cancer Clinic, Dr. Fox. Karen Randall had you listed as an emergency contact. There's been a situation at the hospital, sir. I can honestly say in 25 years, I've never seen anything like this. Your fiancé is awake, but I've never seen anyone try to eat themselves before."
He paused for a moment, then stammered into the phone.
"I have never seen anyone eat themselves."
He looked up as Karen moved toward him.
"Miss Randall, stay back. Stay back, Karen. Please. No."
He dropped the phone and screamed, stepping on it as he backed away from her. She was walking slowly toward him at first, her long, brown hair hanging down and covering her face. Small drips of blood were falling from her chin and landing in front of her, and she was smearing the droplets with her bare feet. He stumbled awkwardly backwards, kicking the phone across the room. Her slow, wobbly walk turned into a leap, and she was quickly within a foot of him. He ducked beneath her outstretched arms. She only let him out of her sight for a moment, before spinning around. He was rationalizing, trying to keep things straight, thinking scenarios out as quickly as he could. He wasn't sure what he was allowed to do, but figured his tenure wasn't worth a damn thing dead. She stood between the doctor and his exit to freedom. As he tried to dodge her, she reached out and grabbed his arm with both of hers, biting down hard and drawing a good amount of blood from his bony wrist. The only thing keeping his skin on was his stiff white lab coat sleeve. He screamed in pain and shock, his eyes opening wide with fear and confusion. He looked at the only thing he carried of use to him right now, and repeatedly brought the heavy metal clipboard down on the back of her skull. She finally let go, growling and lifting her head up slowly towards him to meet his eyes. He shuddered as he saw her bloody gaze. She moved quickly, picking him up and tossing him onto the hospital bed. He hit with a thud, sliding off the side of the bed and landing on the floor. Everything was quiet for a moment, and he thought perhaps Ms. Randall had left. Closing his eyes in relief, he felt something warm trickling down the side of his face. Had he been cut? After feeling around on his head, he realized the liquid was not his own. He wiped at it with his sleeve, then put his hand up to block the fluids, only then coming to the horrible realization it was coming from above him. He opened his eyes and screamed. The patient, who had looked so innocent and peaceful less than an hour ago, was drooling as she leaned over him from her spot on the bed. She sat on her haunches and licked her lips as the bloody saliva fell freely from her face and mixed with the blood dripping from her eyes. He screamed and scooted back against the wall. She hopped down and paused within a foot of him.
"Get back, Miss Randall. I'm not afraid to hurt you."
When his request was ignored, he brought his well-shined, wing-tip shoe back
and sent his heel crashing into her forehead, making her fly backwards up against the bed. Her head snapped against the bed rails. At the same time, Nurse Betty pushed through the doors.
"Dr. Sanji, I couldn't remember what type you like to use for sedatives, so I got you one of—"
She stopped mid-sentence at the scene in front of her. She screamed, turning around and yelling into the hallway.
"Emergency! Code green! Ronnie! John! Get in here now! The doctor needs help! The patient has gone mental!"
The unfortunate nurse, who took great pride in her work and helping others, ran to the doctor's aid, thinking she would easily be able to hold down the crazed woman. She could not have been more wrong. The patient grabbed the nurse by the hair before the nurse could put a hand on her. Karen quickly and forcefully threw her like a rag doll up against a heart monitor. The nurse hit with a horrific crash, screaming and flailing to the ground. She stared over at the doctor, who was staring back, both of them looking utterly defeated, both of them thinking that this might be their final day on Earth. The two large orderlies pushed through the door and ran into the room. They were confident in their abilities. Until now, there was nothing they hadn't seen or dealt with. If someone in the hospital yelled for a code green, then it was not a joking matter. They began to assess the situation, seeing equipment strewn about and the blood on the floor. Then they saw the downed doctor and nurse. But mostly, they saw the patient. Or what used to be the patient. A woman who was now strangely pale, with a hole in her arm which was oozing with blood. Blood trickled from her eyes, and blood covered her mouth. She looked insane. They were very confused. The woman they'd seen rolled in the night before had been completely unresponsive hours ago at the start of their shift. Yet now, it appeared, she had the strength of 5 men. Ronnie and Johnny ran to her side, gripped her by the biceps and shoulders, and forcefully lifted her up as she hissed and growled at them, shaking her head wildly and kicking her legs and bucking back and forth. They took her to the bedside and held her down the best they could, having a hard time restraining her. Ronnie looked at his partner.
"John, look at her mouth. What happened to this woman? Doctor, what the hell has she been doing?"
Ronnie hadn't yet noticed the blood on Sanji's white sleeve. Dr. Sanji got up off of the floor, regaining a small shred of his demeanor, and helped the nurse up. He grabbed the medicine from her, 2 syringes, as she had previously mentioned before she became a flying rag doll. He bit down on the caps and pulled the needles free. He ran to Karen's side, not worrying about sterilizing the injection site, and began administering the sedatives as quickly as he could into Karen's thigh. He was hoping and praying to anyone who would listen that the medicine would start working and put this woman down quickly. No one in the room said anything. They were simply waiting to see if the sedatives would take effect. Ronnie's and John's arms were quivering, their muscles growing tired from trying to hold her down as she screamed and fought. The nurse moved as fast as she could to get the restraints on the patient's forearms. Karen reared up and ripped a giant chunk out of Ronnie's tricep and spat it into John's face, who immediately and regrettably let go with one of his hands to wipe away the gore. She seized the moment, fully capitalizing on John's mistake. She ripped her arm away from him, grabbed him by his thin hair, and pulled him within reach of her mouth. She bent her head and neck up, opened her mouth wide, and ripped the young man's ear clean off, chewing at it viciously and savoring the warm fluids running off of his face. He screamed in agony, grabbing where his ear had been, and compounded his mistake by completely letting go of the woman. She sat up the best she could, biting again into Ronnie's dark arm and pulling him closer. His eyes grew wide with fright as he fought her off the best he could. Nurse Betty yelled again for a code green, but as she opened the door, 4 men and 2 nurses came barreling through, tripping and knocking her back to the ground. As they entered the room and saw the scene,
They jumped on top of the patient in a makeshift dog pile, although the only loser at this point was the man whose neck was closest to Karen's mouth. She reached up, growling, insatiably hungry for blood and flesh. She bit down hard, taking off a hunk of someone's arm, and as the blood started to flow freely, she reached up, clawing and biting every one she could. The nurses and the rest of the orderlies were doing the best they could to hold her down, but with her rage-fueled strength, she was slowly winning. Finally, a man got up and ran back out the door, only to return a moment later with much stronger restraints. Dr. Sanji knew this wouldn't end until she was out and ran to the medical supply cabinet down the hall. He used his good arm to grab a box full of sedatives, enough to knock out a horse, and ran back into the room, wishing this all to end. He jabbed the needles sloppily into her thigh, which brought an onslaught of blood spewing from her legs, getting in the bystanders' mouths and eyes, most of them running towards the emergency wash sink to get the crazy woman's blood off of themselves. Karen finally started to relax and stopped fighting. She collapsed back into her pillow, and her eyes rolled back into the back of her head as she let out one final growl. Dr. Sanji approached her slowly, viewing for himself whether the restraints had been put on correctly, and stared in disbelief at the scene around him. John was on his hands and knees, crying and screaming in pain, holding the spot where his ear was once attached. The blood was soaking and pooling around his knees. Ronnie had a towel up against his arms, yelling for someone to please help him. The doctor put a stethoscope to Karen's heart.
"It is bleeding like a rocket still. Oh, Krishna, what is happening?"
If it kept up that frantic pace, it would explode in her chest. He stared at the blood covering her gown and the giant chunks missing from her arms. She looked like she'd gone into a war zone and been hit with everything they could throw at her. He turned around and began issuing orders. The staff were rushed to the emergency care unit where everyone, including Dr. Sanji, got first-rate care. All of them felt thankful to be getting away from this disaster. Chapter 14b. Dr. Myers stared around the room in shock and confusion. He could think of no medical explanation for any of this. This Sunday, usually a day of boredom and quiet, had taken a turn for the worse, and he knew the shit meter was only going to increase. She had lost anyone competent in the triage emergency unit to a multiple car crash. Once the call for immediate assistance had come through, all seasoned professionals under her oversight had been called away, and she was left with nothing but interns. This was the first time in all her years she had this many hospital staff in need of emergency aid, if she didn't count flu season each year for the stubborn employees who missed or skipped their annual flu shot. She walked down the line of people. She had 5 interns and 10 hospital staff to tend to. She looked at the bruises, lacerations, missing ears, and bite marks in disbelief, wondering how one little woman could have done all this. And there was no explanation for the fact that all of the wounded workers were completely out cold. If maybe 1 or 2 of them had these symptoms, it could have been attributed to shock. But there was no way this many people, especially a seasoned doctor like Sanji, would be completely catatonic. They just lay there, staring at the ceiling like zombies. She walked alone, jotting down notes, and noticed all of them had started a light bleeding from their eyes. The worst 3 were Dr. Sanji and the 2 male orderlies, Ronnie and John. John had passed out earlier than the other 2, but with the shock of losing his ear like that, she wasn't surprised. The hospital had called for a plastic surgeon to come in and examine it, but trying to get one on a Sunday was no easy task. She started to write out a timeline of what she thought might be some weird infection. From what she could discern, whoever was in the room earliest had the worst effects. She yelled to the staff, advising them to keep these new patients comfortable and to finish treating their immediate wounds. Dr. Smith, one of the young interns in her mid-20s, asked, "What is wrong with them, doctor?" Myers shook her head slowly.
"Just keep them comfortable. I'm going to call the Center for Disease Control to verify there's no outbreak they're aware of."
What do we do if it's contagious?"
Myers shrugged.
"Pray that you haven't caught whatever it is."
Smith stared, wide-eyed, at Ronnie's bloody shirt hanging out of a disposable can, and hoped they truly were all just in a state of shock. She lifted the bed rails so the large man didn't fall off of the side of the bed and further injure himself. She had seen pictures of wounds like these from dog bite cases, but nothing like this caused by a human. She sewed up Ronnie's wounds the best she could, treated them with disinfectant, and finished by wrapping them with bandages. She moved on to Dr. Sanji, who needed no more than a little ointment and a bandage. He had a clear bite mark and a good cut. He was completely out of it, though, although he appeared to be staring closely at his arm. She took it as a positive sign that he was focusing on anything at all. She redid a vitals checklist on him, taking great care with his eyes, trying to figure out where the blood was coming from. She lifted his eyelids, but could see no bruising or cuts that would cause this bleeding. The same bleeding the rest of the staff had. She checked his pulse and noted that it was racing rapidly and his breathing was rapid and shallow. She looked back at one of the other interns.
"Hey, Katrina, have you checked all the vitals to make a list for Dr. Myers? Might be an easy way to show we can do this on our own."
The other doctor nodded and started running the same quick checks her colleague was doing. Smith turned back around and felt a spurt of fear go down her spine. The man who had been almost comatose less than a moment ago was now gnawing on his own arm, ripping at it. Blood began oozing smoothly.
"Dr. Sanji, no! What are you doing? Katrina, get over here and help me."
A growl erupted from behind her. The big man, Ronnie, had blood dripping from his chin. There was a similar bite mark on his own arm. His eyes were bleeding horribly now, and he growled again, startling everyone in the room. Dr. Smith walked up to him, holding her hands out in front of her in a non-threatening manner.
"Mr. Lewis, please lay back down."
The other doctors watched as Smith made it within a foot of him before realizing that the slow sluggishness he'd been suffering from had completely disappeared. He shot straight off the bed and ran for the doctor, growling and screeching, then grabbed her by the neck and crotch and lifted her over his head, bringing her down and biting into her abdomen. When he threw her aside, his mouth was full of meat, and blood flew as she sailed into the air and up against a window, leaving what looked like a modern art design painted in red on the glass. Katrina screamed at the top of her lungs, catching the attention of a group of nurses who were on their way to a smoke break. They poured into the room and then hesitated, unsure whether they should turn and run or try to lend assistance. One of them, recognizing Ronnie, yelled at him to lay back down, relax, and settle down. He was far from done and far from full. A hunger raged inside him like he'd never before experienced. He ran to the downed doctor, ripping another mouthful of skin away from her thigh and chewing on it. Blood spurted out, freely running from the fresh wounds. In all the havoc, no one noticed the rest of the patients sitting up in their beds, all with bleeding eyes and fresh bite marks and torn skin on their arms. Katrina noticed blood dripping out of Dr. Sanji's mouth, and she screamed as he launched his skinny body from the bed. He landed on her shoulders, biting into her face and ripping her nose loose. Blood spurted, and she squealed. A nurse ran over to try to pull the small man off of her, but an earless patient, John, gripped her and threw her to the bed. He ripped into the woman's thigh, chewing the fresh meat and licking the blood squirting out. Dr. Myers was still on the phone after requesting a list of any known infectious diseases with a short period before the disease made the patients comatose. She was ordered to let them know if there were any changes in the patient's demeanors. She had just hung up when her pager went off. She slapped her forehead.
Jesus Christ, what are interns good for? They come in hungover and can't do anything without having their damned hands held.
She hurried back to the room as quickly as she could. As she charged through the doors, she saw absolute carnage in front of her. Nurses and interns were scattered about the floor. The patients, who just 10 minutes ago had been lying in bed, were now very much awake and devouring her staff. She couldn't speak, much less make a noise. She began backing up slowly, her only intention to get the hell out of this room and lock it down. Whatever was happening, she knew it had to be contained. She stepped on an overturned medical tray, blood sample vials crunching loudly under her feet. She closed her eyes in regret. Dr. Sanji looked up. He had someone's dismembered hand in his and was ripping fingers off one at a time. She tried to smile like it was no big deal, but the 12 patients jumped her like a pack of wolves. There would be no turning for her, no bloody eyes, no forever walking, because there would be nothing but a skeleton left of her scattered throughout the room. Frank pulled up to the emergency department parking lot. Everything appeared normal. He locked his truck and ran for the hospital entrance, hoping he was not too late, praying what she'd been given was not X-74. The parking lot was crazy busy with people hurrying for their cars. He was almost in a trance as he thought everything through down to the last detail. He was all too aware that Pat, who was no fool himself, would eventually see the digital recording and call the police, if he hadn't already when the alarm went off. He would have no idea that Rogers had been crazed out of his mind and would still be wandering the halls to kill if he hadn't taken him out. It would make no difference at all, and Frank knew very well that no matter how justified his actions were, they would need to be answered for, one way or another. He knew it was only a matter of time before the police would be looking for him, and he would be put behind bars. He knew even better that there would be a limited number of places they would think to look for him. On the drive to the hospital, he had already figured there was a good chance someone had stopped at the house to speak with Sean, knowing he would have no insight as to why they were asking about him, and probably scaring the poor kid to death. Sean certainly didn't need additional stress in his life, nor the ungodly thought that maybe he had lost another parent. He had tried calling to explain to Sean that he was okay and he would not be taking him or Ellie to the hospital with him, but didn't, unsure how he would have eluded questions about why. He was sure Sean was fuming at being let down again by the one person in his life who never should. He knew it would sound ridiculous to try and explain that the hospital, of all places, was potentially too dangerous to bring them to. Frank bypassed walking through the entrance on the east side for the emergency department lobby, knowing it would save him no time on his way to the cancer ward. He looked suspiciously at the hallways, finally coming out of his daze and wondering why so many staff were rushing to get out of the building. He shrugged, figuring it wasn't anything which was going to affect him, and he didn't need additional problems to complicate this already stressful day. He was already paranoid there could be someone here on the lookout who would happily report him to the police. He walked quickly through the main entrance and down the hallway, taking an elevator up to the cancer ward. When Frank stepped out onto Karen's floor, he walked quickly to her room, making sure not to make eye contact with or look at anyone for too long. He checked to make sure nobody was watching the door. Satisfied it was clear, he pushed his way into the room, shutting the door quickly behind him. He sucked in a large, deep breath when he saw the love of his life restrained to the bed and looking like she had been through a war zone. She was sitting in an almost upright position. There were cuts and bruises lining her forehead and cheeks, and her hands were bloody. Taking in the room, he could only speculate at what had transpired here. The blinds were torn and hanging off of their rods. There was blood on the floor still drying. The heart rate monitor was overturned and smashed to pieces, leaving broken shards of glass lying all around. He knew he was too late. The medicine she'd received was not the one he'd meant to give her. He looked at her eyes and gasped as he saw the light trail of blood trickling from each. Tears ran down his face as he picked up a discarded stethoscope and started to examine her. "I couldn't be sorrier, Karen," he kept muttering under his breath. "I'm sorry, Karen. I am so sorry, Karen. I never meant for anything like this to happen. That bastard Rogers. I never should have brought him on board this project." Frank took his time examining Karen. He had to be sure. He checked her vitals, realizing they matched almost perfectly to Rogers. The bleeding eyes, the heavy breathing, the light, clammy sweating, and a very steady, fast, and unhealthy heart rate like he had never heard before. He finished his examination and sat next to her bedside crying, holding her restrained, bloodied fingers delicately, and whimpering like a small child. A second woman lost not to cancer, but to something evil and infinitely worse. He was faced a hard decision. Would it be better to let her live on like this, or should he destroy her so she wouldn't have to endure this curse? The thought of what she could do to someone if she was loose was almost unimaginable, and he hated that he even had to debate the actions to follow. Rogers had put to rest any chance of creating this miracle drug, and had killed his fiancée in the process. Frank looked around the room and, in a daze, stood up and walked over to the heart monitor. He bent down to pick up a large piece of sharp, broken glass. He was still unsure if, once turned, they could be killed. Maybe Rogers was dumb luck. He decided it best to at least try, though. He turned and walked back to her bedside. The only words that could be understood through his sobs, ones of regret and apology. He told her he loved her, and that he would never allow her to hurt anyone because of what he had done. He brushed the hair from her face, asking God to forgive him for what he was about to do. He looked down at her deathly face. Karen opened her eyes. Frank stared down at her in pure shock. "Karen? Baby? Honey, are you okay? Is it still you? Please, please, for the love of God, speak to me, Karen. Speak to me." Her response was quick and vicious. She reached up, snapping at his wrist. Frank pulled back hard and fast, only narrowly avoiding the lunge. He grabbed his wrist, protecting it, then examined it to verify she hadn't bitten him. Detective Lennon screeched his unmarked police sedan into the hospital parking lot like a man on a mission. He had been cursing the horrible traffic and the accident that had caused it, unsure how a pile-up 15 miles away could have caused so much havoc on an early Sunday afternoon. He had been glad for his siren and the shoulder of the road to drive on. He stared at the many different signs and hospital entrances, debating where to go. If the suspect's fiancée had been brought in during the night, he should start by asking the emergency department where they had taken her. He was very annoyed that he had been unable to reach dispatch for additional information about the case and its developments. The only reason he'd known to come here was because of Sergeant Thompson at headquarters. But for some reason, he wasn't able to get a hold of Thompson via his cell phone. For all he knew, he could already be back at the office with Dr. Fox in handcuffs. He'd radioed dispatch to contact Thompson, but they still hadn't gotten back to him. Thompson was the only other guy available besides Martin, who was already busy cleaning up the mess at E&T. Lennon did not want to give the suspect one bit of leeway, even if his fiancée was sick. When it came time to arrest him, he had no qualms about putting 2 slugs in the man's chest if he did anything stupid. The crazy bastard had taken out at least one person with a freaking axe, and that was all he needed to know about the guy to classify him as being completely mental. He parked in a handicapped spot, knowing no one would tow a police officer's car away if they had any sense at all. He checked his pistol and got out of the car, locking it and walking quickly across the lot. Lennon was hoping that whatever his suspect had done at E&T had not continued here at the hospital. The doctor had a 20-minute head start. Lennon prayed Fox was not on a rampage and out for blood, possibly distraught about his fiancée being so ill. He entered the emergency department expecting a typically quiet Sunday, but was greeted with hell on earth. There were bodies, blood, guts, screaming and crying. He could hardly bear the smell of it. The stench of death was thick in the air. He had barely made it 5 steps inside when he saw a large black man kneeling over and attacking a small Asian woman who appeared to be completely unresponsive. She was not crying or yelling or screaming for help. There was a strong chance she was already gone, but he would be damned if he would allow what he was witnessing to continue. The man was the first of many that he saw lining the crowded hallway, bent over their prey, ripping, tearing, licking, and making horrible growling noises as they did the unspeakable to their fellow humans. He ran up behind the large man, kicked him off of the woman, and making him lose his balance. The eyes that stared back at Detective Lennon were enough to scare the hell out of him and turn his face 10 different shades of ghostly white. By this point, Lennon had pulled his firearm from his side and was aiming at the man's chest, screaming for him to lie down and put his hands behind his head, or he would shoot. The large man did not seem to understand anything the detective said. With unnatural quickness, he pushed up to his feet and charged at the confused and frightened detective. Lennon squeezed the trigger. Pop, pop, pop. Loud, echoing shots punched holes through the man's chest, and blood exploded from behind him. His name badge clattered to the floor at Lennon's feet. Apparently, the man's name was Ronnie. Ronnie looked confused and stopped in his tracks. Briefly, he looked down at the 3 large holes in his chest. Then he looked at Lennon, an insatiable hunger in his eyes. He slammed into the cop, knocking him off of his feet. The detective landed hard, cracking his head on the cold floor. He rolled to his side, dodging Ronnie's charge, pushed himself up, holstered the pistol, and ran down the hallway. Looking behind him, he saw his pursuer was gaining other followers, all with the same ravenous look. A mob full of monsters was running after him, growling, clothes soaked with blood and faces wild, gaining on him at every moment, closer and closer. As he ran,
The victims on the floor started reaching for him as well. He screamed, running scared like he had never run before in his life. He pulled the pistol from its holster again, forgetting everything he'd ever learned about firearms safety, and held it behind him as he ran, firing rounds until it clicked on empty. Each piercing round created a new hole in the pursuers, but none of them dropped. He sprinted, gaining distance as he headed for a bank of elevators. Dropping his spent clip, he slammed another one in. One of the creatures, faster than the rest, was gaining quickly on him. Lennon's first shot missed, but then another found its skull, exploding out the back of it and dropping the man to the ground. Lennon neared the elevator and dove into one which thankfully was open. He slammed the close button repeatedly. Collapsing against the back wall of the elevator, he took a deep breath to hold his gun up steady, waiting as the doors closed. He grabbed the elevator's phone, but no response came. No way to warn others. He looked down at his hands and saw they were covered with blood from the hallway floor. He shook his head, trying to figure out how chasing a doctor from Adele could lead to such chaos. Looking at the buttons, he hit number 9, which was labeled, among other things, as the cancer ward. Another label denoted this as the special quarantine zone set near the east entrance. He was breathing heavily and forced himself to take a steady stream of long, deep breaths, listening to the soft music coming over the elevator speakers. The tone was oddly soothing, although entirely inappropriate under the circumstances. He arrived at his floor and ran out. The staff were screaming at each other and running about in a panic. He finally caught a woman by her shirt sleeve. "Ma'am, I am not whatever the hell those things are. Look, I'm here to help." He pulled a badge from his wallet and held it up to her. "At least I'll do whatever I can. What the hell is happening?" The plump, older career nurse shook her head and shrugged helplessly.
How the hell should I know? All they've been telling us for the past 25 minutes is to try and evacuate, but there's no way out of this wing without going down the elevator and through that lobby, or out through the cancer ward to the emergency stairs. I heard it started in the cancer ward, so I'll be damned if I'm going to try and get out through there, and the only option left is to jump out a window, and I'm not dumb enough to throw myself out of a 9th floor window.
He nodded. They'd make a hell of an easy meal from this height.
I'm going to try to find someone who might have some answers. Do you think you could tell me where to find a certain patient? Well, the computers are still up. I can find whoever you need, but will you call in some backup, please?
He gave her Karen's name and got the room number and directions to the cancer ward. He told her to find a room with a lock and not to come out unless a soldier or police officer came for her, and to take as many people with her as she could and keep them safe. She didn't have any issues with obeying those orders. The moment he went to the cancer wing, she bolted, running for a linen closet. Discretion, clearly the better part of valor. Lennon ran for everything he was worth, figuring he had a better chance than most since he was armed. He was sure he could kill those things. The trick seemed to be to shoot them in the head. He headed for the cancer ward and skidded to a halt once he arrived. He looked around as he entered the wing. Everything was in chaos. Emergency lights were going off. Patients, orderlies, and nurses were freaking out, all trying to do what they could to get out of the hospital. But the escape stairs had been automatically sealed at this end when the alarms went off. He looked down at himself, at his blood-soaked shirt and pants, and realized he wasn't a mess. He was a goddamn train wreck. People saw him, and instantly their eyes grew wide. Some of the nurses and interns broke into tears, believing he was one of the creatures, here to kill. He put his hands up in a non-threatening manner, which did little to ease their terror. He ran down the hall toward Karen's room,
trying to not freak anyone else out. He pushed through the door, ignoring the destroyed room, and instantly saw the suspect hovering by Karen's bedside with the glass shard in his hand. He brought his pistol up, aiming at Frank's head rather than his chest. "Back up from her now! Drop the weapon!" Frank turned around slowly and stared. "Who are you? What are you talking about?" Lennon laughed like a lunatic. "This is turning into one shitty day. What do you know about those things? Everywhere you've been today somebody has died, so don't play stupid. Didn't you come up through the emergency department entrance? That was pure carnage in there. I've never seen people like that. It's like nothing I've ever seen before." Frank looked puzzled. "What are you talking about? I came in through the main entrance." "There had to have been at least 50 of those. He pointed around Frank, hearing the bed rattling. They both looked at Karen, lying there with blood coming from her eyes. Her gown was soaked with scarlet, and her fingers were rigid claws. She was now bucking and thrashing in her hospital bed. Frank sat down. "It's spreading. Damn it. I was hoping Rogers and Karen would be the only two. That maybe it could be contained." "Is that why you and Rogers were going at it? Pat called the office saying that he'd watched you going insane with rage and using an axe on Rogers' chest." Frank nodded. "I know they didn't get the drug." He thought aloud. "And I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be airborne." "What did you see exactly?" Lennon thought back to the horrific scene in the emergency department lobby. "Well, they all seemed to have blood coming from their eyes, I think, and flesh ripped from their skin." Frank nodded, thinking about the blood stains everywhere on the floor. He looked at Karen's bloody face, paying special attention to her mouth. "It's from the bites. It must be something to do with the bites." Lennon wasn't paying much attention. This was the first chance he'd had to actually look at one of them. He couldn't believe this was really happening. He couldn't help but focus on Karen, trying to figure out what was wrong with her, and barely hearing Frank in the background. He was leaning over her when she reached up with her restrained hand and yanked down on his tie. Her inhuman strength caught him off balance as he immediately pulled back against the force. Slipping on the blood-slicked floor, he landed awkwardly across her with his shoulder to her mouth. She bent up like she'd never eaten before and took a large bite of his deltoid, tearing through his jacket and ripping into his skin. Lennon screamed. "God damn it! Let go, you bitch!" Frank grabbed a long steel medical instrument from the floor and inserted it between her clenching teeth. He pushed it further and further back into her mouth until she finally released her prey. Frank, with his free hand, pulled hard on Lennon, moving him to safety. Peering at the wound, Frank used some bandages from the cabinet to staunch the bleeding, figuring it wasn't worth wasting his time to sew up the cut. Lennon, extremely agitated, rubbed his hands through his hair. "So, what's the deal? Am I going to turn into one of those damn things?" Frank shook his head. "I haven't a clue. It could be hours. It could be minutes. I left here less than 3 hours ago, and now, from what you say, there's a hungry mob of flesh-eating things out there. They're not even human anymore. They're turned." Lennon sighed. "Well, in case this isn't from bites, can I stick with you? I just want to get out of this goddamn hospital. I wish these things would just die. When we get back to E&T, we can get the cure, right?" Frank looked at him blankly, knowing he couldn't help the officer. "This was the cure. This was meant to be the cure for everything. That bastard Rogers screwed me over. Hell,
He screwed the whole damned world over if we don't try and contain this thing. This could be a global killer. No one will be safe from it, short of being in a damn bunker for the rest of their lives."
Lennon's face went white.
"So, if it spreads by blood or saliva, I'm screwed?"
Frank said nothing and turned away.
"I'm sorry, but this wasn't my intention. We've been trying for months to come up with a cure for cancer based off an original design. I never had the chance to test this when I was in the army, but I thought there was a hope if we attempted it."
He turned back to Karen.
"She was diagnosed with terminal cancer and didn't have a chance. We just didn't have enough time. When Rogers called and told me it was working, that we were going to cure her, I thought I had saved her. I pored over the research, double-checking everything carefully, and then got the call saying she was in the hospital. I rushed here and gave the serum to her, then went back to E&T for the other doses. I found the test rats, all dead, and Rogers, but by then it was already too late."
Lennon tried to smile. At least the man who was truly responsible for this had died a painful death. He looked down at his gun.
"I shot a full clip when I was escaping from the emergency wing, and those things just snarled and kept on coming. Nothing seemed to stop them until I shot one in its head."
Frank looked at the pistol and nodded.
"Yeah, you need to put one in their brain. Nothing like a small target, right? We have to get out of here. I guarantee if those things are loose, they'll either be up here soon or will flood the Des Moines area. I've got to get back to Adele. I need to get back to my son and Karen's daughter. I'm all the two of them have left."
Lennon nodded.
"When I walked in, you looked like you had had intentions written all over you. That piece of glass wasn't going to do anything to her, though. Did you think that you could put her out of her misery with that?"
Frank shook his head.
"You know, when I came into the hospital, I thought maybe I'd be saving her and be able to finally cure her. Instead, I'm coming in to kill her. I don't know what I could have done with that glass shard, but I already apologized to her for the horrible things I did. Well, I can't say I've made my peace. I think if I had the means, I'd have ended it for her. I couldn't see letting her go out as one of those things or hurting someone because of what I created. It wouldn't seem just."
"Saying goodbyes are important."
Saving Frank the trouble, Lennon leveled the gun at Karen, who had been growling and drooling Lennon's own blood down her chin. He squeezed off one well-placed round. The immediate result led to her brain exploding, painting the wall next to her with a pinkish-gray sludge. Her head fell forward, and Frank fell to the ground, sobbing. He'd known it needed to be done, but it didn't make it any easier. Lennon put a hand on his shoulder.
"Do me a favor. If I turn into that, please put one of those into my head. I can't imagine a more evil existence. God won't punish you for the things you take care of today."
Frank shook his head.
"No, he won't. Though he might for my part in creating them."
"Let's get out of here."
Lennon handed Frank a backup pistol he carried. "You know how to use one of these things?" Frank stood and wiped at his eyes with his shirt sleeve. He took the pistol, pulling back the slide to chamber around, and peered down the sights.
"I've learned a thing or two about guns. Do you have any extra magazines?"
Reaching behind his back, Lennon unclipped a belt holster, which held 2 extra clips for the pistol, each which held 19 bullets. Frank did the quick math and figured he'd be capable of 57 shots. But in all reality, once things got crazy, maybe he'd get 40 or 50 of the things. Frank took one last look at Karen. He walked up to her and shut her eyes, whispering an apology only he would ever know. He unclipped a blood-soaked necklace from around her neck, placing the pearl in his palm, and delicately wound the gold chain around it. He then dropped this into his pocket. He would have to give it and the horrible news to Ellie later today, something that he had no illusions would be easy to do. This entire day seemed like one giant nightmare. People were dying and coming back from the dead to eat living flesh. The cure he'd worked so hard on for all these months had turned into an epidemic. They heard a scream from outside the door.
"You going to be able to handle this, Frank?"
Frank pushed through the door back to the hallway, seeing what he knew would only be the beginning. He held up the pistol, aiming steady, and squeezed the trigger one time. The shot went into the back of the creature's skull. The nurse he'd been chowing down on lay quivering on the floor, bleeding out and coughing up blood, spewing it from her lips. Lennon took a long look at her, thinking about his fate and contemplating taking his own life to save someone else the trouble later. He still had hope, though, no matter how small, that maybe it wasn't going to spread. Giving up wasn't in his nature, and he wouldn't start quitting now on what could be his last day on Earth. He walked by the nurse and pulled the trigger once. They made their way down the hall, not worrying about scaring anyone at this point. They walked quickly, keeping their pistols in front of them, ready for anyone, anything to pop out at them from anywhere. Lennon hit the elevator button to go down, but Frank shook his head. "We don't want elevators. We're going to want as much notice as we can get here." Lennon nodded, thinking about the mob of creatures which had run after him. If he'd been in an elevator going down to the lobby, he would have been a dead man.
"You know what? That's actually a pretty good idea."
They continued on until they reached a set of doors, pushing through and making their way down the stairwell. On each floor, they could hear growls and screams from the other side of the door. They reached the ground floor, unsure what their next step should be. Frank pointed at Lennon's face. "You're bleeding." Lennon wiped the light trickle of blood away from his cheeks and closed his eyes for a moment.
"Promise me, Frank. Promise me, goddammit."
"Don't worry. You can consider it done." Lennon smiled.
"Well, at least you didn't have to think about it. Are you ready? This ground floor could be crawling with these damn things."
"Yeah, let's go. I need the best of you while we still have it." Frank kicked the door open, and as he did so a flood of men and women started running at him. All that could be seen were horribly wounded creatures running toward the stairwell. Frank put his gun up and expertly picked them off as quickly as he could. Lennon did the same, taking out 2, 10, 15. The bodies were stacking up on each other, and the turned were unable to make their way through the mess of corpses between them. Frank dropped his first clip and racked in a second one, trying to make good use of his bullets. Lennon was a killing machine, taking out 2 at a time. His high-caliber bullets were absolutely unforgiving at close range. The onslaught died down and then stopped. They stepped carefully over the bodies, looking at what they had done. Both were wishing for more bullets. Frank poked his head out of the doorway and peered around. He saw a few of them preoccupied with their victims, and he signaled for Lennon to follow him. Frank could see his eyes were looking worse. He remembered his promise to Lennon. If he still had bullets when this was over, he would deliver one to his skull. They made their way quickly down the hall, trying their best to get to the front entrance. Frank wanted desperately to contact Sean, but now was not the time to stop. He looked over his shoulder at Lennon, who was following in close pursuit.
As Frank sped past a doorway, he heard a low grunt. He looked back and saw a bloody pair of hands reach out and pull Lennon off his feet. Frank stopped and ran back for the doorway, squinting and trying to see inside. His eyes adjusted, and he cursed bitterly. There were 5 of them on top of Lennon, who was on the floor, screaming,
"Frank! Frank! Help me, Frank! Help me!"
Frank fired at each of the turned. All of them fell to the side, no longer a threat. Frank helped Lennon to his feet, and they continued on. They didn't even bother with any of the monsters in their way. They were all too busy feasting on their kills. Freedom was their goal, and it was close enough to achieve. Once they made it to the parking lot, there were few of the monsters here, but Frank could see there was a very strong chance their numbers would grow by leaps and bounds. He helped a tiring Lennon into the back of the squad car and took the driver's seat, securing a little distance and a metal cage between them. He wanted all the protection he could when Lennon finally turned. Frank started the engine and pumped the gas pedal. He shot one last look around at the hospital parking lot, losing any hope there would be a chance to contain this outbreak unless the army showed up. It wasn't just hospital staff. There were civilians running for their lives, some who'd been bitten and were fleeing by car or foot as quickly as they could. The people who had already turned sprinted after them. They needed something living to devour. Frank quickly shifted his attention to one thing in particular. He slammed the gear selector into drive and punched the gas, fishtailing the car whose wheels were attempting to keep up with the powerful engine. Lennon yelled from the back seat.
"What the hell are you doing, Fox? These things can't drive, right? We can beat them back to Adele with no worries. Take it easy driving so we don't get in a damn crash."
He clenched the seat with one hand and grabbed the overhead door handle with the other, white-knuckling both of them. He focused on what was making Frank drive like such a madman. In front of them was a woman clutching a screaming, blonde-haired little girl. The young mother was fumbling to unlock her car. Frank aimed directly toward her, veering at the last minute to the right at a black man dressed in an orderly's uniform. The same creature Lennon had shot earlier. It was running straight at the woman, shrieking as it came. The once white uniform might as well have been red from the start. Frank slammed down on the gas. The car began fishtailing, and he spun the rear end of the car so it connected with the orderly's legs and sent the monster flying into the air. It landed on the windshield of a brand-new white SUV, its head going through first and lodging its body up to its gut where it hung, kicking and growling, trying anything and everything to free itself. Frank reversed the car quickly and rolled down the window. The woman ran to him, yelling,
Thank you! Thank you! You saved my baby! What is wrong with these people?"
Lennon yelled from the back seat.
"They're coming, Frank! He isn't alone!"
Frank looked at the woman and commanded, "Get in your car now. Leave the city and, if you can, try to leave the state." Frank looked out the passenger door window and saw the turned coming straight for them. He looked back one last time as the mother was climbing into her car. "Don't stop for anything. Get out of town. Don't let them touch you." She quickly started her car, crying frantically. She mouthed a thank you at Frank and took off, never looking back. A creature with its ear ripped off jumped onto Frank's hood and started pounding on the windshield. Frank punched the gas pedal and the tires spun. The V8 under the hood screamed as it revved up higher and higher. The thing on the hood was pounding its fists on the windshield, trying to break into the car, and cracking the glass in the process. Frank looked around the monster and saw dozens of turned running in their direction. Lennon yelled,
"Go! Go! Get out of here while we can! Damn it, man, go!"
Frank hammered the gas pedal down, launching the car forward. He pulled out the pistol he had tucked in his jacket, putting the muzzle up to the windshield and firing 2 quick shots
in succession. They punched through the creature's thick skull, exploding out the back and painting the hood red. The smashing of the windshield halted as its arms fell limp, followed by the rest of its body. As he sped towards the exit, he saw it was blocked by a mob of the Turned. He veered off at an angle, turning quickly again and sending the dead man on the hood flying into the group. Onlookers had stopped what they were doing and stared in disbelief at this scene unfolding in the middle of the street. Most of them looked like they thought it might be a stunt for some movie. Frank, upon seeing the onlookers, thought bitterly, "What a great-looking buffet they will be just sitting there for the taking." He rolled the window down as he turned out of the parking lot and scared every one of the onlookers by firing off a burst of 5 shots directly into the air. The people ran in every direction, fearing the man in the car was delusional. They ran for their cars and nearby buildings, hoping to find safety. Once they saw the mob chasing after Frank and Lennon's car, the fact that something was horribly wrong became easy to believe. The majority of the Turned were covered with blood or had their guts and bodily fluids pouring from them. A group of 5 raced across the street. One of the Turned was smashed by a car, breaking its legs and back instantly. When the driver, a young black man, got out of his vehicle, he was scared to death at what he had done. Upon seeing the blood and freaking out even more, he ran to the creature's aid.
"Ma'am, are you okay? What the hell were you doing?"
It reached up, pulled him to the ground, and ripped a chunk out of his neck, spraying the dirty street with the young man's blood. The people in the nearby gas station saw this and started yelling. Those who were pumping gas tried to put the nozzles back and get the hell out of there, but there wasn't enough time. They were doomed. One creature, dark-haired and wearing a janitor's uniform, locked eyes with an Asian man who was trying to get his gas cap back in place. He was smoking a cigarette while pumping the gas, ignoring all rules of common sense. The janitor loped toward him and jumped up into the air, knocking him over and causing gas to spray everywhere. The janitor ripped into his chest and, as he screamed in pain, he dropped the burning cigarette onto the spilled gas. It set the 2 of them on fire and turned his car and the gas pump into a firebomb. The car exploded, flipping into the air and landing on its hood on top of the man, crushing his upper torso and skull beneath the small car. The janitor ran away in search of another victim, unconcerned that he was burning merrily. The fire set off a chain of explosions, blowing up all 16 pumps and setting the canopy ablaze. Black smoke rolled into the fresh blue sky. By now the Turned had made it to the convenience store. There was little to no hope for the occupants. Frank saw this happening and knew he didn't have enough time, enough luck, or enough bullets to make a difference. He sped for the interstate, which would take him to the highway leading home, hating that he could be of no further assistance to these people. He wished he could save them, or at the very least warn everyone. He looked at his cell phone, which was of no use. The interstate soon became a cesspool of bodies and carnage. The Turned were leaping off of bridges, landing on cars, and smashing their way into them, pulling out the innocent, terrified occupants. They ate and ate, but were unable to quench their appetites. The cars quickly piled up, blocking all the oncoming traffic. People abandoned their cars and ran away, desperate to find a safe place. Unbeknownst to them, nowhere was safe. Not any longer. Sergeant Thompson hated this part of his job. He knew Sean was a great kid, and probably kept Greg out of trouble. He hated how one action by a parent could screw up a kid's entire life. Greg had gone through the same thing when he was young. He'd lost a parent from an accident rather than an illness, but nonetheless, he knew having to deal with losing a parent
would change them forever. It was probably why the two boys had grown so close, each having gone through similar circumstances. He thought it might have been easier for Greg. He didn't have to watch his mother grow weak and fade away. He just had to take it all at once, and losing his mother to a drunk driver didn't give him any time to prepare for the grief. It was like ripping an adhesive bandage off all at once instead of peeling it back slowly. Thompson checked the house to make sure no one was looking, and took the last puff from a smoke he only allowed himself when the stress of the job was more than he could handle. He always found it easier when the people he had to deal with were strangers. It took a much smaller emotional toll on him. Since being rerouted by the dispatcher to the Fox residence rather than to E&T, Thompson, not knowing if Frank was home, parked his car at an angle to make sure he could keep the man's truck from leaving if he tried. He cursed Lennon for not picking up his phone. He hadn't been able to get a call to go through since the dispatcher had originally radioed and given him a heads-up that Lennon had tried to reach him. His shiny black boots hit the driveway as he started the long walk up. Sean called Ellie again, thinking of his dad and chalking up yet another letdown.
Ellie, I don't know where he is. He might be at the office. I was trying to call him, but something's wrong with my cell phone. I tried reaching him on the landline, but no one at the office was answering the phones. I can't even get the freaking security guard to answer his phone. Really, how busy can a place be that isn't open on Sundays?
Ellie was pacing back and forth.
My cell hasn't worked either. I've been trying to call the hospital, but no one's answering. I'm freaking out over here all by myself. I don't know what to do. I'm just glad that we have this landline. Hold on a minute. I just heard a car door. Maybe Dad finally showed up.
Sean walked through the hallway into the living room to look out at the driveway. Ellie was past waiting for others, and her patience was shot.
Is it Frank? Is he there?
Sean pushed the blinds out of the way and let out a sigh of frustration.
No, it's Greg's dad. But maybe Greg finally got a hold of him, and he's here to pick me up. Maybe they wrapped up the murder thing at E&T already. You know either way I'm coming over. I'm going to go insane if I have to sit here any longer by myself. I'll be over in 5 minutes. It won't take me any time at all, so don't leave without me.
Sean laughed.
Yeah, like I'd leave you because I have a death wish. I know where you sleep, little boy. I'll be right there. I can pedal like there's no tomorrow.
She hung up and ran for the door. Sergeant Thompson knocked lightly on the door. Sean waited a minute, pretending like he hadn't actually known he was there and wasn't waiting just behind the door for the knock to come. He opened the door and started in with assumptions before giving the man a chance to speak.
Hey, Mr. Thompson. I'm glad Greg got a hold of you. I'm sorry to ask another favor. I know you said earlier that you didn't mind and that it wasn't a problem, but I know that it's still a pain in the ass driving out to Des Moines. Ellie's already on her way over now.
Thompson opened his mouth and then shut it again, deciding to take a different approach. Hey, Sean, how are you? I'm surprised you're back already. I figured you'd be with Ellie all day at the hospital. You guys didn't stay down there too long. Sean nodded and backed away from the door.
You want to come in, sir? My dad brought us back. Ellie wanted to pick up some items for her mom, and we waited to catch a shower and stuff since we left in the middle of the night.
How's her mom doing? How's Ellie handling it?
The doctors don't have a lot of hope for her, and Ellie's all right given what she's going through. She's freaked out and can't understand why her mom won't get better.
They walked into the living room, and Sean sat in his dad's recliner. Thompson walked in and looked around. He stayed standing and leaned in the doorway. He was listening to the sounds of the house, ignoring Sean. He came to the conclusion
that no one else was home. "So, what's your dad up to? I take it he's not here if you need a ride."
"He had to run up to work for something real quick. I guess it couldn't wait. He said he'd be right back, but that was like a couple hours ago. I don't know where he is now."
"So, no idea where he might be then?" Sean noticed the questions getting thicker, less geared around Karen and Ellie, and more about where his dad was.
"He could be at the hospital, but he knew he had to pick us up before heading back down there. What exactly are you doing here?"
Thompson realized Sean was smarter than he was giving him credit for. "When you and Greg talked earlier, did he mention to you why I wasn't home? Did he say anything about E&T by chance?" Sean quickly came to a conclusion.
"Yeah, somebody got murdered up there, I guess." "Wait, you don't think my dad has something to do with that, do you?"
Sean stood up, feeling less and less comfortable about having him in his house. Thompson's easygoing demeanor disappeared. "Sit down, now. I just want to ask your dad a few questions." Sean sat slowly, looking at the man.
"You want to ask him questions? Like, where? Jail?"
Ellie coasted into the driveway, rested her mountain bike next to the house, and ran in, opening the door quickly and slamming it behind her. She ran into the living room, startling Thompson, who immediately spun on his heel. He pulled his pistol and pointed it square at her. He didn't know who had just come storming in, but he sure as hell wasn't going to let anyone get the drop on him. Ellie threw her arms up and backed up into a table. She tripped on it, yelling,
"Oh, shit! It's just me! Put the goddamn gun down! God!"
Sean got to his feet and planned on staying there this time.
"Put the gun down. It's just Ellie."
As Thompson hesitated, he continued,
"What exactly do you want to talk to my dad about? I'm kind of missing that warm, cuddly feeling at this point."
Ellie, being Ellie, added,
"So, is it safe to assume you're not giving us a ride to the hospital today?"
Thompson got his bearings back and tried to calm down. He looked at his outstretched arm and holstered the pistol. "Sorry about that, Ellie. It's been a long day. Sean, can you call me when your dad gets here, please?" Sean crooked his head a little sideways at him.
"Really? You just pulled a gun in my house at who you thought was my dad? Yeah, I'll make sure I get right on a call to you when I see him. Besides, he won't be here. Like I said, we're trying to get back to the hospital. Leave a note for him if you want."
Thompson went into the kitchen and jotted a note for Frank, advising him he should contact him immediately. Ellie looked at Sean, mouthing,
"What the fuck?"
and doing a gun impression with her right hand. He shrugged.
"Hey,"
he asked aloud,
"can you get Tina to get Lucas to give us a ride?"
Ellie shook her head.
"No luck. I got a text from her before the cell phone stopped working. She said that she, Greg, and Lucas were going to the welcome home gathering at the high school."
Thompson came back in and spoke before Sean could. "What's Greg doing at that? That kid hates all sports." Sean popped off.
"Yeah, but he loves the girls' volleyball team."
Ellie smacked him in the chest, shaking her head, and Thompson murmured, "Yeah, that actually makes sense." Phil, the bus driver, took the easiest way into town he could. Usually, a drive from Ames was painless, but this afternoon it seemed like he had been driving for hours. Getting stuck in a 2-hour delay on the interstate behind an overturned semi hadn't helped any, especially with the accompaniment of 18 screaming, hyper-teenage girls. Had he left just 20 minutes later, the interstate would have been shut down, and he could have taken the highway to the connecting interstate. The conference head people made sure all the participants in the volleyball tournament got a send-off worthy of heroes. Phil absolutely could not wait to get home to watch the basketball game on TV, then pass out on the couch after putting himself in a food coma from his wife's roast dinner. He looked in the rearview mirror and laughed at the sight of the girls. He spoke into the radio and hailed the other bus following behind them.
"Hey, Tony, you wouldn't know that these girls just won a national conference."
"Why's that?"
"They're all passed out. I don't think the few hours on the interstate stuck in that accident helped any. Must have been too much excitement with the high of winning and then the low of waiting."
Tony laughed, feeling groggy and shaking his head to try and stay alert. He looked into the rearview mirror and noticed all of his passengers were sleeping as well.
"Phil, I think the welcome home rally is going to scare the hell out of them when we pull into the school lot."
Greg was standing on the curb in front of the school with his thumbs stuck in his pockets. He was trying to be discreet about his appreciation for Tina's well-developing figure. She was wearing a tight denim short skirt and a tight white shirt. Greg looked down at his own attire, a faded black t-shirt and a ratty old pair of blue jeans. He smiled, loving being a guy who could just throw on any old thing.
"Kinda sucks that Sean and Ellie couldn't make it today. Sounds like his dad is being a D-bag."
Wow. Great. That is a really great description. Thank you for the insight. I was hoping that that they could be here too.
"He called my place earlier looking for another ride back to the hospital. He said something about how his dad was supposed to take Ellie and him back, but his dad blew him off."
Lucas laughed immaturely at the reference.
"Ha! Blew him! I could have given him a ride. How come no one ever calls me?"
Tina commented.
"Maybe because they would rather live. They'd have to be half crazy to ride with you, Lucas."
Lucas puffed up what chest he had.
"Greg rode with me. What does that say about him?"
Greg came up between the brother and sister, hanging an arm around each of them.
"Oh, hell. We all know I've got a screw loose."
He pointed.
"Hey, there's the buses."
The band started playing a victory march as the bus pulled into the parking lot. Everybody from town with a tie to the school was there and cheering the girls' victory on. It was a united effort. Everyone had school foam fingers and signs for their favorite players. Had the girls been awake to see it, they might have had tears in their eyes. There was a huge array of people ranging from families to elderly supporters of the school athletic teams. They all cheered together to welcome home the victorious girls' volleyball team, waving their signs and watching as Phil's bus swung into the parking lot. The bus looked like a wild man was driving, swerving wildly from side to side, but there were no hands outstretched from the windows as was usual. The only noise coming from the oncoming bus was the diesel engine. As it got closer, the swerves became wider and wider until the wheels were off the ground. The bus crashed onto its side, sliding across the school parking lot and shooting sparks everywhere as it finally came to a stop. The onlookers watched in horror, momentarily frozen in shock, wondering how a day so great for these girls could end in such a horrible accident. Families and teachers ran for the bus, screaming and calling to the occupants. The second bus barreled into the parking lot, and everyone froze. It was driving in a straight line, heading for the bystanders and gaining speed. The principal pointed at the bus and screamed at everyone to run. The screams filling the air would haunt any survivors for the rest of their lives. The terror of this day wouldn't end any time soon. Greg, Tina, and Lucas had watched in awe as the first bus came to a crashing halt. As the second came speeding toward them, Greg grabbed Tina and Lucas by the arms, pulling and screaming at the same.
"Watch out! It's coming straight for us!"
The bus's engine roared as it mowed through the crowd of people trying to free the girls from the first bus crash.
it turned into a vicious killing machine, unbiased at whom it took. The principal was struck by the second bus as he dodged to the side. The red, outstretched stop sign decapitated him, and the school bus came to a hard stop by crashing into and through the brick school wall, the front 10 feet of the bus disappearing into the building. The bystanders began running wildly toward the buses to help the survivors. The first bus, which was lying on its side, had smoke billowing out from under the hood. The smell of gasoline was strong in the air, and fire was sparking from the undercarriage, sending balls of black smoke into the air. It was on the near verge of explosion. People were trying frantically to help others, whether it was someone hit by the bus or someone trampled as the crowd had tried to turn and run. Jude, an off-duty firefighter, ran to the overturned bus and climbed up onto it so he could reach the back door's emergency exit latch. He pulled it down, and the door swung open. He didn't know that this one act of heroism would be the beginning of the end. He had just unleashed pure hell on the crowd of onlookers. Jude stood over the doorway yelling, "Are any of you girls hurt? Does anyone need a doctor?" He shined a small flashlight into the dark space, artificially darkened by the windows, which had been painted over with words of hope and cheer. The second set of windows was resting on the concrete. "We need to get you out of here," he continued. "The bus is on fire. Is anyone injured?" He couldn't see well until, out of the darkness, bloody hands reached for him. He reached at them in return, assuming they were the arms of survivors trying to escape, until they grabbed him to pull him in. "Huh? Hey, let go!" Besides his screams, no other words passed his lips again. The former girls' volleyball team made short work of him. His carcass was picked to the bone in minutes, leaving nothing to turn. Lenny, another volunteer fireman, had been making his way through the terrified crowd when he saw his partner get yanked inside the burning bus. He immediately ran to his aid. He was confused by what was going on. Why the hell weren't the girls coming out yet? He ran up and climbed onto the side of the bus, kicking out one of the windows. The sunlight coming from over his shoulder illuminated the space. He saw Jude, or what was left of him, lying on the floor. He gasped as he watched a pack of girls surrounding his bloody skeleton. His torso had been almost picked clean. His face was barely recognizable, and his clothes were strewn about, shredded and bloody. The girls looked up, sniffing the fresh scent. Lenny's sweat was dripping in through the window. One of the girls locked eyes with him. They could do nothing but focus on him, their precious victim having nothing left to offer. He stared back, unable to get past the sight of his friend lying there with all of his skin missing and the group of girls who had been feeding on him. His sense of survival made him contemplate leaving all of them, forgetting his oath as a fireman. He stared in shock at the skeleton for a moment longer. He didn't expect an answer, but yelled at the girls. "What happened to you?" He was about to dive off the side of the bus just as the girls jumped, exploding through the glass windows and landing next to him. One pushed through, pounced on his shoulders, and ripped the skin from his cheeks. Another pulled on his shirt tail and latched on to the fat on the back of his neck. When Greg saw this, he lost the ability to blink and just stared, speechlessly, watching as the girls made their way around the bystanders, taking them one by one. They moved so quickly it was hard to see what they were doing at first. The unfortunate townspeople made the easy mistake of thinking they had been injured in the crash, since there was no lack of blood or carnage. After the third girl had jumped on a do-gooder who was trying to help an injured elderly woman, Greg had come to the quick conclusion
that something was horribly wrong. He recognized most of the people in the parking lot. Everyone he saw fell into two categories. Some were being attacked, running for their lives, or being eaten alive, and some were cold-blooded killers who were not selective about whom their next meal would be. He saw one of his dad's deputies, a man he knew as Henderson, trying to pry open the rear door of the bus, which had crashed into the wall. He was yelling, "Don't worry, girls. I'll get you out. Hang tight." He couldn't see the carnage that was going on around the other bus. Greg cupped his hand around his mouth and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Don't pull the latch!" It was too late. Henderson pulled the latch and the door exploded open, slamming into his face and sending teeth and blood everywhere. He flew backwards with his arms waving and landed on his back, cracking his head on the cold, hard concrete. He looked up with blurry vision, tears filling his eyes as the girls bore down on him. Greg looked around the lot desperately, knowing there was probably little he could do. He knew he needed to call someone.
"We need to call for some sort of help, like a SWAT team or maybe the goddamn army. And we need to get somewhere safe. These things are picking off anyone close to them."
Lucas hadn't been able to take his eyes off of the horror in front of him.
I'm out of here. Screw help. I'm going home. This is messed up. What happened to them, for God's sakes? I don't know, but you'd better keep up with us. I think safety in numbers is a good idea.
Lucas pointed at a group of the volleyball girls and looked at Tina.
I'm going to get my gun from home and go to the basement until this blows over. Tina, are you coming with or staying here? I don't care where we go, but we need to leave.
Greg looked around the parking lot, waiting to be able to make a break for the car.
Let's call the police. These guys have lost it.
He pointed at Henderson's squad car.
Seriously, there's a shotgun in there, and probably a set of keys. We can take the car to my dad's house or the police station. If we try to get somewhere by foot, there's no telling what'll happen to us. I'm out of here with or without you guys. Tina, you'd better get home or Dad is going to be pissed.
Lucas turned and ran for everything his pudgy body was worth, immediately catching the attention of what used to be Amber, a black-haired sophomore, and Emily, a blonde junior, both hungry for more food and unsatisfied by the firemen. They were delighted by the jiggling meal running from them. Lucas's face was beet red before he was halfway to his run-down car. He turned around, checking behind himself, realizing he had girls in hot pursuit, which was completely out of the norm. Unlike him, they were not suffering from being out of shape. He was deeply regretting his laziness since football had ended in the fall, and he knew he was screwed if he didn't shake them soon. The woman just ahead of him brought a smile to his face because she was breathing heavily and running in the same direction. She had car keys in hand, ready to dive into her car and doing her absolute best to get away from the school. Lucas recognized her as Deborah, a crabby old lady from town. Lucas was focusing solely on the very important fact that she was the only person within 100 yards running slower than he was. Lucas ran for everything he was worth, getting within a few feet of the woman. She had heavy makeup running down her face from the tears of fright. She looked over at Lucas, pleading, "Save me! Save me! What are those things?" Lucas was not the compassionate type.
Save you with what? I'm running for my life. I'm out of here.
Lucas got a sideways glance of a hand coming within a foot of his shoulder and heard a primal growl from behind. He looked at Deborah, who was quickly losing steam as he passed her.
Sorry, lady.
He gripped the purse strap on her shoulder and yanked down, throwing her off balance. She staggered and miraculously stayed on her feet, staring at Lucas in terror as she continued to run.
"I'm totally going to hell for this,"
Lucas panted, and he kicked her foot hard. She fell and skidded to a stop. Her outstretched hands caught the worst of it, her palms turning bloody, and her knees were skinned wide open. Lucas hurled her heavy, panting body, seeing the look of shock, fear, and anger spread over her aging face, all at once. He felt relieved for a second, until he risked a look behind him. Emily and Amber leapt over her as well, unable to stop their hellish momentum. He looked back again, panicking and fearing the worst, but saw them turn as the smell of new blood filled their noses. The small feeling of hope Deborah had for a moment when the girls continued past her died. Her shrieking pierced his eardrums until it gurgled to a stop. Lucas didn't turn back again until he made it to the safety of his car. The screams that came from behind him were the making of nightmares. He looked at the two women tearing at her throat and ripping into her shoulder, leaving her with only one arm. The two girls were drunk with their thirst for blood and meat. Deborah's eyes glazed as she passed away, massive amounts of blood spewing from gaping wounds in her neck, bloody bubbles growing and popping. Amber and Emily sat in a crouch, gnawing on her arm and chewing the fingers off one by one, only leaving the bone and stripping everything but the skeletal hand. Lucas climbed inside and hit the lock button, then reached into his left pocket for his keys. He felt nothing. He instantly had a vividly detailed memory of Tina grabbing the keys when they stopped so she could make sure he didn't leave without her. Lucas slid down in the front seat, sweating hard and trying to think of a different plan, but thinking had never been one of his strong suits. Frank sped down the highway towards Adele. He was watching the drug taking effect on Lennon, and all for the worse. It had been less than 1 hour since Lennon was bitten by Karen. His eyes were bleeding steadily, and he was sweating heavily, even in the air-conditioned car. Lennon stared at Frank through the rear view and was having a difficult time putting what he wanted to say into words. He finally stammered out,
"I must look like hell, huh?"
"You don't look so bad. We're going to get through this." Lennon laughed, fighting his train of thought.
"Well, you can't lie for shit, can you? We know what's going to happen. You're just endangering yourself the longer you keep me around. If I was in your place, I'd have already shot you. From the look on your face, I'd say you're either scared or worried."
Frank checked the speed on the car. He was doing a good 20 miles over the legal limit. He waited before responding. "I was never worth a damn at poker, Lennon. How do you feel?" There was no reply. Lennon had said his last words. Frank hit the cruise control and adjusted his rearview mirror. He had to tilt it all the way to the right to get a look at Lennon. He saw him slouched over against the window and the door. 2 lines of blood were winding a path down the glass from his eyes. Frank saw the drool issuing from his lips and knew he was done. He glanced down at the pistol resting on the passenger seat and thought about ending it for him, knowing he should. He yelled at Lennon. "Come on, Lennon. Hang in there, buddy. You can make it. You can beat this thing. Come on, man. Don't quit, damn it." Frank checked the time again, knowing the longer he was able to observe the effects of the drug on Lennon, the more he could relay to Sean and Ellie, and the better off they would be. He thought about his promise to Lennon, and knew he shouldn't take him into another city alive, or whatever this was, for fear there could be an outbreak if he escaped. At the same time, he couldn't exactly surpass the feeling of guilt he was already dealing with. By now, hundreds, if not thousands more, could be in the same condition, completely unaware why they were feeling so ill. None of the people from Des Moines would have anyone to advise them that their time acting as civil human beings was quickly nearing an end. As he approached the city, he grew more and more concerned for its citizens. He tried his cell phone several times, frustrated that he couldn't reach anyone. There was just no signal. He tried the police radio, but was unable to get anyone to answer it. He slammed his hands down in frustration, seriously debating if it was time to put Lennon out of his misery. But it would be good to know the exact timing before the change happened. Knowing when one went from comatose to an all-out meat-eating animal would be helpful in the very close future. He turned on the radio and only received the emergency broadcast channel, which advised him that there was no current news and to please stay tuned. Frank decided the best thing to do was to get home, collect Sean and Ellie, and get the hell out of town. He couldn't think of any friends who lived anywhere nearby. He knew there was no way that he could beat this thing on his own. He had decided already it would be smart if he stopped back at E&T to pick up his notebooks, which were locked in a safe there. He wanted to get them to the government eventually, and pray someone there could figure out a mass way to kill the creatures. He didn't care about a cure, because anything which had its guts hanging out had no chance of living anyway, whether or not the disease affecting it was cured. He pulled up slowly in front of his house and put the car in park. He laid his head back and closed his eyes, thinking of the story he would have to tell and how impossibly insane he was going to sound. He couldn't fathom Ellie ever forgiving him for what he'd done to her mother, and to their town, and possibly the entire United States. Chapter 14C. The slow-moving car outside had caught Thompson's attention. He walked to the window. Looking out, he smiled, assuming Lennon was in the front seat. He whispered,
"Good God! He caught him. Thank the Lord we can get this day over with."
He set his radio on the table as he checked his pistol again. He told the teens sitting on the couch to stay seated as he was going to step outside for a moment, and he would be back. Neither of them had any intentions of waiting for him or letting him roll off with Sean's dad if they could help it. Sheriff Thompson stepped outside. His jaw dropped as he stared at the wreck of the car in front of him. Both taillights were smashed, and there was what looked like blood all over the windshield and car hood. There were bullet holes in the windshield. He rubbed his hand through his hair, happy, nonetheless, he didn't have to go to Des Moines to pick Frank up. He walked up to the car slowly, getting nervous as he started focusing on the driver, coming to the harsh realization that it wasn't Lennon. Instead, it was the man whom they were supposed to be arresting. Frank was still collecting his thoughts, taking a minute for himself for the first time in as long as he could remember. He hadn't seen Thompson coming up to the side of the car. Thompson swung open the driver's door, catching Frank off guard, and had already pulled his firearm to point it directly at Frank's head. Thompson screamed, "Get out of the car now! Don't make any quick movements!" Frank scooted himself out without the use of his hands, wiggling his ass until he could get both feet on the ground. Thompson looked back and forth from Frank to Lennon in the back seat of the car. Frank stood slowly, watching Thompson, who looked stressed. Small-town sheriffs had little experience with things like this. "I need to tell you something, and I need you to remain calm," Frank began. "It's going to sound insane." Thompson grabbed him by the shoulder and led him to the front of the car. "Get up against the hood, Frank. I don't want to hear anything." Frank tried forcing some weight back on his hand, but the officer kicked Frank's feet to spread them a few feet wider and made him lose his balance. Thompson grabbed the back of his shirt collar and slammed him down on the hood, pulled out his cuffs, and placed a handcuff on Frank's left wrist. Only then did he holster his gun and finished securing Frank's other hand tightly. A commotion in the back of the car caught his attention. He backed up, yelling, "Stay there and don't move!" He scooted to the side and went to open the door. Frank shouted, "Don't open that door! He's turned! He's going to—" Thompson pulled on the handle, not looking at Frank and ignoring everything he was ranting about. Thompson asked, "Lennon? Lennon, are you okay?" Both teenagers peered out the window, glued to it, and shocked at what they were seeing.
"No matter how pissed I am," Ellie began, "I still don't want him to get arrested."
Sean nodded, saying nothing, hoping Thompson didn't do something stupid like shoot his dad. Thompson looked in the back seat and saw what looked like a bloody fellow police officer lying there. He reached in, shaking his arm and trying to bring him around. He didn't so much as twitch. Thompson stared Frank down. "What the hell did you do to Lennon? What happened in Des Moines? I'll throw you in jail and bury the goddamn key if you've hurt him." Frank tried to sound calm and rational, and not as crazy as he knew the explanation would be. "There was an outbreak at the lab. It spread to Des Moines. You have to get that door shut before it's too late. He'll kill us both." Thompson looked at Frank lying face down on the hood. "Kill us? Are you kidding me? For God's sakes, you moron! What's he going to do? Get us in his sleep?" Thompson clicked on the shoulder radio. All available units. I have Frank Fox in custody, and we need medical transportation immediately for Detective Lennon." "If we can just talk for a minute, I can explain. Please, Jerry, I'm begging you. Listen to me, damn it." Thompson was growing angrier by the minute and becoming more irrational. "It's Sheriff Thompson, Dr. Fox, and I'll thank you not to tell me what you want and what you don't want. Now maybe you want to tell me what happened to Lennon and why you stuck an axe through your assistant Rogers." Frank frowned, shaking his head and peering into the back seat, knowing Thompson was past being reasonable. He watched in sick horror as Lennon started to raise his head and was soon sitting up in his seat. Thompson had his head turned, cursing that he couldn't make any sort of radio contact. "Will you look at him, please?" Frank pleaded. "Just look at him, for God's sake. Shut the door." Thompson came back to Frank, determined he wouldn't fall for any of his fast talk. He was smarter than that. He wanted to make sure he got it right, so he pulled out his laminated Miranda rights card and started to recite. "Maybe if I read you your rights you'll know enough to shut up. You are not in charge, do you understand me? You are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent." Ellie and Sean, still watching from the window, jumped when they saw Lennon sitting up in the seat. He put his arm to his mouth and started ripping off chunks of skin from his arm and chewed them voraciously. Ellie whispered,
"I think I'm going to puke. Am I really seeing this?"
She gripped Sean's forearm as Lennon started to make his way slowly out of the back seat.
"What's wrong with him?"
My guess would be a lot. Do you think he's sick?"
"He's eating his own arm. What do you think?"
They watched as Lennon crawled out of the car. Jumping to the pavement, he got his feet under him and stood, sniffing the air slowly. They noticed the blood running from his eyes. His clothes were soaked in it as well. He looked around until he found what he'd been smelling and rushed for it. He licked his lips and, just as he was about to lunge at the two men, the teens started pounding on the window, screaming for everything they were worth. Unfortunately for Sheriff Thompson, he was trying his best to ignore them and Frank's pleas. Lennon jumped into the air, landing on Thompson's back, ripping into his neck and clawing at the back of his head. Blood gushed and squirted everywhere. Frank pushed off the squad car with a foot, launching himself backwards, and the force from his body into the men, now behind him, threw them off balance, and they tumbled to the ground. Frank tripped and landed on his back. Thompson tried desperately to get back to his feet. His keys came unclipped from his belt and slid a few feet in front of him as he was being eaten alive. Frank rolled on his stomach and saw the keys in front of him. He dropped his head in defeat, knowing he'd never make it. Ellie screamed and smacked Sean on the arm.
"Oh my God! We need to save him! What are we going to do?"
"We're not going out there. Are you kidding me? Look at him!" Ellie glared at him.
"Well, if you're not going to do something, I will."
She marched for the door, determined. Sean rolled his eyes. "I hate my dad. I really hate my dad. Damn it, you're a pain in the ass too, Ellie." He ran for the front door and pulled her back. "Stay here." He ran out the door, yelling back, "Lock it! Who knows what that thing will do?" Ellie clicked the bolt and watched Sean from the side window.
"Like he needed to tell me to lock it. I can't believe he thought I was going to go out there."
Sean sprinted for the mayhem in front of him, clueless as to what he should do. His dad screamed, "Sean, get the fuck back in the house, now! Turn around now, Sean!" Sean ignored him, running as quickly as he could, arms pumping. He did a dive and roll, snatching the keys up and helping his dad to his feet. Lennon looked up once, growling at him, and then going back to the intestines he was feasting on. Sean pulled at his dad and screamed, "Turn around! Turn around now, Dad!" Frank didn't need to be told twice and let his son unlock his cuffed hands. "You know you don't listen worth a damn. Get back to the goddamn house now before I kick your ass." Sean made to run between the front of the car and Lennon to go back to the house, and Frank yelled, "No! Go around the back for God's sake!" Frank watched his son run back to the house, diving for the front door as Ellie unlatched the bolt to let him into safety. Frank pulled on the handle of the passenger door, immediately sighing and cursing himself for having locked it. He watched what once was Lennon going insane with hunger and tearing at everything he could reach. Less than 10 minutes ago, he'd been comatose, lying in the back seat as docile as a baby. Frank looked to the house to see Ellie staring in disbelief. Frank turned away from the car and brought an elbow hard back toward the window, hitting it with all he had and not even cracking it. He stepped back 2 feet and ran at it, putting the heel of a boot through it once, then twice, and it shattered. He reached in, hit the unlock button, and swung the door open. He found the pistol and aimed it for Lennon's head. He pulled the trigger twice, both bullets going through his skull. Lennon dropped like a rock, the pavement around him a bloody mess. Behind him, the leaves in the yard, which were only orange seconds ago, were now splattered with red as well. Greg grabbed Tina by the arm while a fresh pack of girls ran by, howling at the heels of the fat gym teacher running ahead of them. She was losing ground quickly to the turned girls. Tina yelled, "Do you have a plan here, or are you just kind of winging it?" Greg pulled her across the parking lot, running hard. "Oh yeah, I'm winging it. If that CB in the car doesn't work, my plan is screwed. I just want people with guns to come blow those things away." Tina sprinted the best she could in her stylish shoes.
"Sounds like a solid plan."
He got to the squad car, shoving her in head first, followed her quickly, and pulled the door shut. Greg hit the automatic locks, sliding a hand up to the ignition and hoping to find the keys in. He felt nothing. He hit the dash once, and then checked under the seat and the visor to be rewarded with no hidden set of keys. "We're stuck. Did we, die and wake up in a zombie movie or something? The volleyball team goes to Ames and comes back as flesh-eating monsters? That doesn't even sound like a good movie." Tina shook her head.
"I don't know. It's scaring the shit out of me right now. There has to be a better explanation for this, but I'll be damned if I know what it is."
"Did you see their bleeding eyes and arms and how pale they were?
If they hadn't ripped open their arms, then we'd barely be able to tell the difference between them and a normal person until they started eating you."
Tina pointed to the radio.
"Weren't you going to call in some people who could kill those things?"
Greg looked at the shotgun locked in place. He punched in the 8-digit code his dad had set for all of the police cruisers in town. The idea being a cop didn't want a fellow officer to be in trouble because he didn't know the code to the shotgun lock. He popped it open. Tina asked,
"What are you going to do with that thing? Do you even know how to use it?"
Greg pumped the forestock down to make sure there were shells in it. He grabbed the extra shells out of the glove box, shaking them loose and shoving them into his jeans.
"I've been shooting since I could walk. My dad thought it would help me build character."
Tina had never touched a gun before.
"Did it help you build character?"
Greg smiled.
"Nope, I'm still a delinquent, but I'm really good at shooting." "Well, if those things come after us, prove it, all right?"
Greg frowned, and she added,
"I'm sorry. If you don't think you can handle it, then don't worry. We can hide or something."
Greg shook his head.
"Oh no, if one of those things comes within a foot of us, I'm putting the bead on him and squeezing the trigger. No hesitation." "There's something wrong with your thought process, Greg."
Greg poked his head up to look around. There was carnage everywhere. Then he saw some more bad news. There was a fresh flood of SUVs and minivans coming into the lot, all carrying unsuspecting parents who had been stuck in traffic. Not that Greg knew, but fortunately for him, these had been upwind of the accident and hadn't suffered the effects of the gases.
"We need to do something or those people are going to be slaughtered."
He saw that people who were being eaten alive just a short time ago were now up and walking amongst the others as though unharmed, but reaching down and ripping chunks out of their own arms. Greg could see they also had bleeding eyes.
"Those things spread. It must be something contagious. All those people who got attacked earlier are up now." "Yeah, but maybe it wasn't so bad, and that's why they're up. I mean, can they really kill everyone?" "I'm sure a few people got away, but I'm just saying that the people I'm talking about have a hole in their stomachs. Like I can see their backbones, literally." "Call for help. Watching this isn't helping anything."
Greg reached up and unhooked the radio mic. Frank glanced around. His neighbors were staring out their windows in shock. They all had cell phones to their ears, but stayed put in their homes, too scared to come out. He walked toward his house, slowly taking in Thompson, who was kicking his feet and having convulsions. Instead of stopping to assist, Frank pointed the gun at Thompson's forehead, firing twice, and continued on to his front door. He blamed himself. Had he taken care of Lennon, he would have not had to make this choice. Ellie was beating on the window and screaming. The neighbors were staring at their unresponsive cell phones. There would be no calls for help today. As Frank opened the door, Sean met him there, semi-hysterical. He screamed at Frank and beat on his chest.
"What's wrong with you? You shot Greg's dad, for God's sake! You didn't even try to save him!"
Frank gripped his son's hands and held him. "I'll tell you what happened, but you need to settle down. There's a hell of a lot more than you know going on here. Don't you think I would have saved him if I could?"
"Then enlighten me. What the hell will I tell Greg what happened?"
Frank let go of Sean's hands as they went into the house. "Just settle down. There was an outbreak, a kind of manufactured disease. I can't explain it. It hit Des Moines, but it isn't here yet. It spreads from blood, a bite, even a scratch maybe. I don't know all the details, but it's worse than cancer. That's why I shot Greg's dad. We need to get out of town, and we need to do it now." Ellie yelled.
"Wait! It's in Des Moines? We need to go back and get my mom!"
"I'm sorry, Ellie, but there's nothing left to go back and get. She's gone. I tried to save her, but it was too late. It spread too quick." Tears began to stream down her cheeks.
"So, something attacked her? Like the detective out there did? And then she changed into one of them? But can't we still save her? It's my mom!"
Frank put what failed to be a comforting hand on her shoulder. "It happened. She isn't who you knew. She isn't your mom anymore. If we went back, she wouldn't know it was you. She would look at you, and you'd be nothing but her next meal." Ellie fell to her knees, crying uncontrollably. She slapped at Sean, who tried to console her. She stopped after a few minutes and wiped her face with a clean handkerchief that Frank had handed her.
I don't understand. How does something like this happen? Who would make something like that?"
Frank looked at them. He opened his mouth to try to explain when Sergeant Thompson's radio squawked. They heard Greg's voice coming over the radio, and they looked at each other. Sean quickly reached to grab it, but Frank slapped his hand. When he reached for it again, he slapped him on the side of the head. "Damn it, Sean. Those things'll kill you without hesitation, and they won't even think about it. Just leave the radio and go grab some clothes and provisions. Did you hear anything I just said?" Sean rubbed the side of his head. It was the first time his dad had ever laid a hand on him. He yelled,
"Yeah, I listened, Dad. You said shooting them in the head stopped them. So what the hell's wrong with speaking to Greg?"
Frank opened his mouth and then shut it. "You're right. You were listening. But I don't want any more delays. There's no telling who's infected. If Greg's been out there, then he could be one of the turn, too. If one bites you, then you're one of them, and you put everyone you know and loves you in danger." Frank reached down and picked up the radio from the table. He only clicked the button because of the guilt he was feeling about Thompson. "Greg, is that you?" Greg was confused.
"Who is this?"
"Greg, it's Frank, Sean's dad. Where are you? What's wrong?" Greg was quiet.
"What's wrong? We went to the school rally, but the buses came back and crashed."
Frank was feeling impatient, wanting to get away. "Greg, are you safe? Where's the officer whose car you're in?"
"I don't know. The girls jumped out and started attacking, killing everyone."
"Killing everyone? The girls' volleyball team?"
"Yeah. They came out of the bus, and they all had bloody eyes, pale skin, and rips in their arms. I don't know what happened to them, but it was horrible. The deputy that tried helping them is dead. They made their way back through the parking lot in minutes and killed almost everyone. But they're all getting back up. But dead."
"Answer me honestly, Greg. Have you been bitten or attacked by one of those things?" Greg quickly responded.
No, we haven't been touched. We just want to get the hell out of here. Tina's with me too."
Frank sat there, thinking it through, knowing Thompson would go back to save them, even knowing the situation. He knew Greg's dad wouldn't be able to because he was dead from Frank's designer disease as well as Frank's bullets. There was nothing he could do to save Greg now, but he knew Sean would never forgive him if he didn't try. "I'm on my way, son," he decided. "Stay in that squad car and don't move. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be there."
"We'll try. But Dr. Fox, where is my dad?"
Frank pinched the bridge of his nose. "I can't answer that right now, son. Just stay where you are and keep away from the ones that have turned."
"Okay, but if they come for us, then look for us in the gym. We're not staying here. There's no protection, and they're all crazy."
Frank looked at Sean and Ellie, thinking of them and knowing he was solely responsible for Ellie now. He'd do anything to keep these two alive. He knew he needed to at least save their friends, or he'd never be able to live with himself, and Sean would certainly make sure he couldn't. "I'm going to take Thompson's car. I want you two to stay in the house and don't come out for anything until I get back. I don't want to have to worry about you." Sean stood up, quickly challenging his dad.
"What are you talking about? So just you, the great Frank Fox, is going to take on everything in that parking lot by yourself? Get two people to safety and come back for us? Have you lost your effing mind? You're never going to do that on your own."
Frank knew they were losing precious time. "Sean, go get my gun out of my cabinet. Actually, get all the guns and bows loaded up by the door and any food we have. I don't care what it is. It's going to be as good as gold in a very short time. I want you two ready to go by the time I get back. Get clothes, flashlights, everything you can think of, and then go through and look again."
Ellie yelled, "You're not leaving us! You need help, Frank! Sean can shoot, right?"
He lifted up a finger to indicate he'd already made up his mind. "What I need is for the two of you to listen. Get your asses in gear. Ellie, you're my responsibility now, and being responsible doesn't mean I need to take either of you into the pit of death. Every minute I waste fighting with you is one more Greg might not have." Ellie looked at Sean.
"Say something, will you? He has to listen to one of us. We won't make it on our own."
Frank stood up, pulling keys from his pocket, and threw them at Sean. "Get everything ready, Sean. I need to know you're going to follow orders. You need to be a man. There's no time for being insubordinate. Keep Ellie safe. If anything comes in the door, you put two right here." He tapped a finger twice on Sean's forehead. "If you shoot them anywhere but the head, they're going to smile and just keep on coming. Understand?" Sean slowly nodded.
"You need to come back, Dad. We're going to need help."
Frank nodded solemnly. "Sean, if I'm not back in an hour, then I want you two to load everything you can and go to the woods. I want you to use your bow for all the hunting you'll need to do. You don't want to draw attention to yourself. Save bullets for when you truly need them. You two live off of the land for as long as you can before you use any supplies. I want you to take Lennon's car and fill the gas tank to the brim. Gas might be impossible to find after today. You stop for no one. Can you do that for me, son?" Sean nodded. What else could he do? As Frank left, Sean bolted the door, and then he and Ellie began to do as instructed. Frank felt the sides of Lennon's belt for his extra clip, and did the same routine on Thompson. He took every bullet they had between the two cars. He had 12 magazines and the shotgun and shells out of Lennon's trunk. He threw everything in the front seat, locked and cocked, ready to fire. He put the car in reverse and pulled into the street, being respectful to not run over Thompson or Lennon's corpses. Sean watched out the window as his dad backed out, then headed for the gun vault. He put Frank's gun holster on, which was about 3 sizes too big for him to wear. He snapped it off again and used the holster that clipped to a belt instead.
"So, we're just going to wait for him to come back? Are you crazy?"
Sean opened the gun safe.
"No, he is. If he thinks I'm going to let him go get himself killed, then he's crazy."
Sean looked through the collection of firearms. He thought it out and took out a pistol and a rifle for Ellie as well. He found 2 matching heavy-barreled, high-powered rifles. They were one of the longest, straightest shooting varmint rifles money could buy. He grabbed all the extra ammo and stuffed it into a backpack. He put the extra magazines to his dad's pistol in his coat pockets and looked at Ellie.
"Do you know how to shoot one of these?"
Ellie smiled awkwardly.
"Yeah, you know me and Mom just go out and shoot the crap out of stuff on the weekends."
Sean showed her the long wood rifle.
"You see this? It's called a bolt action. You open this up and pull it back. It shoots an empty bullet casing out of it. You put it back in, and it loads the bullet again for you. You do this 5 times, and you're out of bullets. You think you can handle it if I show you how to do it? There's a scope on top. You just need to breathe steady and not shake the gun. If you put the crosshairs on the target, the bullet will get there. I don't know if I'm able to do that, Sean. You know, I don't know either. But I tell you what, if we're going to be a liability for my dad, then what good can we do him? We might as well stay here.
Ellie nodded, took the rifle, and watched Sean, mimicking his actions. Sean slung it around his shoulder with the backpack, wearing it messenger style. He motioned for her to follow him, and they walked through the house to the garage.
Hey, I have my bike too. Let's get going. He'll have a head start on us.
Sean smiled as he opened the door.
I don't think we should go by bike. What happens if one of those girls bit a track runner? We'd be out of luck.
He grabbed a set of keys that belonged to a 4-wheel drive ATV, perfect for hunting in the woods and going up big hills. It was a toy his dad used strictly for getting gear up to the top of the hill.
God, my dad's going to kill me when this is over. Well, on a positive note, at least he'll be alive to try, right?
Sean secured his helmet and handed one to Ellie. The two of them climbed on, and Sean brought the machine to life. He hit the lights and pulled out slowly, seeing neighbors gawking out their windows, undoubtedly still trying to reach police. Sean hit the gas, and they roared out of the garage, flying down the street, ready to take on hell. Greg clicked the receiver off, looked at Tina, and smiled.
Hey, at least some help is on the way, right?
Tina smiled uneasily.
Yeah, you're pretty much sending him to his death. I don't get what could have happened to have something like this spread so quickly.
Greg opened his mouth to respond, just as one of the turned walked by the car, sniffing and looking directly at him. It banged its head into the driver's side window and continued until it smashed its head through it, shattering the glass. Greg kicked at the thing's head until it disappeared, but it came back within seconds to put a hand through the window and pull the door from its frame.
Whoa! She just ripped the door off!
The door might as well have been a toy as the creature flung it away and came directly for them with arms outstretched. Greg didn't hesitate. He grabbed the shotgun and pulled the trigger. The slug tore a hole in its chest, decimating its already exploded heart, and the creature staggered back and fell to the ground. Greg sat up and looked at Tina.
I did it! I did it! Let's get out of here!
Tina looked beyond Greg in fear, pointing, her lips quivering. Greg turned around just in time as he saw it get back on its feet. Blood and drool were dripping from its mouth, swaying in strings from side to side. Guts had made their way out the front and back of the hole that the slug had made. He aimed again, pulled the trigger, and sent a 12-gauge steel slug through its head, tearing half of it off and spinning the monster around wildly. It landed on the ground, the chunk of its skull he'd blown off spinning in place. Tina tried to scramble out, but Greg held her by the shoulder.
Wait just a moment. Let's make sure.
Tina did not fight him. When the creature did not rise for a second time, they exited the car, looking around. The creatures which used to be the girls' volleyball team were everywhere like a plague of locusts. The victims of recent past were coming to and walking around, eating pieces of their skin and flesh from their arms. They were covered with their own blood and gore, and canvassed the area slowly, sniffing the air and looking for fresh meat.
Tina, we need to get to the school. We have a chance, I think, if we can get into the gymnasium.
They watched the girls for what seemed like an eternity for the chance to get into the school. Greg knew what a horrific tragedy this was turning into. He wondered how many more of these things were soon going to be walking around town, killing people. If he could make it out of here, he would find his dad, and hopefully they would leave town, get somewhere safe. He didn't care where they went, as long as they didn't stay in a dell. This was the worst thing Greg had ever seen in his young life. The blood, the carnage, the unbiased killing. It was sickening. Another long line of SUVs and minivans pulled into the parking lot, honking and cheering for the girls. All the arriving parents would be in good spirits, anxious to see their loved ones, but were completely unprepared to see the piles of death. The turned all stopped what they were doing, staring in the direction of the noise, then leaped up to their feet and sprinted for the newcomers. Greg saw his chance. He grabbed Tina by the wrist, and they ran for the school. He carried the 12-gauge in one hand and pulled Tina behind him. Lucas saw them from his car and made his break for it too, wishing that he hadn't ever left them in the first place. Tina and Greg made it up close to the school doors, and what had once been a teenage boy jumped to its feet, snarling at them, and pushed off to run at them. Greg never lost pace, as he put the butt of the stock to his shoulder and pulled the trigger, putting a slug directly through the head of the monster, its brains and blood spraying the windows of the glass behind. The slug lodged itself in a locker down the hall. The pieces of head and brain dripped sloppily down the window. They pushed through the door. Looking back, Tina screamed,
"It's Lucas, and he's coming this way!"
Greg peered out the bloody window to see a woman missing an arm running straight for Lucas. He pushed open the door, waiting for Lucas to get close. He aimed for the woman's head, but it was such a far shot, he took the woman off at the knee instead. She slammed to the pavement hard, cracking her face on the ground. Lucas, panting and face red, shot a look over his shoulder and gave Greg a thumbs up. Inside, they all ran for the gym. They climbed to the top of the bleachers and pulled themselves into the rafters and hid. They could see out through the highly placed windows into the parking lot and hunkered down, watching the horrific events continue to unfold. The turned had been sitting still for the most part, picking through the last of the fresh meat. The kids noticed that as soon as people started to turn, the creatures quickly lost interest in them. A convoy of parents were visibly in shock at what was happening. They were easy targets. When they saw the buses and the girls, they jumped out of the cars, screaming at their little darlings, but unable to rationalize the horrendous acts taking place in front of them. The girls, and all of the townspeople who had turned, attacked them with a hellish bloodthirst. Nothing was beyond the imagination as the ghastly slaughter followed them. When Frank pulled into the parking lot, he took the back way in. He saw the mess of bodies which hadn't yet turned. "Oh God, save us. We could all be dead." He looked around until he spotted the deputy's car. He saw the door had been ripped off and raced for it. Anyone unlucky enough to have blood on them and any patches missing from their arms turned into a target. He shot them down without compunction. When he got to the car, he saw a cheerleader whose head had been blown almost completely off. The squad car, however, was empty. Frank looked toward the school and rolled his window down to listen for a moment. Greg took this opportunity to blow a giant hole through the gym window, then unleashed a second shot to ensure that he had Frank's attention. Frank stuck the car into gear and headed straight for the school's entrance. The teens jumped down from their hiding place and ran for the doors, kicking them open. Frank skidded to a halt and jumped out, quickly opening the back doors and getting back in behind the wheel. He saw the kids running down the hallway, pumping their arms and yelling at them to hurry. What he didn't see were the 3 faculty members, whose entrails were following in a messy line behind them as they sprinted at his car. As the first one approached and veered around to come at him through his window, he finally saw them. He tried to pull his pistol, but he was too late. 1, 2, 3 brains painted the windshield and the hood of the once white squad car, its hood now covered with blood, bits of skull, brains, and gooey strands of hair. Frank leaned out the window and stared up the hill overlooking the school, uttering every curse he could think of, finally spotting the boy he knew would never learn to listen. Sean's hands were steady as he swiftly reloaded. From his spot on the hill, far away and safe from anything dangerous, he waved at his dad. Frank just shook his head and reluctantly grinned. The 3 teens launched themselves into the back seat of the squad car, and Frank punched the gas, burning rubber on the asphalt, and headed for the exit. As they drove further, he noticed not everyone was dead. He saw a group of 4 teens running for their lives, trying desperately not to get caught by a giant mob of the turned, who were hot on their heels. Greg looked from the window.
"Hey, I know them! They don't stand a chance!"
Frank looked at Greg, who was full of hope they could save the others, and turned the car directly into the mob, crashing through and breaking bones without hesitation. He pulled alongside the teens and yelled, "Get in!" Albert, a sophomore who was friends with Greg from shop class, shouted, "What are those things?" "We don't have time," Frank yelled. "There's no time. If you 4 want to live, then get into the damn car now." They piled into the front seat like it was a clown car, and Frank drove up the hill to find Sean and Ellie. "Home, now. You are in so much trouble." Sean didn't throw out the fact that he had just saved his father's life. He thought there was a better than good chance it would go unnoticed until he had a chance to really sit down and think things out. Frank drove off toward their house. He knew they would need a bigger car or a second one, and soon. There was no way he could take this many people into the woods with a little food in stock. Sean watched, waiting for his dad to clear the parking lot, and took a few more shots at the turned. He only picked off ones which were going after people who were running for their lives. Ellie pulled on his arm.
"We have to get out of here, or we're going to draw their attention soon."
Sean looked at her and shook his head.
"Those things are out for meat, and that's it. They don't know anything, Ellie."
She looked through her own scope, watching the citizens who had turned. Sean took 2 more shots, and a group of turned stopped chasing the terrified onlookers and looked around curiously. He took a 3rd shot. Ellie watched as one of them peered directly at the 2 of them on the hill. The monster's head split in 2 as the high-powered round burst through its skull, exploding it and knocking the remains down its back. She slid her finger off of the trigger. It was the first time she'd fired a weapon. She grabbed Sean's shoulder, tugged at him to get up.
"We have to go, Sean."
Sean never moved from his stance.
"I can save more people. I just need more time." "Would you look, damn it? Open your eyes for 1 minute and look at them. They're hunting."
Sean took his finger off of the trigger and focused through his scope. They were, in fact, hunting. They looked like wolves he'd seen countless times on the Nature Channel. He panned the scope to the left and right, peering around the parking lot. He knew there were more of them than bullets to kill them with. He clicked the safety on the rifle, wishing there was some way to warn everyone in town. They climbed onto the ATV with their rifles slung behind them. Sean looked at the mob one last time, and suddenly the answer came to him. He fired up the engine and drove as fast as he could for the city's fire station on the outskirts of town. He took the machine to its limits, going faster than he ever had before. Frank saw the ATV out of the corner of his eye and whipped his head around. He was filled with rage. Why in the hell was his son going in the opposite direction? After a short drive, Sean pulled up to the fire station, and Ellie pulled off her helmet.
I'm pretty sure this isn't your house, Sean. What are you doing? Your dad's going to be so pissed.
What do you do when the tornado sirens go off, Ellie?
Hide in the...
Sean beat her to it.
Basement, exactly.
Ellie ran to the steel doors and tried opening them. Both were locked.
Shocker! The $1 million fire station is locked up. Now what?
Sean pulled out his pistol and fired 3 shots into the lock. He holstered his weapon and twisted the handle. Nothing happened. He scratched his head and looked at Ellie.
Works in the movies.
He looked at the pull winch on his dad's ATV, then grabbed the heavy cable and hooked it around the door handles. He jumped on the ATV by himself and started backing up. The door frames began cracking and buckling under the stress. Finally, the doors popped open, swinging freely in the warm wind. He got off, unhooked the cable, and wheeled it back. Then he and Ellie hurried into the fire station. If someone came along, it would be hard to explain why they'd ridden an ATV into town and, even harder to explain, why both were carrying weapons. Sean found the office and went to the computer console. There was a simple red button labeled Tornado Siren, which he punched. He grabbed Ellie by the hand and they raced for the doorway. If the turned were capable of hunting in packs and were drawn by noise, then the two of them would not want to be there for long. Frank finally found the two racing down Main Street. He had been driving in circles trying to find them, worried sick they had been killed, or worse, that they'd been turned. He pulled up beside them and signaled for Sean to follow him. He drove on, checking his rearview mirror to make sure they didn't deviate again. To the 3 boys and teenage girl in the back, he inquired, "So, pretty horrible day, huh, kids? Is everybody all right? Nobody got bit or hurt? Nobody needs a doctor?" The teens were in shock, traumatized by the events which had transpired. They mumbled yeses and nos, and Frank wasn't sure they'd understood the questions. He pulled up in front of Andy's Army Surplus and Bait Store and turned to look back over the seat. "Did any of you go to the school by yourselves today?" Albert, a 15-year-old with a short haircut, started to cry just thinking about it.
"My dad took me to pick my sister up. He got up early so he could still make the 3rd shift start time at the plant. When he saw the bus flip and catch fire, he ran to help save them. He didn't last 2 minutes from the time the first fireman entered the bus. They ripped him apart. I saw everything. I slid out of the truck and ran for the school gym."
He bit hard on his knuckles, just short of drawing blood. Frank patted him on the shoulder and said gently, "That's enough, son. You don't need to say anything else." He didn't want to hear any more. He couldn't see any good from the boy having to repeat and relive the events of the day. He didn't want to hear the stories from the rest of the group, so he asked, "Does anyone have anywhere I can take them? Do you have somewhere you can go that's safe?" The teens all shook their heads. Most of them had just lost their parents in the massacre at the school. Tina looked at her phone and realized she had missed a text from her dad. It must have come in earlier that morning before everyone lost signal. She showed the text to Lucas and started crying. It read, "Hey kids, I got back from trapping early. Meet you at school. Love, Dad. P.S. Lucas, be good. LOL." Lucas stared for a moment, then mumbled,
"We got nowhere to go either."
Frank smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't you worry. I've got a safe place we can go. Up in the hills." He turned his head and saw the ATV coming to a stop behind them. He stepped out of the car, the kids following him. Tina and Lucas huddled together on the back of the car. Tina wasn't dealing with things well and wept on her brother's shoulder. She couldn't stop the bloody images replaying in her mind. What might her dad be encountering at this very moment? Would he become one of them? Ellie got off of the ATV. Coming up to Tina, she gave her a hug.
"It's going to be all right, Tina. We're all going to have a rough time for a while."
She gave Tina a hand down from the car, and Lucas put his arm around his sister while they walked into the store. Frank patted Albert on the shoulder. "It's okay, Albert. I'll have Greg get 2 of everything you'll need yourself. If you want to come in, we'll be buying enough for a small army." Albert nodded, wiping his nose on his sleeve and staring down at the ground. "Thanks." Frank walked over to Sean and clasped him behind the neck, using some light pressure with his finger and thumb. He leaned in. "We are going to be having a little come-to-Jesus meeting very soon about your shitty listening skills." Sean winced, tightening up his shoulders.
"Save the neck, Francis."
Frank squeezed a little harder. "Not a good time to use the F word, Sean." The 9 of them funneled through the gated door. Andy, the owner, peered up from his Urban Warrior magazine, taking in the large group of teens, accompanied by only 1 adult, half of them covered with blood and grime, and a few of them sobbing lightly. Andy knew Frank by sight.
"Frankie, how y'all doing today?"
Andy was old enough and crazy enough that he wasn't worried what people thought of him, nor whether they liked him or not.
"What in the hell happened to you?"
Frank realized Andy probably didn't have a clue about what was going on. Why would he? Frank figured anyone who'd gone to the school and was lucky enough to escape probably went home or drove straight out of town. Some unfortunate few probably figured going to Des Moines would be the safest of bets. "Andy, this will sound completely insane." Andy cut him off.
"Frank, quit blowing smoke, will you? Hell, you look like you're wearing half the proof I'd need, and I ain't seen this many teens looking so scared since the draft for NAM."
Frank took a deep breath, realizing that mentioning how he'd created this problem wouldn't help. "There was a mass outbreak. It started in Des Moines, and now, somehow, it's here already." Andy sat back, flipping up a gold lighter. The U.S. Marine Corps crest and logo was engraved on it. Lighting an unfiltered cigarette from an old yellow pack, the old man leaned back. Over his head, a red sign which read, "If you like fresh air, there's plenty of it outside." He nodded towards Frank.
"Yep, I figured I'd be busy today. All these damn yuppies round here. They went and forgot a good old gun in dangerous times can save your backside."
Frank looked at him curiously. "You've already seen them? Were you at the school?" Andy barked, coughing up a lung from laughing.
"Like I give a damn about a bunch of schoolgirls at a rally. Hell no, I wasn't there. One of my old Marine buddies came by. Pat works up at E&T in security. He came in here looking stark raving mad, waving his arms and telling me all kinds of damn stories."
"Really? That old guy saw them and survived? That's amazing."
"Hell, he's still a young buck. Pat spent his late teens mowing down Charlie in the jungle. He can handle a couple of those things. He told me you got to put a bullet in their brain or they don't die. He said he shot one in the heart twice, but it just came running for him, ready to eat. He wanted to buy one of my lever-action rifles. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a damn good rifle, but lever-action in this day? You'd think an ex-Marine would be up for something a bit more hard-hitting."
What are you talking about, Andy?" Andy shook his head, hopped off of his stool, and limped over to the back counter. He came back with 2 new-looking rifles. Setting the bipods of each up on the counter, he racked the magazine like any good Marine would do and released it to show he was presenting an empty rifle. Frank took one up to his shoulder, peered through the scope, and looked around the store. He knew the AR model platform like the back of his hand,
except he was used to full auto models. "How many of these bad boys do you have?" Andy smiled, tapping the counter, a few black holes in his shining smile.
"Well, I can stock your army there, but do any of 'em know how to use one of these? Or am I just tooling 'em with something to blow their heads off?"
Frank looked at the skinny teens one by one, taking stock of his new family, and finally shook his head. They'd need all the help God could give them, or Andy could sell them. "No, other than Sean and Greg, I doubt the rest of them have been this close to a gun."
"So what are you planning on doing with 'em, Frankie?"
Frank's answer was short and hard. "Teach them." He moved down the aisles, towing 2 carts behind him. He grabbed pocket knives, military knives, socks, boxers, pants, jackets, sweatshirts, lined jackets. He stocked the carts with just about everything he came to. Christy, a brunette who was a little shorter than Ellie and a freshman in their grade, started to cry as she tried on her coat.
"How long do we have to stay up there? How will we know when it's safe to come back down from wherever you're planning on taking us?"
Frank shrugged, not yet having an answer. "Christy, you're asking impossible questions. Those things were at the school for minutes and took it by storm. If they're in Des Moines, in a highly populated urban area, then there's no telling what they'll do. It's better to get out of town and do our best to stay alive. I don't know what the army will do, but if they move in, there's a good chance they'll assume everyone is infected and take no prisoners. There's an even better chance they'll be spending their time in the bigger cities first." Mike, a friend of Greg's with a cocky attitude, cut in.
"So, what about our friends, man? What are we going to do?"
Frank was watching the clock, thinking about the spread of X-74. "They might still be alive if they're lucky. Hell, if they're smart, they might even stay that way."
Mike rubbed his hands over his shaggy haircut and looked around. "We could all take these guns and kill those things ourselves, you know."
Frank took an AR with a full magazine off the table. He was losing patience. He handed it to Mike. "Lock and load, son." The boy stared at the gun like it was a metal jigsaw puzzle. Shoving it back at Frank, he retorted,
"You're supposed to teach us, aren't you?"
Andy slapped the kid on the shoulder.
"If you go out there and have to think about what you're doing, and if you get in a bad situation and jam up, those things'll tear you limb from limb. Now, you've got a man here offering to take you all somewhere safe, teach you how to stay safe, and keep you alive. If you don't think that sounds like a good deal, then the door's behind you, and you all know how to use it."
Greg walked up, shoving Mike roughly.
"We don't have time for this. You guys need to get up in the hills with Frank and Sean. It's going to be your only chance."
"What the hell are you going to do?"
"I'm catching up with my dad, stupid."
Frank cringed. He still had one more person's life to ruin for the day. He looked at Andy. "If you can get those kids a couple seasons' worth of clothes, it'd be appreciated." Andy nodded, picking out winter and spring clothes and everything they would need. They didn't have time to go home and pack. He was a firm believer that if it wasn't zombies who would ruin the world, then it'd be the government. In any case, Andy had everything they'd need to survive. Frank took Greg by the arm and walked him to the back. Greg was already staring at him suspiciously, and he leaned against the wall, anticipating the bad news.
"What's up, Dr. Fox?"
Frank broke the news to the boy. Sean and Ellie watched Greg go from scared to insane with rage, beating on the wall with his fist until he had nothing left and collapsed to the ground with his head against the wall, crying and still punching it with his bloody knuckles. Greg whispered,
"I want to kill them. I want to kill all of them."
Frank gripped him lightly on the shoulder. "Son, If we don't get out of town soon, we might not get the chance to."
Ellie watched Greg, feeling worse for him than for herself. She took Sean by the arm.
"There's going to be a lot of new orphans after today."
Sean looked at the crew, all who were walking around and picking out gear. He called to Frank.
"Hey, Dad, where are we going to put all this stuff?"
Frank did a double take at all the gear Andy had put together for them. Andy had made sure they'd have enough to eat for the summer, fall, and winter, and they wouldn't have to worry about clothes or bullets either. And he still had plenty of survival items left. Frank said a silent prayer, hoping there were still people like Andy in the world to help others in true need. He wouldn't take anything in return either. Frank was happy he had his ATV, or he'd spend the next week making trips up the steep hillside, and they didn't have time for that.
"Andy," he began, "I can't begin to thank you for all the supplies. There's enough to keep the group alive until next spring. We just have one issue here. I don't have any way to get it all where we're going. I had to leave my truck in Des Moines."
"Well now, Frankie," Andy began, grinning widely. "Sounds like you need a different set of wheels. Christ, do you need me to maybe load the guns for y'all? Maybe I could wipe your ass, too. How's that sound?"
"Yeah, funny how I never have the right car with me every time a killer virus is unleashed and spreads like wildfire."
Andy pulled a set of keys from his overalls and tossed them to Frank.
"There's a solid and strong running van. It ain't pretty, but it'll run longer than any of them little import cans on wheels will."
He laughed with a karate chop to the air, which Frank was pretty sure was meant to be taken as an insult to foreign cars.
"Is it in the alleyway?"
"Yep. Just give her a little love, as I haven't fired her up this week. I usually only take her to the swap meets and gun shows, but she's reliable."
Frank looked at Sean and Greg.
"Boys, can you two get it loaded up? I want to be in the woods before dark if we can."
The boys complied without a word, baffled by Andy's amazing generosity, and pushed the carts for the back door. Mike ran up quickly.
"Let me help you guys with that."
Greg punched him in the shoulder.
"You decided to stick around with us, did you?"
Mike shrugged.
"At least he seems like he has a plan. Everyone else is going to hide in their houses, and by the time they come out, those things will be everywhere. I'll take my chances with you."
Frank secured the rifles in hard plastic gun cases.
"Hey, Lucas, we're about done here. You got all your clothes?"
Lucas was zipping up a tan coat that would cause him to melt outside right now, but in 3 short months would be a treasure.
"Yes, sir. I got everything I'm going to need to make it up there. I picked everything Andy showed me. Bring on Mother Nature."
Frank smiled and patted him on the shoulder.
"Good pick, Lucas. That coat will keep you warm.
It's probably tough as nails and can withstand taking a hell of a bite. Would you mind running out and getting Albert? We're ready to get out of here. I don't want him sitting out there by himself too long." Lucas snapped off a half-assed salute and yelled to Tina that he'd be right back. She smiled, and he disappeared out the door. The bell rang as the steel door hit it. Lucas exited the store warily. The streets were deserted. The tornado sirens made sure it was very difficult to hear anything else. All of the motorists driving by were going like bats out of hell, trying to get home before any tornadoes hit. A white pickup appeared from around the corner, swerving slightly as if the driver was drunk. The hood was splattered and streaked with blood, and the man inside looked ill. He was holding a towel to his neck, and as he turned and glanced at Lucas, crimson trailed down from his eyes. Lucas looked down at the street, kicked a rock, and thought about what Sean's dad had said about not letting anything bite or scratch him. He couldn't stop thinking about the lady he'd tripped. He found himself wishing he'd done something differently. He felt bad and wondered if the stranger was infected, if he had a family, and what he'd do to them when he finally got home. He hoped he'd crashed before he got there. Lucas walked up to the squad car and tapped on the window.
"Hey, Albert, we got new wheels. Let's go. Wait until you see all the cool stuff this old guy gave us."
He was startled when he heard the alley door scraping open in the distance. It was just one of the kids carrying stuff out to the van. He leaned on the side of the car as he caught his composure, still waiting for Albert to come out. He thought he could hear the boy whimpering inside the car.
"Man,"
he started as sympathetically as he could manage.
"I get it, but we're all having a tough time today. Frank said we need to get out of here, so get a move on."
Reaching down for the handle, he pulled it up and unlatched the door. He jumped a foot when Albert let out a guttural growl. Lucas stepped back, tripped on the curb, and fell on his butt. He screamed, "Help! Help!" He looked at the distance to the door from where he was sitting and knew he wouldn't make it. He jumped up and pushed on the car door with his back, trapping one of Albert's hands and feet in the door before he could get out. Albert brought back his right hand and sent a hard punch into the frame, sending the door flying open and knocking Lucas over. He landed on his back, cutting the skin on the back of his head, and warm blood flowed freely through his hair. He shook his head, feeling dizzy, and rolled to his stomach so he could push off of the sidewalk with his arms. He slowly rose to his feet and stared death in the face. The thing that used to be Albert jumped out of the car and landed near a shivering Lucas. It walked in a low crouch, letting its hands drag on the ground. One hand scraped through the fresh, dark, sticky blood, and it lifted its fingers, sniffing at them, and licked it off. It let out another growl, this one of pure satisfaction. Lucas brought his knee up and struck Albert in the chest as hard as he could. Albert caught the foot with both hands and dragged him off balance and back behind the cruiser, ripping chunks of flesh from his calf and savoring the meal. Lucas cried out in pain and screamed for help. He kicked with his other foot and tried sitting up, but Albert caught him by his coat, lifted him up, and tore into his neck. The blood poured down Albert's chin and clothes, dripping and collecting into a pool and running into the gutter. Tina opened the gated door, smiling. She didn't realize the goofy salute her brother had thrown her was the last time she'd see him alive.
"What's taking you guys so long?"
she called, looking towards the car. All of her senses met up at the same moment, and she let out a blood-curdling scream.
"Lucas! No!"
This finally caught Sean's undivided attention. He whipped his head around, let go of the cart, and ran for the door as he saw Tina sprint outside.
"Tina, wait!"
Sean yelled. From his angle, he could better see the mess in the parking lot. Albert was eating what was left of Lucas's neck. Pieces of flesh fell from its mouth, and blood was dripping into its lap. Lucas was convulsing on the ground in his last human moments. Sean caught up with Tina, who had dropped to her knees, sobbing. She'd met her limit on emotional heartache for the day, and there was no more she could handle. She grabbed onto Sean's leg and pulled the pistol from his holster, screaming, "Die, damn you!" She fired at Albert, missing with every shot. Sean tried to stop her, but she was out of ammo already and threw the pistol at the monster. Albert growled at their intrusion. He dropped Lucas, who was on the verge of death and therefore losing his flavor, and came running for the two of them. Sean waited for Albert to get within a foot of them and caught the creature off guard with a forearm under its chin. Its head snapped back at an awkward angle and, when he brought it back down, Sean introduced it to the 7-inch Marine-issued knife Andy had just given him. It went through the bottom of its chin, buried up to the handle, and the top came out of its head 1/4 of an inch. He let go of the handle and watched as the body collapsed to the ground. Frank, hearing the shots, ran out with his AR rifle up to his shoulder, ready to blow away their attackers. He saw Albert with the knife through his brain, the bloody eyes, and the bite marks on its arm. Just past him, Lucas was sprawled out on the ground, his dead eyes staring at the sky. Frank looked at Tina to see if she'd been bitten, then his son, who stood there silently, his hands shaking. "Sean, are you okay? What were all those shots? What happened out here?" Sean's adrenaline glands were on overtime, and it was making him feel sick. He walked a few staggering steps, then rested a hand on the cop car, trying not to lose his lunch.
"Albert was infected."
He pointed at the boy's neck, and Frank could see a small bite mark covered up mostly by his shirt. Frank knelt down to view Albert more closely. He'd turned much quicker than Lennon. Frank put a foot on Albert's shoulder and pulled the knife from his limp body, wiping the shaft of the blade off on the dead youth's shirt. Ellie wasn't far behind Frank and ran to Sean, examining him closely and patting him down.
"For some reason, oh my God, I don't even want to say it out loud. I don't know what I thought. I can't lose you too, Sean."
She hugged him tight and burst into tears. Frank watched the two teens as he helped Tina up off the ground. He picked up the discarded pistol and released the slide, took an extra magazine from Sean and replaced it, then put the pistol in the back of his pants. "Sean, you need to get the girls into the shop. It's not safe out here."
"We can't leave Lucas. What about my brother?"
Tina sobbed. "I'm sorry," Frank began, "but he's not the same now. I need you all to go inside." He was watching Lucas twitching on the ground. "We don't have a lot of time."
"What are you going to do to him?"
She couldn't come to terms with the truth. If she was going to survive, she was going to have to learn, and learn quickly. "I'm going to make sure he doesn't do this to anyone else." Greg got Tina up and gently ushered her into the shop, Sean and Ellie following closely behind. Frank waited as they all walked her through the door. He never took his eyes off of Lucas, who was already gnawing away at his arm. Frank pulled the pistol and was glad for the sounds of the tornado sirens in the background. Lucas tried raising his head up, but it was only connected by bone and half of the skin tissue and ligaments which belonged there. His eyes showed the slow trickle of blood, and he watched as Frank came closer. With amazing agility for someone missing half his neck, he flipped over and charged at Frank, but was barely able to keep his balance with his head hanging to the side. His ankle was barely functional, since most of the flesh on his calf had been shredded. Frank cocked the pistol as he lifted it and fired twice into the boy's skull. As the smoke drifted from the end of the barrel, Frank made the sign of the cross, taking a minute to collect himself. The guilt of the day was stacking heavily on his shoulders. He heard noises over the siren and cocked his head to listen. Then he trotted to the side of the shop and waited, hoping the sounds weren't what he thought they were. To his dismay, a pack of the turned came around the corner. They were all badly wounded, some worse than others. Some had intestines hanging out of gaping holes in their stomachs and bouncing off their knees with every step. One older woman was missing an arm. They were starving and looking for their next meal. Their eyes locked on Frank, and they charged for him, all racing to be the first to the feast. Frank wasted no time running for the door. He opened the door and yelled, "It's time to go. They're already here." Patrick, the only one of the 4 new kids Frank had acquired who had yet to say anything, asked,
"What do you mean they're here? How are they here already?"
Frank walked past him. This wasn't the time for questions. It was going to be all about actions and the ones people choose, which would save their lives.
What difference does it make, Patrick? They're here.
Well, what are we going to do?
Leave and head to the cabin.
He walked up to Andy and shook his head.
Are you sure you don't want to come with, old man?
Hell no. I'm almost 70. I wouldn't make it up that hill once, not without breaking a goddamn hip. Besides, I'll lock this place down. I think I've got a better and fair chance of making it. I can get out through the basement. I got a place with enough supplies to put my shop to shame. You get them kids to safety and keep them safe, you understand?
He patted Frank on the shoulder and headed for the way out. He yelled over his shoulder,
I'll be around. If you run out of anything, y'all come find me. If I'm not here, and it hasn't been looted, it's yours.
Everyone in the group called out their thanks as he walked down the basement steps.
Time to go, Frank yelled. We have to get out of here now.
The glass on the barred windows shattered behind them. A disturbing number of bloody hands reached in through the windows, ripping their arms to shreds in the process. They growled louder at the fresh scent of the meat in front of them. Frank ran to the back door and pushed it open as quietly as possible. He looked both ways to ensure the alley was still empty. He waved for the teens to come get in the van, but Sean ran back to grab his abandoned pants, pulled his wallet from it, and ran past his dad. His dad shouted after him,
What were you doing?
Sean pulled out his wallet, showed Frank the picture of his mom, and put it back in his pocket. Nothing else needed to be said. Frank drew a pistol.
You think you can get the van started?
Sean nodded, gripped the gun, and put it in the holster hanging from his belt. He jumped into the back of the van, crouching and running to the front of it. The rest of the teens filled in behind him and found a place among the boxes of bullets, MREs, bows and arrows, and the countless other useful items Andy had given them. Sean fired up the old van, which shot a poof of black smoke out the tailpipe, filling the alley. The noise of the engine echoed out to the street. Sean saw the mob come around the corner with one thing on their mind. He gave the engine some gas, making sure it was ready to go. The van screamed under the strain with its heavy V8 engine. Frank climbed in, slamming the 2 doors behind him, and duck-walked past the kids. He motioned for Sean to move to the empty passenger seat. Then Frank put the van into drive and yelled,
Hold on, it's going to get a little bumpy.
He punched the gas and held the wheel tight. The van's tires spun beneath it, burning rubber until they caught and propelled them forward. Sean gripped the chicken stick, looking in both directions as they entered the street. They were surrounded on all sides by the turned, and Frank hooked a right turn, knowing they were only a mile from the school. He thought it best to go away from the original contamination zone. Sean yelled,
Where are you going? The cabin's in the opposite direction. Christ, are you lost?
Frank laughed. He was about done for the day, as were all the rest of them. He was running over the turned and not letting off the pedal for anything. He looked quickly at Sean.
You want to head back towards the school? We can turn around, you know.
Sean popped back. Detour's great, Dad. Good thinking. Frank ran over the gym teacher whose head was just barely hanging on. The head broke free with the collision. The kids all screamed as his angry face, which was still chomping, flew in the air, bounced off of the windshield, and came to a spinning stop in the street behind them. The decapitated body was left flailing on the ground as the van drove over it, bouncing as it ran over the fat corpse. Sean bounced in his seat. Remembering good habits, he grabbed for his seatbelt clumsily and clicked it into place. They all relaxed as they got a block away and more. A loud pounding came from the roof of the van. Everyone looked up as if they would actually be able to see something through the ceiling. Christy screamed,
"Get it off! Get it off now!"
She reached up and pounded on the ceiling at it. It answered by punching a hole through the roof of the van, stretching its fingers out wide. More pounding came from near the back of the van. The roof was fully occupied. Frank looked back, saw all the teens painted to the sides of the van in terror, and slammed on the brakes, then floored the gas. A hand fell through the opening in the roof and started flopping on the floor. Greg stabbed through its palm with his hunting knife and held it at a safe distance. Two of the turned came flying down over the front of the van, one in flannel with only one arm, and a second man wearing a pink shirt with the school logo on it stained with his blood and probably the blood of others. The one in pink gripped hard on the top of the hood where it met the windshield and dug its fingers into the steel. Frank swung the van left and right, trying to shake it loose, but it wouldn't let go for anything. Its legs swung wildly in front of the oversized grill. When Frank straightened the van, it locked eyes with Sean and, with its free hand, exploded a punch through the windshield and gripped the boy by his shirt. Frank reached for his waist, searching for his pistol. He cursed as he remembered he'd given it to Sean. He yelled for someone to get a pistol out of the gear bags. The creature let go of Sean and punched repeatedly through the glass with its free hand until it could fit its entire head through the broken windshield. Frank held out an outstretched, impatient hand in need of a pistol. Mike dug frantically into a bag, found a loose pistol, and hurriedly passed it off to the front. Frank gripped it tightly, looking at Sean, who had melted into his seat. The rage-filled animal was inches from Sean's face. Frank put the gun up and pulled the trigger, waiting for the deafening crack of the firearm. It didn't come. Frank pulled the trigger a second time, dry-firing the weapon again. He instantly questioned the weight of the gun and turned it over to see an empty slot where the magazine should have been. He yelled into the back, "It needs bullets, for God's sake! Give me the damn magazine for it now!" Patrick yelled.
"The what?"
Frank watched the turn trying to inch its way in further towards his son, the skin peeling back from its neck against the shattered windscreen. He switched his left foot to the accelerator and brought up his right foot, hitting the creature with his boot and snapping its head backwards and up against the inside of the windshield. Frank shouted again to the back, "The skinny, shiny black thing with the goddamn bullets in it!" He was half focusing on the road, and the report of a gun instantly brought ringing to everyone's ears. Everyone but the turned man, who now had a new hole in its forehead. The startled teens cupped their ears too little, too late. Frank swerved the van in shock at the noise and looked at Sean, who was still holding the smoking gun. He was breathing heavily, trying not to hyperventilate, still with his mouth shut, deathly afraid that somehow some of its blood could get into his mouth. He brought his boot up, snapping his knee and kicking it in the face until it pushed out the hole in the windshield and disappeared over the front of the van. Ellie popped up between the two seats, breathing rapidly and taking stock of Frank and Sean.
"Nice shot, Sean. I thought we were screwed."
Sean nodded as he wiped his face with his sleeve and whispered for no one to hear,
"So did I."
Frank patted him on the leg. "We should have an easy drive to the cabin from here. Those things won't be this far out yet. I don't care if they started sprinting out of town when they got bitten." Frank felt reasonably confident for about 2 minutes. What he saw next reminded him of his time in Iraq at a bombed roadside. The road in front of him looked like an absolute war zone. Cars and buses had crashed and overturned, completely blocking the connecting highway, which was the only path by car to get to the gravel road. which was the one and only way to the cabin. Frank stepped on the brake, bringing the steel beast to a stop. Patrick asked,
"Are we there already, Dr. Fox?"
Sean looked back over his shoulder and shook his head.
"No, not yet. We're almost there. We've got a ways to go yet."
Patrick got up, as did Greg, to walk up to the front. Patrick began.
"Well, why did we stop if—"
He stopped talking when he took in the blazing, smoking wreckage in front of them, leaving him with his mouth wide open. Frank was coming to a conclusion that sent shivers down his spine and made him want to puke all at the same time. He looked at the cars and buses. Almost all of them had writing on the windows, names of different schools. He saw license plates from areas which he knew well, and there were also plates from different states. In the distance ahead, he could see the distinctive E&T logo on the side of an overturned trailer, and beneath it the words, "Making the world a better place." The irony of it caused his eyes to water. His heart sank as he realized that Rogers must have somehow sent the X-74 for production following E&T protocol. There was no way the girls' volleyball team would have gone by Des Moines. Instead, something horrible must have happened with the weekly delivery truckload. If he could see Rogers again, turned or human, he'd chop his head off with the axe, and this time he'd be happy about it. Greg asked,
"There's no way we're going to make it through there, are we? What should we do?"
Frank slowly looked at the mixture of overturned and abandoned cars, buses, and crashed trucks, blood splattering many of them. The ditches were almost as full with vehicles and debris. He grunted. "I'm pretty sure that we're not alone."
"Well, that's reassuring," Greg interjected. "What do you want to do then? We can't just sit here."
Frank rubbed at his 5 o'clock shadow, thinking. He was hoping for something good to happen today, something to finally go his way. He put the van in park and turned around in the seat, looking at the young faces, all waiting eagerly for directions and hope. "We need to get out and move the vehicles. Greg, Sean, I want you to come with me." Mike puffed up his chest in protest, not really thinking it out.
"What about us? You want me to hide in the van? You don't think I can take care of myself? I'm not useless."
Frank shrugged. "I'd like you to live, but no one's making you do anything you don't want to, son. You can go east or west for as long as you want, but I'd say you won't last 10 minutes out there. As long as you want to be under my care, you need to listen." Mike looked at the open door, weighing his options, and sat back down. Frank reached into the gear bags, pulled out 2 pistols, and loaded each, grabbing 2 extra sets of magazines for both boys. He showed them briefly how they worked. Greg shook his head and held his hands up.
"I'm better with a rifle, sir. Dad always said that if I had to survive with a handgun, I'd probably have a better chance if I used it as a club."
Frank reached back in the bag and dug out one of the semi-automatic assault rifles, loaded a 30-round magazine into it, and flipped on the red dot scope system to start charging. He handed it to Greg, taking another for himself as well as a pistol. He thought about the kids left in the van, knowing if anything happened to them, then these guns would be nothing more than shiny paperweights. None of them had any idea how to get to the cabin either. Today was not a day where ideal situations were going to come easily. "Ellie, if anything happens to us, I want you to carefully back this thing up and head way back down the road out of Adele. Try and get as far away as you can, and don't stop until this thing runs out of gas. And whatever you do, stay out of Des Moines." Ellie looked at the 3 of them.
"Can you do me a favor then?"
Frank nodded, unable to think of something she could ask which would be too much to request of him after what he'd done. Anything.
Make sure you come back. I've seen Tina drive, and it's scary.
She reached out, hugging all three of them at once, and gave Sean a kiss for good luck. Frank gave her a light smile and shut the door behind him. Ellie appeared in the front passenger seat, giving a thumbs up. The other young faces appeared a moment later. The three of them walked slowly, taking their time, looking around cautiously, their shadows painting their steps ahead of them. They took in the 5 vehicles that would need to be moved. Frank was in pure combat mode, walking with his rifle up and safety off. He had the rifle stock shortened to be as maneuverable as possible in tight spaces. Greg watched and mimicked his every move. He figured it best to follow his lead. He knew he didn't have the slightest clue what he was doing and didn't want to pretend for a minute he did. Frank watched Greg. Pleased, he looked like he knew what he was doing. He looked at his own son and saw the lazy arm not holding the pistol up and letting it hang down by his side. He whispered angrily, "Sean, remember, shooting them in the foot won't kill them. Get your damn gun up. If you're looking at it, you need to have gun sights on it, or it won't do you a bit of good." Sean knew his dad was right. He was doing his best. He knew going forward he would have to work on his listening skills, so he didn't say the 10 immediate comments that came to mind. Instead, he lifted the pistol up and took short steps. They got to the first truck, which was empty. Sean made to get in, and Frank grabbed his shoulder. He pointed at his eyes, then to the rear of the truck and below it as an instruction to check the back seat and underneath the vehicle. Sean looked in, then bent down. He quickly straightened up and indicated that it was safe to enter it. He got in and turned the key, and pop music blasted out of the speakers. He fumbled clumsily to turn it off. Frank swung his rifle around, keeping an eye out for movement. So far, there was nothing to worry about. He figured the music would surely be the dinner bell to whatever was lurking out there. They carefully took care of the next few cars, getting jumpier with every passing minute. Frank whispered, "We're going to have to take the van slow around the bus. As long as it's not too big of a slope, then we should be all right and won't have to worry about tipping." They walked around the bus. Greg gasped at the view before them. There were no more cars here, simply bodies. There were the turned and the meals at their mouths. The dead were rising by the second, too many to count. The crowd took only a moment to smell the fresh, virgin meat. Frank turned and whispered, "Run for the van. Don't wait. You two go. Now." He put the sights on the closest head and started firing with blindingly accurate speed, not looking to see if the boys had listened. He was dropping the creatures one after another. Brain matter painted the highway. Sean yelled, "I'm not leaving you!" Frank didn't stop shooting or turn around. Every second another one was dead, and 2 more turned rose. There would be more of the turned than there were bullets available to shoot them. He yelled, "I'm behind you. Just run now. I'll be right behind you." Greg hauled Sean away. "We've got to run. We don't have a choice, man." Sean took Greg's hands off of his arm, took a big breath, and checked the extra magazines for both pistols. He knew if they wanted to live, then at some point they would have to stand and fight. He ran back to his dad's side, taking careful aim, and squeezed the trigger as quickly and accurately as he could, wasting no bullets. Greg watched the feat of bravery and ran to the left of Frank, kneeling and taking careful aim, not wanting to waste any of his own ammo. The trio's shots made fresh blood spray in the air. The turned were falling at a rapid rate, but it didn't seem to be enough. Frank dropped his last magazine, not rewarded with another. He looked at the boys, who clicked empty as well. "We need more ammo. Let's get back. We'll fight them from the van." This time the boys listened. Frank wanted to let the boys get a head start, never expecting the turned to have gone behind them. Greg screamed, "Sean, help me!" He was out of ammo, dry firing. Sean yelled, "Get down now!" He stopped running and aimed carefully, putting one, then two down. They were now coming from around the other side of the bus. Frank stood, slung his rifle behind his back, pulled the pistol, and sprinted towards his son's gunfire. He saw a group running for them. Sean was firing as rapidly as he could, no fear showing on his young face. He couldn't have been more proud of his son at that moment. Sean pushed Greg out of the way. A turned cheerleader was within a foot of him, mouth gaping open. Sean was on empty and dropped a magazine. He saw he wouldn't be able to get free of her reach himself. His young life flashed before his eyes. Frank fired as she was within inches of Sean's neck, ready to feast. The bullet raced across the small space, punching into her skull. It sent her into a spin, and she flew to the side, where she landed on the ground, going limp. Sean winced, feeling the spray of blood from the blast covering the back of his neck. At first, he mistook the blood for a bite and flinched. He opened his eyes and stared at his dad, who had just saved his life. His barrel still had the whisper of smoke coming from it. His dad stared back as Sean raised his gun, squinting his left eye closed, and snapped off a shot over his father's shoulder into one of the two turned who had been approaching. The second one lunged for Frank, and Sean fired again, slamming a round into its shoulder, but not stopping it. It landed within a foot of Frank, crawling forward swiftly, then grabbing and pulling him off of his feet. Then it bit savagely into his right ankle. Sean fired at the head once, then a second and third time, leaving behind nothing but a bloody stump. Splinters of bloody skull spread everywhere. Sean felt sick as he looked at Frank, whose grimacing expression was one of pure and utter defeat. He knew no matter what he did, there would be no chance for him to survive. The look on his father's face was one that would haunt him for the rest of his days. Frank fought back a scream. Only Sean had seen the bite take place. He rested for a moment, looking up at the sky and holding his pistol to his chest. He put his ankle behind him and looked at the wound, then quickly wrapped a handkerchief around it. He hoped his theory held true. The farther the bite's sight from the brain, the longer he might have. Every moment would be a blessing. Sean ran to his dad, who had risen to a knee. He held out his hand and helped him to his feet, tears in his eyes. They both looked back at Greg, who was keeping an eye out for them, and they made their way back to the van. Frank leaned on Sean for a second. He whispered, "Keep your mouth shut about the bite. I don't want to scare anyone, and we need to get the group up to the cabin."
"I'm so sorry, Dad. I should have—"
Frank stopped, grabbing Sean by both shoulders. "I don't want you to say sorry again. I'd have been a meal by now if you and Greg hadn't stood by my side. I couldn't be more proud. There wasn't anything else you could have done." They made it back to the van, opening the door and startling the rest of the group. Ellie, for the second time, hugged Sean.
"You're all right. It sounded like a war zone out there."
Sean looked at his dad, who shook his head, and Sean squeezed her in return.
"I'm as good as can be. There were so many of them, Ellie. Too many to count."
Frank pushed past them into the van, sitting down in the driver's seat and starting it up. "Hey, get in. We need to get out of here before we have any more problems. They took it slow through the carnage and the fresh pile of bodies. All of the young faces pressed up against the windows, absorbing the slaying which had taken place. They found it hard to believe they were merely a few miles from their hometown. The van's bald tires would not be able to get back out of the ditch if Frank took it off of the road too far. Sean sat back, staring at his dad and shaking his head. His only parent would soon be gone. No matter the arguments they'd had these past few years, he'd never want another dad in his place. They pulled up to a dead end on a poorly maintained gravel road. Frank rolled the van to a stop and pulled the hood release. He got out, saying nothing, and lifted the hood. He motioned for Sean to follow and showed him how to disconnect the battery. He handed it to him along with the van keys. "You'll need these eventually. We'll make sure the battery is with you. Things might be changing. People will change. You need to trust yourself and make sure anyone else you trust has earned it twice over. Hungry people change. Desperate people can be dangerous." Sean stared silently and nodded. Ellie got out and came around the side.
"What are you guys doing?"
Frank pointed to the battery. "Just making sure that if we need to leave, we have a vehicle waiting for us to leave in."
"So what do we do now? How do we get all this stuff up the hill?"
Frank looked up the hill and thought of all the precious gear Andy had bestowed on them. He wouldn't waste any of it. "God gave us feet and motivation, and we're going to use both." He started grabbing the duffel bags, which had been filled to bursting with supplies. He issued each of the kids a rifle and a bag, confident if they hunted for food, then they could get through the changing seasons none the skinnier. Frank watched as the teens slowly hiked up the hill following Sean. He pulled out a pen and a piece of paper to write a final note to his son, then followed shortly behind them. He made the trip up by going slowly and taking breaks as they were needed. He'd never brought this much up at one time before. He knew he wouldn't be capable of a second trip. When he caught up to the group, he opened the cabin door to let the teens file in. He was glad for Andy and the supplies and sleeping bags. He watched the kids take in the rustic cabin, hoping they could make things work. They set their gear down and stared around, unsure what to do. "We still have a lot of gear, so if you don't want to starve tonight, then Sean and I need to get the fire stove going. You guys get going back to the van. We'll get the stove set up. Whoever carries up the bows, be careful with them, please." He gave Ellie a hug before she walked out and patted Greg on the shoulder. Sean waited for them to get out of earshot, watching them awkwardly make their way down the hill.
"Why aren't we helping them? How's your ankle?"
Frank headed outside, not saying anything, but gesturing for Sean to follow him. He walked for a while until they were out of sight of the cabin, finally coming to a rest under the tall, old oak trees. He leaned against one, staring at Sean. Sean wasn't ignorant, and it was becoming self-evident what was happening. He let the tears fall. He couldn't hold them back any longer. He hugged himself, dropping to his knees. His dad handed him his pistol. "Sean, there isn't any other way." Sean looked up at his dad. The sun was setting over his shoulder. He stared at the handgun and wiped his eyes, pounding his fist on the leaf-covered ground.
"Maybe there's still time. Maybe you can fix this."
Frank sat down on a mossy stone and handed him a thick, folded stack of papers. "Keep this for later, and try not to judge me. There isn't enough time for it now." Sean stuffed it into his back pocket.
Why can't you try? Why can't we try? Why give up?
He looked at his dad, only then noticing the blood seeping from his eyes. Defeat set in with a lump in his stomach. He stood up, taking the pistol from his dad, and thumbed the safety off. He bent down, resting his forehead on the top of his father's head and gripping his shoulder tight, hot, fresh tears running down his face. Frank reached up and squeezed his son's shoulder. Maybe this was a justified fate for having created the drug in the first place, no matter what his intentions had been. Before it's too late, Sean. Don't ever lose hope. Sean stood up straight, wiping his tears away. As he looked down at the top of his dad's head, he made the most difficult decision he had ever made in his young life. He walked back to the cabin in a daze, filled with guilt and an immense set of other emotions. The others had not yet returned from their trip back to the van. He set the pistol on the counter and took only a shovel with him. He dropped onto his knees next to his father. His tears dripped onto the leaves, washing the blood off them. Upon completing his task, he recited the same prayer he remembered from his mother's service, then walked back to the empty cabin, alone. This has been The Orphans, Origins, Volume 1, written by Mike Evans, narrated by Jack Wallen Jr. Copyright 2014 by Mike Evans. Production copyright 2015 by Mike Evans.